Chapter 1: A year's worth of cultivation increased in a single day? Join the class? What makes you think you can get into the class? Just because you're a lowly child, just because no one in your family practices martial arts, that you can climb the ladder of martial arts? Slap, what a joke. You think I'd even notice this little bit of money you have? I wouldn't even take a piss and glance at it. Do you think I'd be short of such a small amount? Get out of here right now. We don't accept lowly people here. A detached voice echoed in the empty martial arts training ground. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingfei's face turned deathly pale. Looking at the scattered banknotes on the ground, he felt an overwhelming sense of panic. Teacher Qin. Teacher Qin, please give me a chance, please give me a chance. I really want to learn martial arts. I've been doing odd jobs for the class for 3 years, and we were supposed to join the class today. He didn't even bother to pick up the banknotes on the ground, and knelt down in front of the middle-aged man with a thud. He crawled very low, kowtowing repeatedly. Roll! The middle-aged man in his Zhongshan suit, holding a large gun, looked down at Wu Lingfei kneeling on the ground, his brows furrowing slightly before he sneered. You think I'll hire you after 3 years of doing menial tasks? If I were to take in a dog, wouldn't that mean I'd have to give up my position to him? The words had barely left his lips. The laughter of a group of classmates echoed in my ears. Behind him, his classmates, dressed in dark gold, pointed at Wu Lingfei and laughed at him as if they were watching a spectacle. There were even faint whispers of discussion. A lowly commoner actually dares to dream of practicing martial arts? I really don't know where he gets the nerve. People of low status should be aware that if they can see us in the martial arts class after 3 years of doing odd jobs, then their lives have been worthwhile. The sounds kept reaching Wu Lingfei's ears, and his body trembled. His forehead had been pounded so hard that he felt no pain, only blood kept oozing out, and his face was completely expressionless. The 432nd year of the Yuan Wu reign. Hundreds of years have passed since demons and monsters wreaked havoc on the world. And during this period, martial arts flourished and quickly became the mainstream of the Federation. However, due to the solidification of social classes, ordinary people have difficulty accessing martial arts, which has always been firmly controlled by the upper class. From a young age, he was the hope of his family. His parents sold everything they owned to pull strings and secure him a spot as a handyman in a martial arts class. Every day, they do all the rough and tiring work, serving the students in the martial arts class as they practice martial arts, and every year they have to pay an expensive fee for being a handyman. After enduring 3 long years, his term as a handyman was over, and the head of the martial arts class promised to take him under his wing once his term was up. But now, considering the 3 years you've worked as a handyman, I won't kill you. Get out of the martial arts gym right now. Next time you dare to come to the martial arts class, I'll personally crush your limbs and throw you by the roadside for those lowly people to feast on. Qin Yuan's expression remained indifferent, and upon hearing his words, Wu Lingfei seemed to dim completely. I can't practice martial arts anymore. I can't practice martial arts anymore. He couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. There was no surplus food at home, and the money he carelessly discarded was money that his family had scraped together from various sources. My father worked hard day and night, and even when people scorned him, he would smile and humbly apologize. My mother used to leave early and return late, and now she is bedridden, suffering from many ailments due to overwork. There was also a younger sister who was kicked by someone when she was young due to poor care, and could only stay by her mother's side. All the family's hopes were pinned on him. But now, the hope of cultivating martial arts has been extinguished. It felt as if a pillar in his heart had collapsed. He didn't even notice when his fingernails were scratching until they bled. He just picked up the money that had been thrown on the ground with a blank expression, not even realizing when he left the martial arts gym. The streets are deserted. The ruins, collapsed structures, various shelters, and the dirty, messy ground kept flashing before my eyes. Wu Lingfei walked along in a daze. The image in their eyes seemed to be presented in black and white. He lived deep in the street, in a place known as the slums, inhabited by people like him. In this world, martial arts can only be encountered when one is in school, otherwise, it is difficult to come into contact with them. For a Yuan Wu citizen like him, who was born, it was out of the question. Finally, his family seized an opportunity and sent him to the school's martial arts class. But he failed to seize the opportunity. A strange emotion suddenly rushed to my head. Wu Lingfei felt that his palms and the backs of his hands were covered in sweat, and his whole body felt weak. He finds it difficult to face his parents at home, and even more difficult to face their kindness in raising him over the years. He could even imagine their disappointment at knowing they had been expelled from the martial arts class. A mix of emotions welled up inside me. He somehow ended up in an iron shed. The family was poor, with only a moldy wooden board blocking the entrance, from which sounds seemed to occasionally emanate. Huo Lingfei stood in front of the door for a long time, trying to adjust his mindset, and kept smiling at the puddle of water in front of the door. He didn't want his parents to notice anything unusual about him. I don't want them to lose hope. Living in this cave, although they are all called federal citizens, they stand in stark contrast to the neon-lit buildings in the distance. He only slowly moved the wooden planks and went inside when he felt he was feeling better. Xiao Fei is back. It catches the eye. A simple stir-fry of vegetables and meat was being prepared on a dilapidated wooden table. Hui Yuan, her father, sat on a stool, his dark face full of fatigue, but he was talking and laughing with her mother on the wooden bed. Upon hearing the noise at the door, a smile immediately spread across his face. Today is the day my son, Huo Lingfei, joins the martial arts class. He left for work before dawn, and after a brief rest at noon, he rushed home. Seeing his son Huo Lingfei return home, he couldn't help but ask him questions. And next to it, a thin woman, holding a little girl who only had one leg, couldn't help but smile when she saw Huo Lingfei. I'm back. Big brother, play. Mom and Dad, did my little sister listen to Mom today? Big brother, hug me. I want to play with you. After Huo Lingfei entered the room, he showed no signs of his previous numbness and dejection. Instead, he was all smiles, as if bathed in a spring breeze. But his shadow still lingered deep within my heart. He concealed it very well, and neither his parents nor his sister noticed anything unusual. He played with his younger sister, Hui Yao, for a while. He still seemed unable to hide his emotions. Having sat at the wooden table for a long time without touching his chopsticks, Hui Yuan couldn't help but ask him, "Why aren't we eating yet? What did the troop leader say today?" Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's heart skipped a beat, then a smile spread across her face. "Dad, the head of the martial arts school said I can join the class, and they'll be testing me next month." He hadn't finished speaking. This prompted Hui Yuan to burst into laughter. Good, 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 Xiao Fei really makes his dad proud. Even Hui Yao and her mother Su Lan, who were standing beside her, had smiles on their faces. Wow, big brother is amazing. The childish voice reached Huo Lingfei's ears. As he watched his family basking in joy, his nose seemed to sting a little. A profound silence settled over me. He couldn't withstand the pressure and lied to his parents. It seems they didn't want their expectations to be dashed, and didn't want them to remain trapped in hopeless days. But he has been expelled from the martial arts class and can no longer practice martial arts or make a name for himself. The family's hope has been dashed by him. He gradually lowered his head. He seemed afraid to meet his family's gaze again, fearing they would notice. But then he saw a small black shadow swaying under the wooden table and froze in place. Under the old wooden table, his younger sister's only remaining leg kept swinging in the air. Untouchables, untouchables, untouchables. He seemed to recall the arrogant looks of those people in the martial arts class, and how he had knelt on the ground begging them to accept him, his humble attitude like that of a dog. Huo Lingfei felt a burning heat all over his body, and his heart was filled with a roar. The anger in his chest was already overwhelming. In a daze, he seemed to hear a sound entering his ears. Though born as an ant, one should aspire to great heights. Though life is as fragile as paper, one should possess an indomitable spirit. Congratulations on successfully awakening your talent. Your cultivation level has increased by a year in just one day. Chapter 2, I'll crush you all in 7 days. Talent? Huo Lingfei was shocked. He quickly looked at the words that appeared in his mind and muttered, a year's worth of internal energy in a single day? Upon seeing the words that surfaced in his mind, his emotions were in turmoil. 1 day's worth of skill increases by a year's worth. This is absolutely outrageous. Even Qin Yuan, the high-ranking martial arts master in the martial arts class, has been practicing martial arts for decades before he became a well-known martial arts master. But now, in just a few dozen days, he will be able to match his skill level. Huo Lingfei suppressed his excitement, swept away the gloom in his heart, regained his usual demeanor, and his eyes shone brightly. With such extraordinary talent, he was even able to surpass those so-called aristocratic scions in the martial arts class in a short period of time. Even if one comes from a humble background, has no martial arts resources, and has no famous teachers to guide them, he was also able to catch up quickly, until he overtook them. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei gazed at his parents' graying hair and his father's cheerful laughter, and secretly made a decision in his heart. He won't let his parents down. They will not let down their family's expectations. He recalled how he had knelt on the ground begging and how Qin Yuan and his disciples had mocked him, and he clenched his fists involuntarily. He dared not forget this humiliation, nor could he forget it. 3 years of doing odd jobs have earned me this treatment. I am driven around day and night, treated like a servant in ancient times. Even if they didn't achieve anything, they still put in a lot of effort. He even went to great lengths to please many of them, hoping to build a good relationship with the other disciples after joining the class. But now, Huo Lingfei's anger remained strong, and even though he was overwhelmed by joy, he clearly remembered their attitude. Their martial arts class was the top class at Longyang High School. But, nominally belonging to Longyang High School, it is actually controlled by a martial arts family. Martial arts in this world are monopolized. Ordinary people have little access to it unless they go to school, have outstanding grades and are recommended to martial arts classes, or enter martial arts families through other means. Otherwise, they could only do what Huo Lingfei did, go to great lengths to please him. 10 days later, Longyang High School will hold a martial arts test results conference. It is not limited to the martial arts class. Everyone in the high school who practices martial arts will participate. The group of aristocratic disciples we just saw will also be among them. Although he was kicked out of the martial arts class, his records were still in Longyang High School, so he was naturally eligible to participate. 7 days from now, I'll crush you all. Huo Lingfei felt a surge of resentment. If gaining power in a day or a year was truly possible, then 7 days would be enough for him to crush everyone. The disciples in the martial arts class were around his age, and it was even less likely that they possessed profound skills. After the meal, his father and mother still had smiles on their faces. The father, Huo Yuan, would often grin and say repeatedly, "Our Huo family has produced a prodigy. You should really tell your third uncle and the others." Back then, it was all thanks to the money that a bunch of relatives chipped in to pay for your martial arts class. He then hurriedly put on a worn-out coat and went out. Huo Lingfei suppressed his emotions and played with his younger sister for a while until she fell asleep in her mother's arms. Only then did he leave the iron shed without disturbing their rest. He usually practiced martial arts under a withered tree behind the iron shed. A somewhat rotten, human-shaped wooden stake stands beneath a large tree. These were leftovers from the martial arts class, now obsolete, and it took him a lot of effort to retrieve them. Call. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath and slowly stood in front of the human stake. During his 3 years in the martial arts class, while doing odd jobs, he also observed the disciples practicing martial arts and learned from them. To practice martial arts, one must connect all 36 meridians in the body and generate brute strength. Then, solidify the body's flesh and bones, ignite the fire in the heart, build the bridge of the heart, and become the supreme Yuan Gang martial artist. The Yuan Gang martial artist was the highest realm that Huo Lingfei was familiar with. Even Qin Yuan, the strongest person he had ever met, seemed to be only between the heart flame and the heart bridge. Huo Lingfei remained calm, his mind gradually settling down. Then, looking at the human-shaped wooden stake in front of him, he took a step back. Then simply tie straw cloth around your fists. Bang! With a straight punch, he immediately followed up with a crane claw hand strike, slamming the punch into the human-shaped stake. The human-shaped stake trembled slightly, emitting a slight sway. But in the blink of an eye. The next second, the wind howled, and Huo Lingfei twisted his waist and spun around, unleashing a series of low kicks that struck him fiercely. A dull thud echoed through the room. The human-shaped wooden stake was completely undamaged by these blows, without even a trace. Huo Lingfei, on the other hand, was panting heavily. He secretly learned crane-style fist from watching those people practice martial arts. The moves are not complicated. However, over the past 3 years, he has not made any progress and can only practice secretly at home every night. All things considered, the actual time spent practicing martial arts is probably not much. Crane-style fist 1560 minor mastery. A line of text appeared before my eyes. Huo Lingfei noticed this line of text, pondered it for a moment, and realized that it represented the level he had achieved over the past 3 years. Just 45 points away from reaching the minor mastery level. Huo Lingfei put in all his effort. Although he didn't have a famous teacher to guide him, his movements seemed to gradually become smoother with each punch. And his understanding of crane-style boxing gradually came to him. Martial arts are divided into 3 levels: minor mastery, major mastery, and perfection. Mastering minor mastery means that, at the same level, one can easily deal with several adults who have neither opened their meridians nor mastered any martial arts techniques. If one opens up a meridian, their combat power will rise to another level. Crane-style boxing is primarily about form, with intention as a secondary element. The body is as light and agile as a crane in the clouds, while the claws are as powerful and fierce as a crane. The words of the martial arts instructor reprimanding his disciples echoed in his mind. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, and then swung out again. Pong pang. With his second strike, the claw force in his hand surged and gushed forth, as if a crane had descended from the clouds, and he slammed it into the wooden stake. His body landed as steadily as a boulder, without shifting his center of gravity at all. Crane-style fist 1660 minor mastery. The experience of crane-style boxing has increased slightly. But Huo Lingfei gained more than that. He could feel a meridian in his body being slowly activated as he made his move. Immediately, without any hesitation, he moved again. With each punch, the force seemed to gradually increase, and even the moves became more steady. The human-shaped wooden stake kept making a booming sound. Various claw marks and fist imprints suddenly appeared on it as the number of attacks increased. Boom! With a final, devastating punch, Huo Lingfei felt as if a wave of heat was sweeping through his body and rushing straight to his head. His whole body felt hot, and a surge of power suddenly welled up from deep within him and flowed through his entire body. Chapter 3: Opening 10 Meridians in One Day. One meridian has been opened. As soon as Huo Lingfei felt the energy emanating from his body and the clearly visible meridians that he could sense with a single thought, his breathing became rapid. In less than a short while, he had already opened up one of his meridians and embarked on the path of martial arts. It might take others a month of arduous practice, or even longer, to open up a single meridian. It would take at least several years to fully connect all 36 meridians. Some people even spend their entire lives stuck on the path of opening up their meridians, unable to generate any real strength. Some even have no meridians that can be connected. And him. In less than a quarter of an hour, it was as if a meridian had been opened. Feeling a surge of power engulf his entire body, Huo Lingfei suppressed his excitement, then raised his hand and suddenly thrust out a claw. A force surged through the muscles and bones, suddenly coursing through the entire arm, followed by a loud bang. Bang! It slammed down with tremendous force. The human-shaped wooden stake in front of them was instantly smashed down by a powerful force. With 5 fingers forming claws, the fingertips fierce, they thrust forward with a powerful jab, penetrating deep into the wood. Then Huo Lingfei shouted and quickly grabbed out, sending countless wood chips flying. The opening of one meridian directly boosted his power, making it several times stronger than before. And this is just one meridian. If all 36 meridians are connected, a powerful force will be generated. He could hardly imagine how strong he would be. He might even be able to shatter the wooden stake in front of him with a slight blow. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's eyes gleamed, and without any hesitation, he continued his arduous cultivation. Crane-style fist 1860 minor mastery. Crane-style fist 1960 minor mastery. Crane-style fist 3260 minor mastery. He seemed to have entered a state of self-forgetfulness, frantically pounding on the human-shaped wooden stake in front of him, countless fragments flying everywhere, his strength gradually increasing. If the wooden stakes hadn't been made of high-quality wood, they would probably have been unrecognizable by now. Even so, Huo Lingfei could still be described as perverted. So what if I don't have a famous teacher to guide me? I, Huo Lingfei, will still become a dragon among men, and even become the number 1 in Yuanwu. With this belief, Huo Lingfei's body surged violently, and the feeling of having just opened a meridian reappeared before he could react. Boom! A roaring sound came from within his body once again. Another meridian has been opened. A sense of restlessness suddenly rushed to my head. Huo Lingfei was still immersed in the joy of having just opened up his meridians, but in the blink of an eye, another meridian was completely opened up, making his breathing somewhat uneven. Another meridian has been opened up so quickly? He gasped, feeling the faint sensation of 2 meridians within his body. As the 2 meridians were connected, his power surged once more. And now, he glanced at the sky, exhaled a breath of stale air. It wasn't even evening yet. There was still plenty of time. Ha ha ha. Old Hua, I heard your family has produced a prodigy. This is a big deal in the slums. You've joined the martial arts class at Longyang High School. You're definitely going to be a martial arts master in the future. Old Li, I congratulate you in advance. Oh, Mr. Li, don't be so polite. And this is my daughter, Xiao Yuan, quickly call him uncle. Just as Huo Lingfei was about to continue practicing, he inadvertently heard a series of sounds coming from the iron shed behind him. Upon hearing that familiar voice, he was momentarily stunned, then suddenly realized what it meant. This was his father's boss, so Huo Lingfei naturally recognized him. Huo Yuan has been working odd jobs at a grocery store in the slums for over 10 years, and he has also helped out in his spare time. This voice is naturally familiar to them. Judging from his words, it seemed he had brought his daughter along to visit his home. I've watched your Lingfei grow up since he was a child. He has always been hardworking and diligent in my shop. From that time on, I knew he would amount to something. Unfortunately, just today, I heard that your Lingfei has joined the martial arts class. Has he opened up his meridians? Has he found someone he likes? Hey, Mr. Li, Lingfei just joined the martial arts class and has only just started learning martial arts. He hasn't mentioned his meridians to me yet. I'll ask him about it later. He's been focused on martial arts since he was little, so he probably doesn't have anyone he likes. The words had barely left his lips. The sound seemed somewhat stagnant. But in the blink of an eye, a cheerful voice suddenly rang out, Lingfei is indeed promising. It's alright, anyone who can be admitted to the martial arts class is a dragon among men. You, old Hua, will have a lot to enjoy in the future. I have some things to take care of at my shop. I just happened to hear about your Lingfei on the way, so I came to pay a visit. I'll also give you a day off tomorrow. I'll be going now. After declining Huo Yuan's offer to see him off, Li Quan let his daughter out, shaking his head slightly, looks like he's not anyone special. It's most likely just a fluke. I doubt they'll even be able to master the basics. Upon hearing this, a beautiful woman standing nearby nodded in agreement. Father is right. He has only just entered the martial arts class and may not have even been able to open his meridians once. He hasn't even entered the door of martial arts yet. Moreover, I heard you say before that your son is 18 or 19 years old, which is a bit late for him to start practicing martial arts, and he can no longer master it. Given his family's poverty, his later achievements were unlikely to be very high. His maximum level was probably just to master a few meridians, which is not comparable to those people in the city. This slum is naturally not as good as the city. People here are looked down upon because they have no money or power. There must be something fishy about how Huo Yuan was able to get into the martial arts class. Huo Lingfei frowned, watching the two figures disappear into the distance. With the large trees blocking their view, they hadn't noticed him there. However, he overheard their discussion. But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but shake his head. It was just a minor incident. He no longer cares whether he actually gets into the martial arts class. He has hope. Clear your mind. Huo Lingfei moved again, unleashing the crane fist. Time flew by, and the light in the distance gradually dimmed, but he continued his cultivation as if he were tireless. A booming sound arose from within his body, and every now and then a loud explosion would occur. From initial surprise to subsequent numbness, he seemed to have become accustomed to it. Until the sky completely darkened. He then snapped out of his daze, as if struck by a sudden enlightenment. Open all 10 meridians in one day. Huo Lingfei felt the 10 blurry meridians in his body, his face somewhat dazed, as if he were dreaming. And that's not all. His eyes were filled with immense joy as he stared at the line of words before him. Mastery of Crane Style Fist 76-360. Chapter 4, Crane Style Fist partially mastered, trouble strikes? Crane Style Fist has suddenly broken through to the minor mastery level. With 10 meridians running through his body and mind, Huo Lingfei felt completely comfortable. With a gentle squeeze of his large hand, the veins involuntarily bulged, his muscles rippled, and his blood and chi surged like a dragon. With the completion of 10 meridians and the minor mastery of the crane-style fist, his strength suddenly surged dramatically, even causing him to feel a surge of excitement. The disciples in the martial arts class are only at the meridian stage, with only a handful having crossed the meridian stage and entered the bone condensation stage, while I can open 10 meridians in a single day. Huo Lingfei's eyes sparkled. If this continues, it won't be long before he can completely open up all 36 meridians in his body and cultivate brute strength. Even at the bone coagulation stage, it definitely won't take long. 3 days. With just 3 days, brute force will surely lead to success. His eyes were like fire, like torches, and his body was as stable as a rock. He raised his hand slightly, and the crane fist style flowed through his palm, his hand forming a claw, and the force was generated. He slammed it into the human-shaped wooden stake. Bang! In an instant, the human-shaped wooden stake made a loud bang, and 5 fingers tore through the surface of the wood and embedded themselves in it. Then they yanked it out forcefully. The entire human-shaped wooden stake was instantly torn apart by this force, sending countless wood chips flying everywhere. Claws like strength, roots like a rock, momentum like a crane. Chi and blood like a dragon. Huo Lingfei stared at the wooden stake in front of him that he had smashed with a single blow, and his expression relaxed. It was indeed a minor achievement of crane-style fist. Only. After opening all 10 meridians, his strength surged, and with the crane-style fist at a minor level, he could probably easily kill more than a dozen people. Thinking of this. Call. He couldn't help but exhale a breath of stale air and slowly finished his practice. The sky was dark, and I had unknowingly gone from cultivating during the day to night, yet I was still full of energy. Huo Lingfei untied the bandage in his hand, then looked in the direction of his home and walked towards it. Candlelight shone through the cracks in the iron shed of the house, suggesting that father had probably returned home. He still had to help with cooking and take care of mother and sister. Lingfei? Lingfei. In a daze. There seemed to be a shouting sound coming from afar. Huo Lingfei, who was about to return home, suddenly stopped and turned to look. All I could see was, on the dilapidated street, a somewhat thin man with a stubble beard and his face covered in blood ran frantically toward them. Even the emaciated people on both sides of the street were horrified when they saw him. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, he went straight to her without any hesitation. "Uncle, what happened?" Huo Lingfei frowned, looking at the somewhat hurried man in front of him, and immediately recognized him. The visitor was none other than his uncle, Hu Wei. However, the hideous scar on his forehead was constantly oozing blood, almost soaking his entire face, which was extremely terrifying. Upon seeing Hu Wei's appearance, Huo Lingfei's heart skipped a beat. Quickly go save your dad. That bastard Chen Tu just kidnapped your dad with his men. I was slashed by that beast, but I escaped with my life on the line. When I remembered your dad saying you joined a martial arts class, I rushed here to find you." Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, Hu Wei breathed a sigh of relief. Ignoring the intense pain in his head, he hurriedly said, "Quick, hurry. If we're late, it'll be too late." The words had barely left his lips. "Uncle, where are you?" Huo Lingfei's breathing became rapid. Upon hearing that his father was in trouble, his mind went blank, and a surge of blood rushed to his head. His father was an honest and law-abiding man. How could he have been suddenly arrested? "The east gate of the slum, we just left not long ago, hurry." But Huo Lingfei didn't think that far ahead. Upon hearing the location, his figure shot up with a whoosh and then swept away in a frenzy. "Uncle, could you please look after my mother and sister for me? A piece of trash, owing me so much money, does he think I'm that easy to talk to? I'm telling you, if you don't pay me back today, don't even think about leaving here alive. You really think my reputation here all these years is just for nothing? You didn't even ask the people in the surrounding slums if they knew my name, Chen Tu, was even known?" A burly man, holding a somewhat rusty blade, stood under the dilapidated archway and angrily said, "Still trying to fool me? This afternoon I really thought your son had joined the ranks of martial artists. I was so scared that I immediately asked my connections to inquire, and lo and behold, it turns out your son is a good-for-nothing who couldn't even get into the martial arts class. Let's settle both old and new scores today. I'll pay back all the money I owed before, including the principal and interest. If I can't pay it back, I'll pay it back with my hands and feet. My men are all starving." Under his blade, Hui Yuan was bruised and battered, pressed against a chopping board, his mind blank as he listened to Chen Tu's words. Ignoring the pain all over his body, he trembled and murmured, "My son didn't get into the martial arts class?" Chen Tu's ferocious words echoed in his ears, causing him to tremble violently. Seeing this, several burly men beside him couldn't help but sneer. "You really think your son has joined a martial arts class? Don't you even look at your son? A good-for-nothing. After 3 years of doing menial tasks, he thinks he can join the martial arts class and become a martial artist? You're dreaming. There are people in the slums who serve martial artists for 10 years, and in the end they are all thrown out. And your son wants to enter the world of martial arts? Hurry up and pay off your debts. Letting your uncle go back is already merciful. If he doesn't return within a few hours, we'll come and kill your whole family, and tear your family apart to pay for it." The words fell. Hui Yuan ignored their threats. His mind was blank, and he couldn't come to his senses for a long time. "Xiao Fei, did I lie to him? But why did you lie to me?" His heart trembled, but in an instant, he shook his head frantically. No. This is impossible. As his own father, he knows his son best. How could he possibly lie to him? It's even more impossible for me to deceive him on such an important matter. Smack. Touch your mother. The burly man holding him down frowned and slapped him across the face, yelling, "Go to hell, you old bastard." Puff. The force of the blow was so great that it slapped his face until it was red and swollen, and he couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. The Hua family is probably finished. If you mess with Chen Tu, you're likely to lose your family and your life. He even asked me for money before, saying he wanted to send his son to a martial arts class. It sounded like a bad thing. Luckily, I didn't lend him the money, or I would never have gotten it back. TSK, I heard the news this afternoon that his son had entered the martial arts class. I thought he had made a name for himself, but it turns out it was all a lie. Chen Tu, how dare he borrow money from him? A while ago, his whole family couldn't pay back, so they had their hands and feet chopped off, and then the whole family was eaten by scum in the slums. The poor people passing by couldn't help but stop and discuss Hui Yuan when they saw him in such a state. They recognized Hui Yuan and were used to it. This kind of thing happens every day in the slums. Here, there are no laws, no federal oversight. It's like being abandoned. The crowd was simply enjoying the spectacle. Moreover, most of them had already heard that Hui Yuan's son had joined the martial arts class, and this contrast only made them happier. "Dad, Hui Yuan is one of your shop's employees. Are you sure you're not going to show up?" A woman watched the scene unfold before her and couldn't help but speak. Their shop wasn't far from here, and when they heard that someone had an accident here, especially someone they knew, they couldn't help but come over to check. Upon seeing that it was Hui Yuan who was in trouble, he frowned even more. Li Quan also looked at Hui Yuan on the cutting board and shook his head. "I won't save him. I can find another helper, but he is not worth my time. If my son had been admitted to the martial arts class, it would have been worth it for me to do this. But now, Xiao Yuan, as you know, my son has not been admitted to the martial arts class. It's not worth offending Chen Tu." His expression remained calm. He had no intention of interfering, even though Hui Yuan had worked in their shop for so long. "A bunch of beasts, let go of my dad." Chapter 5, Chen Tu was killed with 2 punches. Who dared to utter a sound? A furious shout suddenly erupted. The deep, furious voice resounded through the dilapidated street. This immediately interrupted their discussion. They couldn't help but look towards the source of the sound. And there it was. A burly figure charged wildly and suddenly burst out from the crowd. Huo Lingfei arrived in an instant, his movements swift. He had run several kilometers from his home and was only slightly out of breath, showing no signs of discomfort. Upon seeing his father being pressed onto a chopping board like a piece of meat, anger surged to his head. "How dare you? How dare you insult my father? Die!" Then, to the astonishment of everyone present, he suddenly sprang up. Without any hesitation, his hands formed claws, his body moved like a crane, and with each breath, a powerful sound seemed to emanate. Crane-style fist quickly ran through my mind. The moves are swift, yet incredibly powerful. Ah! Before anyone could react, a burly figure appeared in front of them in an instant, followed by a shrill scream. The burly man pressing down on Hui Yuan's head let out a painful scream. Then an arm flew straight up. Countless drops of blood splattered out. "Ah, thief!" A terrifying force struck his abdomen. His body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into a somewhat dilapidated house, causing the people inside to scream. The piercing screams and the scene before them suddenly left them stunned. "Dad, are you all right?" After 2 moves, Huo Lingfei's eyes were bloodshot, his body was burning hot, and his blood rushed to his head. Seeing his father's swollen cheeks, he was even more furious. My own father was bullied like this by these beasts. Lingfei? The familiar voice immediately made Hui Yuan's eyes widen. "I just heard that my son failed to get into the martial arts class. Although I don't believe it, I am a little shaken." But now, seeing Huo Lingfei suddenly appear and then knock the big man beside him away with 2 moves, his mouth couldn't help but open wide. There seemed to be some shock in his eyes. Even Chen Tu and the others standing nearby couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. "You bastard! You're asking for it. Fuck your mother, you little bastard, I'll fuck you to death." But in the blink of an eye, they reacted instantly, and upon seeing their companion being knocked away, they flew into a rage. Etc. Just then, Chen Tu squinted at Huo Lingfei's sudden attack and immediately stopped the surrounding burly men, demanding, "Who are you?" He saw Huo Lingfei's attack just now. One hand formed a claw, and his lower body was as stable as a rock. Moreover, his own men were knocked away in just 2 moves. This person clearly possesses martial arts skills. They are either a trained practitioner or have some special techniques. "You beast! You kidnapped my father, insulted my father, and dare to ask who I am?" Court death. After checking that his father's injuries were not serious, Huo Lingfei breathed a slight sigh of relief. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but shout angrily. The sound was like rolling thunder, instantly turning Chen Tu's gaze cold. So he's Huo Yuan's son. He's got some skills. Snort. Your dad owes me money, and it's only right for me to collect. If you don't come up with 30,000 federal dollars today, don't even think about leaving here alive. Upon hearing that he was Huo Yuan's son, Chen Tu grinned maliciously. He thought it was some martial arts expert coming to his door. I didn't expect it to be just a useless person, but he did have some skill, managing to knock his own men away in just 2 moves. But I suppose he just copied a few moves in the martial arts class. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed slightly. When did their family ever owe money? He couldn't help but look at his father. I, Huo Yuan, would rather die than owe anyone money. Chen Tu, I've already paid you back the money I borrowed before. How could I possibly owe you so much? Huo Yuan, standing to the side, seemed still immersed in the shock brought by his son. However, upon hearing Chen Tu's words, he couldn't help but turn red with anger. Previously, in order to find a spot for his son to work as a handyman in the martial arts class, even with the help of his relatives, it wasn't enough, so he had to borrow money from Chen Tu. But so much time has passed. He had already paid back the money he owed Chen Tu. How could I possibly still owe 30,000? This is several times more than all of the previous amounts combined. Given their family's circumstances, even if they worked for several more years, they definitely wouldn't be able to pay back this money. The money you've paid back isn't enough. Are you trying to fill my teeth? Upon hearing this, Chen Tu's face lit up with joy, and his smile became even brighter. You only paid the interest, but not the principal. The principal hasn't been paid back for 3 years, so it should increase, shouldn't it? Do you think I'm an idiot, lending you money for nothing? If we accept this little bit, not only will I disagree, but my men will also disagree. Ha 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 ha. Boss Chen is right. That little bit of money is barely enough to fill a tooth gap? The people standing nearby couldn't help but grin as they listened to their words. After Chen Tu finished speaking, his smile vanished, his expression turning indifferent. He slammed the blade of his knife into the ground. I'll give you a chance. Either I kill your entire family and pay with your bodies, or you hand over 30,000 federal credits within half an hour. Ah! He had barely finished speaking. Huo Lingfei suddenly appeared before them, their eyes meeting, and Huo Lingfei's gaze was filled with intense anger. Upon hearing that Chen Tu was going to kill his entire family, he immediately flew into a rage. The 10 meridians in the body were activated instantly. The crane-form fist was unleashed in an instant. A piercing scream suddenly echoed throughout the entire venue. Huo Lingfei punched him squarely in the abdomen, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. His 5 fingers were embedded in the abdomen, and then he pulled hard, instantly pulling out a large piece of flesh. Even the blade in his hand fell off involuntarily. Before he could react, his blood-stained, varicose fingers violently gripped his head. With terrifying force, he grabbed Chen Tu's head and slammed it into the ground. Bang! His vision went upside down, he suddenly flipped over, and then smashed into a small crater. Fuck your mother, you want to kill my whole family? Go to hell. The next second, he gathered his strength and slammed his fist down. With a cracking sound, blood spurted out. Chen Tu's head was smashed open by Huo Lingfei. Even before he died, his pupils were wide open, finding it extremely hard to believe that he would actually die. And he died at the hands of Huo Lingfei. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to have figured something out, and his strength became incredibly ruthless, even surpassing that of someone like myself who was about to open up a meridian. There's only one possibility. The meridians in his body have been opened. I've actually provoked a martial artist. That's the thought that crossed my mind. He wished he could skin the person who told him Huo Lingfei had been kicked out of the martial arts class alive. Is this someone who has never practiced martial arts? Is this still a piece of trash? But its vitality had already vanished, leaving it with endless regret as it completely lost consciousness. Huo Lingfei, his face splattered with blood and his eyes cold, grabbed Chen Tu, whose head had been half blown apart by a punch, and roared angrily. Who else? Chapter 6 is shocking. The words had barely left his lips. A deathly silence fell over the crowd. Their pupils dilated, and they stared at the scene in disbelief, unable to recover for a long time. Even Huo Yuan was stunned by his son's ferocious physique. Everyone found it utterly unbelievable. Chen Tu's head was blown off by Huo Lingfei's punch. In the short time they were stunned, he was completely killed by him. That blood-stained face was etched into everyone's hearts like a nightmare. You've entered the martial arts realm? Li Quan's face froze. He stared at Huo Lingfei with wide eyes, as if he had seen a ghost. As the owner of a general store at the east gate of this slum, the fact that he can stand here shows he has a broad perspective. This is something that only martial artists who have opened their meridians can do. Everyone in the surrounding area knows very well what kind of person Chen Tu is. A skilled loan shark, a martial artist backed by the new city, he exploited the slums, becoming incredibly powerful. Relying on a few techniques passed down from his superiors, he made a name for himself in the slums. He even estimated that in a few years he would be able to open a meridian, become a martial artist, and move out of this slum. But now, he was actually killed by Huo Yuan's son, Huo Lingfei. Moreover, upon seeing Huo Lingfei, his brows furrowed into a tight knot. His energy and spirit were so abundant, and the pressure he exuded was just like that of the martial artists he had encountered upon entering the new city. After witnessing Huo Lingfei blast Chen Tu to pieces with a single punch, his breathing became somewhat labored. Once his meridians are opened, killing Chen Tu would be no problem at all. But this punch shattered half of his head. Judging from the force and the moves he made just now, it was clear that he hadn't just opened a meridian. It's at least 5 or 6. But wasn't he kicked out of the martial arts class? Li Quan stared solemnly at Huo Lingfei. Ever since he left the Huo family, he had someone investigate, and Chen Tu's words were true. He had already been kicked out of the martial arts class. How could a menial servant possibly become a martial artist, and even have at least 5 or 6 meridians open? His mind was filled with confusion, and even his young daughter beside him froze, asking in a low voice, "Dad, has he entered the martial arts world?" In the blink of an eye, after hearing her father's affirmation, and even his slight underestimation, her expression seemed somewhat unnatural. Not long ago, she was discussing Huo Lingfei's matter with her father. But now, before a day has even passed, she has been directly slapped in the face, and she immediately felt ashamed. Shun. Boss Chen, he's dead? On the side. Several burly men immediately realized what was happening and turned pale as they looked at the corpse that Huo Lingfei was holding in his hand. Then, upon meeting Huo Lingfei's murderous gaze, his body suddenly went limp. Run! Run! Our boss messed with some martial artists and got killed. Without any hesitation, they were terrified and fled in all directions. The sound reached the ears of everyone nearby, instantly pulling them back from what they had just witnessed, and they couldn't help but gasp. This, Chen Tu is actually dead. Huo Yuan's son is so amazing? This Chen Tu was actually killed with just 2 punches. He must have become a martial artist. We've been fooled. Huo Lingfei must have joined the martial arts class, otherwise how could he have become a martial artist? Upon seeing Huo Lingfei's expression, everyone was so frightened that they quickly retreated, hiding in the cold, smelly alley, muttering to themselves as they watched his figure. Chen Tu was killed by Huo Lingfei with just 2 punches. What else could he be but a martial artist? It seems the Huo family is poised to soar to great heights thanks to Huo Lingfei. Dad, are you alright? Huo Lingfei watched the other burly men flee, casually tossed Chen Tu to the ground, and then approached Huo Yuan. Seeing Huo Yuan's rapid breathing and extremely agitated expression, she spoke softly and then helped him up from the ground. He had barely finished speaking. Huo Yuan suddenly came to his senses. Xiaofei, are you a martial artist? He never expected his son to be so fierce. They simply slaughtered Chen, and what's more, he didn't even have a chance to resist. Like everyone else, he also thought his son had become a martial artist. Yes. Huo Lingfei nodded without hesitation and immediately admitted it. Martial artist is a term for someone who cultivates martial arts. Once the first meridian in the body is opened, one can be called a martial artist. Now that all 10 meridians in his body have been opened, he naturally deserves the title of a martial artist. Okay. Huo Yuan ignored the pain on his face, his eyes burning with passion. He said good several times and did not question Huo Lingfei, but acted as if nothing had happened. He knew that what Chen Tu said was true, but he didn't believe it at first. But now, seeing that his son has become a martial artist, what does it matter if he didn't join a martial arts class? Huo Lingfei's identity as a martial artist was enough to allow him to roam freely in this slum. Chapter 7 Crisis, 8 Families and 6 Gangs. Huo Lingfei helped his father slowly home, and along the way, people around them looked at them with respect. Within the Yuanwu Federation, martial artists hold the highest status, followed by ordinary citizens residing in the city, with the lowest class being those living in slums like theirs. The appearance of a martial artist can cause a huge upheaval. And this martial artist came from their slum. Not to mention, the scene of Huo Lingfei killing Chen Tu with 2 punches was still fresh in everyone's mind, so no one dared to step forward. They could only sigh in private, the Huo family has produced a prodigy. Outside the dilapidated iron shed, Huo Chui looked anxious. Other relatives of Huo Lingfei gathered around him. They rushed over as soon as they heard that Huo Yuan was in trouble. After learning that Huo Yuan had been captured by Chen Tu and hearing that he was demanding 30,000 federal credits, everyone's expressions turned grim. They knew very well who Chen Tu was. That was a true butcher, someone who would kill an entire family without batting an eye, and Huo Yuan was actually captured by him. And they even demanded 30,000 federal dollars, which they couldn't afford even if they emptied their entire family's savings. This isn't about money, it's about lives. Thinking of this, everyone's face turned pale. Even Huo Chui looked anxious, and he only gave the wound on his head a simple bandage before disregarding everything else. Lingfei has already gone. He has joined the martial arts class. Even if Chen Tu is cruel, he has to think twice. Let's not think too much about it now and go help Lingfei. Leave a few people to look after Xiaolan and her daughter. He had barely finished speaking. Several other relatives nodded in agreement, and everyone was about to go and help, but in the blink of an eye, they all stopped in their tracks. They looked into the depths of the street and saw 2 figures slowly walking towards them. Upon closer inspection, they realized that it was none other than Huo Lingfei and his son Huo Yuan. It's Lingfei. Huo Yuan is back too. What happened? Upon seeing the person who had arrived, the crowd was stunned for only a moment before rushing forward. When they saw Huo Lingfei's face covered in blood, they couldn't help but gasp. They hadn't expected the two to return so quickly, and even Huo Yuan hadn't noticed any injuries. But Huo Lingfei. Seeing so many relatives gathered at their door, Huo Lingfei and Huo Yuan were momentarily taken aback. Then, after hearing their questions, Huo Yuan smiled. It's nothing. That Chen Tu has already been killed by my Lingfei. Eldest brother, second brother, little sister has worked hard to take care of my family. It's all right. What? Upon hearing Huo Yuan's words, they breathed a sigh of relief, but upon hearing the last sentence, their eyes widened in shock. Chen Tu was killed by Lingfei? As if they had heard something astonishing, they were instantly stunned and stood frozen in place. Then, seeing the bloodstains on Huo Lingfei's face, he was somewhat dazed, as if he could hardly believe the fact for a moment. They thought that Chen Tu had found out that Lingfei had joined the martial arts class and dared not act recklessly, so he released him. Unexpectedly, he was killed by Huo Lingfei. Lingfei, you've entered the martial arts world? On the side, Huo Chui seemed to notice that Huo Lingfei's spirit was somewhat different, and subconsciously asked a question. Upon seeing him nod, his mouth involuntarily opened wide. He just asked casually, and he never expected it to be true. Those who have entered the martial arts world naturally possess a different spirit and energy than people like them. Huo Lingfei's spirit and energy were like a fierce tiger, and even those standing next to him were overwhelmed by it. He hadn't noticed it at first because of Huo Yuan's situation, and only realized it now. The other relatives were still reeling from the news that Chen Tu had been killed by Huo Lingfei. Upon hearing this, he was greatly surprised, even more so than when he heard that Huo Lingfei had been admitted to the martial arts class. Really? Lingfei's really something. A martial artist, indeed. Yuan, you'll have to take good care of him in the future. This kid, I knew he'd amount to something. Back when Master Qin from Longyang High School was recruiting handymen, I knew you could do it, and look at you now, you've become a martial artist. They immediately started talking all at once, their eyes shining as they looked at Huo Lingfei. Given the conditions of the slums, for someone to emerge as a martial artist was practically a meteoric rise to the top. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei kept responding, his eyes filled with gratitude. The money he earned for doing odd jobs was all pooled together by relatives and others. They said that once he became more capable, he would definitely help as much as he could. After chatting with Hu Chui and the others for a while, and learning that everything was alright, they did not linger. As he left, he was all smiles, repeatedly saying he wanted to introduce Ling Fei to someone. Before Ling Fei could speak, Hu Yuan beside him quickly responded with a smile. This is troublesome. Seeing this, Ling Fei could only remain silent. After gaining talent, he had only martial arts in his heart and nothing else. Hu Yuan glanced at his son's expression and said indifferently, "It's just a marriage. Your uncle's son got married at 14, and you're already 18. It's just a pity that we don't have any money at home right now. We can talk about it for now, and then we can find another place when you have the ability." Ling Fei couldn't bring himself to refuse, so he could only agree, figuring he could just explain things later. After wiping the blood off his face, Ling Fei returned home with his father. The mother and younger sister had been worried for a long time at home, and their faces turned pale when they learned that Hu Yuan had been arrested. However, seeing the two return safely, they couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. He briefly explained the situation to his mother, concealing the fact that he had killed Chen Tu, and only said that he had let Ling Fei return because he had joined the martial arts class, so that they would not worry. Su Lan was finally relieved. After dinner, Hu Yuan chatted with his family until late at night. After they fell asleep, he gestured to his son and then quietly left the house. His gaze was somewhat somber, as if he were deep in thought, and he seemed preoccupied. Seeing his son emerge, he looked at the few poor men sleeping on the dilapidated street and couldn't help but speak. "I just couldn't fall asleep and I suddenly thought of something." The words had barely left his lips. Upon hearing this, Ling Fei, who was following behind Hu Yuan, was taken aback. "Dad, what is it?" "That Chen Tu you killed earlier was actually a lackey of the old gang." Hu Yuan's expression was grave. "No wonder I've been wondering why I felt uneasy ever since you killed Chen Tuesday. I only just remembered that I overheard Boss Lee talking about it in the shop earlier. It's just that your dad's memory isn't very good, and I couldn't remember for a moment." "Oh no." He seemed to have thought of something again, and his face turned somewhat ashen. As soon as he finished speaking, Ling Fei frowned slightly. "The old gang?" But then he hesitated for a moment. "Is it that old gang in the city?" Listening to his father's words, he suddenly thought of the power in the new city of Yunhai, the 8 families and 6 gangs. 8 great martial arts families and 6 powerful gangs. It is the most core force in the Yunhai martial arts world. Even they have heard of it. It controls almost all martial arts resources, and below it. These are martial arts families of varying sizes, as well as high school students. And the old gang was none other than one of the 6 major gangs. "Yes, it's that old gang. This is troublesome." Hu Yuan's eyes darkened. He had just realized that Chen Tu was a lackey of the old gang. This was a secret, and even he had only heard about it by chance from his boss. If he could have remembered at the time, he might have stopped his son immediately. After all, killing a lackey of the old gang is no joke. Although he was nominally a lackey, he was still a member of the old gang. The 6 major gangs, in particular, are extremely concerned about their reputation. If other martial artists were to kill them, they would at most be punished. But they came from the slums. Born at the bottom of the Yuan Wu sect, a martial artist who rose to prominence through luck without any background or support, and who came from the slums, yet still managed to offend the 6 major gangs. They could probably be crushed with a single finger. Hearing his father's words, Ling Fei lowered his eyes. He never expected that Chen Tu was actually a lackey of the old gang. But even so, he did not regret his choice at the time. Since it involved the safety of his family, even if it happened again, he would not hesitate to kill Chen Tu on the spot. "Dad, it's alright, I've already entered the martial arts world, I'll take care of anything that happens." Ling Fei said softly, "After all, I killed him, so it won't implicate my family." "Bullshit, you're talking nonsense, aren't you? Chenggu people are all braggarts, yet they claim they can shoulder the burden themselves." Hu Yuan frowned and couldn't help but speak. Then, as he spoke, he seemed to think of Ling Fei's performance today, and his voice gradually faded away. "This matter needs a solution for the old gang, but at least things should be calm for the next few days." Sigh. "It's getting late, let's go to sleep first, I'll try to think of a solution for you tomorrow." He sighed softly, his expression remaining calm. This was only because his son had become a martial artist. If he hadn't, he would probably have been left to die. They watched as Hu Yuan slowly returned home. Ling Fei kept his eyes lowered, and murmured, "The old gang." To be honest, he wasn't afraid. On the very first day, he had already opened 10 meridians. A few days later, his strength will surely advance by leaps and bounds again. Perhaps by the time the old gang arrives, he will have already reached the level of solidifying flesh and bones. By then, he would have accumulated enough resources to handle the crisis facing the old gang. After all, Chen Tu hadn't even entered the realm of martial arts. Call. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei let out a long breath. This was the first time his father had called him out. It had never happened before. In the past, whenever something happened, her father almost always took the blame. Even the biggest problems wouldn't be discussed with family members. If his uncle hadn't come looking for him today, he wouldn't have known that his father had borrowed money from Chen Tu before. If he didn't have talent and hadn't entered the martial arts world, he would probably have lost his family and his life long ago. That's the thought that crossed my mind. He then found it difficult to sleep. Mastery of Crane Style Fist 76-360. His eyes were still bright and sparkling, so he naturally couldn't waste this talent. He has already mastered the Crane Style Fist, but he is not satisfied with that. He wants to master it in a short period of time. Practice hard. Train like crazy. Huo Lingfei quietly returned to his training ground and stared at the wooden stake he had wrecked beyond recognition. He then moved to another spot and came to the base of a dead tree. Drink! Immediately, shouts erupted from all sides. He moved instantly, and the crane-form fist was unleashed in a flash. Chapter 8. Would you be willing to become my disciple? Mastery of Crane Style Fist 120-360. After a night of cultivation, Huo Lingfei's eyes were still bright and his body was full of energy, showing no signs of weakness. He watched as the crane-form fist advanced further and couldn't help but take a deep breath. One night of practice had propelled his crane fist skill to 120 proficiency, bringing him close to the mastery level of 360. He will likely be able to master the crane-style fist within the next few days. And, more importantly, bang! Huo Lingfei slightly raised his hand and gently squeezed it, and a crisp popping sound suddenly rang out. The air was compressed by a tremendous force, forcibly creating an explosive force. His veins were bulging and his muscles were bulging. He seemed to have grown considerably larger. After a night of cultivation, he managed to open 3 more meridians, bringing the total number of meridians in his body to 13. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei grinned. Only 23 more meridians, 2 days away from completing all 36. Just give him 2 more days. Completely opening up all 36 meridians in the body is not a problem. By then, with his brute strength, he will surely be able to withstand any crisis. A martial artist with brute force is not to be underestimated. He must have spent at least 10 years immersed in martial arts. But, thinking of this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but lower his eyes. He can now gain a year's worth of cultivation in a single day of practice. In just one day, he has already opened up 13 meridians, surpassing the cultivation of others who have toiled for 3 or 4 years. This has already transcended a year of cultivation. Could it be that I am actually a martial arts genius? Huo Lingfei frowned slightly, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it was true. He had previously practiced crane-style fist for 3 years, and the total effective training time he had accumulated was probably only a few months. In just a few months, one can master crane-style fist to a proficiency level of 15. Based on this calculation, being able to achieve a minor level of mastery in just 2 or 3 years demonstrates truly remarkable talent. And, prior to this, Huo Lingfei had never taken any medicinal baths or received any major medicine assistance. He had always practiced martial arts by figuring things out on his own. To have a proficiency level of 15 is truly astonishing. It's possible that my talent could increase my cultivation level by a year in a single day. That's just the minimum. He shook his head, not thinking much of it, untied the tattered bandages, watched as a halo of light seemed to rise on the horizon, and started walking towards his home. His chi and blood are like those of a dragon and a tiger, his lower body is as solid as a rock, and his crane-style fist shows signs of initial success. What a fine young martial artist! Whose disciple are you, to possess such a magnificent appearance? A voice of praise suddenly rang in Huo Lingfei's ears. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei froze, then turned around abruptly. All I could see was... Standing atop the roots of the withered tree was a middle-aged man dressed in a Zhongshan suit. His sharp eyes immediately discerned Huo Lingfei's current level, but his expression seemed somewhat puzzled. But, why is she in this slum, and... He seemed to have thought of something, his eyes narrowing slightly. He even killed one of my old gang's dogs. Upon seeing the unexpected person, Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed, and upon seeing the location, his pupils widened in shock. He hadn't even noticed its figure. When did he arrive? This shows that he knew everything about his cultivation throughout the night. The old gang? But in the blink of an eye, after hearing what the middle-aged man said next, his expression instantly turned wary, and he was shaken. The middle-aged man in front of them turned out to be a member of the old gang. He originally thought it would take at least a few days, but he didn't expect it to come so quickly. And to be able to appear beside him without anyone noticing, one must at least be at the heart bridge level. Otherwise, how could he not have noticed a martial artist standing right in front of him with his own life force? Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's expression immediately turned somewhat awkward. He stared at the middle-aged man's figure in front of him, and forced himself to remain calm. You are a senior member of the old gang. Why are you spying on a junior practicing martial arts? That Shen Tu insulted my father and even threatened to kill my whole family. I was forced to fight back and had no choice but to kill him. Spying? A quick-witted and sharp-tongued youngster. You killed one of my gang's lackeys and then acted as if it were perfectly justified. How dare you? I am Li Jinlong. Junior, accept my challenge. His body suddenly landed, his toes lightly touching the ground. Only then did Huo Lingfei see his exact figure, which was even more burly than his own. Before he could recover, a loud bang rang out, and a huge fist came crashing down on him. Huo Lingfei was horrified and had no time to dodge, so he could only raise his hand and throw a punch. Bang! When their fists collided, he felt as if he had slammed into a wall, and then his entire arm was instantly racked with pain. He was blasted back countless steps by this force. Your strength is quite impressive, having opened up more than 10 meridians. No wonder you dared to kill Chen Tu, you were confident in your abilities. He landed his punch lightly, and couldn't help but admire it. Young man, show me your crane-style fist, or I'll strangle you to death. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, but the tingling sensation in his arms kept surging through his mind. This was the first time he had encountered such a powerful opponent. Without any hesitation, he stomped his foot on the ground, and his body shot out instantly, activating all 13 meridians in his body. With 5 fingers forming claws, his body as swift as a crane in the clouds, and his momentum unstoppable. Like a crane striking down, it suddenly charged towards the middle-aged man in front of it. You've mastered the crane form quite well, and your strength is decent, but why is your physique so clumsy? Upon seeing Huo Lingfei's moves, the middle-aged man nodded in approval, but upon seeing Huo Lingfei's figure, he frowned deeply. He could tell at a glance that although Huo Lingfei had a good grasp of crane-style fist, his footwork was chaotic, and even his use of force was messy. He was just using brute force to swing. Which martial arts family is this, that they teach like this? What a waste of a seed. He moved his large hand lightly, without making any movement, and with just a single palm strike, he directly hit Huo Lingfei. Boom! A dull thud sounded. Huo Lingfei's body flew backward instantly and crashed hard onto the ground. The middle-aged man in front of him broke his crane-style fist with just one move. Seeing this situation, his brows furrowed even more. Didn't your elders tell you about the weaknesses and disadvantages of crane-style fist? How could this be so full of flaws? Although he had achieved some mastery of crane-style fist, he had no grasp of practical combat techniques, and was completely unaware of its weaknesses and disadvantages. Huo Lingfei was covered in dust and felt a sharp pain in his abdomen. He immediately realized that there was a huge disparity in strength between the two sides, but he still endured the pain and got up. We belong to no sect or school, and have no elders to guide us. Kill us if you want, but please, senior, show mercy and spare my family. He had just finished speaking. The middle-aged man in front of him seemed to pause for a moment, then his brows furrowed into a deep frown. No sect or school? There are no elders in the family? Boy, who are you? How did you cultivate martial arts without any guidance, and how did you even open 13 meridians and achieve minor mastery of the crane-formed fist? He pressed for answers, and his expression froze upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words. How does one become a martial artist without belonging to any sect or school? Moreover, he has mastered the crane-formed fist to a minor level, which is even more impossible. How could he have mastered the crane-formed fist without a teacher's guidance? Without a teacher to guide you through the basics of martial arts, you won't even understand the meridians within your body, let alone master any martial arts techniques. How is this repaired? A series of questions flooded my mind. His complexion suggested that his breathing had become more rapid. However, considering Huo Lingfei's performance during their fight, he became more inclined to believe that Huo Lingfei had neither a teacher nor any elders. After all, which elder doesn't tell the younger generation some important points? Not to mention, he hadn't even mastered the 6 steps of a martial artist. His footwork was extremely chaotic and awkward, and he hadn't grasped the power exertion. Having already opened 13 meridians, it's impossible for him not to know these things. Thinking of this, he lowered his eyes slightly, gazing at Huo Lingfei before him. Suddenly, as if he had realized something, his eyes burned with fervor. "Good lad, you come from the slums?" He recalled what Chen Tu's underlings had said before he came. A martial artist emerged from the slums. With this thought in mind, the burning desire in his eyes intensified. If he came from the slums, then what he said was true. After all, martial artists from the slums are extremely clumsy, and even if they become martial artists, they are not well liked, which explains why no one guides them. And to be honest, he was extremely tempted by such a promising martial arts talent. He has already considered taking on apprentices. Without anyone's guidance or instruction, he was able to open up 13 meridians in his body, and more importantly, he achieved minor mastery of the crane-style fist. This is enough to demonstrate his talent, and even with his discerning eye, it was enough to make an exception and accept him as a disciple. Moreover, he must not have used a medicinal bath before. If this is combined with medicinal baths and meditation, what a disaster it would be. It would be the same no matter who did it. Yes. I learned the crane-style fist by chance, and it helped me open up my meridians. Upon hearing his words, Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes slightly and admitted it without hesitation. But in the blink of an eye. Okay. The man before him couldn't help but exclaim in praise, "Good lad, to have cultivated to this level from the slums. I am Li Jinlong from the old gang. Would you be willing to become my disciple?" Chapter 9: Joining the Old Gang. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened immediately. He seemed shocked upon hearing this. Li Jinlong, the former gangster gun-wielding villain? He couldn't help but recall that when he served those scions of noble families in the martial arts class, he often heard them discuss the masters of the other 8 great families and 6 major gangs. And the gun demon Li Jinlong is frequently mentioned by them. The top spearman in the martial arts world of Yunhai City. The leader of the 6 former gang leaders, he was a master of spear fighting with unparalleled skill and was known as a generation's spear master. His heart pounded as he thought of this. He never expected that the middle-aged man in front of him was actually the legendary Li Jinlong. No wonder he seemed to possess unfathomable strength at first glance, and even after observing him all night, he still couldn't detect his figure. However, he couldn't understand why Li Jinlong would appear in the slums. Logically speaking, someone like him would probably look down on such a place, so why would he come here? Is the junior willing? Li Jinlong's eyes were full of admiration. Such a prodigy deserved to become his disciple. Although being born in a slum may be criticized. But so what? Given his position and abilities, solving these problems would not be difficult. Especially after learning Huo Lingfei's identity, his eyes burned with passion. In his view, Huo Lingfei is exceptionally talented. If he is carefully nurtured, he could shine brightly. He was extremely patient. Seeing that Huo Lingfei seemed to be standing there in a daze, he did not urge him, but let him think about it carefully. Huo Lingfei's breathing remained rapid. Upon learning that the person in front of him was Li Jinlong and that he was to be taken as a disciple, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. The martial arts class he had dreamed of joining, which he longed to join day and night, was almost insignificant compared to becoming Li Jinlong's disciple. In terms of status, the martial arts class at Longyang High School is only lowly, and its class leader, Qin Yuan, would probably have to kneel and worship in front of Li Jinlong. All 6 leaders of the old gang were at least Yuan gang martial artists. Those were real martial artists. Instead of being called warriors like them. Moreover, all he currently possesses is the craneform fist. Once he has mastered the craneform fist, there will be no other martial arts for him to practice, which will likely slow down his advancement speed considerably. He already knew that his father had found out he hadn't joined the martial arts class. When he arrived earlier, he had already heard the noisy discussions around him. However, his father did not question him, but acted as if nothing had happened. This is why he was so eager to confirm when everyone asked him if he had become a martial artist. He was afraid to see the disappointed and dejected look on his father's face. After his meridians were opened, he was even more unwilling to see it. In addition to the matter of Chen Tu. I do. Thinking of this. Without any hesitation, Huo Lingfei knelt down on the ground with a thud, disciple Huo Lingfei greets master. Bang bang bang. He suddenly kowtowed 3 times to Li Jinlong. Good. Li Jinlong smiled slightly as he watched Huo Lingfei's actions, without dodging, and took the 3 blows head on. From this day forward, you will be my 4th disciple, Li Jinlong. Above you are 3 senior brothers and sisters, each of whom has their own special skills. He then raised his hand and pulled out a token with 3 large characters written on it in a flamboyant style, Old Gang Token. He tossed it to Huo Lingfei in front of him and continued, now that you are my disciple, you have joined my old gang. Among the 8 families and 6 gangs in Yunhai City, my old gang still carries some weight. Hold this token. If anything happens in the future, just use my name. If that still doesn't work, then use the banner of the old gang. I am one of the 6 leaders of the old gang. Today, I just happened to pass by the slums and heard that some of my old gang members had gotten into trouble, so I decided to come and take a look. Chen Tu was just a lackey, killing him is no big deal. The words had barely left his lips. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's expression relaxed slightly, and he bowed deeply in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, teacher." A huge weight was lifted from his heart. He was initially worried about the old gang members coming, so he worked hard to cultivate. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, he had become Li Jinlong's disciple. I have some matters to attend to. Please bring your token and come to the old gang to find me today. After accepting Huo Lingfei's help, Li Jinlong didn't linger. He was just passing by tonight and had some important business to attend to. After giving the instructions, Huo Lingfei felt a blur before his eyes, and Li Jinlong disappeared. Seeing this situation. This is the bearing of a Yuan gang martial artist. Huo Lingfei's eyes shone brightly. This was the power he had been searching for. He gripped the token tightly, took a deep breath, and put it away. Seeing that it was already dawn, I went home without hesitation. His father had already gotten up. Although he was a little puzzled that Huo Lingfei hadn't slept, he didn't think too much about it and assumed it was because of pressure from the old gang. He told Huo Lingfei not to worry and that he would find a way. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei just smiled. His father didn't know that he had joined the old gang and even become Li Jinlong's apprentice. However, the news was too shocking, so he didn't tell his father about it right away. Instead, they chose to take it slow. After all, so much has happened today. Nobody would believe it if someone suddenly said he joined an old gang and became their apprentice. Not to mention, her father already knew that she hadn't joined the martial arts class. They certainly wouldn't believe what he said. Then, I ate a simple breakfast. Before Huo Yuan left for work, Huo Lingfei stuffed the money that Qin Yuan had previously knocked away into Huo Yuan's pocket. He seemed to shudder, realizing what his son had done. But he didn't say anything and went straight out to work. Only her mother and younger sister remained at home. After telling his mother that he had something to do, Huo Lingfei went out, but he locked the door behind him and told his neighbor next door, handing him some money. Ask them to take better care of their mother and sister. He still remembers that a few years ago, when his mother was still able to work, only his younger sister was left at home. But then, some scoundrels from the slums broke in and tore off one of his sister's legs and ate it. If it weren't for the neighbor discovering it, it probably would have eaten me whole. At the time, my father and I were in a bloodthirsty frenzy, and we beat several scoundrels to a pulp. Even beating them to death didn't quell our anger. When her mother found out, she was so frightened that she lost her mind. Coupled with being overworked, she had no choice but to stay in bed at home to take care of her younger sister. The slums are almost entirely populated by bad people. They can hardly be called human. Although they have human appearances, they do demonic things. Cannibalism is their greatest instinct. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, suppressing his emotions. His mother was at home with the neighbors looking after her. She should be fine. After leaving the slum, he slowly walked to a dilapidated bus stop, gazing at the countless neon-lit buildings standing in the distance, his thoughts drifting. He originally planned to go back to Longyang High School. After all, even though he was kicked out of the martial arts class, his records were still there, only temporarily borrowed by Qin Yuan under the guise of a menial job. But that's no longer necessary. He had already become Li Jinlong's disciple, and his rise to prominence was instantaneous. Longyang High School could no longer offer him much help. Within Yuanwu, almost all citizens need to go to school, even those living in slums. But calling it going to school would be an understatement. In reality, most of the time was spent doing manual labor. When slum dwellers go to school, most are assigned to do dirty and tiring jobs. He was already numb. If it weren't for his father securing him a spot as a handyman in the martial arts class, giving him a glimmer of hope. He would probably be just like everyone else. But Huo Lingfei's eyes were somewhat cold. The thought of being humiliated made a cold glint appear in his eyes. Soon. He has now opened 13 meridians and is not far from generating powerful energy. Watching the dilapidated bus speeding towards him, Huo Lingfei stepped onto it without hesitation. This is the only bus line connecting the slum to the city. People from the slum are generally prohibited from entering the city, except for students and some slum dwellers who have obtained temporary passes to enter and exit the city. As a student, Huo Lingfei was naturally able to participate. Yunhai City imposes extremely high restrictions on citizens of the slums, allowing them only to enter and exit high schools and prohibiting them from going to other places. However, these restrictions are not a problem for Huo Lingfei at present. After the bus stopped, he showed the token given to him by Li Jinlong and was immediately allowed to pass. The old gang's token is extremely useful. As one of the 6 major gangs in Yunhai City, the old gang naturally has a voice. After transferring to an extremely luxurious old gang car, Huo Lingfei's eyes were filled with surprise and admiration. This was the first time he had entered an area other than the school. What was even more unexpected was that not only the old gangs, but also the other major gangs and families had their own special cars for transfers. Compared to the filthy and chaotic conditions in the slums, this place is almost worlds apart. I got off the bus. The old gang is located in the most prosperous area of Yunhai City. In addition, the other 5 major gangs also stand around it, which is extremely impressive when viewed from a distance. Various towering classical buildings reach into the sky, and countless crowds come and go, creating a lively and bustling scene. In the very center stands a huge and elegant hall, with the character old written in a flamboyant style. After Huo Lingfei arrived at the old gang, a kind-faced, white-haired old man seemed to be waiting at the door. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, he walked straight up to him without hesitation, and as if he knew him, spoke in a respectful tone. My lord. I am here on the orders of Lord Li, waiting specifically for your arrival to provide you with guidance. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei nodded. He was still worried about how to find such a large old gang, but he never expected that his teacher had already arranged everything. Immediately. Led by the old man, Huo Lingfei toured the old gang's area and officially completed the formalities for joining the gang. During the processing, Huo Lingfei seemed to see a contract handed over by the old man, and immediately froze on the spot, his mouth agape as if he had seen something. He even lost his composure for a moment. He looked at the document written in black and white. The old gang would give him a monthly allowance of 30,000 federal dollars, as well as 15 opportunities for medicinal baths, and even some other miscellaneous extras. Including but not limited to, family members moving into the old gang's territory, and even some shedding the status of the poor. Upon seeing the above content, Huo Lingfei's breathing became rapid. He never expected the treatment to be so generous, and he was even able to shed his slum identity and move out of the slum to join the old gang. This means that his family will no longer have to live in the slums, living in fear day and night, and will no longer have to suffer attacks from scoundrels. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei was momentarily dazed. Sir, is there a problem with these conditions? The old man beside him, seeing Huo Lingfei's momentary daze, seemed to sense some dissatisfaction and cupped his hands in greeting before asking. The person in front of me is Li Zhu's newly accepted 4th disciple. This status was extremely prestigious within the old gang, practically above 10,000 others. He was worried that the other party might be dissatisfied with the contract's terms, and for a moment, he couldn't help but look somewhat uneasy. If you find any errors in the contract, please feel free to point them out, and I will revise it for you. No. That's good. Huo Lingfei suppressed his excitement, took the contract, glanced at it and, finding no problems, signed his name on it. He took a deep breath the moment he finished writing. Besides the most enticing identity, the other prizes are 30,000 federal credits and a medicinal bath. In particular, the medicinal bath was something he had always longed for. Even though he was living in a slum, he still understood the importance of the medicinal bath. It is made by refining dozens of expensive medicinal herbs to assist martial artists in their cultivation, enabling them to travel thousands of miles a day. This is a privilege reserved only for scions of martial arts families. Ordinary martial artists can hardly even dream of it. The financial barrier is already a major obstacle. Most people simply cannot afford any of these powerful medicines. Not to mention medicinal baths. With the medicinal bath present, his cultivation speed will likely be even faster. Huo Lingfei's eyes gleamed with a sharp light. No wonder it takes a large group of people to support it. And those 30,000 federal dollars would bring about a dramatic change in his family's life. His father might only earn a few hundred federal dollars a month after working hard. 30,000 federal dollars was beyond his imagination. "Sir, after you've signed, come this way." The old man's voice slowly reached his ears. After putting away the contract that Huo Lingfei had signed, he gestured for him to continue following. After giving Huo Lingfei a set of old gang-inherited clothing and a bath, he led him directly into an extremely magnificent hall. "They're here." Chapter 10 Shock. In the empty hall, Li Zhenlong's voice slowly drifted out. He stared at the figure outside the hall and immediately knew who it was. Beside him sat three terrifying figures. "Teacher." "Greetings, Lord Li." Upon seeing Li Zhenlong, Huo Lingfei paused for a moment before quickly bowing and speaking. The old man who was leading the way seemed to have achieved his goal, and upon seeing Li Zhenlong, he wisely withdrew. "He certainly has the looks." Li Zhenlong sized up Huo Lingfei, who looked completely different. He was wearing a purple martial arts uniform, tall and imposing, as if he were a different person. He couldn't help but nod. "It has shed its slum appearance and now possesses a certain charm, much like I did back in the day. This must be my junior brother. He's quite handsome." On the side, a woman, also dressed in a purple martial arts uniform and with a playful expression, couldn't help but speak upon seeing Huo Lingfei. "This is your third senior sister, Li Ling." Li Zhenlong introduced Huo Lingfei briefly, then continued speaking. "This is your senior brother, Lin Kuan. This is your second senior brother, Chen Rong." He introduced the three senior brothers and sisters to Huo Lingfei in one breath. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei didn't presume to be arrogant. Instead, he cupped his hands in greeting to his three senior brothers and sisters, saying, "Greetings, senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother, you have a fine physique. Since our teacher returned, I've heard that we have a junior brother with extraordinary talent. Now that I've seen him, he is indeed remarkable." A burly man with an aura that seemed somewhat terrifying nodded and then offered his praise. Lin Kuan's words were not pretexts, but came from the bottom of his heart. They already knew that Huo Lingfei came from the slums, but none of them underestimated him. Those who rise from the slums must be extraordinary. His blood and energy flow like a dragon, his muscles and bones are strong, and he has access to 13 meridians. With the guidance of a teacher, he is sure to have a bright future. The other man also looked Huo Lingfei up and down and nodded in agreement. Earlier, he had some doubts, wondering if his teacher was being too hasty. But looking at it now, it was worth it. Upon hearing the praise from his three senior brothers and sisters, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but cup his hands in thanks, saying, "Thank you for the praise, senior brothers, but I'm still far from being worthy." "All right, enough of this small talk. Lingfei, come forward." Li Zhenlong interrupted them calmly, took a step forward, and went directly to the center. He then gestured for Huo Lingfei to step forward. "Your steps are chaotic and you have no energy flowing through you. You had no one to guide you before, but now that you have become my disciple, you can no longer be like this. Today I will teach you the 6 steps of martial arts and the circulation of energy. I have a requirement for you, master it completely within 3 months." He had barely finished speaking. The other 3 senior students seemed to frown, wondering if the teacher was being too harsh. To expect them to master the 6 steps of martial arts and the circulation of energy within 3 months would be extremely difficult even for them. The 6 steps of a martial artist are pacing, stepping, entering, forming, emptying, and soaring. There are 2 types of force, pushing force and collapsing force. While the 6 steps of a martial artist are relatively easy to master, the circulation of internal energy is extremely time-consuming. If one is less gifted, it may not even take a year to master the skill. The junior apprentice has a good foundation. The fact that he was able to rise up in the slums shows that he has a certain talent. However, it would be even more difficult for him to comprehend all of this in just 3 months. It's not that they don't want to believe it, but these are all basic skills, things that are learned from a young age. Only then did he learn martial arts. He's so old to be starting out, it's probably going to be hard for him to master it in a short time, let alone completely grasp his teacher's requirements. Upon hearing his teacher's words, Huo Lingfei stepped forward without hesitation. "Please enlighten me, teacher." He simply cupped his hands in greeting. "My good disciple, watch carefully. The 6 steps of martial arts are divided into." Seeing Huo Lingfei's earnest attitude towards learning, Li Zhenlong was satisfied and couldn't help but demonstrate the moves of the 6 steps of martial arts. These 6 steps are recognized as the basics, and almost no martial artist doesn't know them. You're getting a bit older now, so they might be a little difficult for you. After all, once you reach a certain age, your steps become a memory, so it's not easy for you. It's good that you can remember them today. He demonstrated the 6 steps of martial arts in their entirety, then gestured to Huo Lingfei. Did you remember it? I've got it. Seeing his teacher perform a movement he had never seen before, he was almost mesmerized until his teacher asked him a question, at which point he snapped out of it and nodded. Upon hearing this, the 3 senior brothers and sisters couldn't help but concentrate. You memorized it so quickly? Li Ling blinked, her gaze fixed on Huo Lingfei. Upon hearing that he had memorized the 6 steps of martial arts so quickly, her expression suddenly became somewhat uneasy. I remember it took me several days? The other 2 senior brothers remained silent, but their expressions mirrored his disbelief. How could anyone possibly memorize such complicated steps in just one go? Like them, it took them quite a while to barely remember it. Li Jinlong frowned slightly upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words. Remembered? You go and show me. I want to. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate. Recalling his teacher's actions just now, he moved and began to perform. The process was extremely smooth, and it was none other than the 6 steps of martial arts that Li Jinlong had just used. They are practically identical. And there are no signs of any lag. Li Jinlong hadn't finished speaking. Upon seeing the move Huo Lingfei unleashed, his expression instantly froze. He stared wide-eyed at the movements, which were indeed the 6 steps of a martial artist, and they were not unfamiliar at all, as if the person had practiced for several days. Not only did Huo Lingfei remember it, but he could also execute it? That's the thought that crossed my mind. The other 3 seemed silent as well, staring blankly at Huo Lingfei's figure, all somewhat dumbfounded. You learned it in just one take? They had some doubts, but they were proven wrong shortly afterward. Not bad, he does have the appearance of my younger self. Li Jinlong was silent for a while, then couldn't help but praise, I also learned it in one go back then. My good disciple is not bad. With a little more practice, you will be able to master it. He somewhat regretted setting a 3-month deadline for Huo Lingfei. I originally intended to dampen his arrogance. Unexpectedly, this backfired. However, no one could have imagined that Huo Lingfei would be able to master the 6 steps of martial arts in just one go. Even the most outstanding genius he had ever seen would need 2 days to learn and master the 6 steps of martial arts. But Huo Lingfei, he said in a calm voice, come on, lend a hand, I'll teach you how to circulate your energy. Chapter 11 The Circulation of Energy. Although Li Jinlong looked somewhat shocked, it was still within his acceptable range. There are 2 types of force, thrust and fierce force. Unlike the powerful force generated by flowing through the meridians of the whole body, these 2 kinds of force are the ways of operating force, and you need to master both. He placed Huo Lingfei's hand on his shoulder, feel it carefully, this is, drive. With a flick of his arm, he propelled Huo Lingfei's hand to deliver a powerful punch. Pung! A terrifying surge of energy swept across the entire area in an instant, accompanied by the sound of firecrackers exploding. Everything in the entire hall seemed to be being stirred and shaken. This is explosive force. Before Huo Lingfei could react, his arm spun again, and then his body moved with the force, all the muscles in his body tensed, and a burst of power was suddenly released. Smack! Another terrifying explosion rang out, and with the force of the impact, the bricks beneath their feet seemed unable to withstand the force and shattered into pieces in an instant. This. Huo Lingfei stared wide-eyed at the scene in astonishment. He could sense that his teacher hadn't used any force at all, it was just 2 casual strikes that had produced such power. Even the final blow caused the entire ground to crack. Is this the circulation of energy? He was as clear-headed as a mirror. No wonder Li Jinlong said he had no skill and could even see through his clumsiness at a glance. Just by observing the operation of these 2 forces, one can already discern the difference. The 2 types of force are different. The explosive force requires the coordination of the whole body, while the rushing force emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. Once your internal meridians are open, you can combine it with brute force to unleash tremendous power. Li Jinlong said calmly, try to understand this. Once you master either of these 2 forces, you'll... Smack! Before Li Jinlong could finish speaking, Huo Lingfei in front of him seemed to have closed his eyes, thinking about his teacher's actions just now, and his body moved involuntarily. He raised his hand and threw a punch. Drive! The sound, like firecrackers, reverberated throughout the entire hall. Then his body tensed up, and another firecracker exploded in his ear. Smack! Two loud sounds shook people to their core. Li Jinlong and his three senior brothers and sisters were completely stunned, staring blankly at Huo Lingfei in front of them. They didn't even have time to react. Drive? A burst of energy? The three senior brothers and sisters were stunned. Before they could react, Huo Lingfei instantly unleashed two different kinds of energy. Moreover, just like the 6 steps of martial arts, it was taught only once and learned instantly. I think I studied for about 4 months back then, Li Ling said blankly. She was astonished to see how quickly Huo Lingfei had learned it. Even the two senior brothers standing next to him were having trouble breathing. None of those who could enter Li Jinlong's tutelage were mediocre, they were all chosen ones. Even they couldn't calm down at this moment. This can no longer be described as genius, it's enough to call him a prodigy. No one can learn it all at once by experiencing the movement of energy just once. At least within Yunhai City, he had never heard of it. Senior brother, it seems you learned 2 different techniques in 2 months, but junior brother. Chen Rong took a deep breath, and as if he had thought of something, he spoke slowly. The words had barely left his lips. Junior brother has the talent I had back then. Lin Kuan picked up the tea on the table, seemingly having recovered, and drank it slowly. Back then, I could also learn it in 1 glance, but I deliberately let you order it. Junior sister should encourage him. Junior brother is so talented, he shouldn't be surpassed. He sipped his tea, glanced at Li Ling's tense and alarmed expression, and couldn't help but speak. Senior brother, I will try my best. Li Ling said, looking like she was under a lot of pressure. Especially after seeing Huo Lingfei's talent, they were even more astonished. Before her junior brother was around, she was relatively safe. As the teacher's 3rd disciple, her 2 senior brothers were like towering mountains standing in her way. It prevented her from having the will to climb higher. But now, looking at Huo Lingfei's performance, she felt as if she were facing a formidable enemy. It was as if her senior sister would soon become her junior sister. That won't do. She doesn't want to become the junior sister. Very good, very good. After a moment of stunned silence, Li Jinlong couldn't help but burst into laughter. You do have some of my style from back in the day. He didn't expect that the circulation of energy was just like the 6 steps of martial arts, and he learned it in just 1 time. His talent surpassed that of everyone he had ever met, and no one could even compare to him. Even the geniuses he had met before could not compare to him. Clang! Li Jinlong seemed somewhat excited. He walked directly to a weapon rack, and with a shake of his hand, 2 red-tasseled spears flew up with a whoosh. He gripped the gun tightly with his large hand, then flicked his toes and shot another large gun straight at Huo Lingfei. Your disciple, receive this. Sing! The red-tasseled spear emitted a long cry and shot straight towards him. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate at all, and gripped it tightly with his 5 fingers slightly spread. Then, Li Jinlong slowly approached Huo Lingfei, carrying his red-tasseled spear. He lowered his eyes, stroked the spear in his hand, and then said softly, the crane-style fist you practice, even if you master the form, intention, and posture, it's still just the basics. The martial arts class you were in probably only taught the basics. After taking Huo Lingfei in, he already knew Huo Lingfei's file and his experience in the martial arts class. With the old gang's capabilities, obtaining information about a person is not difficult. What he didn't expect was his own disciple was actually self-taught, and had even learned crane-style fist by watching other disciples in the martial arts class. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. I've really struck gold. Such a genius deserves to be his student. His words had barely left his lips when they stirred a ripple in Huo Lingfei's heart, but he quickly suppressed them. Given my teacher's abilities, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find out these things. He was surprised that he would find out so quickly. You should know my reputation as your teacher naturally, I am skilled in spear techniques. My 4th disciple, your eldest brother Lin Kuan, has mastered a great deal of skill since joining my sect. His pistol skills are exceptional, and he is now ranked among the 18 outstanding talents of the old gang and 35th on the Cloud Sea Prodigy list. Your 2nd senior brother, Li Rong, even fought his way into the ranks of the 18 heroes of the old gang and the top 100 on the Cloud Sea Prodigy list with his spear skills. And you also need to know how to use a gun. This spear is 8 feet long and weighs 50 pounds. It's no problem for you now that you have 13 meridians open, but being able to lift it is one thing, and being able to hold it steadily is another. Bring me some water. Li Jinlong said calmly. Then a disciple came in from outside, carrying a bowl of water. He caught it, and without any hesitation, tossed it straight up. Water sprayed into the air, even throwing the water bowls into the air. Clang! The red tasseled spear in his hand emitted a long cry, then the tip of the spear turned at an angle and swung rapidly. The bowl was held in place by the tip of the spear, and even the water that was falling from the air was quickly caught again. Not a single detail different, not a single bit less. Huo Lingfei stared wide-eyed at the scene, his face filled with shock. He had no problem lifting the spear, nor even swinging it, but lifting a bowl of water and letting it scatter in the air was a different story. Then quickly fill it up, which is extremely difficult. This almost opened his eyes. This is a fundamental skill, and I want you to master it in the next few months. Li Zhenlong said calmly, flipping the bowl in his hand again, this time with a flourish, causing it to droop instead. But Li Zhenlong moved extremely fast, catching the water before it even dripped, his hand as steady as if it were flat ground. He couldn't help but smile as he looked at Huo Lingfei's stunned reaction. Even if he learns this, it will take him at least half a year. Even with extraordinary talent, it would probably take Huo Lingfei several months to master the technique. This was an extremely extreme estimate. After all, this requires a great deal of wrist strength, control, and balance. And these are all skills that anyone learning to shoot must master. Practice on your own for a while. If the bowl breaks, have someone bring it over. I will come to check on your progress in a few days. After demonstrating a few more times, Li Zhenlong let him practice on his own and gestured to his other 3 disciples, "You guys, come to the inner hall." Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei nodded. Then he took a deep breath. He also experienced the difficulty. However, he did not back down. Now, with guidance from a renowned teacher, he is much better than before. Immediately. Recalling Li Zhenlong's actions at the time, he couldn't help but pick up the water bowl placed to the side, toss it high, and then somewhat awkwardly maneuvered the long spear in his hand. Thud! Before Huo Lingfei could react, the bowl shattered on the ground, spilling water everywhere. Call! Huo Lingfei couldn't help but let out a soft breath. It seems to be more difficult than I imagined. This was the first time he had ever used a spear. He had never used one before, so this was essentially starting from scratch. But even so, he remains confident. My senior brothers and sisters have probably already mastered this technique to perfection. I'm afraid I'll need a whole day to learn it. Again. Huo Lingfei, holding the gun, once again knocked the water bowl away. Bang bang bang. Several loud crashes echoed. Li Zhenlong and several disciples beside him slowly walked out of the main hall and came to the inner hall next door, listening to the sounds that kept coming from inside the main hall. A smile involuntarily appeared on his lips. My good disciple, go and practice hard. Teacher, isn't this making things too difficult for junior brother? On the side. Lin Kuan and Li Rong took a deep breath as they listened to the sounds coming from inside. Sure enough, his teacher treated almost everyone the same. The skill of carrying water in a bowl cannot be mastered overnight. They still remember. When I first started learning, I was so amazed by my teacher's skill that my jaw almost dropped, and I even worked hard for it for several months. They diligently carried water bowls day and night. For 7 days in a row, countless bowls were broken, but the task was never completed. It wasn't until half a month later that his teacher told them that carrying water bowls was not something a beginner could learn in one go. Even if you carried water bowls for a month, it would still be very difficult to learn. Even Li Zhenlong spent half a year gradually mastering martial arts during his training. This process is far beyond what someone with years of experience in marksmanship can achieve. The result is, the eldest disciple practiced the water bowl technique for half a month, then became withdrawn and his Taoist heart collapsed. The second senior brother practiced the water bowl technique for half a month and began to hallucinate, laughing every day that he had already mastered it. Third junior sister still hasn't mastered it. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenlong narrowed his eyes slightly. Of course, I won't make things difficult for you. Your junior brother is exceptionally talented. Do you know why I had you practice this skill when you first entered the sect? In reality, there are many intricacies involved. He stood with his hands behind his back, looking at the 3 disciples in front of him. Of the 3 of you, only 2 have reached the microscopic level since you condensed your spear heart, which is naturally thanks to your master. If we hadn't had you practice this water bowl skill first, you probably would still be some distance from reaching the level of subtlety. Detailed? His words had barely left his lips. Lin Kuan and Li Rong were immediately startled. They seemed to realize something and suddenly understood. The water bowl technique is naturally to train your sensitivity to guns. Only by having a gun in your hand and a gun in your mind can you achieve subtlety. Otherwise, how could you reach this level so quickly? Li Jinlong said irritably, glancing at the enlightened expressions on his two disciples' faces, and gave a soft snort. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Half a month is already the maximum I can go. Your junior brother is exceptionally talented, so naturally we won't let him make any mistakes. Inside the main hall, Huo Lingfei was drenched in sweat and his arms ached. For several hours in a row, he had not succeeded even once. Almost every time, either water spills or the bowl breaks. On several occasions, he used too much force, and the spearhead shattered as soon as it touched the water bowl. Besides testing control and balance, it also tests patience to an extreme degree. Fortunately, this is an old gang, otherwise he would probably be extremely distressed about the cost of the bowl. But it's not that there's no improvement at all. He could see that his spear movement seemed much smoother, less clumsy, and much more skilled than before. Moreover, as the number of times increases, he seemed to have a vague feeling that the spear in his hand was alive, as if it possessed his spirit. Again! He shouted loudly, grabbed his gun, and picked up the bowl. Whoosh! A red tassel pierced out, and then the spear tip seemed to anticipate the next step of the water bowl, and suddenly caught it. Then, with a sharp look in his eyes, he held the red-tasseled spear as if it had been honed hundreds or thousands of times, catching the spilled water with extreme precision. Not a single detail was missed. Holding the large spear, his breathing was steady, and his hand was as still as a stick, without any tremor. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei's eyes showed a hint of joy. After cultivating for so long, he had finally succeeded once. But that's not enough. He remembered that his teacher could do it so easily. This is the first time I've succeeded. We are probably still a long way from reaching that level. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then his hand trembled, causing the bowl of water to rise again. Chapter 12 Shocking. Impossible, this is impossible. How could a piece of trash become Li Jinlong's disciple? Inside a martial arts hall, Qin Yuan listened to his disciple's report with a shocked expression. It's even extremely hard to believe that this fact is true. However, the figure of Huo Lingfei in the photo could not possibly be faked. Li, the leader of the old gang, nicknamed the Gun Demon, naturally attracts attention when he takes on disciples. After all, he was the head of the 6 leaders of the old gang. The most powerful figure in the entire old gang. With a spear in hand, he almost won over all the spear practitioners in the entire Yunhai martial arts world. To be ranked first among the 6 rulers, one must naturally possess extraordinary abilities. But this very person actually took that handyman as his apprentice? Qin Yuan stared intently at the photo in his hand, trying to find any difference between it and Huo Lingfei, but no matter how he looked at it, it was still exactly the same as the handyman he had kicked out of the martial arts school before. Seeing this situation, his eyes were completely bloodshot. This beast. Impossible. How could I possibly become Li Jinlong's disciple? He had practiced martial arts since childhood and started training with a spear at the age of 10. Now he had reached the heart bridge stage, but even such a person was like a bandit in front of him, and could be killed at will. Huo Lingfei. How could someone who served as a lackey in his martial arts class for 3 years possibly turn his life around and become Li Jinlong's disciple? The shock he felt was beyond words. This is equivalent to an ant that you could have killed with a flick of your wrist becoming a person just like him. This person's status is even higher than his. Given his current status, if he were to meet Huo Lingfei, he would probably have to bow and greet him respectfully. It is no longer what it used to be. Could it be that he has a natural talent for martial arts, but I've overlooked him, or is he someone with a remarkable background? Qin Yuan could only think of these few possibilities. But in the blink of an eye, he immediately dismissed the idea. No. If he had martial arts talent, he couldn't possibly have failed to see that the man's muscles and bones were loose and weak. He had seen it clearly ever since the man came to work as a handyman. And even if he has martial arts talent, it's too late for him now that he's at his age. Although he is in the prime age for martial arts training. However, they haven't even learned the basics, let alone mastered the meridians. No matter how talented they are not even worth a glance. How could he possibly be accepted as a disciple by Li Jinlong? That's absolutely impossible. As for its origin, He knew better than anyone else that for a lowly person from the slums to be given a job as a handyman in the martial arts class was already the greatest honor he could bestow upon him. This is impossible to fake. Thinking about this, Xin Yuan's face grew even uglier. A lowly servant, a nobody, has suddenly become Li Jinlong's disciple. Anyone would be dissatisfied with that. Who is this? Hua Lingfei? Li Jinlong's disciple? Impossible, absolutely impossible, this is definitely fake. Damn it! How can this beast be Li Jinlong's disciple? Does he even deserve the title? The disciples beside Qin Yuan, seeing their leader react so strongly as if he had seen something, couldn't help but step forward to take a look. When they saw Hua Lingfei's figure and learned that he had become Li Jinlong's disciple, they were instantly filled with disbelief. Like Qin Yuan, they could hardly believe that this was actually Hua Lingfei. Moreover, he became Li Jinlong's disciple. This news was like a nuclear bomb exploding in their hearts in an instant. The entire martial arts class was deeply shocked. Among them were even those who had always driven Hua Lingfei around, and some who had even beaten and scolded him, but at this moment, they all fell into a deathly silence. They wouldn't doubt the authenticity of this news. After all, this information came from within the old gang. Moreover, there was no attempt to cover it up. Moreover, the fact that Li Jinlong, one of the 6 leaders of the old gang, was taking on a disciple was an extremely important matter. How could someone deliberately fabricate such news? Thinking of this, the crowd's faces turned ashen, and many disciples even uttered a curse. How could someone like this become Li Jinlong's disciple? It seems that they have deceived Li Zhu. Among them, many people saw Li Jinlong as their target, and some even practiced their spear skills for years in order to catch his eye and become his disciple. But now, looking at Hua Lingfei's appearance, they couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. They knew Hua Lingfei better than anyone else what he was like. For someone from the slums, lacking any natural talent and destined to be nothing more than a menial laborer, being able to become a servant in their martial arts class is already considered an honor. I think he's definitely lying to Li Jinlong. How could he possibly become Li Jinlong's disciple? I agree. Li Jinlong is such a figure that Hua Lingfei would be honored to even glance at him. Lord Li is probably being deceived. A piece of trash. How could that be? How could he? Everyone gritted their teeth, their eyes brimming with jealousy. The 4th disciple of Li Jinlong of the old gang, what an honorable status. Even if the other 5 leaders of the old gang attacked together, Li Jinlong would probably be undefeated. The title gun demon is no joke. This is enough to demonstrate their strength. But now, it's astonishing that a lowly servant could become his disciple. Even members of the old gang might be dissatisfied. Quiet. Xin Yuan listened to the whispers among his disciples, and his already ashen face grew even more gloomy. It was a minor matter to kick out a menial servant. But now it has become a big deal. This matter became particularly significant after Hua Lingfei became Li Zhu's disciple. Given his current status, he cannot afford to offend anyone, let alone offending them. He might never be able to see Hua Lingfei again. But, so what? Xin Yuan lowered his eyes, his face still cold. A mere servant. If I had known you would become Li Jinlong's disciple, I should have killed you back then. He showed no remorse or regret. All he felt was regret for not killing Hua Lingfei back then. But he still didn't believe that Hua Lingfei had any talent, and maintained his original attitude. Let's see how long you can be a disciple, or you'll be kicked out of the old gang in less than a month. To convince him that Hua Lingfei possessed talent, he preferred to believe he was seeing things. As if struck by a sudden thought, he instructed the disciple beside him. Go, send someone to the slums. I want to see if that beast is inside. If he's inside the cave, it means he didn't join the old gang, so kill him. I want to see his limbs. Chapter 13 completed. Shua shua shua. With a flick of his wrist, a red tassel shot out, then he caught the bowl of water with remarkable fluidity, and then quickly caught the water. A series of times. Not a drop was spilled. The gun is stable and does not shake at all. Upon seeing this, Hua Lingfei couldn't help but show a look of joy. After nearly a day of continuous practice, he had become proficient and had even reached the point where he and his weapon were one. Holding a large spear, he casually swung it around, as if performing a stunt. He could casually toss the bowl up and catch it, and even after a somersault like Li Jinlong, he could catch it with ease. Seeing this situation, Hua Lingfei couldn't help but let out a soft breath. It's done. He practiced his kung fu non-stop for a whole day, even breaking countless bowls, and finally he did it. And this was all thanks to his talent. He cultivated for a day, which translates to at least a year of practice. It was barely within my grasp. I wonder how much effort my senior brothers and sisters put in to master it. He put away his spear. He was soaked to the bone, but his eyes were still bright and alert. In just one day, I not only mastered it. And Huo Lingfei raised his hand, veins bulging, as if a continuous stream of power was emanating from his body. As he gently sensed the 23 meridians in his body, he felt an inexhaustible strength within him. 10 meridians in the body have been opened up again. Only 13 more meridians remain to be fully opened up from the 36 meridians. Tomorrow, I should be able to master the brute force. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. 3 days was not enough for him to develop his brute strength. Since joining the sect and seeing how strong his senior brothers and sisters were, he was not satisfied with this. After all, he could listen to his teacher, his eldest and second senior brothers, who were among the 18 heroes of the old gang. Even though he had never practiced martial arts before, he was still familiar with the names of the 18 heroes of the old gang. Those who could be ranked among the 18 heroes were all of the highest caliber, and were the face of the entire old gang. This is enough to demonstrate how terrifying his two senior brothers are. They're all at the Heart Bridge realm. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel a sense of crisis among his teacher's students. He was probably the weakest. His senior brothers and sisters must have extraordinary abilities to be able to enter the master's school. Their martial arts talent is probably even greater than his. They probably already learned even these basic things when they were young. To become one of the 18 outstanding figures of the old gang, one must have a solid foundation. Simply having brute force is not enough. He still needs to solidify his flesh and bones, ignite his inner fire, and build a bridge in his heart to become a Yuan gang martial artist. Then in 7 days, I'll beat you all to death. Master the crane-style fist as soon as possible. Huo Lingfei put away his red-tasseled spear and glanced at the sky, which was still not dark. There was still some time, so he could practice crane fist for a while. Although it was considered a basic technique by his teacher, once mastered, it should at least have some power. Drink! Arriving at a human stake in the main hall, he spread out in a straight line, then let out a powerful shout and unleashed the craneform fist, slamming it down onto the human stake. Mastery of crane-style fist 121-360. Mastery of crane-style fist 122-360. Mastery of crane-style fist 123-360. In his mind, the progress of crane-style fist was rapidly increasing. Time passed by, minute by minute. During this time, Li Jinlong came once. After glancing at Huo Lingfei, he frowned slightly and asked, "Why haven't you been practicing the water bowl kung fu anymore?" He then asked the servant next to him how many times the bowl had been handed to him, and shook his head, saying, "This kid still needs to work on his patience. You lost your patience for practicing after breaking just a few bowls. Back in the day, I broke bowls for half a year straight." However, he did not let Huo Lingfei continue practicing, even though in his eyes Huo Lingfei had not practiced enough today. After all, his senior brothers and sisters had been practicing non-stop on the first day without eating or drinking. However, seeing that he was extremely satisfied with Huo Lingfei's performance that morning, he didn't scold him, saying, "I'll let you off the hook for one day, but you'll be in for a rough time tomorrow morning." He smiled slightly, then said a few words to the servants beside him before leaving. Huo Lingfei continued practicing until sunset, when the sky was completely dark, before he slowly stopped. Mastery of crane-style fist 210-360. The crane-style fist technique has already reached level 210, just over 100 points away from mastery. Go back and practice some more. I'll master the crane-style fist by tomorrow. He took the towel handed to him by a servant and wiped the sweat from his face, then rubbed his hands together. Although his muscles and bones were sore and weak after a day of training, he had no intention of resting. Instead, they planned to go back and continue practicing. "My lord, as per Lord Li's instructions, your medicinal bath has been prepared." Huo Lingfei rested for a while and was just about to leave when someone came and stopped him. Medicated bath? Upon hearing this, he paused for a moment, realizing he hadn't asked anyone to prepare a medicinal bath. But upon hearing that it was his teacher who had given the order, he immediately understood. Following the servant in front of him, Huo Lingfei arrived at a medicinal pool. A rich aroma, filled with various medicinal scents, wafted towards us. In the dim light, one could vaguely see all sorts of large medicinal herbs floating in the pool. Upon smelling the medicinal aroma in the air, Huo Lingfei's blood and qi involuntarily surged, as if they were being mobilized. Someone had already prepared a bath towel nearby, and after placing it on the cabinet, they tactfully withdrew. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath and slightly suppressed the qi and blood in his body. This was his first time taking a medicinal bath. He had already asked the person who was leading the way. It turns out that the medicinal bath instructed by the teacher will not consume his monthly medicinal bath eligibility. Just put his mind at ease. Only a teacher would have the resources to do this. Huo Lingfei revealed his muscular back as he slowly stepped into the medicinal pool. If I had to pay for it myself, I'm afraid I'd go bankrupt in one go. He only recognized one or two of the major medicinal herbs in the pool, but each one was extremely expensive. Even if he now signs a contract with the old gang and receives a monthly allowance of 30,000 federal dollars, it's still definitely not enough. As soon as Huo Lingfei entered the medicinal pool, all the pores on his body opened wide, as if he were frantically absorbing the ingredients in the pool. Even the fatigue and soreness in his body gradually disappeared at this moment. As expected of a medicinal bath, he slowly closed his eyes, feeling the vital energy he had lost during his training being continuously replenished through the medicinal bath. The medicinal bath that he could never have dreamed of before was now right before his eyes. From the very bottom of the slums to becoming a disciple of the old gang leader Li Jinlong, he has already risen to the top in one step. Even now, he had a kind of illusion, as if everything in front of him did not exist. He was still living in the slums, still the same boy who had been kicked out of the martial arts class by Qin Yuan, utterly despondent. But the power within him clearly told him that all of this was real. He never wanted to go back to those days when he was at the mercy of others and suffered endless humiliation. After taking a medicinal bath, Huo Lingfei felt refreshed all over, all his fatigue was gone, his body was full of energy, and his blood and qi reached their peak. He could even sense that another meridian was about to be opened. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but sigh. Practicing martial arts is indeed extremely expensive. He only took a medicinal bath once and already had such an effect. If it were those scions of noble families who soaked in medicinal baths year-round, their daily progress would be unimaginable to him. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei slightly withdrew his thoughts, but now that he had talent to rely on, he only needed a little more time to catch up and even surpass him. He put on his clothes. He had completely absorbed the medicinal effects of the pool, and the water in the pool was no longer as impressive as it had been when he first arrived. Immediately, without any hesitation, Huo Lingfei went straight to the old gang members. He had completed the gang membership procedures that morning and hadn't yet received his monthly allowance. As for his and his family's slum status, that came later. The old gang is already being dealt with. Under his guidance, Huo Lingfei received a subsidy of 30,000 federal dollars. Holding 3 thick stacks of federal currency in his hands, Huo Lingfei seemed somewhat stunned. It was the first time he had ever seen so much money. Then he instinctively wrapped it tightly in a piece of cloth, as if afraid that someone would see it. He also inquired about the family quarters of the old gang. After joining the old gang, he was given a relatively quiet and protected residence. I need to find an opportunity to tell my parents, Huo Lingfei thought to himself. Now that he has officially joined the old gang, it is impossible for him to let his parents live in that kind of environment. There wasn't even a decent door in the house, it was just covered with a wooden board. Once I had the skills, this matter naturally had to be put on the agenda. On the way home, Huo Lingfei specially bought some meat and vegetables. Now that he had money, he naturally couldn't eat too shabbily. Moreover, now that he is practicing martial arts, his appetite has increased. Before, he was forced by his family to eat only coarse vegetables and sour meat. Moreover, my younger sister is growing and needs extra nutrition. The sky was dark. Huo Lingfei moved swiftly and returned home in the blink of an eye. Su Lan, the mother, and her younger sister were safe and sound at home. They were quite surprised to see Huo Lingfei carrying large and small bags. Xiao Fei, what are you doing? Wow! Big brother bought so much delicious food. Hua Yao's eyes lit up as she looked at the things Huo Lingfei was carrying. Big brother, carry me. Mom, little sister, where's dad? Huo Lingfei put down his things, picked up Hua Yao, and then, not seeing his father, asked. Now that night has fallen, his father should be home by now. Something must have been holding me up. Xiaofei, where did you get all these things? Su Lan looked puzzled. Mom, these are all subsidies. Your son is now a martial artist, so I'm buying some things to improve my meals. Huo Lingfei nodded, and then, after hearing his mother Su Lan's words, he couldn't help but speak. Then he picked up his things and went to cook. The words had barely left his lips. Su Lan was taken aback for a moment, then quickly said, "You child, all this stuff must be expensive. Even as a subsidy, it'll still cost a lot. Keep these for you to eat. Xiao Yao and I won't eat them. Your martial arts training is more important." Her first instinct was to refuse. But then Huo Lingfei said, "Mom's fine, we can't keep eating rotten vegetables." He ignored his mother's words and instead turned around to cook. Huo Lingfei has consumed almost half of the ingredients he bought. After taking the medicinal bath, he felt incredibly energetic, but his appetite also increased dramatically, something he had never experienced before while practicing martial arts. Now, he was so hungry that he almost wanted to peel tree bark to eat. Having endured until now, he didn't hesitate at all. Seeing that his father hadn't returned yet, he immediately served himself a bowl of rice. He then began to wolf down the food. Seeing this, his mother, Su Lan, couldn't help but sigh, "You child, eat slowly." She knew that her son had now become a martial artist, and that practicing martial arts was naturally quite demanding, so she could only tell him to eat slowly. "Mom's leftover ingredients are for you to eat tomorrow." Huo Lingfei ate voraciously, then talked as he ate that he had bought more than a day's worth. "This is a good opportunity to nourish my mother and younger sister. You silly child. I'll leave this for you and your dad to eat." Upon hearing this, Su Lan wanted to refuse again, but then she seemed to hear a noise outside the door. "Your dad is back." Huo Lingfei ate and looked around, and couldn't help but look up. Huo Yuan looked somewhat tired, but upon entering and seeing his family, he couldn't help but force a smile. "You're back." Seeing this, Huo Lingfei smiled and nodded, then got up and brought over the remaining dishes and meat, and also served several bowls of rice. "Dad, I bought some vegetables and meat today to improve our meals at home. From now on, we won't have to eat rotten vegetables and meat anymore." Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan looked at the food on the table and was taken aback. "Where did you get the money to buy vegetables and meat?" He touched the money Huo Lingfei had given him that morning, which he had already counted. It was the money he had scraped together to pay Huo Lingfei as his class entry fee. But now it has been taken back intact. This proves that her son has indeed been kicked out of the martial arts class. Although I already knew, I still felt a little disappointed when it was revealed. But at least his son became a martial artist, which was some consolation. This morning when he went to work, even his boss's attitude changed. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan was secretly surprised. My son is no longer in the martial arts class, so where did he get the money to buy so much meat and vegetables? And at a glance, it seems like quite a lot was bought. Hearing this, Huo Lingfei grinned. "Dad, I have something to tell you. You won't be going to work anymore. Your son has joined the old gang and become a disciple of gun demon Li Jinlong." Chapter 14. Parents alarmed. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Yuan seemed somewhat dazed. The old gang? Li Jinlong? He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly realized something. His pupils widened, and he said, "It's that Li Jinlong?" Even Huo Yuan had heard of the name of Li Jinlong, the gun demon. They are not even unfamiliar with this. This is Li Jinlong, the leader of the 6 former gang leaders and the master of spear fighting. Even in the slums, it is almost a household name. But after a moment of excitement, Huo Yuan frowned. His son told him that he had joined the old gang and even become Li Jinlong's disciple. This. If it were before, he might have believed it, but now. Looking at Huo Lingfei's confident expression, which was even filled with arrogance, she could see that he was very confident. He immediately began to doubt the veracity of that statement. Especially when it comes from his own son. Or should I join the old gang and become Li Jinlong's disciple? And previously, Huo Lingfei had just killed the old gang's lackeys, so how could he suddenly claim to have become Li Jinlong's disciple? It was probably just to comfort him. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan sighed softly. He knew his son's personality well and didn't want him to worry too much. "You're really something, kid. You actually managed to become Li Jinlong's disciple?" He thought he could just give it a perfunctory answer, treating it as a filial gesture from his son. But in the blink of an eye, when Huo Lingfei took out the token from his old gang, his pupils widened instantly. He then quickly took the token from Huo Lingfei's hand. Gold-plated. It really is true. Huo Yuan froze on the spot, touching the gilded token in his hand, on which was written the word old in gleaming gold. This is clearly the old gang's order, it can't be faked. And even if it's a forgery, where would his son get the money to get a piece of real gold to forge an old gang token? Not to mention that this thing is extremely hot to the touch. Within Yunhai City, it's estimated that no one would be willing to take it over, not to mention that the people in the slums can't even go into the city. In the slums, gold is a luxury, let alone silver. There are no blacksmiths in the slums either. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan kept stroking the token in his hand, his breathing gradually becoming heavier. This is real? He stared intently at Huo Lingfei, his expression instantly becoming serious, as if trying to discern something from his face. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei grinned. Of course it's true. Dad, I'm now a member of the old gang, and I'm also Li Jinlong's disciple. You're going to have a wonderful time from now on. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Yuan seemed unable to contain his emotions, and his hands appeared to tremble slightly. He could tell from his son's genuine attitude that he wasn't faking it. Mom and Dad, here, this is the old gang subsidy, 30,000 federal dollars a month. I'll keep 4,000 for myself, and the rest is for your living expenses. Moreover, the old gang allocated me an apartment, so you won't have to live in the slums anymore. You can go to the city with your son and don't have to worry about your immigration status. The old gang will help us escape our slum life. Seeing that his parents seemed dazed, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate and told them everything. If not now, when? He also took out 4,000 of his 30,000 federal credits and gave the rest in half to his parents. This. Upon seeing this, Huo Yuan and Su Lan's hands trembled slightly, as if they had never seen so much money in their lives. Especially since Huo Yuan was still immersed in the shock brought by his son. After seeing the money handed to him, he completely believed the truth. Even after hearing what Huo Lingfei said next, they were completely stunned. Escape from the slums? Move to the city? Huo Yuan repeated Huo Lingfei's words to himself like a broken record, then his face went blank for a moment. The shock his son brought him had exceeded his expectations. In just one day, he not only became a disciple of Li Jinlong of the old gang, but even said he would take them to the city to escape their slum life. This would leave anyone stunned. You need to know. The identity of living in the slums is almost like a brand, etched onto their bodies. Even his boss, wanting to escape his slum life, is practically a pipe dream. Even martial artists cannot escape it. They were already used to it. But now, their own son actually told them he wanted to escape the slum life? What shocking news this is. It is something that countless people dream of. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan was almost unable to calm down, especially when he looked at the money in his hand. He was now 100% convinced of what had happened. Su Lan, standing to the side, was just as stunned by the news as Huo Yuan. Although she may not know the name Li Jinlong, but one cannot be unaware of the money in one's hands. This amount of money was almost the most she had ever seen in her life. Okay. Huo Yuan gradually calmed down, and even after repeatedly saying good several times, he couldn't express his true feelings. Good lad, how did you become Li Jinlong's disciple? He turned his head, as if he had thought of something, and asked a question. Seeing this, Huo Yuan did not hide anything and told the truth. Aside from downplaying some of his amazing talent, he didn't hide anything else. Upon hearing his son's words, he couldn't help but pat Huo Lingfei's shoulder with his large hand. Good lad, I've never inquired about your martial arts progress, but I never expected you to be so accomplished. Upon hearing that Li Jinlong was actually amazed by his son's talent, he couldn't help but smile broadly. The Huo family has now produced a true dragon. He really made a name for himself. So much money, you've certainly opened your father's eyes. Huo Yuan suppressed his excitement, then looked at the money in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. Even if he worked for more than 10 years, he wouldn't have that much money. My monthly salary is only a few hundred yuan. We still have to feed our family, and we also need to save money for our son's class fees, so there's hardly anything left. But now, looking at the money in their hands, the two instinctively wanted to refuse. Mom and Dad, just take it. I've kept 4,000 for myself. Huo Lingfei didn't take it instead, he forced it into their pockets. Seeing this situation, they could only accept it, and kept saying that their son had made something of himself. Chapter 15, Mastery of Crane-Style Fist. I chatted with my parents for a while. Huo Lingfei went straight out the door and came directly to the big tree where he had practiced his skills the day before. After absorbing the medicinal effects of the bath, he felt refreshed and full of energy, having already made up for the energy he had expended during the day's martial arts training. Practice, practice hard. He bandaged his hands and was just about to start practicing when he heard a sound behind him. Xiaofei, wait a minute. Her father had followed her without her noticing. When he saw Huo Lingfei practicing martial arts, he couldn't help but speak, as if he had something to say to him. Dad, what is it? Huo Lingfei paused, and when he saw his father behind him, he couldn't help but look surprised. I have something I want to tell you. Huo Yuan's expression seemed somewhat serious. He paused for a moment, then slowly said, during the day today, 2 of your martial arts students came here. Your uncles saw it all. They've been asking around for news about you. It seems they left after hearing that you weren't in the slums. Xiaofei, tell me the truth, did you offend Master Qin of the martial arts class? He had barely finished speaking. Huo Lingfei's expression instantly turned cold. Disciples of the martial arts class? And they were even gathering information about him in the slums? As soon as the thought crossed his mind, he seemed to realize something, and his eyes narrowed slightly. That beast Qin Yuan probably knows that he has become Li Jinlong's disciple. After all, there was no secret about this matter, especially since it involved Li Jinlong, an old guild member, taking on a disciple. It simply couldn't be kept quiet. As the head of the martial arts class, it was naturally easy for Qin Yuan to obtain this information. However, he actually sent someone to the slums to investigate. If he was in the slums, does that mean he did not join the old gang? If it is in, it means that the news has been confirmed. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, anger rising in his heart. Time and time again, even a clay figure would have some temper, let alone him. He understood. Qin Yuan sent his disciples not just to investigate him, but also because once they found out he was in the slums, they would likely be dismembered the next second. Even his entire family would be killed. It's easy for a martial artist to kill someone in the slums, and he doesn't even need to pay any price. Thinking of this, his anger erupted silently, but he suppressed it after only a moment of breathing. Wait a little longer. Wait a little longer. Qin Yuan is stronger than him. He is only at the meridian stage. Once his strength increases dramatically, he will personally twist off Qin Yuan's head to quell his anger. Xiaofei, how about I go and apologize to your gang leader, otherwise, I'm afraid it will affect your reputation in the old gang. When Huo Yuan saw that Huo Lingfei looked rather unwell, he immediately knew that something must have happened, and he couldn't help but whisper something. Dad, it's nothing. No need. Your son's status is different now. He probably just saw that your son has joined the old gang. Huo Lingfei came back to his senses and immediately understood his father's thoughts upon hearing his voice. Their thinking hasn't changed, they still hold the idea that they are inferior. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but sigh. He had lived in the slums for too long, he had been in the same situation before. Oh. I forgot. Huo Yuan's expression froze, realizing that his son had now joined the old gang. He is still worried about his son today. He visited a series of important figures he knew, but they all turned him away as soon as they learned that his son had killed Chen Tu. But Xiaofei gave him such a big surprise. Dad's getting old. Huo Yuan smiled. Indeed, Ling Fei had joined the old gang and was no longer the same as before. You should look at things with new eyes after just 3 days. After seeing his son's confidence, he didn't say much, but instead told him to observe and learn more within the old gang, since the environment was different and he would see a lot more. Let's begin. After watching his father leave, Huo Lingfei paused for a moment before making no hesitation. My biggest goal now is to improve my own abilities. He aims to open up the remaining meridians in his body by tomorrow and master the crane-style fist. Bang! His eyes burned like fire, his blood surged, and he unleashed his crane fist, slamming it into the tree in front of him. The branches swayed, scattering leaves, and even the roots seemed to be shaking. The entire torso was suddenly penetrated by the terrifying 5 fingers, leaving a deep hole. Mastery of crane-style fist 211-360. Bang! Mastery of crane-style fist 212-360. Terrifying noises erupted continuously. Huo Lingfei was soon covered in sweat, but his understanding of crane-style fist had deepened even further. This posture needs some adjustment. I didn't get the exertion right earlier. He threw another punch. The punch was swift as the wind, smashing countless wood chips. Combined with the momentum taught by his teacher today, this punch was much more powerful than before. Then, with a light touch of its feet like a crane touching the clouds, its claws suddenly slammed down. Bang! The gruesome claw marks appeared instantly. He shook his hand, feeling the force he had just applied. This should have been done with explosive power. He is applying the two types of energy circulation to his martial arts. Indeed, as his teachers and others said, without talent, it would take him quite a while to fully master the circulation of energy. This cycle can be quite long. Of course, this standard was set by Huo Lingfei himself, although the standard given by his teachers and others was that he could actually use it. However, he did not set such a high standard for himself. It's about complete mastery. And you have to learn it today. Others might find it impossible, but Huo Lingfei was different. The two forces of explosive force and surging force in his mind continued to operate more deeply. His understanding of it deepened, even reaching an astonishing level. As he continued to unleash his moves, he seemed to lose himself in a state of complete absorption. He went from being somewhat unfamiliar at the beginning to gradually becoming proficient, and eventually, every move he made was full of energy. Even the big tree in front of us was completely destroyed by the relentless bombing. As time goes by, even the torso inside will be hollowed out by the crane-shaped claws. Boom bang! Until the final blow landed, the tree in front of him was smashed to pieces with a single punch, its entire trunk blasted into fragments at the waist. Countless tree debris exploded in the air like a blood mist, and a loud bang resounded. Then countless branches and leaves fell continuously, accompanied by a loud roar. Crane-style fist 361 710 intent and strength. Chapter 16 Coward. Before my eyes, the crane-style fist had suddenly broken through to the great perfection realm. An unprecedented feeling welled up in my heart. The menacing 5 fingers twitched and curled continuously. Huo Lingfei, feeling the impact of the punch he had just received, couldn't help but breathe heavily. It's already reached the great perfection? He never expected that he would master the crane-style fist so quickly. I thought it would take another day, but it went by so quickly. De Cheng's crane-style fist is more sophisticated. Every move he makes seems to carry the momentum of a crane in the clouds. He is extremely light, yet he possesses a fierce and powerful aura. Bang! He formed his hand into a claw and grabbed at the air, producing a sharp, tearing sound. And I have a vague feeling that if this blow were to hit a person's head, it would probably splatter their brains. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. He now possesses some self-destructive ability. His mastery of the crane fist is extremely terrifying. Even if it's just a basic technique, it's enough for him to handle the tournament a few days from now. He was going to beat all the disciples who had humiliated him to a pulp there. And, not only that. His body was making constant cracking sounds, and 6 meridians within his body had been opened up again. With power surging from his 29 meridians, Huo Lingfei felt that he could probably kill a bull with a single punch. If Chen Tu were to stand in front of me again, I wouldn't even need to exert any effort. One punch would be enough to smash his head open. Huo Lingfei thought to himself. Moreover, this is without the application of force. If it were used, the strength would likely increase even further. But he could also sense that his rapid breakthrough to the great perfection of crane-style fist was likely related to absorbing the medicinal bath. Clenching his fists, veins bulging, he still felt strong all over, but a little sore, though the feeling seemed to have lessened considerably. The effects of the medicine seemed not to have worn off yet. Practice, keep practicing. Huo Lingfei was only happy for a short while before suppressing his emotions and continuing his training. He hasn't developed brute strength yet, nor has he solidified his flesh and bones. He's only mastered the crane-style fist. If he encounters Qin Yuan, he will still only face certain death. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's mind raced. He looked at the large tree in front of him that he had blasted into half, found a relatively sturdy trunk, and then, with his hand like a knife, cleaved it in two, before holding it in his hand. It was extremely light, much lighter than the red tasseled spear I got from the teacher. But they could barely make a good fit. He had no water bowl, so he could only use some stones instead. Although the conditions aren't as generous as the teacher's, picking pebbles is still quite difficult. Huo Lingfei used a stick as a weapon, throwing away the pebble in his hand and then catching it with the stick. Without a tremor, it was tossed up again, performing a juggling act. Several times in succession. It remained the same. It seemed that this posed no difficulty for him. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but increase the difficulty, from 1 to 2 or even 3. He only stopped when he reached his limit. Several stones were tossed up and caught repeatedly, the process flowing smoothly without any obstruction. Moreover, as time goes by, he gradually evolved from catching stones to thrusting and picking up sticks, using the tip of the stick as a spearhead, and then thrusting it straight out. His body surged violently, as if he had no prior knowledge, continuously stabbing and tackling, wildly wielding the wooden stick in his hand. Sometimes he would stand still, pondering whether his movements had been a bit stiff, and sometimes he would suddenly unleash a burst of gunfire, stirring up endless fallen leaves and dust. From being completely clueless at the beginning to using it skillfully later on, Huo Lingfei was covered in sweat, and only after the effects of the drug wore off did he feel somewhat dazed. He did a pretty good job of it. He recalled his earlier actions and grinned, realizing he had quite the bearing. Although his teacher has only taught him how to carry a water bowl so far, it doesn't stop him from doing other things on his own. He had seen the disciples in the martial arts class wielding spears, and it seemed to be the same. However, they don't know if their movements are correct, they just treat it as practice for fun. I'll ask the teacher when I get back. He took a slight breath. After the effects of the medication wore off, the soreness in my arm overwhelmed me, and my whole body felt like it was about to fall apart. Today's training was too intense, I need to rest. Huo Lingfei rubbed his extremely sore limbs and casually tossed aside the wooden stick in his hand. He would need to buy a large spear himself, otherwise, he feared he would not be able to unleash his full potential by using a wooden stick all the time. He has reached his limit. If he continues to cultivate, his body may suffer problems. When practicing martial arts, one must not be impatient. Moreover, he could only barely continue practicing with the help of a medicinal bath, otherwise, he might have seriously injured himself. This would only result in more harm than good. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei rested for a while before thinking about going home. Da day. But suddenly, he seemed to have seen something, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The streets were deserted, shrouded in night, with only a sliver of moonlight shining down, making the place seem exceptionally empty. But, seeing this, Huo Lingfei's brows furrowed even more. As a martial artist, even if he is only at the meridian stage, he is stronger than an ordinary person, and his perception has already been enhanced. I could clearly hear noises in the street, but I didn't see anyone. Thinking of this, he flicked his toe to pick up the wooden stick he had just thrown on the ground, then clenched his fists tightly. Then he slowly walked toward the street he had just heard. The sound was very close to his house, and his parents were probably already asleep. Fearing something might happen, he decided to take a look. Crunch, crunch. In a row of iron sheds, near his house, there seemed to be constant chewing sounds coming from. Huo Lingfei frowned. Are our neighbors still awake so late? He remembers that he got up very early every day. Upon closer inspection, the wooden door to the house appeared to be open, as if the person was not home. Moreover, there seems to be a faint smell of blood in the air. Then, as if he had just realized something, his expression changed drastically. He took a big step and, holding the stick, suddenly rushed into the room. It catches the eye. An oil lamp was lit on the table. Several corpses lay on a wooden bed, and on top of them, several scantily clad people were frantically gnawing on them, the stench of blood filling the air. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei enter, it seemed to look up, revealing its white eyes and blood-covered face, and roared. A sound that seemed like a wild beast's roar came from their mouths. It instantly tugged at Huo Lingfei's heartstrings. He stared at the corpses lying on the bed, his anger flaring. A thunderous voice boomed in his ears, "How dare you? A bunch of beasts, you actually dare to eat people." Just as he suspected, the men in front of him were indeed cowards. The sound of gnawing just now came from it, and it was eating right in front of him. It was obvious that he had sneaked in while the person was asleep. The thought that the person who had been eaten had always taken care of his mother and younger sister filled him with uncontrollable rage. Court death. He held a wooden stick and suddenly sprang up. Then he raised his stick and leaped forward to strike. Bang! Put. Chapter 17 Heartbreaking. His strength was immense. He could kill a bull with a single punch, let alone a coward. A loud cracking sound rang out. He slammed the stick in his hand down on the head of a coward. The force surged and instantly shattered his entire head. Blood plasma suddenly burst forth, splattering countless pieces of flesh and blood everywhere. Even the wooden bed beneath him couldn't withstand the force and shattered in two. Roar! Seeing this, the other two cowards let out a roar and were about to bite Huo Lingfei. But in the blink of an eye, suddenly, he turned the wooden stick in his hand and swung it horizontally. Smack! Bang! With a swift horizontal slash, a coward was sent flying, his body slamming out of the iron shed like a cannonball, instantly alarming everyone around. Then another deafening roar echoed throughout the entire street. Huo Lingfei spun in midair, lightly turning the stick in his hand, and then slammed the stick down with a bang. In an instant, he smashed the head of another coward. This time, the wooden stick in her hand seemed unable to withstand Huo Lingfei's force. After being smashed, it suddenly broke in two with the force of inertia. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes and saw that the remaining coward seemed to be startled, and his blood-covered body seemed to want to run away. He didn't give them a chance. Instead, he threw away the broken stick in his hand, turned his hand into a claw, and suddenly reached out. A terrifying force poured down relentlessly. In an instant, he grabbed the head of another coward. Then exert force. Bang! His brains exploded, and Huo Lingfei crushed his entire head in an instant. His face was covered in blood, but he remained expressionless. It seemed that killing 3 cowards could not quell his anger. He turned his head and slowly watched the commotion outside the iron shed. The coward who had just been blasted away by Huo Lingfei's staff seemed to have had both legs broken, but he was still roaring continuously. Seeing this situation, with a powerful kick, he sent the broken piece of the wooden stick flying. Put! The force was so great that it pierced through his neck in an instant, splattering blood all over the street. What happened? Has something happened outside? Why is there such a loud noise? Go check it out quickly. The loud explosion echoed throughout the street, startling everyone. They got out of bed, grabbed oil lamps, and used wooden sticks to open their doors. Upon seeing a blood-soaked corpse lying on the street, Huo Lingfei, covered in blood, slowly emerged from the iron shed. Everyone was startled. Isn't that Huo family's son? What happened? How did you get out of the youngest child's house? He's covered in blood, he must have killed someone. Get lost. How dare you talk like that? He's a martial artist. So what if he killed someone? Besides, I've watched Huo Lingfei grow up. How could he possibly kill someone intentionally? He's probably just a coward. Yes, they were barely clothed. Their expressions changed, as if they had guessed that there were bad guys around, and they were immediately alarmed. Huo Lingfei and the others naturally knew him, and there had been rumors circulating for the past few days that he had become a martial artist. Coupled with the naked corpses on the street, it was easy to guess that they were bad people. Xiao Fei. What happened? Even Huo Yuan was startled and awakened by Huo Lingfei's voice. He quickly looked around and found that Huo Lingfei had not returned home. Thinking that something had happened, he hurriedly came out to check. When he saw his son covered in blood, he was shocked. He quickly pushed through the crowd and ran to Huo Lingfei to ask. Huo Lingfei glanced around, ignoring the alarmed civilians, and continued searching for any remaining fugitives. Upon seeing his father, he also ran over. He suppressed his anger and couldn't help but say, "Dad has bad people. Uncle Yao's whole family has been eaten." The sound faded. Huo Yuan's pupils trembled, and without any hesitation, he suddenly ran towards the iron shed behind Huo Lingfei. Upon seeing several corpses gnawed to pieces on the bed, he slammed his fist on the table in anger and cursed, "These beasts." The youngest son was extremely kind to their family. Ever since his daughter's accident, he had been keeping an eye on their movements while they were away from home. I'm afraid some bad guys might go in. But who knew that it would be eaten by a coward? Moreover, judging from its appearance, it seems to have eaten it while it was asleep. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan was almost consumed by rage. Looking at the few cowards who had been beaten to death by Huo Lingfei, he picked up a brick and smashed it down on their corpses, yelling, "A bunch of beasts! I'll skin you alive! Eat people, let you eat people!" He was almost heartbroken. Upon hearing this, some of the onlookers became instantly envious and angrily picked up a brick to join Huo Yuan in the fray. On this street, almost everyone knows Lao Yao's character, and many people have received his help. Now he's in trouble. Many people felt their anger surge, wishing they could tear those cowards to pieces. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei did not stop him. After killing several scoundrels, he couldn't help but look around the entire street. I breathed a sigh of relief after finding nothing amiss. His brows remained somewhat furrowed. He was heartbroken, just like his father, and he would probably feel the same way about his mother. They slowly arrived at his home. The bodies of the scoundrels appeared to have been completely smashed to pieces. Huayuan and several other men looked at the corpses on the bed and couldn't help but sigh. The youngest son had done their family a great favor, but before he could repay it, he was tragically killed by a scoundrel. If it had been discovered early, disaster might have been avoided. But the weather is unpredictable. Even they couldn't predict it. He could only watch silently. That damned coward. He actually came in and ate people while I was sleeping. If that damn thing ever appears in front of me again, I'll break all its limbs. Some people are still seething with anger. Even the onlookers on the street couldn't help but shake their heads and sigh. What a pity, the youngest son was a good person, and he died just like that. If Huo Warren hadn't discovered it, we would have all been in trouble. I should be more careful when I sleep in the future. Those bastards have been around too much lately. After a moment of silence, Huayuan and the others carried out the bodies of the youngest son and his family members. Their faces were covered in blood and gore, making it impossible to discern their features. Afterwards, they bowed several times. They had no choice but to gather some firewood, pile it up, and put their bodies into the fire to burn. Even if you bury it in the ground, a bad person's sense of smell would probably be able to dig it up in no time. It will also attract a lot of bad people here. Then there will probably be no peace. Therefore, they had to burn any corpses they found immediately to prevent them from smelling them. The others, seeing that the matter was resolved, could only go home, but few dared to sleep, fearing that bad guys might appear. Youngest brother, Sai, I'll keep watch for him tonight. Xiaofei, you go back to sleep. Huayuan stood in front of the fire, looking at Huo Lingfei's figure, and seeing that he hadn't left yet, he couldn't help but speak. Since there was no one left in his family, Huayuan naturally took care of his funeral arrangements. However, others accompanied them, all of whom came on their own. Dad, I'm praying to Uncle Yao. Huo Lingfei remained silent, repeatedly bowing towards the boiling fire. After staying with him for a while, he became physically and mentally exhausted. Knowing he couldn't hold on any longer, he could only apologize to his uncle before returning home. Chapter 18, You've already mastered it? On the way back. His mother and sister were terrified. Hearing the noise outside, they immediately thought something had happened. When they saw Huo Lingfei return, they quickly asked him what was wrong. Seeing this situation, he didn't hide anything and told his mother directly about how his uncle's family had been eaten by bad people. He had barely finished speaking when Su Lan's face turned deathly pale. How could this be? They had been kind to them, and this morning they even brought them some food. They never expected that they would be murdered tonight. Even Huayao was so frightened by the presence of a bad person that she trembled uncontrollably. It was as if he had thought of something terrifying. Mom is all right now, the bastard has been killed. There are people keeping vigil for Uncle Yao in the street, Dad is there too. Huo Lingfei comforted the two women, and after hearing his words, they gradually calmed down. But Su Lan's breathing was still a little rapid, and her eyes couldn't help but mist over. I have to go keep vigil with your father, Sai. Why did it have to be your uncle's family that had this trouble? She struggled to get up from the wooden bed, then slowly picked up the oil lamp on the table, intending to walk outside. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei sighed inwardly. He wanted to stop his mother, but then he thought he would be rejected, so he couldn't help but stop her. My own father is there too, so he can take care of things. After comforting his younger sister, he felt his eyelids getting heavy and fell asleep. I slept soundly until dawn. Huo Lingfei woke up from his sleep. After a day of training, his muscles and bones had become extremely tough, and even his physique had changed. His eyes were bright and alert, all traces of sleepiness gone. His mother and father had already returned from keeping vigil, and they were both asleep. He didn't disturb them, quickly washed up, ate some breakfast, and then went straight out the door. On the street, it seemed that many people were reinforcing their doors and windows, carrying old wooden planks to strengthen their homes. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei understood somewhat this was probably to guard against bad people. It's time to move. He couldn't help but think. Now, all he needs is an identity to get his family to help him move into the house the old gang provided. The slums have been quite unsafe these past few days. It's alright if he's at home, but if he's not, it's extremely dangerous. I'll go ask him today. Huo Lingfei walked towards the location of the old gang. He frowned the whole way. Various kinds of heart-wrenching cries could be heard from many streets. A quick glance to the side reveals numerous corpses thrown into the fire, one almost every few dozen meters. In the distance, towards the east gate, beneath the dilapidated archway, the naked bodies of cowards were being burned. Seeing this situation, He narrowed his eyes involuntarily. They're all cowards. Unexpectedly, the incidents didn't just happen on their street, they occurred on other streets as well, and involving so many people. This is likely a collective attack by cowards. At a rough glance, there must be at least nearly 100 such companies. Huo Lingfei saw that many people were carrying wooden sticks and other inferior weapons, and they were searching every street. The number of attacks last night was unusually high. Huo Lingfei didn't look around, he just glanced at it, and then walked out of the slum. During this time, someone saw Huo Lingfei and couldn't help but step forward to greet him, calling out affectionately, "Huo Warren." The news of his becoming a martial artist had spread, and almost everyone knew of Huo Lingfei's existence. But if the news that he joined the old gang and became Li Jinlong's disciple reaches this area, the entire slum will probably be in an uproar. Clear your mind of thoughts. Huo Lingfei arrived at the old gang. They've arrived. Li Jinlong asked gently upon hearing the commotion outside the hall. How did you feel after practicing all day yesterday? Teacher. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei quickly bowed and said, I have already grasped the mission. You've got it? Hearing Huo Lingfei's words, Li Jinlong raised an eyebrow, then said calmly, Don't tell me you can already carry water bowls? My dear disciple, there is no such thing as boasting among your disciples. What is said, you must not lie. He looked at Huo Lingfei in front of him and seemed to notice that Huo's figure seemed a bit stronger. He frowned and thought to himself. Yesterday was the first time we used the medicinal bath. Could it be that the servants added too much medicine? Why has it gotten a bit bigger? However, his energy and spirit were excellent, and some new calluses could be seen on his palms, so he probably did extra training when he got home that night. Good. He was extremely satisfied. However, he was somewhat lacking in the ability to boast like Huo Lingfei. He had practiced the water-carrying bowl skill for almost half a year before, but his disciple claimed to have mastered it the very next day. This isn't just bragging. He remembered that when he was practicing martial arts, he was severely punished by his teacher for boasting once, and his skills were almost ruined. Seeing this situation, Li Jinlong grinned. My dear disciple. As your teacher, I want you to know that boasting is not a good thing. Teacher, I have indeed mastered it. Huo Lingfei didn't lie, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture before speaking again. He could learn it in a day, but in reality, he had been practicing for more than a year. This progress is already extremely slow. Not to mention his own teacher, even his senior classmates are probably much faster than him. I'm still somewhat weaker than others. He couldn't help but think to himself. My good disciple. Li Jinlong still didn't believe it. Even if his little disciple was incredibly talented, it was absolutely impossible for him to master it in such a short time. He gestured to the person next to him, if you can really master it, I'll prepare a gift for you if you can't. There has to be a price to pay. Li Jinlong grinned, gesturing for Huo Lingfei to demonstrate in front of him. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei nodded. If his teacher didn't believe him, then he would have to show him. He raised the red tasseled spear, his aura suddenly subsided, and his blood and qi were mobilized. Then, holding the spear with one hand, he picked up Shui Wan, who was handed to him by a servant. His hand movements were extremely fluid, and he flicked the tip of the gun to send it flying. He then judged its falling position and caught it with a swift movement. His spear then became a blur as he quickly caught the splashing water. The water level remained unchanged, and no water overflowed. Upon seeing this, Li Jinlong immediately became expressionless. Seemingly noticing a change in his teacher's expression, he thought he hadn't performed it well, so he rotated the bowl in his hand, just like Li Jinlong had done before. Let it drop and catch it, then fill it with water again. Click. The floor seemed unable to withstand the force and shattered instantly. Li Jinlong watched Huo Lingfei's movements, and with a forceful stomp, he shattered the floor. Chapter 19 Dragon Slaying Spear Technique. He froze on the spot. Watching Huo Lingfei skillfully manipulate the water bowl, her movements fluid and almost entirely natural, was quite impressive. He could even tell that Huo Lingfei was wielding the red tasseled spear quite skillfully. This doesn't look like someone who hasn't learned how to use a gun at all. It's clear that he has been immersed in spear techniques for at least several years to achieve this. Seeing this situation, Li Jinlong stared wide-eyed, utterly shocked, as if he had seen a ghost. My disciple learned how to carry a water bowl in just one day. He was even extremely skilled at wielding the red-tasseled spear. When I watched it yesterday, Huo Lingfei used to handle a gun like a 3-year-old child, but now, as if he had thought of something, his breathing became extremely erratic. Evildoer. Absolutely monstrous. He had never seen anyone with such talent. He mastered the skill of carrying a water bowl after only one day of learning, and before that he was a beginner. He couldn't even hold a gun properly, and his movements were extremely clumsy. He originally just wanted to hone Huo Lingfei's skills and cultivate his feel for the gun before he started practicing, so that he could go far in the path of gunplay. But who knew? Huo Lingfei actually mastered it. This is like a child who, after just one day of not being seen, has become a martial artist. It's astonishing. If the teacher knew, he'd probably be laughing in his grave, Li Zhenlong thought to himself as he took a breath. He stared at Huo Lingfei's figure for a long time, his expression remaining silent, until he saw something and his pupils suddenly contracted. My good disciple, how many meridians have you opened up now? Suddenly, he noticed that the flow of qi within Huo Lingfei's body seemed somewhat different. It appears to be even stronger and more intense. This immediately startled him again. It must have taken at least 20 meridians to open up for him to have such a feeling. Listening to his teacher's words, he hesitated for a moment. 29 articles. When Huo Lingfei was asked by his teacher, he did not hide anything. After all, this is something that someone like one's teacher can clearly see, and hiding it would only make them overthink things. Article 29. 29 articles? Li Zhenlong's pupils almost popped out. Without any hesitation, he swayed and appeared in front of Huo Lingfei. Then, he suddenly reached out and grabbed Huo Lingfei's hand, feeling the movement within her body. 29 meridians vibrate continuously within its body. In an instant, he was completely petrified on the spot. It used to be 13. He was stunned into realizing this, and then he was completely incredulous. It hasn't even been 2 days. The meridians in his body were directly connected, with as many as 29 meridians opened up. It's even only 7 meridians away from being fully opened in the body. Incredible. His face seemed to tremble slightly as he looked at Huo Lingfei as if she were a precious treasure. If this pace continues, they'll probably start to exert themselves aggressively in the next few days. Thinking of this, Li Zhenlong's expression was extremely complicated. He was both delighted and surprised. His little apprentice was a pleasant surprise. In just 2 days, he made rapid progress and even mastered the extremely difficult water bowl technique. He recalled that it seemed to have taken him several years to open his meridians. After a moment of silence, he slowly spoke, "Not bad. When I was practicing this water bowl skill, it only took me a short while to get the hang of it. You can't be arrogant either. Your senior brothers and sisters at your age have already opened up their meridians long ago. You still need to work hard." He wasn't lying. His disciples, at Huo Lingfei's age, had already reached the upper level of their meridians. However, they all practiced martial arts from a young age, and started taking medicinal baths when they were 5 or 6 years old. For a normal person to clear their meridians, even with the help of medicinal baths, it might take several years, or even 10 years, to succeed. Huo Lingfei's growth was so rapid after just one medicinal bath. If his background hadn't been investigated beforehand, people would have suspected him of being a spy. He's mastered the basics in no time. He's already opened up the meridians at my age. I still have a long way to go. Huo Lingfei shook his head, listening to his teacher's words, and couldn't help but encourage himself. I still need to work hard and try to catch up with my senior brothers and sisters. Now that you have mastered the water bowl technique, it means you have some basic skills. Li Zhenlong had fully recovered. He looked at Huo Lingfei and said calmly, "With your talent, you don't need to practice the basics. Today, I will teach you a spear technique. Just watch." He stomped his foot, and a red-tasseled spear shot straight at him from the side. His thick, strong hand gripped the shaft tightly. An unprecedented feeling suddenly swept over the entire scene. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei was startled. He then immediately focused intently on his teacher's every move. "I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child. I held a spear at the age of 3 and have been practicing spear techniques for more than 50 years. I once defeated 5 leaders of the old gang and made them submit. With one spear thrust, I pierced through the entire martial arts world of Yunhai and made a great name for myself. It's all thanks to this dragon-slaying spear technique. Disciple, watch closely. The dragon-slaying spear technique has 9 forms in total. This first move." He shouted loudly, his arm swirling the gun, creating afterimages, and then, his spear shot out like an arrow piercing through the clouds. Jing Yun. It seemed as if a powerful force was bursting forth. Where the gun tip passed, the air exploded, and Huo Lingfei looked horrified. A flash of silver light appeared at the tip of the spear, which then slammed into the hall, destroying everything in its path. Even the ground was dragged and deeply scratched by a tremendous force. Huo Lingfei was completely stunned by the power of the shot. Before Huo Lingfei could react, Li Jinlong shouted angrily, "Don't just stand there, look carefully." Second move, emerging from the abyss. The red tassel trembled violently, the spear shaft vibrated, and Li Jinlong pointed the spear tip, instantly drawing out countless silver lights, like stars dotting the sky, and terrifying force filled the entire hall. It was like a thunderclap exploding in my ears. Third move, star step. Fourth move, emerging from the mountain. Fifth move. Li Jinlong wildly brandished his red tasseled spear, the tassel constantly thrusting out, turning the entire hall into ruins with each strike. Watch closely. This final move is also the most powerful technique in this spear fighting style. Ninth form. Dragon Breaker. Sing. The spear flashes like a dragon. A dragon's roar seemed to explode in their ears, and a terrifying shockwave swept everything, engulfing everything in the direction the spear tip pointed. The temperature in the entire hall rose, the red tassel in Li Jinlong's hand trembled, and then he slammed his foot on the ground, instantly suppressing all the imposing presence on the scene. Huo Lingfei was completely stunned when he saw the 9 moves in total. His eyes were filled with utter shock. Like a country bumpkin entering the city, he was so shocked by his teacher's amazing marksmanship that he could hardly speak. He hadn't expected it to be so astonishing. Even the entire main hall was reduced to ruins. Chapter 20 Intentional Strength. He made no attempt to hide the shock in his eyes. After Li Jinlong finished his demonstration, he picked up his red tasseled spear and said calmly, "Have you memorized it?" "I've written it down." Huo Lingfei snapped out of his daze and, after listening to his teacher's words, nodded without hesitation. He had already memorized what his teacher was doing while he was practicing with a spear. Upon hearing this, Li Jinlong nodded. He wouldn't believe it if it were anyone else, but his little apprentice was so talented that he couldn't possibly fake it. The dragon-slaying spear technique is the culmination of my hard work as your teacher, and it is also the unique martial art of your grandmaster. You must diligently cultivate it. Li Jinlong waved his hand, signaling someone to come in and tidy up. The entire hall was in ruins, so naturally, martial arts practice was impossible. This was the result of him deliberately controlling his strength, only relying on his own power to move. If he had gone all out, the entire old gang would probably have been alarmed. They then led Huo Lingfei into an empty room next door. He continued, "You've just started learning gun repair. Gun repair is divided into several levels. The first is condensing the heart of the gun, the second is reaching the subtle. Now that you have mastered the water bowl technique, do you know the significance of why your master had you practice this?" Li Jinlong added to Huo Lingfei's statement, and then couldn't help but ask him a question. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's expression froze for a moment. "Are you asking me to practice the basics?" "Yes and no." Li Jinlong smiled. "I had you practice the water bowl technique to improve your sensitivity and control over guns, which will benefit you in your later micromanagement. Now that you have mastered it, subtlety will not be difficult for you. The only difficult part is to solidify the core of the spear. If a gun wielder cannot concentrate the gun's core, then he will never be able to enter the gate of the gun's way. Once he understands the gun's intent and can make the gun sound, the gun's core will naturally be formed." Li Jinlong said calmly, "The condensation of the spear heart may not be something you can do right now. The most important thing for you is to first master the basics of the dragon-breaking spear. Only after entering the gate and concentrating can one possibly concentrate one's gun-wielding mind. Only then can you be considered to have entered the gate of spearmanship and be called an expert. We should encourage them. When I was your age, I had already mastered the essence of spear and solidified the spear core, and I had already made a name for myself back then." Huo Lingfei couldn't help but marvel. His teacher was so strong that he had already mastered the spear technique at his age. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I still need to keep going. This was the first time he had ever heard of so many things in martial arts, that one actually needed to master the will to condense the spear core, and that only at that point could one be considered to have entered the field. But then, as if he had just thought of something, he couldn't help but stare intently. Crane Style Fist 361 710 Intent and Strength. After the crane form fist was perfected, a burst of intent appeared at the very end, which immediately gave Huo Lingfei some clues. Could this be a sign? "Teacher, what is I Jin?" he asked, looking at Li Jinlong in front of him. "Intent?" Li Jinlong frowned upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words. This is naturally intent, not just in spear techniques. Almost every martial art has its own intent. He thought Huo Lingfei had heard it from somewhere, so he said indifferently, enough with the nonsense, show me something now. I'll make sure you remember the dragon-slaying spear today. With your talent, I'll give you a goal, to achieve minor mastery within a month. This was the best he could have predicted. It was also based on Huo Lingfei's talent. After all, the dragon-slaying spear is extremely difficult to master, and those without talent will find it almost impossible to learn. It took him a long time to practice his own small Chengdu. The great achievement, on the other hand, takes even longer. As for condensing spear intent, that's something that can only be done after reaching a high level of mastery. Huo Lingfei's 2 senior brothers entered his school when they were young and were carefully taught for more than 10 years. By the time Huo Lingfei reached that age, they had only just begun to develop their spear skills, and only now have they barely reached the level of subtlety. Huo Lingfei estimated it would take several years. This is despite his extraordinary talent. For anyone else, it would take countless days and months to get started. Hearing what his teacher said, without hesitation, Huo Lingfei gripped the red-tasseled spear, adjusted his breathing, recalled his teacher's earlier actions, and then his body moved involuntarily. He wielded the dragon-slaying spear technique with extreme clumsiness. The waves of gunfire swept across, constantly stirring everything on the scene. However, its power is pitifully small. Li Jinlong watched intently, his face repeatedly showing amazement. Although Huo Lingfei's playing was extremely clumsy, there were only a few mistakes, which could be easily adjusted without Huo Lingfei's guidance. He could adjust himself, which surprised Li Jinlong, who looked thoughtful. Until the very last shot was fired. Huo Lingfei was covered in sweat and couldn't help but ask, "How is the teacher?" "Not bad." Li Jinlong nodded. "You have some of my former glory." He didn't need any guidance. Huo Lingfei could swing it on his own. However, he hadn't yet developed brute force and hadn't grasped the essence of the spear, so its power was limited, but it was still quite good. After watching Huo Lingfei's dragon-slaying spear for a while, he remained silent. Only after Huo Lingfei finished the last round of practice did he say calmly, "You've mastered the moves. Not bad. You can practice for now, and I'll come back to check on you tomorrow. In addition, starting today, you will need to take a medicated bath every day." He noticed that someone seemed to be waiting outside the door and couldn't help but speak. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei's eyes gleamed with excitement. This was exactly what he wanted. He had originally wanted to ask his teacher if he could still have the medicinal bath today. Unexpectedly, Li Jinlong had made preparations in advance. He then nodded. They watched their teacher leave. Dragon Breaking Spear 160 minor completion. Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. A line of text suddenly appeared before him, revealing his current mastery of the dragon-slaying spear. Within this day, open your meridians and achieve minor success in your cultivation. His eyes lit up with fighting spirit. With a swift movement, he gripped the red-tasseled spear and began practicing. The moves of the dragon-slaying spear immediately came to mind. Drink! A series of loud shouts immediately echoed across the scene, accompanied by the whistling of gunfire and the sound of red tassels waving. Chapter 21, Developing Brute Force, Achieving Minor Success in Cultivation. Teacher, are you sure you want to let junior brother participate in the martial arts competition? In a quiet little courtyard. Lin Kuan frowned, hearing his teacher's words, and couldn't help but say, "Junior brother hasn't opened his meridians yet, I'm afraid that's not quite right." "It's all right," Li Jinlong said calmly. "Your junior brother has exceptional talent, and I believe in him. At worst, we can treat it as a learning experience. Martial artists must have real combat experience, they can't just stay in the courtyard. Moreover, Lingfei has only just entered the martial arts world and hasn't developed any brute strength yet, so he needs real combat experience even more. Have you forgotten how I treated you back then?" The words had barely left his lips. Lin Kuan, standing before him, remained somewhat silent. Of course he remembers. Back when he was still in the process of solidifying his flesh and bones, his teacher sent him to the Cloud Sea martial arts tournament. This directly caused his Dao heart to collapse. No one can know how desperate he was back then. His opponent was on a completely different level. He only opened 20 meridians, and as a result, he was completely dominated and humiliated. He was depressed for a year because of this, and only regained his confidence when he participated in the martial arts competition again. Thinking of this, He hesitated, wanting to advise his teacher that Huo Lingfei's skills wouldn't improve his combat experience there, he would only get beaten up. And it wasn't just him. Even the second junior brother was the same. In the martial arts competition, their Dao heart was shattered. If they hadn't been quick to adjust, they probably wouldn't have been able to recover so quickly. But seeing his teacher's calm and composed expression, as if he had already made up his mind, he couldn't help but sigh softly. After a moment of silence, he didn't bring it up again, but slowly said, "Teacher, yesterday, the demon in the underworld abyss seemed to have rebelled." He had barely finished speaking. Li Jinlong narrowed his eyes slightly. "I know. Last night, the demons in the underworld abyss were in turmoil, and several gangs and families went to suppress them. As the leader of the 6 former gang leaders, he naturally went as well. It's just a minor disturbance. That demon is still asleep and won't wake up anytime soon." Li Jinlong then regained his composure and said calmly, "It should take at least a few more years. He was severely injured earlier, so his injuries cannot heal so quickly." Lin Kuan nodded, then said, "Teacher, there's one more thing. The powerful families of the Dragon Tiger Path have sent invitations to my old gang. I'm not going." Upon hearing this, Li Jinlong lowered his eyes, then grinned. "Their ancestor is still alive. He has one of the grudges against your master back then. Have someone send him an hourglass. I don't go to the old group, but I still receive the gifts." Dragon Slaying Spear 4060 minor success. Huo Lingfei's control over the Dragon Slaying Spear became more and more proficient. The red tassel kept vibrating, and the spear in his hand sometimes thrust out and stirred up boundless waves, and sometimes the spear shaft rolled horizontally and made a loud explosion. Although I am far from reaching the level of my teacher. However, his understanding of guns became increasingly profound. Until the final strike, Huo Lingfei was completely exhausted. His spear hummed and slammed into the ground. He knelt on one knee, panting heavily. Dragon Breaking Spear 4560 minor success. In the blink of an eye, the Dragon Slaying Spear is already close to achieving minor mastery. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but feel a little happy. He could feel that his understanding of the Dragon Slaying Spear was completely different from before. And he felt the meridians in his body slightly. 33 articles. He had suddenly opened up several more meridians, reaching a total of 33, and was only 3 more away from generating brute force. It's still early, keep practicing. Huo Lingfei endured the soreness in his muscles and bones. Swinging the Dragon Slaying Spear was extremely strenuous and mentally taxing, and he had already reached his limit. Even so, he continued to practice. Today we must muster all our strength and master the Dragon Slaying Spear. He paused for a moment, adjusted his breathing, and then moved instantly, his red tasseled spear spinning as he thrust out wildly. Dragon Breaking Spear 4660 minor success. Dragon Breaking Spear 4760 minor success. Time flies by relentlessly. Huo Lingfei was in a strange state. He would suddenly realize something, then frown deeply. The power of my move just now was wrong. The third move should be powerful and fast. I was too slow. Shwa shwa. He kept changing the size of his spear, thrusting it wildly, as if waves of energy were surging within it. With each thrust, faint ripples spread out from the tip of the spear. This shot wasn't right either, the move was a bit soft. Huo Lingfei's murmurs echoed continuously in the side hall. I don't know how much time passed. Huo Lingfei seemed to generate a fierce force, and the spear in his hand whistled as it cut through the air, followed by a loud bang that exploded in his ears. Bang! The terrifying force was unleashed, instantly making a thunderous crackling sound in one's ears. The human stake in front of them exploded completely in an instant under this shot. As an incomparably powerful force arose within his body, his 36 meridians circulated continuously, his blood and chi surged, and a surge of blood energy rushed straight to his head. Huo Lingfei felt incredibly hot all over. It felt like there was a force surging wildly inside my body, making my breathing extremely erratic. Is he getting all reckless? He felt an unprecedented power within his body. His 5 fingers clenched slightly, and he could feel a surge of energy rising up, as if he could smash everything in front of him with a single punch. Thinking of this, his face beamed with undisguised joy. After just a brief experience, I realized that I was no longer able to match what I had been before. And Dragon Slaying Spear 61-360 Mastery. Even the Dragon Slaying Spear has broken through to the minor completion level. The insights gained from the Dragon Slaying Spear technique kept surfacing in Huo Lingfei's mind. By carefully sensing these insights, he could understand just how clumsy his movements had been before reaching the minor mastery stage. Call. He frantically suppressed the excitement in his heart. Now, it has developed a fierce strength, and its power is no longer what it used to be. Before, when it was still in the meridian stage, it might have been at the mercy of others. But now, with all 36 meridians in his body now connected, and with the emergence of brute force, along with the mastery of crane-style fist and the minor mastery of dragon-breaking spear, he clearly already possessed the ability to protect himself. Those bastards better wait. In a few days, I'll personally beat you all to death. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes. In a few days, at the Longyang High School martial arts tournament, he will personally beat those beasts to death one by one. An unprecedented sense of confidence welled up inside me. Although he is not as good as his senior brothers and sisters in the sect, he is more than good than those people. Keep practicing. Huo Lingfei did not become arrogant, but continued to practice. Developing strong momentum and achieving some success were just small goals for him, and now that he has achieved them, he naturally cannot relax. Grown-ups. But just as he was preparing to continue practicing, a sound suddenly came from behind. The old man who initially brought Huo Lingfei into the old gang greeted him with a smile. Upon hearing what was said behind him, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, suppressing the energy within his body. Old sir, is there any result? His eyes held respect. The old man before him had been following his teacher for many years. When he came to the old gang today, he asked them to inquire about his family's relocation. After all, the slums are currently in a state of flux, and relocation is imminent. Your Excellency has the results. The old man bowed and took out a document from his robes. This is your new identity. A new identity has been created for you from birth until now. And this one is for your family. He then pulled out another document from his pocket. Furthermore, he possessed identification documents for entering and exiting Yunhai City. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei's brows were filled with joy. He didn't expect his identity to be revealed so quickly. I thought I would have to wait a while. Upon seeing what the old man handed him, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but take it and examine it. There are 4 documents in total. The first document was Huo Lingfei's own, which recorded everything he had done in Yunhai City from birth to the present. There was nothing about the slums. All the experiences were fictional. However, the name, parents, and family relationships remain unchanged. And his parents' situation was the same as Huo Lingfei's. This was simply to give him a plausible identity. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei couldn't contain his excitement. He had finally escaped the slums, and so had his family. He can bring a better life to his family. Sir, your house has been prepared for you by the old gang. The old man beside him smiled slightly when he saw Huo Lingfei's expression, and then handed Huo Lingfei a set of keys. Located in the central area next to the old gang. You can find it by following the address on the key. Huo Lingfei took it, then took a deep breath and said, "Thank you, sir. It's all part of your duty. You are a disciple of Lord Li, so it's only right that you do this." The old man cupped his hands in greeting, his eyes filled with admiration. Being able to become Li Jinlong's disciple is a prestigious position regardless of one's status in the slums. One could walk with impunity in Yunhai City. After all, behind them was the behemoth that was the old gang. It's just about getting rid of slum status. That's not a big deal. After all, they knew the slums like the back of their hand. Anyone who could climb out of such a place had to have some skill. He knows now. Not only the entire old gang, but also other gangs and the younger generation of martial arts practitioners in Yunhai City are extremely interested in Huo Lingfei. I wonder how high Li Zhu's 4th disciple can go. He murmured to himself, but then shook his head slightly. This is not something he should care about. After resolving Huo Lingfei's matter, he took his leave and supervised the others in the main hall to make repairs. Just now, my teacher's attack turned the entire hall into ruins, so it's natural that we need to send people to rebuild it. Huo Lingfei watched the old man leave, repeatedly looking at the object in his hand. This might not mean much to an elderly person. But for him, it was an extremely important matter. This means that I will no longer be looked down upon, no longer need to be subservient, and no longer need to be afraid because of someone else's words. He had had enough of the old days. I'm so fed up with being looked down upon in the martial arts class. He wanted to make his parents proud and straighten their spines, which had been bent for a lifetime. And this requires strong military support. He knew deep down that if it weren't for his talent, he would probably still be struggling in the slums. He might rise to prominence in the future, but he didn't know when that would be. This is just the first step. Huo Lingfei slowly calmed down. Put it away. I'll share this with my parents after I get back from martial arts practice. Chapter 22 Demons? Old Hua, go and move those goods over there later. Okay, boss. Wait, you go. Why does the boss make me do everything? The sounds continued. Huo Yuan paused, and seeing that his boss didn't seem to want him to move the items, he couldn't help but grin. This situation. This has been happening ever since the day his son killed Chen Tu. Even the next day. His boss's attitude towards him changed drastically, and he was even prevented from doing heavy work. We would let him rest from time to time. Many people would also take the initiative to greet him when they saw him. This was an experience he had never had before. And all of this was brought about by his own son. Do it or don't, what did I hire you for? Li Quan, with his hands behind his back, frowned and said angrily when he heard another employee seem dissatisfied. Boss, isn't old Hui here? How can he not be doing his job? The man who spoke was covered in sweat. He had been doing almost all the dirty and hard work these past few days. Huo Yuan, however, had nothing to do and couldn't help but feel dissatisfied. Not doing anything? If you had a son who was a martial artist, you wouldn't have to do anything either. Li Quan sneered upon hearing this, and then launched into a tirade. The words had barely left his lips. The person who had just spoken couldn't help but feel a surge of anger, and could only go and move it himself, thinking, so what if he's a martial arts master? Didn't we offend the old gang too? Who knows, they might be coming for us in a few days. He didn't dare to contradict his boss, so he could only make a few sarcastic remarks. News of Chen Tu's death had already spread throughout the entire slum. After a moment of shock, almost everyone sneered and watched as the Hua family father and son suffered. Chen Tu wasn't even a martial artist, so there must be a reason why he could roam freely in this slum. As a lackey of the old gang, who dares to mess with him or touch him in this slum? But he was killed by Hua's son. Everyone knows that even if Hua's son becomes a martial artist, so what? If they run into the old gang, I'm afraid any one of them could kill them. What's wrong with you? If you had a martial arts son, I'd allow you to not work. You have no skills and all you do is complain about pain. Upon seeing his appearance, Li Quan couldn't help but sneer. He'll just have someone rehire. He doesn't need a guy who'll go against him. But what he said was not without reason. Huo Lingfei offended the old gang, which almost certainly meant his death. He was initially shocked by their strength, but then he realized that it was only temporary. When the old gang members arrive in the slums, things will probably turn out badly. Only. Li Quan did not revert to his previous attitude, but became even more friendly, though he did not mention his son again. After all, his son is still alive. He was at least a martial artist. While he is still alive, at least retain a shred of goodwill. Huo Yuan smiled as he listened to what the other employees said, but didn't pay much attention to it. It seems the news of Xiao Fei becoming Li Zhenlong's disciple hasn't reached the slums, which is understandable given the general sentiment. However, he wouldn't bring it up on his own initiative. After all, this matter is too important, and they are afraid that if it gets out, it will affect their own Xiao Fei. Not to mention. Previously, he had approached many influential figures in the slums to try and apologize to the old gang, but he was driven away and was seen by many people. At this point, it's unlikely anyone would believe that his son had joined the old gang. So he simply kept quiet. Old Hua, did you get any results from your search yesterday? Help! Help! Quick, run! Seeing Huo Yuan's smiling expression, Li Quan couldn't help but ask a question. But before Huo Yuan could answer, various heart-wrenching screams suddenly came from afar. Countless slum dwellers fled frantically from afar. It immediately attracted the attention of Li Quan and others. They couldn't help but look in that direction. All I could see was countless people, covered in blood, ran frantically toward this place, as if they had witnessed something extremely horrifying. Some even looked as if a piece of flesh had been torn off by some wild beast, appearing extremely terrifying. Behind him, a roar could be heard. This immediately caused Li Quan and the others to change their expressions drastically. They saw a terrifying figure raging wildly in the distance. Suddenly, I felt a jolt all over my body. Quickly, close the store. Everyone, get inside and hide. Li Quan seemed to have thought of something, reacted instantly, and suddenly let everyone in, then quickly pulled the curtain down. Demon! This is a demon. Hearing the roar, Hua Yuan's body trembled. Then, seeing Li Quan's actions, his expression panicked. No, I can't stay here. Alan and Yaoer are still waiting for me at home. What if something happens to them if I stay here? Immediately. His eyes hardened, and he forcefully pushed against the curtain that was being pulled down, then slipped out and ran outside. Are you looking for death? Li Quan cursed angrily when he saw Hua Yuan still trying to run outside. How dare you run out when there are demons around? That's just asking for death. Demons are 1,000 times more terrifying than cowards. Ordinary people can kill bad people, but when they encounter demons, they can only become their food. Not to mention, this is a slum. It's not Yunhai City. There are very few martial artists left, and they can barely protect themselves, let alone slay demons. The only thing to do is to stay at home and wait for the demons to leave after they've eaten their fill. He was about to call out to Hua Yuan, but then he saw the figure getting closer and closer, so he had to stop. You fucking wish yourself good luck. Bang! The curtain was pulled down with a sound, and the other employees instantly breathed a sigh of relief. That idiot Hua Yuan actually went out to his death. They wanted to live, not die. He ran frantically into the street. Hua Yuanxiang, emboldened, saw that all the people around him were fleeing. After finding the direction of his home, he ran towards it. All sorts of screams echoed through the streets at all times. He even saw the scene of countless demons frantically devouring the people. The fear of facing unknown creatures surged up involuntarily, but it was suppressed in the blink of an eye. Seeing demons even on the main street in the direction of his home, he couldn't help but tremble. Alan, Yaoer, please don't let anything happen to you. Hua Yuan ran frantically toward the dilapidated alley, avoiding the main streets, which were now filled with fleeing civilians. Running that way would mean certain death. But along the way, he still saw a lot of bloodstains. The demons had appeared more than just that short time. Upon seeing this, he couldn't help but tremble violently. His mind went blank for a moment, which was even more painful than when he heard that his daughter's feet had been eaten. He was terrified of seeing what would happen to his family. He couldn't accept that. If something were to happen to either of them, his world would collapse. It's on the verge of complete collapse. It's all right, it's all right. There's a cellar at home. Alan and Yaoer will definitely hide there. He frantically tried to comfort himself. There are no protective measures inside the slums. One can only seek refuge. Almost every household would build a cellar so that they could hide from demons if they came. This is something that has been there for a long time. He would definitely hide if his wife and daughter were in danger. But he still felt uncertain. The bloodstains along the way increased, and a terrifying figure was even seen frantically devouring something, but it noticed Hua Yuan's figure. His body went limp from the fright, and he could only cautiously dodge away. Then he ran like crazy. They rushed all the way. Hua Yuan was almost exhausted and kept looking around, fearing that demons might appear. When he finally saw the direction of his home, his heart skipped a beat. Blood was everywhere on the streets. Countless torn corpses lay scattered about, and even around the corner, one could vaguely see a demon feeding. Seeing this situation, Hua Yuan was on the verge of collapse. Something had indeed happened in his direction. He could even recognize the corpses lying haphazardly in the street. However, the fact that his own iron shed was intact gave him a glimmer of hope. Make sure you hide well. With his last bit of strength, Hua Yuanxiang carefully made his way towards his family's iron shed, making as little noise as possible so as not to disturb the demon. When he saw that the wooden planks at his door seemed to be stained with blood, he suppressed his emotions and slowly opened them, then suddenly slipped inside and quickly covered the doorway. It catches the eye. The shed was empty. Seeing this, Hua Yuan's emotions calmed down considerably. Then, extremely carefully and without making a sound, he slowly crawled under the wooden bed. Slowly opened one of the floor tiles below. In the pitch-black space, one could almost hear two extremely rapid breaths. Alan, Yaoer. The person inside seemed startled by the sudden removal of the floor tiles, and their whole body jolted, almost collapsing. But upon hearing Hua Yuan's soft voice, they slowly relaxed. He found that his family members were unharmed. Hua Yuan's heart finally relaxed, and he immediately darted into the cellar and covered it with bricks. Shoo! Don't make a sound. When I ran here, I saw a demon near his house. Roar! He had barely finished speaking. A ferocious roar suddenly rang out from outside the shed. Bang! Then a loud bang erupted. A terrifyingly grotesque figure slammed into the iron shed. The overhead iron canopy seemed unable to support the weight and instantly shattered into pieces. Chapter 23: The Gift. Shua shua shua. With a surge of power in his hands like a fierce tiger, Wu Lingfei continuously swung his red tasseled spear, the sound of it tearing through the air constantly echoing. With the power flowing through the body, an endless gale swept up everything around. He would sometimes thrust out with his spear, the powerful force piercing through everything. At times, the spear sweeps across, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy. With the emergence of brute force, his strength reached a new level, almost a height that Wu Lingfei could not even imagine. No wonder I've always heard people say that only by generating fierce power can one truly step onto the path of martial arts. Wu Lingfei's eyes shone brightly, and even after performing just a few sets of the dragon-breaking spear techniques, the power within his body remained surging without diminishing in the slightest. He even tested it out. With the combination of fierce force and energy circulation, a punch was thrown out of thin air with tremendous force, like an explosion. Even at the fist, there was a surge of energy, as if a single punch could kill a tiger. The strength of a single tiger. Wu Lingfei took a deep breath. And even his figure seemed to grow taller under the force of brute force. Originally 1.8 meters tall, he had grown to nearly 2 meters tall, his body muscular and his large, bulging hands were gently clenched, and the veins on his upper arms were bulging. Seeing this situation, he was even more amazed by his current strength. I've already completely outclassed several of my past selves. He had only completed 36 meridians, generating a fierce force, but had not yet solidified his flesh and bones. By then, his physique will probably be even more grotesque. However, Wu Lingfei's eyes were filled with admiration. A martial artist's physique should naturally be like that. Even his own teacher was extremely burly. This is precisely proof of its own strength. How's the training going? Li Zhenlong appeared beside Wu Lingfei at some point, and seeing that he seemed a little dazed, he immediately assumed that Wu Lingfei was discouraged by the difficulty of the dragon-breaking spear. He couldn't help but smile. You've already done very well for your first time learning. That's enough for today. Your teacher has prepared a gift for you. He kept his word. He had promised Wu Lingfei he would prepare a gift for him, and he would do so. Teacher. Wu Lingfei was pulled back by the voice behind him, and after seeing Li Zhenlong's figure, he couldn't help but cup his hands in greeting. I have a bit of a grasp on it. You've got it figured out? Not bad. Back in my day, I could get the hang of it in 3 days. You'll have to practice when you get back. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenlong nodded, then raised his hand, signaling his servants to bring over a weapon covered with a red cloth, obscuring its true appearance. He gently stroked the red cloth, a hint of reminiscence on his face, before finally lifting it up. This is the weapon your grandmaster used back then, Mo Yuan. The spear is 9 feet long, weighs 60 pounds, and is entirely crafted from black scales? Upon hearing that his teacher had prepared a gift for him, Wu Lingfei couldn't help but look at him. All I could see was a jet black spear lay quietly in the long box, its body as deep as an abyss. Upon closer inspection, the spear shaft was covered with dense black scales, as if they were the reverse scales of some kind of creature. Upon seeing this, Wu Lingfei couldn't resist reaching out to stroke it. It was extremely cold to the touch, yet there was an indescribable sense of comfort in it. The scales on his hand were layered, and as he brushed against them, it felt like caressing some kind of creature, making him murmur involuntarily, Mo Yuan. This is an excellent treasure. Back then, it followed your grandmaster to fight all over the martial arts world of Yunhai. Now that it's been sitting idle, I might as well give it to you. Seeing Wu Lingfei's expression, Li Zhenlong couldn't help but smile. This kind of thing is rare in the entire Yunhai city. Back then, your grandmaster killed a demon and skinned it to make it. Weapons crafted from black scales are extremely rare. If placed in the sea of clouds, it would be practically priceless and unavailable. Upon hearing this, Wu Lingfei was startled. No wonder he felt like he was touching a living creature when he stroked it. He never expected it to be made of demon skin. And this kind of leather texture is probably extremely rare even among demons. Thank you, teacher. Wu Lingfei's eyes were filled with gratitude. His teacher had actually given him such a generous gift. Such a gift is incredibly precious, especially since it was used by my own master. It probably cannot be measured by price. Upon hearing this, Li Zhenlong waved his hand. It's all right. My disciples cannot be poor. Your senior brothers both have their own weapons, so you naturally cannot be without one. If word gets out, people will laugh at me, Li Zhenlong, for not even giving my disciples a single weapon, etc. Your body is as heavy as a rock, your internal energy circulates freely, and your strength is like a fierce tiger. You've developed brute force? In the blink of an eye. After Li Jinlong gave Huo Lingfei the gift, he was about to say something when he suddenly noticed Huo Lingfei's physical condition, and his pupils instantly dilated. Then his expression became somewhat blank. He couldn't possibly be mistaken. Moreover, Huo Lingfei's changed physique is almost a sign that he has developed brute strength. Once all 36 meridians in the body are opened, the body will undergo a short period of development, and brute strength will naturally develop. Having practiced martial arts for decades, he certainly couldn't have misjudged the situation. The last time I saw my little apprentice, he had only opened up more than 20 meridians, but today he has already developed brute strength. This speed is simply unprecedented. The path of martial arts requires accumulation, but Huo Lingfei didn't accumulate anything, yet he directly opened up all 36 meridians and mastered brute force. How could brute force be so easy? Many martial artists are stuck here, unable to open up the last meridian, and some can't even figure out the meridians in their bodies. His disciple had completely opened up all the meridians in his body in just one day, which was extremely shocking to the world. It's the teacher. Huo Lingfei nodded without hesitation after seeing that his teacher knew. He was going to ask his teacher how to solidify flesh and bone, so he naturally didn't hide anything from his teacher. Upon hearing this, Li Jinlong was breathing rapidly. His disciple had given him too many surprises. Excellent, 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 he praised repeatedly. You already have the talent your teacher had back then. You have now developed brute strength and are ready to begin preparing to solidify your flesh and bones. Do you know why, even if martial artists emerge from the slums, they always remain at the meridian stage? Huo Lingfei was about to ask his teacher how to solidify flesh and bone when he heard this and couldn't help but ponder for a while. He was not the only martial artist in the slums. Many others had entered the martial arts world by chance, and some, like Chen Tu, had gained a chance to practice martial arts by serving as lackeys for gangs of all sizes. However, he had never heard of anyone having taken the step of solidifying flesh and bone. This is naturally because there is a secret recipe for solidifying flesh and bones. Given the conditions in the slums, without the existence of martial arts families, how could one possibly reach the flesh and bone stage? Li Jinlong shook his head and said calmly, to solidify flesh and bones, one needs to mobilize the meridians, shake the heart and bones, and solidify flesh and bones. This stage requires the assistance of secret medicines, otherwise, one will die immediately. If the heart bone is shattered, it's equivalent to damaging the heart. Without the protection of the secret medicine, there is only one way out, death. In the entire Yunhai martial arts world, secret medicines are top secret and almost never shared with outsiders, making it virtually impossible to enter the flesh-boning stage. The soft words involuntarily reached Huo Lingfei's ears. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. I see. No wonder there wasn't a single person above the bone condensation stage in the entire slum. The advancement path had been blocked. But in the blink of an eye, he couldn't help but feel a little fortunate. Luckily, I met a teacher back then, otherwise, if I had waited until I developed muscular dynamism, I'd probably have had a headache figuring out how to solidify my flesh and bones. Under a monopoly, unless one has a way to obtain the secret medicine, it is almost impossible to surpass the meridians. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei slowly said, then teacher, our old gang. Of course we have secret medicine. Upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, Li Jinlong immediately knew what he wanted to ask and shook his head. If my old gang didn't have secret medicine, how could it have become such a large gang? They would have perished in the long river of history long ago. That's true. Huo Lingfei nodded. As a large gang with many subordinate forces, how could the old gang not have secret medicines? But, after speaking, Li Jinlong's expression turned serious. Now that you are my disciple, you can naturally go to the old gang to exchange for a secret medicine to take. But, the secret medicine must not be passed on to outsiders, nor can it be used by others. If I discover it, no matter how talented you are, I will personally cripple you. The sound was deafening, instantly startling Huo Lingfei, who then nodded solemnly. This was the first time he had ever seen his teacher with such a serious expression. Seeing Huo Lingfei agree, Li Jinlong's expression softened considerably. After you receive the secret medicine, you can take it tomorrow. Your master will be by your side to protect you. During this period, you must not take it without authorization, lest your heart meridian be shattered. Also, you can only receive one dose of the secret medicine. You only need to take half a dose. If your flesh and bones haven't solidified after taking half a dose, then take the remaining half. But remember, you only have 2 chances. If your flesh and bones don't heal after using this dose of the secret medicine, you will die suddenly. He spoke to Huo Lingfei, then added, the reason there is only 1 dose of the secret medicine is that the main ingredient is the blood of a demon. Its function is to protect the heart meridian, but the human body cannot withstand too much of it and will be destroyed by its fierce blood and qi. Therefore, if the flesh and bones still fail to solidify after taking it twice, the person will die suddenly. However, with your master by my side, this is impossible. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but take a deep breath. It turns out there are things to be aware of with this secret medicine, and I never expected that its main ingredient would be taken from demons. No wonder the secret medicine became a closely guarded secret. Upon hearing his teacher's last words, he was taken aback. Could it be that the teacher has another method? Hearing Huo Lingfei's words, Li Jinlong couldn't help but smile. We'll find out when the time comes. Then he told Huo Lingfei to go to the old gang's pharmacy to get a secret medicine and wait for him there the next day, before leaving. Watching his teacher leave, Huo Lingfei suppressed his emotions and didn't think much of it. As dusk approached outside, I unusually refrained from continuing my practice. Instead, after taking a medicinal bath, he took the Mo Yuan given to him by his teacher and left the old gang. Chapter 24 Rage. When I get home, I'll tell my parents this good news. Huo Lingfei carried the long box on his back and walked along the road. Thinking that he would be able to take his parents away from the slum today, he couldn't help but feel excited. I'm sure my parents will be very happy to hear this news. And the slums have been anything but peaceful in recent days. The sooner you bring your parents to live in the city, the safer they will be. Unlike Yunhai City, the slums are chaotic and have very few martial artists who rarely concern themselves with matters within them. If something goes wrong, no one will care. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei suppressed his emotions, finally resolving a worry in his heart. But for some reason, his right eye kept twitching, as if something bad was about to happen. Seeing this situation, he frowned slightly. How could there be such a premonition? Such phenomena after practicing martial arts are generally not unfounded. But I thought and thought, but I couldn't figure out where the premonition came from. He shook his head, clearing his mind of all thoughts. He could only attribute it to being too tired from practicing martial arts. Huo Lingfei was riding the bus when he suddenly heard an announcement over the loudspeaker that the bus stop was closed, and he couldn't help but look surprised. It's been shut down? He listened to the broadcast and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. Why did it have to be shut down at this particular time? However, Huo Lingfei merely frowned slightly before heading straight towards the old gang's area. He showed me his old gang badge. Immediately, a car drove up and came to Huo Lingfei's side. Even if the buses stopped running, it could hardly stop Huo Lingfei. As a disciple of Li Jinlong of the old gang, he had almost the authority to mobilize the affairs within the old gang. However, it's just a matter of moving one car, it's a piece of cake. However, the unease that Huo Lingfei had just suppressed suddenly rose again. Why are the buses to the slums out of service? He rarely heard of buses going to slums being shut down. Unless it's an emergency, this won't happen. Thinking back to the unexpected scoundrel who appeared last night, he couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Emergency events are extremely rare, it should just be some minor matter, it's impossible for it to be such a coincidence. Huo Lingfei suppressed his unease and tried to remain calm. After all, while service disruptions are rare, they can happen. The old gang's car slowly pulled up outside the slum, and Huo Lingfei got out of the car with the respect of the driver. Carrying a long box on his back, Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes and looked at the slum in front of him, and immediately noticed something different. Why is nobody here? Then, as if he had smelled something, his expression suddenly changed drastically. In the slums, he suddenly smelled an extremely strong stench of blood. Moreover, the fishy smell was so strong that it could be smelled even outside the slums. Something must have happened. Huo Lingfei was greatly shocked, his expression immediately became vigilant, and he stared intently at the commotion inside the slum before slowly walking out. As a martial artist, he felt threatened and could even sense that danger was constantly lurking in his heart. Entering the slum. Countless corpses lay scattered haphazardly, the entire street was filled with a large amount of blood, and various limbs and dismembered bodies were carelessly torn off and discarded in every corner of the street. The strong smell of blood was overwhelming, and you could even see that everyone's face looked as if it had been torn apart by some kind of creature, which was extremely terrifying. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei's pupils dilated, as if he had seen something, and he was extremely shocked. Demon? The sight of these corpses lying on both sides of the street immediately brought this word to his mind. Only demons could do such a thing. It's impossible for a coward to kill so many civilians. Besides, the wounds on the corpses are gruesome and terrifying. A coward couldn't possibly have such offensive power. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei felt a sudden urgency in his heart. No wonder the bus station was shut down. I never expected that demons would appear in the slums. But why wouldn't the old gang members know about this? He was part of the old gang, and the fact that the bus station was shut down meant that Yunhai City must know about it. However, he had never heard of any demons appearing in the slums within the old gang. But before Huo Lingfei could think further, he was extremely anxious. Looking around, he saw corpses everywhere, which meant that the demons had been active for a long time. Something bad is bound to happen to my family. The thought of his family members being in trouble filled him with anxiety, and without any hesitation, he frantically ran towards his home. Roar! But suddenly, a terrifying roar seemed to be coming from beside my ears. A colossal creature seemed to sense Huo Lingfei's presence and instantly let out a furious roar. Then all I heard was a terrifying explosion. Bang! The shed closest to Huo Lingfei was instantly smashed by the huge object and then exploded completely, and a piercing scream could be heard. The people hidden inside seemed to be squeezed and burst by this figure. Huo Lingfei was startled and couldn't help but turn his head to look. Roar! The dust settled. A massive demon covered in purple scales crashed into the shed, its mouth contorted in a ferocious grimace, blood dripping from its sharp fangs, its blood-red eyes fixed on Huo Lingfei with overwhelming lust. It was as if Huo Lingfei possessed some kind of power that was extremely attractive to him. Upon seeing the demon's form, Huo Lingfei's expression instantly changed drastically. Before he could react, the demon in front of him suddenly roared, and its terrifying figure swept towards Huo Lingfei in an instant. Extremely fast. The ferocious five claws instantly reached towards Huo Lingfei's face, seemingly wanting to kill him with one blow. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei felt his blood rush to his head, and the nervous look he had when he saw the demon vanished instantly. Then, he moved and suddenly grabbed the gun case from his back. Looking at the demon in front of him, without any hesitation, he grabbed the gun case in his hand and smashed it down on its head. Boom bang! Huo Lingfei's strength is now immense, especially since he has developed brute force, increasing his power exponentially. A terrifying force suddenly slid down. Huo Lingfei slammed the demon in front of him to the ground with a single blow. But in the blink of an eye, the gun case in his hand seemed unable to withstand the force and burst open with a loud bang. Without hesitation, he gripped the Mo Yuan spear tightly, and then the tip of the spear struck. Sing! A gunshot rang out. The sound instantly reverberated throughout the entire street, followed by a burst of cold light. Before the demon beneath his feet could react, Huo Lingfei suddenly shot it dead. Blood splattered out in a dark green color. A massive head suddenly crashed to the ground. Dragon Slaying Spear 63-360 Mastery. Gripping his spear tightly, Huo Lingfei breathed heavily, seemingly still unsettled after slaying a demon. This was the first time he had ever killed a demon. I never dared to imagine this before. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to realize something, and his expression suddenly changed. All around him, after he slew a demon, roars and howls from the demon resounded from all directions. They seemed to have noticed the commotion here. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, knowing that his family was important, and did not stay where he was. With a whoosh, he suddenly sprang up, leaving a blur in his wake. He moved extremely fast, his footsteps constantly shifting. But the sounds of explosions continued unabated, as if the demons around him had locked onto him and were still following him closely. Seeing this situation, although Huo Lingfei's fear of demons had gradually disappeared, he still dared not stop. He doesn't even know what's happening at home, and he can only guess whether his family members are alive or dead. They were even more afraid that something might happen to them. Naturally, he didn't want to get entangled in a battle with a group of demons here. The entire street along the way looked as if it had been ravaged by blood. Countless corpses lay scattered about, and some could even be seen gnawing on them, but Huo Lingfei paid no heed and continued his rampage toward his home. Familiar streets came into view. The appearance of rows of iron sheds in the distance immediately shocked Huo Lingfei. He then quickened his pace. Upon entering the street where his home was located, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but look towards the location of his family's iron shed, and then his expression immediately froze. He seemed to have seen something, and his whole body felt as if he had been struck by lightning. All I could see was his house was as if it had been crushed by some terrifying force, and was completely reduced to ruins. The sight of the entire house in ruins instantly caused Huo Lingfei to tremble. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the veins on his arms bulged. His home is gone. Mother, little sister. A surge of anger exploded in his chest, his eyes welled up with tears, his lips trembled, and he felt as if something was gripping his heart, causing him great distress. Bang! Bang! The sounds kept exploding in my ears. The demons who had been chasing Huo Lingfei seemed to arrive in an instant. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei's figure, they couldn't help but roar angrily, their mouths drooling. Hearing the noise behind him, Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, holding Mo Yuan in his hand, his body motionless in place. Only after the several demons beside him could no longer contain themselves and swept wildly towards Huo Lingfei did he slowly raise his head. A bunch of beasts, die! I want you all dead! His anger had already exploded, and after seeing his home reduced to ruins, he completely went berserk. The spear in his hand spun instantly. He drew his gun, took a deep breath, and then thrust it out in a furious rage. Whoosh 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 boom! The gun trembled. A powerful force surged downwards, like a surging wave, seemingly containing an overwhelming force, roaring with brute power and carrying an extremely furious momentum. It slammed into the nearest demon. Roar! Sing! The demon immediately realized something was wrong and roared furiously, trying to dodge, but in the blink of an eye, a cold glint appeared first. The spear tip smashed into the demon's body, and a terrifying shockwave instantly swept over it. Then, a sound was heard. Bang! The demons in front of them exploded in the blink of an eye. Chapter 25, Slaying Demons to Become a God of War, sweeping away the demons in the entire slum. A terrifying shot imbued with boundless rage, utterly stunning. Wherever the shockwave passed, it stirred up countless gales, even lifting the ground and shaking the iron sheds on both sides. Huo Lingfei was soaked in demon blood, but his eyes were still filled with boundless rage. All he could think about was killing these beasts. His home is gone. He had previously been imagining how proud his parents would be to hear the news that they were moving to Yunhai City. In the blink of an eye, his home was reduced to ruins, and he didn't even see the bodies of his parents. I'm afraid the bones have already been devoured by demons. Thinking about this, he could barely contain the overwhelming rage within him. He could even think of it. Before the arrival of demons. How desperate her mother and younger sister must have been, forced to watch helplessly as it devoured her, not to mention the bad things her younger sister had experienced with bad people before. His belief was that he wanted his family to live a better life. But now, everything is gone. His eyes were bloodshot, and he trembled uncontrollably, as if the whole sky had collapsed. Upon seeing the several demons roaring madly around him, his eyes widened in fury. Gone, all gone. You all die. His body trembled violently. After slaughtering one, the spear swept across, and he used the dragon-slaying spear technique once again in an instant. Dragon-slaying spear, second form. Huo Lingfei's 36 meridians continuously generated boundless power. He mobilized his brute strength, turned his aura, and strode out. He pushed off the ground with his feet, instantly unleashing a terrifying force as he charged madly towards the oncoming demons. He raised his gun, took a deep step, and then swiftly unleashed countless flashes of silver light. The force of the spear stirred the entire arena, and the spear in his hand seemed to be possessed by a demon, frantically unleashing countless terrifying attacks. Bang bang bang. The spearheads were cold and sharp, and bursts of gunfire and explosions erupted. The inkstone in his hand seemed to come alive, its silver light slamming into the demon's body and then instantly piercing through, bursting out countless drops of blood. Each time a shot fell, a demon crashed to the ground. His body was full of muscles, and with his veins bulging, he looked like a god of death, making people feel extremely scared. Many people in the iron sheds cautiously peeked out after hearing the noise outside, and were instantly stunned and at a loss when they saw Huo Lingfei's figure. Isn't that a martial artist from the Huo family? We're saved. We're saved. It's Huo Yuan's son, Huo Warren. They were instantly shocked to see Huo Lingfei so bravely wielding a gun. Everyone gasped as they watched Huo Lingfei furiously kill the demons. Unexpectedly, it was so terrifying and fierce that even demons were no match for it. In the slums. Roar. The sound seemed to be heard from other places, with faint roars echoing through the air. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless. Wielding a large spear, he unleashed the 6 steps of a warrior, furiously charging into the horde of demons, his momentum unstoppable, as if entering an empty field. With his 36 meridians and the minor mastery of the dragon slaying spear, he had developed a brute force that made him fearless of any threat. Dragon Slaying Spear 87 360 Mastery. Dragon Slaying Spear 88 360 Mastery. Crane Style Fist 410 710 Intent and Strength. With a single shot, he unleashed a devastating force, instantly killing a demon. Sensing a terrifying sound coming from his side, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate at all. He raised his hand and unleashed a crane fist, instantly shattering the skull. The dragon slaying spear and crane-shaped fist techniques surged wildly with each battle. Dragon Breaking Form 1. Dragon Breaking Technique 2. He seemed tireless, thrusting his spear relentlessly, filling the entire street with the blood of demons. Occasionally, he would turn and thrust back, instantly piercing through the demon sweeping in from behind. Exhausted, Huo Lingfei used a single spear thrust to repel the onrushing demons, then abruptly pulled away. Thanks to the medicinal bath he had just taken, even though he was almost exhausted, he was still able to hold onto his spear, though his eyes were still glaring angrily at the demons in front of him. Along the way, almost the entire street was filled with the shattered forms of demons that he had poked. Even blood was everywhere on the street. But, nevertheless, he still only regretted not being able to kill more. These demons were almost all at the meridian stage, so killing them was not difficult for him, but there were a great many of them. The sheer volume of toxins was overwhelming for him. Despite the soreness in his muscles and bones, he held the spear firmly in his hand, his posture still upright. The demon in front of him was only wary for a moment, seemingly unable to resist the fragrance emanating from Huo Lingfei. It roared furiously, drooling, and suddenly attacked. Bang! With a powerful stomp, kicking up clouds of dust, he shot out once more like a demon god. A flash of cold light exploded, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. The terrifying sound of gunfire rang out again. Even when Huo Lingfei reached his limit, he could still unleash terrifying combat power. His blood and chi surged like a dragon, and his bones and muscles vibrated with a resounding sound. With a flick of his wrist, countless spear shadows shot out. He then went on a rampage, slaughtering the demons that swept in, until finally, with a final, powerful thrust. Ninth form of the Dragon Slaying Spear, Dragon Slaying. The gunshot whistled through the air, as if to crush everything, and a terrifying wave of energy shot out from the tip of the gun, instantly sweeping across the entire street. It was as if a dragon's roar was exploding in my ears. The remaining few demons let out a deafening roar, and then their bodies were instantly shredded by the swirling waves of spears. The shot was fired. Huo Lingfei was completely exhausted, his whole body was in excruciating pain, and he was kneeling on the ground, panting heavily, using his spear as a support. The final move of the dragon slaying spear was extremely strenuous, and even Huo Lingfei almost couldn't handle it. What's more, he unleashed this attack when he was nearly exhausted. If he hadn't managed to stay conscious, he probably would have fainted the next second. Looking in all directions, he only calmed down after it seemed that no more demons appeared. Fortunately, he had absorbed the medicinal bath beforehand, and the effects of the medicine in his body had not completely worn off, and he was frantically replenishing his lost essence. Junior brother. Before Huo Lingfei could react, a sudden exclamation rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but turn his head to look. All I could see was Li Ling stepped onto the iron shed of the slum, wearing a seemingly dreamlike battle armor. Her steps were light, her 3,000 strands of hair were bound, and she held a large spear. Her figure swept towards this side continuously. And behind him, dozens of terrifying figures followed closely behind, and upon seeing Huo Lingfei, her gaze seemed somewhat dazed. Upon seeing the countless demon corpses in front of Huo Lingfei, he couldn't help but gasp in surprise. She seemed to have seen something, and was extremely shocked. The entire street was littered with the corpses of demons, some with their heads pierced by a single shot, others with their bodies blasted apart, and the ground was littered with the remains of demons. And just now, startled by a dragon's roar. Looking back now, it was clearly the work of my junior brother. Dragon Slaying Spear. And it has to be at least a minor achievement. Her pupils were filled with shock. As fellow disciples of the same teacher, she was naturally also capable of breaking the dragon spear. It made him realize just how difficult it was to unleash a dragon's roar. Only those who have mastered the minor skill of the dragon breaking spear can unleash a dragon's roar. My junior brother has already mastered the minor skill of the dragon-breaking spear so quickly? It hasn't been that long. All in all, it only takes a few days. His junior brother unleashed the ninth form of the dragon-slaying spear right under his nose, accompanied by the deafening roar of a dragon. Thinking about this, she found it extremely hard to believe. Senior sister? Huo Lingfei looked at the newcomer, and a flicker of emotion appeared in his despairing gaze. I came to provide assistance on my master's orders. Demons have invaded the slums, and that's how my old gang found out. Is my junior brother all right? They arrived in an instant. Holding a large gun, Li Ling watched the commotion on the street. Even though she had somewhat expected it, she couldn't help but gasp. Did you kill these people? Huo Lingfei's expression remained unchanged, but her voice seemed a little hoarse. Thank you, senior sister. After the bloody battle, the pain welled up in my heart. Upon seeing Li Ling arrive with the old gang members, he felt no emotion whatsoever. And his words had barely left his lips. The many former gang members behind Li Ling couldn't help but look at each other, seemingly able to sense the commotion. Guessing something and actually having it confirmed are almost two different things. They already knew that Li Zhu had taken a slum dweller as his fourth disciple. This news has been released. This nearly set off an explosion within the entire old gang. Everyone was incredulous and frantically tried to uncover Huo Lingfei's identity, wanting to know who he really was. How could someone from the slums become Li Zhu's fourth disciple? Moreover, it is said that he has not been practicing martial arts for long and is still at the meridian stage. This is almost unbelievable. There have even been many voices of doubt. Even they had some doubts, but when they saw the demon corpses all over the streets, they couldn't help but admire them. Having just entered the realm of martial arts, he had already killed so many demons. This news, once it got out, almost astonished everyone. Even the lowest level of demons is comparable to the meridian stage. Just looking at it was enough to shock them, which was enough to demonstrate Huo Lingfei's strength and talent. It's all right. I came here on my teacher's orders. The demons in the Nether Sea Abyss have rioted. They broke through the blockade of several major gangs and rushed out. A small group of demons swept through the slums. I'm just glad you're all right, junior brother. Li Lingfang looked at Huo Lingfei's expression and seemed to sense something was amiss, so she explained. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei calmed down considerably and slowly stood up. He remained expressionless and simply said, Senior sister, do you know why my old gang didn't receive the message? I don't know either. Something must have happened at Mingheyuan, but teacher has already gone there. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's eyes widened in surprise, seemingly unsure as well. Huo Lingfei remained silent. Even his senior sister didn't know. But he had no time to dwell on these things, and instead slowly walked towards his home. Senior sister, I have some things to attend to, excuse me for not keeping you company. Seeing this, Li Ling couldn't help but nod. It was assumed that he was simply tired from fighting demons too much. However, the purpose of this trip was to ensure that Huo Lingfei was safe, and now, the demons in the slums had been wiped out by Huo Lingfei. Originally, only a small group of demons had entered the slums. Now that they've all been killed, there's no need for her to stay here anymore. She then lightly moved and swept away from the slums. After killing the demons, Huo Lingfei wandered the streets, his body dazed and confused. His eyes were filled with sorrow. Meanwhile, the people inside the nearby iron shed, seemingly hearing no movement outside, couldn't help but peek out. Upon seeing the scene on the street, they couldn't help but gasp. The ground was littered with the corpses of demons. The demons that had just filled them with immense fear had now all been killed by Huo Warren. Thinking of this, overwhelmed with emotion, they rushed out and knelt to express their gratitude to Huo Lingfei for saving their lives. Almost no martial artist in the slums would do such a thing. Not to mention the rampant presence of demons. I'm afraid none of them are willing to take this risk. Whether they live or die is almost entirely up to fate. But now, Huo Lingfei actually wiped out all the demons in the entire slum. It was practically equivalent to saving the lives of everyone in the slums. Thank you, Huo Warren, for saving my life. Thank you, Huo Warren, for saving my life. Along the way, countless people came out of their homes, and upon seeing Huo Lingfei, they couldn't help but bow in gratitude. The sound kept reaching Huo Lingfei's ears. But, he only glanced at it, and remained completely unmoved. If it were before, he might be very proud, and might even boast about how great he is to his parents. But now, I watched as my home was reduced to ruins. His body was trembling. Clang! Huo Lingfei slammed his spear into the ground and trembled as he approached. His face was extremely pale. He entered the ruins and then suddenly threw away some rubble. I want to see him alive or dead. Even if something had happened to his family, he was determined to find their bodies. They must also be given a proper burial. And to this day, he still can't believe they died like that. Huo Lingfei dug frantically, constantly removing the collapsed debris. Suddenly, he seemed to have thought of something, and a glimmer of hope appeared in his eyes. He remembered that his house had a cellar. Perhaps his parents had already hidden in the cellar. The moment this thought appeared, it was unstoppable, rushing wildly into my mind. Perhaps because he was frightened by the ruins in his house at the beginning, he forgot for a moment that there was a cellar in his house. If something happens and they hear any noise outside, their mother will definitely take their younger sister and hide in the cellar. Oh, and father too. Huo Lingfei's breathing became rapid. He frantically dug through the wreckage below. He hadn't seen his father's figure on the way from the east gate to his home. They didn't even see the body. Perhaps they had already run home the moment the accident happened. He knew his father's character well. He would never abandon his mother and sister. Thinking of this, he moved somewhat frantically, constantly digging out various pieces of iron. The residents who came out from both sides, after thanking Huo Lingfei, saw his actions and immediately knew what had happened. Without any hesitation, they all joined Huo Lingfei's side. Upon seeing his own collapsed wooden bed, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate at all. With a burst of strength, he lifted it up. Then quickly lifted the floor tiles. When he saw his family members suffocating, tears inexplicably streamed down his face. Mom and Dad. Chapter 26. I will continue to support my parents. His parents had already fallen into a coma. It was as if he had been stunned. But when Huo Lingfei checked their mouths and noses, he found they were all warm, and his face lit up with excitement. They're all alive. Just as he guessed. His own father was also in the cellar. Fortunately, his family had built a cellar, otherwise, he might never have seen his family again. Huo Lingfei quickly helped the three of them out. Then lay them flat on the ground. Come here, Huo Warren, I have some awakening herbs here. Before Huo Lingfei could react, immediately, someone brought out a large bundle of grass from their home and ran over to him. This is what I had left over from my home. Huo Warren, just take it and use it. Just shred it and put it in your mouth. Thanks. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei accepted it without hesitation. In the past, he might have refused, but now that his parents were in a coma, he was anxious and naturally did not hesitate. He quickly tore it into pieces and then put it into the mouths of his parents and younger sister in turn. Old Huo's family is very lucky, and they even produced a martial arts master like Huo Warren, so he should be fine. Of course, Huo Warren is a man who single-handedly fought his way through all the demons in the street. How could any other martial artist in the slums compare to him? The slums must have suffered heavy casualties. I saw corpses everywhere I went. Many survivors watched as Huo Lingfei led Huo Yuan and the others out, and they couldn't help but discuss it from a distance. They all wore expressions of admiration. If Huo Lingfei hadn't saved them, they would probably be dead in the mouths of demons right now. Without a cellar, a house is doomed to die. Demons have a keen sense of smell. They can hide for a while, but not forever. Once the corpses on the street are all eaten, the next thing to do is eat them. Even if a family has a cellar, it won't last long. They'll probably suffocate inside as time goes by. Decades ago, demons also invaded the slums, and countless people died or were injured during that time. More than 80% of the people in the slum died. If they hadn't been driven back by the martial artists in Yunhai City, the entire slum would probably have been completely destroyed. Now that so much time has passed, demons have reappeared. It makes one unable to muster the will to resist. What can we do? The safest place is Yunhai City. Staying here will only leave us living in fear. Don't even think about it. How can we, born in the slums, compare to those born in the city? If we accidentally wandered into Yunhai City, we'd probably be beaten half to death. My poor family. My youngest child was eaten by a demon. Various sounds kept entering my ears. Huo Lingfei didn't react at all. After stuffing the herbs into his mouth, he just looked at his parents' expressions and kept checking their mouths and noses. Puff. Huo Yuan was the first to wake up, seemingly in shock. He immediately vomited up the bitter liquid in his stomach, then suddenly exclaimed, "Demon!" But in the blink of an eye, the imagined demons did not come. Instead, it was his son Huo Lingfei's figure that came into view. Xiao Fei? Huo Yuan was stunned for a moment, then immediately looked to his side. When he saw Su Lan and Huo Yao beside him, he breathed a sigh of relief. Mom and Dad. After seeing that his father was all right, Huo Lingfei was completely relieved. And in the blink of an eye, her mother and younger sister seemed to be gradually waking up, but Su Lan's condition seemed extremely poor, with a pale face. Huo Yao looked terrified, and when she saw her brother, her eyes welled up with tears. Brother! I'm scared. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but reach out and pat her head. Don't be afraid, Xiao Yao, your parents and brother are here. After seeing that his family members were safe and sound, he couldn't help but feel as if he had been reborn. Are Mom and Dad all right? Huo Lingfei asked softly, looking at his parents' faces. Then I asked them what exactly happened. It's nothing. Luckily you arrived in time. Huo Yuan shook his head, feeling somewhat relieved. She then told Huo Lingfei what had happened before she fell into a coma. Fortunately, the first person I saw was my son. Otherwise, it might be a dead end. He also remembered hearing a loud bang from above the cellar before he lost consciousness. Then a loud bang was heard. He fainted the very next second. If they weren't in a cellar, they would have been crushed to death long ago. The cellar was extremely stuffy. Even if someone fainted, the air supply would probably be cut off soon. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but understand. No wonder he saw his home reduced to ruins. His parents must have been discovered by demons. They simply hid in the cellar and escaped danger. Oh right, where's little Fei the demon? Huo Yuan belatedly realized, then seemed to remember the existence of the demon, and his pupils widened in shock. Old Hua, thanks to your Huo Warren, he actually wiped out all the demons in the slums. Yes, if it weren't for the Huowu people, the entire slum would probably have been eaten. How could they still be alive? He had barely finished speaking. Before Huo Lingfei could answer, someone next to him looked at his figure and couldn't help but praise him. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan and Su Lan were instantly shocked. Then, noticing the streets littered with the corpses of demons, they exclaimed, "This! Xiao Fei, did you kill all of these?" Huo Yuan was extremely shocked. He never expected that all the demons on this entire street would be killed by his own son. No wonder, when he looked at his son's figure, which was covered in blood, he was initially stunned, but upon closer inspection, he realized that it was all blood from demons. Upon hearing what his parents said, Huo Lingfei smiled broadly, nodded, and readily agreed, his face beaming with pride. Of course I killed him. Mom and Dad, don't worry, your son is a completely different person now. Like a child, he lost his initial composure and only wanted praise from his parents. Especially when I see my parents, I can't help but hold back the tears welling up in my eyes. He can still support his parents. He even made a promise in his heart. We must practice martial arts even harder. I don't want to go through what happened today again. He'd had enough of this unstable and unsettling life. Chapter 27, Moving into the Sea of Clouds. Excellent, excellent. As expected of Huo Yuan's son. Upon hearing that all the demons had been killed by Huo Ling, Huo Yuan was both shocked and amazed, and couldn't help but praise him. He never expected his son to be so promising. To be able to kill all the demons on the entire street, what incredible talent. He could hardly believe it. Especially when he saw that all the neighbors treated his son with utmost respect, a smile spread across his face. What a remarkable person. He was gratified that his son had become so powerful. This is something even the most skilled martial artists in the slums couldn't match. You need to know. The several important figures he had visited before were all martial artists from the slums, but in Huo Yuan's impression, they were no match for his son in terms of strength. His son is a hero who saved the entire slum. Even a single demon would be a formidable threat to the martial artists in the slums, let alone so many demons. They're probably too busy protecting themselves to care about others. If it weren't for his own son, everyone in the slums would probably have been massacred. Thinking of this, Huo Yuan and Su Lan felt a sense of pride, but in the blink of an eye, they looked at their home being razed to the ground and fell silent. Their only remaining home is gone. He lived his entire life in this slum, but his only home was destroyed by demons. This is equivalent to wasting half a lifetime of hard work. Not to mention, this home meant a great deal to them, but now It looks like you'll have to go seek refuge with your uncles. Huo Yuan sighed softly. When he ran here, he passed by their house, but he didn't see anyone there. They must have all gone to hide in the cellar. Now that he is alright, they should be fine too. It's just a pity about some of the food at home. Su Lan looked a little weak as she slowly stood up from the ground, holding Huo Yao with a hint of regret on her face. The family has plenty of food. Since Huo Lingfei brought back a huge pile last time, they still haven't finished eating it, which is extremely precious in the slums where demons and cholera are rampant. I'm afraid that prices in the entire slum will skyrocket in a while. Hey, it's nothing, Lawa, come to my house. Hey, don't argue with me, this is my house. Get out of here. Your house is in ruins now, come to my house. Upon hearing Huo Yuan and his group's voices, the people nearby immediately cheered loudly. Seeing that Huo Yuan and his group had nowhere to go, they became quite enthusiastic. They had nothing to repay their saviors. Upon hearing that they had nowhere to go, they couldn't help but extend invitations to Huo Yuan and his companions. Upon hearing this, Huo Yuan was at a loss for words. He didn't expect his neighbors to be so welcoming. But in the blink of an eye, Mom and Dad, come to the city with me. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but grin as he whispered to them. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Yuan and Su Lan were both startled. My breathing suddenly became rapid. Huo Yuan's pupils widened as he stared at Huo Lingfei's expression. Xiaofei, you're down? He didn't make a sound, only responded quietly, but his body seemed to tremble slightly, unable to hide his emotions. Mom and Dad have come down and will move to the city with their son from now on. Huo Lingfei grinned as he looked at his parents' incredulous eyes, as if he had been waiting for this moment. Good, good, good. Huo Yuan's eyes shone with undisguised joy. After saying good several times, he couldn't help but stand up. Thank you, folks. No need for that, we can stay at a relative's house. Old Hua, it's alright. Why don't you come stay at my place for a few days? Your house will probably take a few days to rebuild, and I can help you out then. Hey, Lao Hua, don't be so polite. We're all neighbors. Your whole warren saved our lives. Now that you have nowhere to stay, just come to our house. When Huo Yuan declined, the neighbors couldn't help but extend another warm invitation. However, Huo Yuan still declined, and in the end, Huo Yuan could only say with regret, since that's the case, if old Huo wants to rebuild his house in the future, he doesn't need to spend any money. He can just call out, and everyone on this street will repair it for him for free, to repay Huo Warren's life-saving grace. No problem, no problem. Huo Yuan thanks you all. Huo Yuan said with a smile. There was nothing of value in the house except for food. As night fell, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate and immediately took his family and headed towards Yunhai City. But his father said he had to wait a bit, as he needed to visit some of his relatives. Having experienced the chaos caused by demons, even though they all had cellars in their homes, they still had to be questioned. Huo Lingfei did not stop him upon hearing this. Seeing that his mother looked tired, he did not go with her, but stood there with his mother and waited for his father to return. After waiting for a while, Huo Lingfei seemed to see his father, Huo Yuan, walking towards them with a hunched back, a weary face, and a somewhat dazed expression. Your eldest uncle lost a hand, and your uncle-in-law was eaten by demons. Huo Yuan said sadly, and your second uncle's whole family are all dead. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei seemed somewhat frozen. Even Su Lan, who was standing to the side, looked somewhat dazed upon hearing this, and her body trembled slightly. They didn't expect that. Like Huo Lingfei's family, his relatives also had cellars, but they were not as fortunate as Huo Lingfei's family. Even his second uncle's entire family was killed by demons. Hearing this, Huo Lingfei remained silent, knowing what this meant for his parents. Their own relatives treated them very well. Now that this has happened, they must all be feeling terrible, and he is no exception. Alas, this damned calamity. Huo Yuan's eyes seemed to be filled with tears, but he did not show it in front of his son, and just let out a long sigh. Huo Lingfei remained silent upon seeing this. He couldn't say anything. After all, it has already happened. It happened to someone I know. After a while, Huo Yuan only said that he would cremate his second uncle's family tomorrow. It was originally scheduled for tonight, but because his eldest uncle's injuries were quite serious, it could only be done after resting for one night. Afterwards, Huo Lingfei took his family to the outside of the slum. The bus stop has been closed. However, Huo Lingfei had prepared a backup plan. He had planned to take his parents away from the slums that night, so after arriving in the old gang's car, he instructed the driver to wait for him where he was. Now that everything was ready, he glanced at the still somewhat turbulent slums, but had no interest in dealing with it. He took his family and got into a private car, then drove off. Along the way, Huo Yuan and Su Lan seemed to be gradually drawn to the outside world, temporarily forgetting their sorrow, and both looked at everything in Yunhai City with amazement in their eyes. Even his younger sister, Huo Yao, showed a hint of surprise, pointing repeatedly at the buildings in the distance. "Brother, look, they're so big." Just like Huo Lingfei himself when he first entered school in Yunhai City, he was also immersed in the shock brought by Yunhai City. He could naturally understand his father's feelings at that moment. At least it will allow them to temporarily forget their pain. Huo Lingfei murmured to himself, as Mo Yuan had already been placed in the trunk of the car. However, the gun case that Mo Yuan used to store his gun has been cracked, and it will need to be replaced later. Then, he seemed to have thought of something and took out all the documents the old man had given him earlier. "Mom and Dad, this is your current identity. The old gang has already helped you resolve your slum identity." They were also given an identification card. This is the pass required to enter and exit Yunhai City, something that citizens in the slums do not have. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Yuan and Su Yao took a deep breath and then took the document. They looked at the words on it repeatedly. Although they couldn't understand them, they immediately understood its purpose after hearing their son's words. "I never imagined they would one day be able to escape the slums. Even your grandfather would never have imagined this." Huo Yuan looked at it repeatedly, stroking the patterns on it with his large hand, and couldn't help but sigh. "Do you remember when you were born, there was an old fortune teller in the slums who told your fortune and said you were destined for greatness, that you would achieve great things in the future? That made your grandpa very happy. When your grandfather told the neighbors about this news back then, they all looked down on him. But who knew, he actually predicted it. If your grandfather knew this in the afterlife, he would probably laugh out loud." He seemed to have thought of something and spoke slowly. The object in their hands was like a priceless treasure in their eyes. If this were to get into the slums, it would probably cause a sensation. Throughout history, no one has ever received such treatment. After all, even the most talented person would lose interest upon hearing that they came from a slum. He understood. Their son must be exceptionally talented to have caught the eye of those important figures and made them willing to spend so much money on him. The ancestral graves are emitting auspicious smoke. This was the only thought in his mind. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei smiled slightly. "It's a pity Grandpa passed away so early, otherwise he could have seen it too." Sigh. Huo Yuan shook his head and sighed softly. "I don't want to think about it anymore. I still have to see your second uncle off tomorrow." They solemnly accepted the gifts from Huo Lingfei and hid them carefully. His younger sister, Huo Yao, was also being kept by his parents. Huo Lingfei had a plan in mind, to find a job for his father in the city and then send his younger sister to school in Yunhai City. Now that she was no longer born in a slum, her younger sister naturally wouldn't be looked down upon anymore. What's more, there's his older brother there too. However, he hasn't told his parents about these things yet. He still needs to rely on his connections with the old gang. The car slowly drove into an extremely bustling area. The buildings of various gangs came into view, almost overwhelming them. But as the vehicle slowly drove into a mansion near the old gang, they couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Xiaofei, where is this? Was this house arranged for me by the old gang?" Huo Lingfei seemed unsure as well, and he also seemed to be amazed by the buildings. "The building in front of me is like an ancient Chinese garden, extremely luxurious." Even Huo Lingfei couldn't help but show surprise. "The master has arrived." The voice of the driver in front reached my ears. "That's true." Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. This place was at least 10 times larger than his previous home, something he hadn't expected. "Sir, you are a direct disciple of Lord Li, so naturally you should stay here." The old gang member who was driving Huo Lingfei said calmly after hearing Huo Lingfei's words. If Li Jinlong's disciples live in shabby conditions, wouldn't that be a slap in the face to their old gang? The old gang, one of the 6 major gangs, couldn't even afford a decent mansion. They must have been ridiculed long ago. Huo Lingfei seemed to have thought of this as well, and he suppressed his emotions and slowly led his parents inside. It was much bigger inside than Huo Lingfei had imagined. Inside the courtyard was a spacious training ground, and the layout of it pleased Huo Lingfei immensely. Let alone those few people. Even if all his relatives lived here, it would still be able to fit them all. They even seemed to handle things with ease. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but exhale a long breath. His parents, standing beside him, were already astonished and kept praising him, saying they could never have imagined they would live here. Naturally, they were extremely satisfied. After quickly settling his parents in and letting them familiarize themselves with their rooms, Huo Lingfei, holding Mo Yuan, couldn't help but walk into the courtyard. Now that my parents are safe and sound, this is naturally the best outcome. Only, he still had doubts in his mind about why the old gangs were unaware that demons had invaded the slums. Logically speaking, as one of the 6 major gangs, the old gang shouldn't be unaware of this matter, but currently, no one can provide an answer. He lowered his eyes. His teacher's journey to the underworld abyss likely meant more than just an accident. A sense of crisis involuntarily surfaced in his mind. He didn't want a similar situation to happen again. He hated the thing that made him feel powerless. Dragon Slaying Spear 110 360 Mastery. Crane Style Fist 430 710 Intent and Strength. After a bloody battle, his spear skills had suddenly improved dramatically, and he was only 200 proficiency points away from mastery. Even his crane fist technique had improved. Intent and Strength. Huo Lingfei stared at the words behind the crane form fist. I wonder what would happen if one cultivated crane style fist to the level of intent. The state of perfection he previously knew was probably only at the level of intention. Let's begin. Having been exhausted from fighting the demons, he has now recovered and feels that he still has some strength left in his body, so he doesn't want to waste this state. Adjusting his breathing, lowering his stance, he thrust out his spear with a sudden burst of power. Shua shua shua. Suddenly, the courtyard was filled with the piercing sound of gunfire. Chapter 28: The Chaotic Dog Gang. The next morning, Huo Lingfei got up early, his eyes bright and alert, as if he had rested all night and was full of energy. Dragon Slaying Spear 209 360 Mastery. Crane Style Fist 510 710 Intent and Strength. After a night of training, his Dragon Slaying Spear and crane-shaped fist techniques improved by leaps and bounds, and he felt that his mastery of the 2 techniques had reached a new level. As you progress further in Crane Style Fist, you can feel a subtle, different charm. It seemed that there was a trace of divine charm mixed in with his own fist power. Not only did each move carry the artistic conception of clouds and cranes, but even his strength had increased without him realizing it. The only difference is that he always felt something was missing, but he couldn't pinpoint exactly what it was. I had no choice but to keep my doubts to myself and ask the teacher when he came. His family members, already familiar with their new home, were sleeping soundly, a rare occurrence for them. However, his father got up early, seemingly worried about his relatives in the slums, and hurriedly headed towards the slums. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei could only sigh. If it weren't for the need to practice martial arts, he might have gone too, since they were his relatives and he would have helped them if something happened. I had no choice but to come back in the evening. He returned to the old gang. His teacher said he would help him solidify his flesh and bones this morning, but things seemed a little different in the old gang along the way. He usually sees his teacher and practices martial arts under his teacher's guidance. Generally speaking, each leader has 36 underlings, hundreds of green-skinned underlings, and tens of thousands of ordinary members. Along the way, he had already encountered no fewer than 10 masterminds. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei's expression suddenly changed. Members above the blue hand level rarely appear in the old gang. Most are either in seclusion or tasked with guarding a certain area. But now, in just a short while, he has seen so many. It seems something's happened to the old gang. After all, the black hand in the old gang is equivalent to a master who has built the heart bridge in martial arts, while the green hand is equivalent to the heart fire. This was explained to him by the old man when he joined the old gang. And when he usually came here, he often felt a lot of malicious looks, but now, they all looked solemn. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei quickly headed towards the hall. Teacher. At first glance, Li Jinlong's figure suddenly appeared before Huo Lingfei. He sat at the head of the hall, while 5 terrifying figures sat on chairs on either side of him. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, they all turned to look at him. Li Jinlong looked up and saw that it was his disciple who had arrived, and nodded slightly. This is your new apprentice. You have a good eye. Beside him, extremely terrifying eyes stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, then his expression seemed somewhat calm. They had already heard that Li Jinlong had taken on a new disciple, but when they heard that he came from the slums, their expressions were somewhat disdainful. Looking at it now, it won't cause any significant disturbance. Li Jinlong, on the other hand, seems to be getting older and older. Only 2 of his disciples are somewhat successful. Greetings, seniors. Huo Lingfei's expression hardened upon seeing so many terrifying figures. Even if he didn't recognize the 5 figures in front of him, the fact that they were sitting next to his teacher meant they were probably the other 5 leaders of the old gang. See here. He didn't presume to be arrogant and simply bowed to them. My disciple has only been practicing martial arts for a short time. He can't compare to the 5 disciples under your tutelage. Li Jinlong could see what they were thinking, and said calmly, then gestured to the disciple beside him. Junior brother, come this way. On one side of the hall, Li Ling noticed Huo Lingfei's figure and beckoned to him to come over. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei immediately knew that his teacher had something to attend to, so he didn't disturb him further. He cupped his hands in greeting and then went to stand beside his senior sister. My 2 senior brothers. Not only was his senior sister present, but his 2 senior brothers were also there. Lin Kuan and Chen Rong nodded. However, Lin Kuan seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but ask, Junior brother, were you all right yesterday? I'm all right. Senior brother, do you know what happened? Huo Lingfei shook his head. He had been wondering about what happened yesterday for a long time. Yesterday, the underworld abyss was in chaos. My old gang's disciples stationed there were all killed, and one of the masterminds also perished. Upon hearing this, Chen Rong immediately spoke up. The demons stirred up trouble and took the opportunity to escape. Some demons entered the slums. Yesterday, Linger went to provide support and heard that Junior brother killed a whole street of demons? He seemed to have thought of something, and his expression changed slightly as he asked a question. This news had already reached their ears. However, the news is only known to the teacher and his fellow students for now. Otherwise, if this gets out, it will probably cause a sensation. The news that his junior brother had just started practicing martial arts and had become a disciple of his master had already spread throughout Yunhai City. If people were to find out that he not only killed the demons but also annihilated them all, it would probably cause a frenzy to fight over him. Chen Rong looked somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected his junior brother's strength to increase so rapidly. Although the fleeing demons were all low-level monsters, they were still extremely deadly to a novice martial artist. My junior brother has been able to do this much, so he must have reached the stage of developing brute force. It hasn't been that long. When they met Huo Lingfei, he had only opened up about 20 meridians, but now he has reached the level of raw power. Evildoer. This is the only way they can describe it. However, if they saw the gunshot wounds on the demon's body, they would probably be completely stunned. Huo Lingfei nodded upon hearing this, then looked at the other person's words with some doubt. Senior brother. Why is it that our old gang is so slow to get the news of the turmoil in the underworld sea abyss? It was the work of the chaotic dog gang. Lin Kuan, who was standing beside him, explained, the dark sea abyss is not only guarded by my old gang, but also by people from the other 5 gangs and the 8 great families. The chaotic dog gang has always been at odds with my old gang. Not only the chaotic dog gang, but also the other 5 major gangs and 8 great families have a bad relationship with my old gang. Moreover, this year it was my old gang's turn to be on duty. All my old gang members were killed. They are happy to be free, so why would they notify us? It's just a pity that one of my old gang's masterminds has fallen because of this. Chapter 29 Martial Arts Tournament. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei's expression changed slightly. The chaotic dog gang? Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's expression changed drastically. This was yet another behemoth, and like the old gang, it was one of the 6 major gangs. However, after hearing what followed, Huo Lingfei's thoughts drifted. He hadn't expected that the relationship between the 6 major gangs and the 8 great families was so bad, that they hadn't even been informed of what had happened to Ming Haiyuan. That's the abyss of the underworld. Even Huo Lingfei knows that place is extremely dangerous. After all, it is located near a slum. When Huo Lingfei was young, he often heard about things from that place. After all, demons had invaded the slums decades ago, and I've heard the old people in the slums talk about it ever since. The chaotic dog gang is a bunch of beasts who deliberately killed my disciples and then stood by and watched as Ming Haiyuan broke through his cultivation. They probably want to break their promise. A cold voice rang out in the hall. One of the leaders was dressed in a black robe, his eyes seemingly filled with anger. After learning about this yesterday, if Li Jinlong hadn't gone to handle it, he probably would have led his men to storm the chaotic dog gang and started a massacre. The other 4 leaders beside him also had somewhat gloomy expressions. What kind of alliance is this? This is targeting my old gang. In the past few years, when other gangs and families were on duty, did this happen? I can just sit idly by and do nothing about the chaotic dog gang, but what about the other gangs and the other powerful families? I'll kill them all. So many old gang members, and we've even lost a henchman. Who's going to take responsibility for this loss? I think if we want to preserve the old gang's foundation, we should just flip the table. A furious leader slammed his fist on the table, his anger seemingly spreading outwards, instantly causing a change in the expressions of everyone present. Even Huo Lingfei was startled by its aura. Quiet down, everyone. Li Jinlong lowered his eyes and raised his hand to suppress the heat. With so many juniors here, aren't you afraid of being laughed at? This matter certainly cannot be left unresolved. However, the most important thing right now is to guard against any movements from the underworld abyss. Yesterday I went to provide support. A Han gang level beast swept out of the Nether Sea abyss. I attacked it and it was severely injured and forced to retreat. However, I found that there was more than one beast. They were huddled in the Nether Sea abyss. I was afraid that they would break free of their restraints. I needed a leader to go and keep watch. The words had barely left his lips. The other 5 leaders felt their anger subside slightly, then narrowed their eyes. A Han gang level beast? I didn't expect even the Han gang level would appear. Wow! Without hesitation, one of the guild leaders, who had just been enraged, suppressed his anger and spoke directly. Just a mere Han gang level beast? I want to see which of the other 5 gangs and 8 families would dare to act presumptuously in front of me when I go there. Then let's go to Hung Yuan. Li Jinlong tapped his fingers lightly on the table, then said calmly, the superficial alliance hasn't been torn up yet. My old gang isn't some rat that betrays the alliance. After this year's duty is over, we'll settle the scores one by one, and the previous debt should be cleared up. His voice was indifferent, yet it seemed to excite the members around him. It should have been done a long time ago. Since the death of the previous Grand Master, they had been holding back their frustrations for so long, so when they heard Li Jinlong's words, they were naturally quite excited. The old gang has not been in a good position in recent years. If it weren't for Li Jinlong, the leader of the spear fighting style, the old gang would probably have fallen out of the top 6 gangs. It was swallowed up by the 8 great families and 5 great gangs long ago. Upon hearing this, the other 5 leaders narrowed their eyes and agreed with Li Jinlong. Good. The old gang has accumulated far too many problems with other forces over the years. If it weren't for Li Jinlong suppressing it, it probably would have already erupted. Now, upon hearing their words, they all unanimously agreed. Afterwards, they discussed internal affairs. The helmsman then prepared to leave. As they left, they glanced at Huo Lingfei's figure one last time, sensing the qi and blood within his body. Their brows furrowed and then relaxed again, and they couldn't help but think to themselves, Li Jinlong's 4th disciple is extremely mediocre. His martial arts cultivation has only reached the brute force stage, far from being comparable to our disciples. It seems there's no need to worry about the fighting that follows. They seem to have forgotten that Huo Lingfei had only just entered the world of martial arts, and simply thought that Li Jinlong had lost his mind, actually choosing someone from the slums as his 4th disciple. It seems I'll be at a disadvantage in the upcoming competition for disciples. He shook his head, looked away, and left. Come to the inner hall. Li Jinlong watched them leave, naturally noticing their gazes, but he smiled and said nothing, instead addressing his own disciple to the side. As he walked, he said, a martial arts competition will be held in Yunhai City in a week, bringing together the most talented young people in the city. My old gang has a few spots. Lingfei, you should go. Following behind his teacher, Huo Lingfei was taken aback upon hearing this, a martial arts competition? Then he seemed to realize something. It seems there are also spots available at Longyang High School's martial arts exchange tournament, which is also to participate in the martial arts competition in Yunhai City. However, back then, as a menial worker, he felt it was impossible for him, but now. As soon as his teacher mentioned it, he immediately remembered. The martial arts tournament is held annually in Yunhai City. Only forces within Yunhai can qualify, and rewards are given based on rankings. However, all participants will receive 100,000 federal credits. Lin Kuan said calmly to Huo Lingfei, adding, and the top 10 will receive the main guide to build a bridge of hearts. The Heart Bridge Master? Huo Lingfei frowned. He seemed puzzled. I have no idea what this is. Martial arts ignite the fire in the heart, and then it is necessary to build a bridge in the heart. When the fire in the heart is too strong, it can easily burn the lungs and internal organs. The main guide for the bridge in the heart is a kind of medicine that can temporarily suppress the fire in the heart. It is the most important thing to build a bridge in the heart. Without the main guide, during the heart bridge building stage, the heart fire burning the lungs and internal organs would only lead to sudden death. However, the main guide is extremely expensive, and there is no market for it. Li Jinlong said calmly as he walked ahead. Even the main medicinal materials from the old gangs in the mainland are pitifully scarce. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei immediately understood he hadn't expected that building a bridge of hearts would require a guide. Jun, your brother. Chen Rong and Li Ling, who were standing to the side, changed their expressions and looked at Huo Lingfei with some sympathy. Jun, your brother is doomed. He actually followed the same old path as them and was thrown into the martial arts competition by the teacher. I still remember. They were the same way back then. Upon hearing about the rewards of the martial arts competition, he was filled with fighting spirit. As Li Jinlong's disciple, he naturally couldn't lose to others. But after being utterly humiliated in the martial arts competition and questioning their existence, they realized that this competition was not for beginners. Most of the participants were vying for the main guide to the heart bridge, and most of them were top-tier contestants from other forces, ranging from at least the flesh and bone level to some of the top beings in the heartfire realm. My junior brother hasn't even solidified his flesh and bones yet. If he goes there, he'll only be tortured. Thinking of this, the two looked at each other, somewhat wanting to advise their teacher not to repeat the same mistake. But upon seeing Li Jinlong's calm and composed demeanor, they sighed inwardly. Junior brother, good luck. Huo Lingfei remained calm, having no doubts about his teacher's arrangements. He did indeed need a lot of practical experience to improve his combat skills. And the martial arts exchange tournament at Longyang High School is almost here. He is now developing brute strength and refining his flesh and bones, striving to cultivate the crane form fist to the point of intent before the tournament arrives, and then, to beat those beasts to a pulp. Chapter 30, Condensing Flesh and Bone, Refining Skin, Condensing Tendons? Aron, take 100 skilled men and smash up the chaotic dog gang stores. Entering the inner hall, Li Jinlong picked up a weapon and stroked it. Smash Yunyan Pavilion. Kuan, you take 200 skilled men and patrol the territories of the other 8 families and 4 gangs, but don't kill anyone. His voice slowly reached Huo Lingfei's ears, causing him to pause in surprise. Didn't our teacher just say we should be patient? How come he immediately sent his eldest and second eldest brothers to cause trouble? It's a teacher. Meanwhile, his fellow disciples seemed unsurprised and accepted the order. Seeing Huo Lingfei looking somewhat dazed, Chen Rong couldn't help but grin. Junior brother still has to study. Does the teacher really mean we should just slow down? Who will compensate for the losses of my old gang? Master Yunyan Pavilion has been eyeing this place for a long time. Our old gang lost a mastermind. We should at least exchange this land for it. Go quickly. Li Jinlong picked up a large spear, then watched the two leave. He waved the spear in his hand and tossed it to Huo Lingfei. Come on, show your master a set of dragon-breaking spear moves. Linger told me you slaughtered all the demons in the slums. Moreover, every demon's corpse was crushed by the great spear, and I even heard that the power of your last spear was almost on par with the minor mastery of the dragon-slaying spear? Li Jinlong lowered his eyes, recalling the truth Li Ling had told him. That night, after resolving the matter of Ming Haiyuan, he couldn't sleep a wink. He couldn't figure it out no matter how hard he tried. How did Huo Lingfei manage to master the dragon-slaying spear to a minor level in such a short time? If it were an undercover agent, that would be even more impossible. The dragon-slaying spear is a unique skill, and absolutely no one else besides his own disciples could know it. Thinking of this, Li Jinlong had no choice but to keep the news under wraps. It didn't spread beyond him and Li Ling. He wants to see. Has my disciple truly mastered the dragon-slaying spear? Clang. Huo Lingfei caught the big gun that his teacher threw to him, and his eyes widened in surprise when he heard these words. But I didn't think much of it. After all, his senior sister was there at the time and could see that it was perfectly normal for him to have achieved minor success in breaking the dragon spear, so it was only natural that the news would reach his teacher's ears. Immediately. He did not hesitate. Whoosh swish swish swish. He lowered his limbs, adjusted his breathing, gripped the spear tightly, and then thrust it out forcefully. He unleashed the dragon-slaying spear technique in the blink of an eye, and then the spear shot out like a dragon. His body kept turning, his steps were unsteady, and his spear sometimes swept horizontally and sometimes blasted out countless spear shadows. Countless gusts of wind swept up at the scene. Sing. Especially the final blow. A dragon's roar resounded. This immediately froze Li Jinlong's smile, and even Li Ling, who was standing next to him, looked somewhat dazed. He hadn't expected that Huo Lingfei would actually master the dragon-slaying spear technique to a minor level. The moment a dragon's roar is unleashed, it signifies that the dragon-breaking spear has achieved minor success. And this, his good disciple, only took less than 2 days? Small success in 2 days of cultivation. Li Jinlong took a deep breath, his eyes seemingly numb from Huo Lingfei's astonishment, and he remained silent. He really is a minor talent. Li Ling, standing to the side, stared at Huo Lingfei with her mouth agape, her face filled with shock. She wasn't actually sure either. Although I saw Huo Lingfei's move at the time, I also thought it was Xiao Chang. But later he returned to the old gang. The more I thought about it, the more something seemed off. My junior brother has only just learned the dragon-breaking spear technique. How could he possibly have mastered it to a minor level so quickly? Just treat it as your own illusion. But now, seeing Huo Lingfei's extremely smooth marksmanship, she, like her teacher, fell silent. My junior brother mastered the dragon-slaying spear technique in just 2 days. Teacher, how long did it take you to reach a minor level of mastery back then? Li Ling asked Li Jinlong beside her in a daze. Li Jinlong snapped out of his daze, his expression returning to calm. About the same as your junior brother. He was a prodigy back then, but it took him a lot of time to cultivate it to a minor level. But this was enough to amaze everyone. Not bad. Li Jinlong suppressed his excitement and praised the disciple. He genuinely liked this disciple. Moreover, his talent was beyond his wildest imagination. He dared to declare that no one in the entire Yunhai city could surpass his disciple. Even in the earlier years of Yunhai City, almost no one could compare to Huo Lingfei. His old gang is now thriving. Li Jinlong smiled brightly. You have already developed brute strength. Originally, I was a little worried that your foundation might be shaken if you were to condense flesh and bones now. But now, I speculate that with your talent, it is just right for you to condense flesh and bones now. Did you bring the secret medicine? I brought a teacher. Huo Lingfei nodded as sweat dripped down his face upon hearing this. Yesterday he went to the old gang's pharmacy to get the secret medicine. Condensing flesh and bones? Li Ling, who was standing to the side, was even more surprised. It seemed that he had heard his junior brother was going to condense flesh and bones, and his mouth dropped open. Did she hear that right? My junior brother is about to solidify his flesh and bones? She remembers. She had been stuck on condensing flesh and bone for a long time, and her teacher kept looking at her and shaking his head, saying, "It's still not quite there." But when it was his junior brother's turn, he was in front of him. Let's just talk about solidifying flesh and bones. In a short time. She found it unbelievable. Could it be that her senior sister was really going to be replaced by her junior brother? Linger, go and keep watch at the door. Li Jinlong nodded, then said calmly, "Come with me." During the flesh boning stage, the most important thing is not to be disturbed, which is why he called his disciple over. I examined your meridians before. All 36 meridians are vigorous and strong, and your foundation is exceptionally solid. That is why I made you wait yesterday, and today Li Jinlong led Huo Lingfei to an extremely quiet courtyard. If it were anyone else who had just opened up all 36 meridians and wanted to solidify flesh and bones, I'm afraid their meridians would become unstable and tear apart during the process. He had Huo Lingfei sit cross-legged and take out the secret medicine. But you, I'm at ease. With your talent, there is no need for you to stabilize. Li Jinlong also sat down cross-legged. During the flesh and bone condensation stage, close your eyes tightly and feel your heart pulse beating in your body. It's located 2 fingers width from your chest, where the heart bone is located. The reason for solidifying flesh and bones is that flesh and bones are formed from the essence of the 36 meridians in the body, which is also called the heart circulation. The heart's energy circulation is stronger than the heart's bones, formed by meridians, and will not decay for 100 years or 1,000 years. When you reach this level, your skin is as tough as iron, and it is called the dragon's tendons. Li Jinlong said with a serious expression, "Take 2 doses of the secret medicine first. After swallowing them, circulate them through the 36 meridians in your body to shatter your heart and bones." The most common reason why normal people fail to solidify flesh and bones is that they cannot detect the heart bone and do not know how to circulate the meridians to solidify flesh and bones. But I told you before that with me here, you won't be in any danger. Naturally, as a Yuan gangmaster, I can channel my energy into your body to guide you. You just need to relax. Huo Lingfei kept his eyes closed, and upon hearing his teacher's words, his heart was filled with turmoil. He never expected that his teacher, a Yuan Gang martial artist, would be able to perform the guidance technique. No wonder I said that before. But in the blink of an eye, he didn't think much of it. He adjusted his breathing, suppressed his emotions, cleared his mind, and calmly felt the pulse in his body. Then, based on what his teacher had said, he felt a horizontal bone growing vertically about 2 fingers width from his chest. That is the heart and soul. Huo Lingfei understood somewhat, and then he heard his teacher's voice in his ear. Once you sense the heart bone, take half of the secret medicine, then circulate the power of the 36 meridians in your body to shatter it. Remember, only use the power of the meridians. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, then suddenly put the medicine, which had been split in 2, into his mouth. It tastes extremely bitter at first. It feels like taking Chinese medicine. But in the blink of an eye, the medicinal effects dissolved in his mouth and then rushed into his body. Huo Lingfei immediately felt an unusual heat throughout his body, as if a surge of heat was rushing into his body. Shatter the meridians. Without hesitation, Huo Lingfei suddenly activated the 36 meridians in his body, and then he heard a sound of bones cracking inside his body, and a mouthful of blood spurted out of his mouth. His aura suddenly weakened, and his face turned deathly pale. Don't get distracted. Feel this force, and then follow it to activate the 36 meridians in your body. Li Jinlong raised his hand and poured a burst of energy into Huo Lingfei's body. Upon hearing what his teacher said, despite the excruciating pain within his body, Huo Lingfei felt another force entering his body. Without hesitation, he began to comprehend the energy as his teacher had instructed. He then took a deep breath and circulated his 36 meridians. With the flow of energy, the effects of the secret medicine seemed to be fully realized. They quickly stabilized Huo Lingfei's injuries, gradually calming him down. As time passed, a series of booming sounds suddenly erupted from within his body. A piece of flesh and bone suddenly grew out of his heart. A surge of power suddenly erupted from within his body and then violently flowed through his entire body. Solidify flesh and bone. Huo Lingfei's pale face suddenly flushed, and the pain in his body vanished instantly, replaced by an overwhelming surge of power. Calm down and steady yourself. Seeing this, Li Jinlong couldn't help but shout, "Your body and bones are just beginning to take shape, so you must not be arrogant or haughty. You must focus on stabilizing your body." The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath and then quickly suppressed his excitement. After a long while, Li Jinlong slowly removed his hand from Huo Lingfei's shoulder. That's enough. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei to regenerate flesh and bone so quickly. In just a quarter of an hour. And so, flesh and bone were successfully formed. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but sigh, truly a genius. Call. Huo Lingfei opened his eyes, feeling the energy surging within him, and couldn't help but let out a long breath. His whole body was already soaked in sweat. The pain of his heart being shattered had startled him so much that he broke out in a cold sweat, and he was still somewhat recovering from it. Of course it hurts to have your heart and bones shattered, but the path of martial arts requires perseverance. What's a little pain? Li Jinlong grinned as he looked at Huo Lingfei, who was still in shock. Do you know of a sect in Yunhai that requires practitioners to sever their roots before cultivating martial arts? This pain is nothing compared to that. You need to practice more. He couldn't help but say. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. Your resolve for martial arts is still not strong enough. We still need to practice. But, in the blink of an eye, feeling the surging power within his body, his eyes gleamed with a sharp light. After solidifying his flesh and bones, he could sense a tremendous power within his body, and his whole body was full of energy, as if he had inexhaustible strength. You've only just condensed your flesh and bones, it's just wishful thinking. You need to guard against arrogance and impatience. You're still far from being among the top in flesh and bone cultivation. Li Jinlong shook his head, looking at Huo Lingfei's current state. Then, seeing his confusion, he couldn't help but say. The flesh and bones have just been born, no bigger than a fingertip. The heart and brain are not yet fully developed, the skin is not yet toughened, and the tendons are not yet solidified. It is just the bottom layer of flesh and bones. The flesh and bones are just giving you room for the next step. You still need to work hard yourself. His words were like a bucket of cold water poured over Huo Lingfei's head, instantly calming him down. I still need to guard against arrogance and impetuosity. Huo Lingfei suppressed his emotions and said to himself. His current achievements are nothing compared to what he has achieved so far. Moreover, upon hearing his teacher's evaluation, he immediately had a reaction. Skin not yet toughened, tendons not yet fused? He thought that once the flesh and bones were solidified, that would be enough, but he never expected there to be so many intricacies involved. Then, upon hearing his teacher's words, he looked somewhat puzzled and asked, "Teacher, how do I train the skin and solidify the tendons?" Not bad, at least he hasn't become arrogant. Li Jinlong praised Huo Lingfei after seeing his appearance. Many people, on the other hand, become arrogant and self-important after their flesh and bones are formed. In reality, they are just frogs in a well. Skin training and muscle strengthening are essential for the muscles and bones. To train the skin, the flesh and bones inside the body grow. One should then use one's strength to temper the skin, making it tough. During tempering, the flesh and bones will move and repair their damage. Through continuous tempering, the skin will reach the level of iron, which is impervious to knives and spears. The same method applies to condensing tendons. Use your strength to temper and refine the tendons and bones within your body, making them taut and solid, so that they achieve the effect of dragon tendons. Chapter 31 Regret. However, skin training and muscle strengthening should be done every 3 days. Doing too much training is counterproductive. Muscle and bone repair takes time and also requires the application of plasters. Li Jinlong spoke calmly, then had someone fetch a prescription from the old gang's pharmacy. This is a unique medicine from my old gang. It's for external application to strengthen skin and tendons, and can repair injuries. However, the limit is once every 3 days. It cannot be more than that. Go to the pharmacy to get more when you're done, but the first 10 times are free, after that you'll have to pay. The words not only reached Huo Lingfei's ears. It's a teacher. Hearing his teacher's words, he took the medicine without hesitation. Smelling the medicine in his hand, his expression changed slightly. This must contain at least one powerful medicine, probably worth a fortune. No wonder people always say that practicing martial arts is extremely expensive. One dose of ointment is already so expensive, not to mention the subsequent costs. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. At least he still has talent. Training the skin and solidifying the muscles shouldn't be a problem for him. If you can't get it in 3 days, try 5. If 5 days isn't enough, try 7. Huo Lingfei's eyes were filled with fighting spirit. Now that he had solidified his flesh and bones and his strength had increased dramatically, even though he had just been suppressed by his teacher, he felt that he was no longer the same as before. I will strive to cultivate crane-style fist to the level of intent force. Huo Lingfei thought to himself. The crane-form fist is only about 200 points away from mastery, and it should only take a little more time to cultivate it to the level of intense strength, which is already enough time. Li Jinlong stared at Huo Lingfei, noticing the change in his expression, and nodded. The crane fist you practiced before was just a basic form, but you did quite well. Once you develop the intent and strength into it, I will teach you another form. My disciple has an excellent temperament. With his innate talent, he is able to maintain this level of skill, which is still top-notch. New boxing. Thank you, teacher. Huo Lingfei wasn't in a hurry when he heard this. Now that I'm training in both gun and fist techniques, and then I need to train my skin and tendons, it seems like there's not enough time. It's better to wait until you've developed your own boxing skills before learning a new style. After the master and apprentice talked for a while, Li Jinlong gave some pointers and then asked Huo Lingfei to call Li Ling in, after which he let Huo Lingfei go and practice martial arts. When I came out, Li Ling looked at her junior brother's transformation as if she had seen a ghost, as if she had witnessed something terrifying. Junior brother, you really are a monster. She was so shocked she could hardly speak. Back then, it took me 3 days to condense my flesh and bones. She still remembers that when she was condensing flesh and bone, she didn't know that the broken heart bone was extremely painful. As a result, he fainted from the pain when his heart was broken. Fortunately, a teacher was there to protect him, otherwise, he would have died instantly. Afterwards, she was mocked by her 2 senior brothers, who said, "Junior sister, you're not suited for martial arts." Li Ling's expression was complicated, but she made up her mind that she must go back and practice martial arts diligently. We left the main hall. Huo Lingfei carefully put away the medicine prescription given to him by his teacher. He looked at the time and realized that he had just condensed his flesh and bones, and he would probably have to wait until they were stable before he could practice martial arts. Then he thought of his father returning to the slums to arrange his second uncle's funeral, and he walked toward the bus stop. He also needed to help his father. After all, he was his second uncle, and since the incident yesterday, he hadn't visited his relatives yet, so he should go. Inside the slums. Even after a night's rest, most people were still not recovered, their faces still filled with sadness. Hui Yuan's son, I really misjudged him. Li Quan stood in front of the shop, looking at the piles of demon corpses on the street, many of whom were preparing to cremate them. His expression was extremely complicated. He actually joined the old gang. He even became Li Zhu's fourth disciple. He was naturally aware of what had happened yesterday. Upon hearing that Huo Lingfei had massacred all the demons in the slums, his face showed extreme horror. Even if he racked his brains, he couldn't fathom how Huo Lingfei had managed to annihilate all the demons in the slums. You have to understand, he's only been in the martial arts world for a short time. The earlier prediction that he wouldn't achieve much has already proven him wrong. Now, witnessing Huo Lingfei slaughtering all the demons in the entire street is extremely shocking. They had to ask around overnight to find out that Master Li had taken on a new disciple, who turned out to be Huo Lingfei. Upon hearing this news, he froze on the spot. Li Zhu's fourth disciple? Li Zhenlong, a member of the old gang. After hearing this, he couldn't sleep all night. I thought about it for almost a whole night and still couldn't believe it. Huo Yuan's son, Huo Lingfei, actually became Li Zhu's fourth disciple and even joined the old gang. This is practically instant success. This news had already spread throughout Yunhai City, but it hadn't reached the slums. This shows that Huo Yuan already knew his son had become a dragon. Thinking of this, Li Quan remained silent. It's laughable that he previously thought Huo Lingfei was doomed. Although he didn't do anything else to Huo Yuan, if he had been on good terms with him before, or even married his daughter to Huo Lingfei. Perhaps the Li family can also climb the social ladder by associating with the old clique. But now, he let out a long sigh. I regret it now. Who would have thought that this poor boy would suddenly rise to such prominence, becoming the personal disciple of the former gang leader, a status he could not afford to offend. Who knows, he might show extreme respect to Huo Lingfei the moment he sees him. And he also heard that Huo Yuan's family had left the slums and hadn't even returned all night. Coupled with the sight of Huo Yuan at the East Gate today, he couldn't help but feel extremely envious. They must have been removed from the slums household registration. With the old gang's capabilities, resolving their identity issues would be a piece of cake. Let alone him being envious, who in this entire slum wouldn't be envious, especially since Huo Yuan was once his apprentice. His status as a slum dweller was far inferior to that of Yunhai City, and even after meeting Huo Yuan, he would have to do his utmost for him. Father. Li Yuan, standing beside him, also remained silent. She also heard about her father's story regarding Huo Lingfei. While shocked, a hint of regret appeared on his face. She dreams of marrying a martial artist who practices martial arts, but as someone from the slums, she has no chance of getting close to the prodigies of Yunhai City. Those with some cultivation in the slums were already quite old, and she was unwilling to accept that. When she learned that a martial artist had emerged from the slums, she scoffed at him. But now, after hearing her father's words, she began to hate herself again for being so ambitious yet so incompetent. To let such a promising talent slip through our fingers. To be noticed by Lord Li is already a victory over the thousands of martial artists in Yunhai City. Huo Lingfei walked past the East Gate and saw Li Quan and his daughter standing in front of the shop. They seemed to change their expressions drastically upon seeing him, but he didn't think much of it. He still remembered their previous conversation. Naturally, he felt nothing for either of them. He shook his head, glanced at it briefly, and then walked towards his second uncle's place. Chapter 32. Someone coming? Old Hua, your son is incredibly fierce. Yesterday, I watched him kill countless demons all by himself. What a formidable general. He must be at least in the flesh-boning stage. The Hua family has produced a true dragon. I wish my son could be like your Huo Yuan. The sound continued to come out. Huo Yuan's face, which was originally filled with sorrow, forced a smile after hearing about his son. Although he didn't know what flesh and bone were, he still managed to appease the neighbors who were walking towards him. He only gradually recovered from his grief after they left. Beside him, Hu Chui, with only one arm supporting him on the table, stared at his younger brother's mangled corpse on the stretcher, his face contorted with heartache. Second brother, to save us, he single-handedly attracted a demon. We thought we were lucky enough to shake him off, but in the end, the demon still caught up with us, and even the whole family. The words had barely left his lips. The surrounding relatives remained silent. They mostly worked in the same place, and if it weren't for them attracting the demon's attention when the demon swept in, they would probably have died there long ago. Thinking of this, the sorrow on their faces deepened. But we still owe it all to Lingfei, otherwise, we would have been devoured. Which way, seeing the deathly atmosphere, wiped his reddened eyes and slowly said, "Our Hua family has truly produced a dragon." Yes, even decades ago, our Hua family might not have produced a single martial artist. The others seemed to relax a bit after hearing this, their faces showing praise. My son had previously spent a great deal of money to try and become the disciple of Elder Yun from the slums, but was rejected by him. I never expected that he would be dismembered on the spot during yesterday's demon attack. I never imagined that our Hua family could produce a martial artist, and one who was even stronger than that Elder Yun. Seeing that it wasn't time for cremation yet, everyone said, I heard someone say that Lingfei didn't get into the martial arts class, which made me so angry that I fought with him. Now, that rumor has been proven false. Yes, that's absolutely a rumor. A while ago, people from the martial arts class came, and many of them said they were there to clean house, saying that Lingfei was making trouble for the martial arts class and that they had been confronted. Lingfei has saved everyone's lives. Let's see who dares to say such things now. They were talking all at once. I immediately recalled the various rumors that had been circulating before. If today weren't an inauspicious day, I probably would have already started cursing. Hua Yuan listened without saying a word. These words are all true, but since his son joined an old gang that was even stronger than the martial arts class, it's naturally hard to say anything about it. All I could do was listen to them and occasionally laugh, as if to wash away the sorrow in my heart. Dad! A familiar sound came from outside the door. Huo Lingfei, an extremely burly man, slowly walked in. Upon seeing his father and a group of relatives, he couldn't help but say, "Uncle." The sound abruptly ended their discussion. Lingfei has arrived. Huichui was startled when he saw Huo Lingfei's figure and then quickly spoke. After just a few days, its size has become so terrifying. He truly deserves to be called a martial artist. Moreover, a group of neighbors who had followed Huo Lingfei to visit him had gathered outside the door. After Huo Lingfei went in, they couldn't help but stand not far from the door and watch. Hey, Lingfei's physique, he's even stronger than Li Kuei from West Street. No wonder he can kill so many demons. The relatives around him immediately recognized Huo Lingfei. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei responded to each of them and then went to stand in front of his father. Xiao Fei, what brings you here? Hua Yuan was taken aback when he saw his son. Didn't he go to the old gang to practice martial arts early in the morning? How did I suddenly appear here? Dad, just finished practicing martial arts and came to see second uncle. Huo Lingfei said, then looked at the miserable state of his second uncle's family, fell silent for a moment, and bowed to them. Upon hearing this, Hua Yuan immediately understood and quietly watched Huo Lingfei finish bowing. He was about to say something. In the blink of an eye. All you lowly people, get out into the streets. From this day forward, my chaotic dog gang will take over this place. A loud shout suddenly came from outside the door. Slap! Slap! Then a scream rang out, "Ah! Everyone, get out here! Anyone who doesn't gather in the street within 10 minutes will die." The people who were still standing at the entrance all changed their expressions upon hearing this, and then, as if they had seen something, they shuddered. Then they seemed to be stunned. In the distance, other similar voices rang out, instantly silencing the crowd and sending them into the street. The chaotic dog gang? Hua Yuan and the others were startled when they heard this. They exchanged a glance, both seeing the astonishment on their faces. How could the chaotic dog gang be here? Hua Chui's face was shocked, his expression one of disbelief. This slum is in a no man's land. Why would a gang suddenly want to take over this place? This has never happened before. Even after living for so many years, he had never seen a gang want to take over a slum. What's more, it's a big gang like the chaotic dog gang. Impossible, someone must be using this as a cover. Hua Yuan reacted immediately, then said in a deep voice, "This place has always been a no man's land, it always has been. How could a large gang suddenly want to take over this place?" Upon hearing this, the other relatives chimed in, "That's right, how could a large gang possibly come here? There's nothing here, and there are plenty of bad guys too. What gang would be foolish enough to come here?" "Yeah, the chaotic dog gang, that's one of the 6 major gangs." They made no attempt to hide their shock. Bang! You're still not coming out? If I had to find you all one by one, I'd break your legs and feet. A terrifying sound exploded in my ears. As the sound faded, an extremely terrifying figure slowly walked in from outside the door. His burly body was covered in thick muscles, and the veins on his back bulged. His indifferent face stared at the crowd in front of him. So many lowly people are crammed here. Are you just pretending you didn't hear what I said? Then all of you, die. Chapter 33. You've disturbed my second uncle. His vicious words were filled with indifference towards life. He exhaled a wave of heat, and the extremely violent aura swept across the entire area. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone's expression changed drastically. Veins bulged on his terrifyingly large hand as he stared at the people inside, seemingly counting heads. His gaze then fell upon a figure deep within, and his brow furrowed. Who are you, sir? What sect or faction's disciple is this? How did they end up here? He sensed that something was wrong with the man's aura, and being a fellow martial artist, he could also feel the powerful blood and energy within the man's body. At least above the meridians. When did such people appear in the slums? He narrowed his eyes, but seeing the face, he didn't seem to recognize it. He could only shout again, my chaotic dog gang is taking over the slums today. Since you are a martial artist, why don't you leave at once? Otherwise, even the powerful forces behind you cannot protect you. His muscular body twitched slightly, his fingers curled, and he stared warily at Huo Lingfei in front of him. How dare you disrespect my second uncle? A detached voice suddenly rang out, like a pebble dropped into water creating ripples. The crowd, already frozen in fear, immediately whitened in surprise. Lingfei? What? He immediately lowered his eyes, his body trembling like a ferocious tiger, a terrifying mountain of flesh. Do you know what you're saying? I respected you as a martial artist and gave you some face, but I never expected you to be so shameless. Since that's the case, bang. He hadn't even finished speaking. All the onlookers saw was a terrifying figure flash by, followed by a figure shooting out with a terrifying explosion. The burly man who had just spoken was instantly struck in the abdomen by a force like a cannonball, and his body shot out from inside. While Lingfei remained expressionless, his fingers spread wide, and with a powerful stomp of his foot, he shattered the bricks. With a whoosh, he swept forward and delivered a powerful punch to Huo Lingfei's abdomen. If it weren't for the fact that it's not easy to bleed here, Huo Lingfei's current strength would probably be enough to shatter his internal organs with a single punch. Outside the door, dull, resounding impacts echoed continuously, accompanied by various screams. Everything in its path was swept up by the force of the impact, and then slammed violently into an empty iron shed. I will not allow anyone to act recklessly in front of my second uncle. Huo Lingfei remained calm, shook his arm, and felt no pain. This suggests that the person in front of us probably doesn't even have solidified flesh and bones. With such strength, how dare anyone be presumptuous in front of him? He didn't even touch the old gang's skin, yet someone dared to bark wildly at the chaotic dog gang right in front of him. He truly lives up to his name. A sound was heard. Huo Yuan and his relatives stared wide-eyed as Huo Lingfei sent that terrifying figure flying with a single punch, instantly dumbfounded. The once arrogant figure now lies amidst the ruins, barely clinging to life. No wonder Huo Lingfei was able to wipe out all the demons in the slum. His strength is indeed unmatched by ordinary martial artists. Even the disciples of the chaotic dog gang were no match for him. But in the blink of an eye, they couldn't help but feel a little apprehensive. If Huo Lingfei had killed an ordinary martial artist, they might not have reacted this way, but these were members of the chaotic dog gang. Lingfei is finished. Only after a brief moment of rapid breathing did Huo Yuan's expression gradually calm down. He knew his son's identity. He was also an old member of one of the 6 major gangs, and not necessarily inferior to the chaotic dog gang. Moreover, his son was the 4th disciple of Li Zhu, which meant that even an ordinary disciple couldn't compare to his son. Who dares to lay a hand on me? The chaotic dog gang is here. Who dares to be disrespectful? Go, someone go, and see clearly. Outside the door, numerous sounds shook the streets, and dozens of members of the chaotic dogs gang, upon seeing their own members knocked unconscious, instantly flew into a rage. These slum thugs actually dared to attack them. That's practically suicide. Let alone martial artists. Even if it were the dogs of the chaotic dog gang here, the martial artists here would have to serve me obediently. They're tired of living. Dad, you wait here, and don't go out if you hear any noise. Huo Lingfei said calmly, watching the scene on the street. Then he slowly walked towards the street. He looked around. Most of them are the same kind of people as the people just now. There is almost no comparison between him and me. Not to mention. Huo Lingfei's eyes flashed with a hint of malice as he recalled the connection between yesterday's demons and the chaotic gang before him. If it weren't for you, demons wouldn't have flooded into the slums, and my house wouldn't be in ruins. And my family won't suffer these injustices. Thinking about this, his strength involuntarily shifted, and his body surged with power. Who are you? On the street. Several members of the chaotic dog gang were about to lead their men to kill Huo Lingfei when they saw him. Suddenly, a powerful shout rang out. A burly man carrying a large knife, his face contorted with grotesque features and covered in scars, narrowed his eyes upon seeing Huo Lingfei. Wait. Huo Lingfei? He felt a sense of familiarity for a moment, but after taking a closer look, his eyes widened in surprise. This was none other than Huo Lingfei, the fourth disciple newly accepted by Li Jinlong of the old gang. The news had already spread throughout Yunhai City, and even his portrait was known. As a disciple of the chaotic dog gang, he naturally recognized him. Great! I didn't expect to meet Master Li's esteemed disciple here. He grinned. Everyone knows that Master Li took in a good-for-nothing disciple. This lowly commoner from the slums hadn't even practiced martial arts for very long, yet he was chosen by Master Li. I'm afraid Li Jinlong is getting old and his eyesight is failing. But it's perfect timing. I didn't expect to run into you in the slums. I'll use you to enhance my reputation. The words had barely left his lips. The other disciples immediately burst into scornful laughter. They thought it was someone important, but it turned out to be the notorious good-for-nothing of Yunhai City. Boss, you'd better save your strength. If we kill this piece of trash, I'm afraid Li Jinlong will be furious. Just cripple him halfway. A piece of trash like him will probably fall in less than 3 moves. I bet he hasn't even opened up many meridians, ha. The sound slowly reached Huo Lingfei's ears. He remained expressionless. He simply looked at the civilians being held captive by the rampage dogs on the street and said calmly, 45 dogs. He did not hesitate. Even without Mo Yuan, they still have confidence. Sink down, regulate your breathing, and then unleash a burst of power. With 5 fingers forming a claw, it arrived in an instant. Ah! Chapter 34 Cloud Crane Strength. A scream rang out instantly. Huo Lingfei swept forward in an instant, his claws whistling, and he arrived in the 6 steps of a martial artist in a flash, his 5 fingers extending out. The nearest member of the chaotic dogs gang instantly let out a scream. With a spray of blood mist, blood gushed from his chest, and with a fierce clawing motion, his abdomen was ripped open in an instant. His figure was as light as a crane in the clouds, but his 5 fingers were exceptionally fierce and terrifying. His blood and chi were like a dragon. In just a few moves, several members of the chaotic dog gang were slammed to the ground, clutching their stomachs and howling in pain. Mastery of crane-style fist? Far away. The burly man who had just been grinning was instantly speechless. His pupils widened as he stared in shock at Huo Lingfei's figure before him, his face filled with extreme horror. As a martial artist, he naturally recognized Huo Lingfei's moves. This is the level that only a master of crane-style fist can achieve. Its base is as solid as a rock, yet its body is exceptionally light, and even its 5 fingers resemble the claws of a crane, with every movement carrying a touch of the elegance of a crane. If this isn't the pinnacle of crane-style fist, what is it? Thinking about this, his expression suddenly changed. He never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually master the crane-style fist. Although crane-style fist is a basic martial art, its power is extremely great when mastered. In other words, any martial art mastered to a high level is not to be underestimated. His face showed extreme horror. How could Huo Lingfei have mastered the crane-style fist to such a high level? He's only been practicing martial arts for a few days. Huo Lingfei's past deeds have been dug up by people, and even he has heard about them. How could someone who works as a handyman in the martial arts class at Longyang High School, having neglected martial arts for many years, possibly have mastered the crane-style fist? This can only be described in one word. Martial arts genius. His brows furrowed as he stared intently at Huo Lingfei. No wonder Li Jinlong took you as his disciple. Your talent is truly extraordinary. To have mastered the cultivation in just a few days, even Qin Yuan probably didn't expect that. We really misjudged them. He swung his broadsword horizontally, creating a powerful shockwave. As he looked at Huo Lingfei's figure, he sensed something was amiss. How could his chi and blood be so strong, almost comparable to a flesh and bone martial artist? Wait a minute. Flesh and bones? He was about to make a move to stop Huo Lingfei and cripple him, but when he got close to Huo Lingfei, he suddenly sensed the powerful blood and energy within Huo Lingfei's body. Seeing this situation, his pupils constricted involuntarily, as if he had seen something. Your flesh and bone? Put. Before Huo Lingfei could respond, various screams suddenly filled his ears. Huo Lingfei charged forward, unleashing a frenzied barrage of attacks. His crane-style fist was executed with unparalleled skill. Each time they made a move, a member of the chaotic dog gang was sent flying backwards. It lay on the ground some distance away, emitting mournful cries. He acted with great restraint, only seriously injuring them without deliberately using lethal moves. Otherwise, their situation wouldn't be as simple as just lying on the ground. Instead, they would die at Huo Lingfei's hands in an instant. He heard the powerful shout from the figure in the distance, but ignored it and just kept throwing punches. Sink down, sweep leg, punch, claw technique. Crane style fist 583 710 intent and strength. Crane style fist 586 710 intent and strength. His proficiency in crane style fist was rapidly increasing. Huo Lingfei seemed to have entered a state of self-forgetfulness, his body constantly throbbing, and his proficiency in crane style fist was getting higher and higher. Your posture just now was a bit off and needs further adjustment. Yunhe's movements aren't light enough. Huo Lingfei, after ambushing like a cloud crane and piercing through a member of the chaotic dog gang with a single claw, looked somewhat dissatisfied. The attack was then adjusted, and a claw was used to grab the next enemy. This time it's not bad. The more he hit, the more his face contorted into a grin. He could feel that he was touching a different realm, as if the phantom of a crane was appearing on his body, but it was extremely faint. This is not just close to mastery, it's clearly close to the pinnacle of skill. The burly man, who had been shocked by Huo Lingfei, could no longer sit still. Watching his underling being tormented by Huo Lingfei like a chick, a hint of ferocity flashed across his face. I misjudged him. Everyone misjudged him. This guy is no good, but so what? Before you get up, I'll cripple you. He roared, dragging his broadsword, and suddenly strode out, charging towards Huo Lingfei. Kid, remember this, my name is Wu Jin, a Qingwei under Chief Qian. You're unlucky to have met me. The words had barely left his lips. Whoosh! A terrifying figure swept over in an instant, its incredibly burly body covered in thick, fleshy muscles. Its large, knotted hand, wielding a large knife, came hurtling towards Huo Lingfei's body. Bang! Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes, watched the figure sweeping towards him, and instantly dodged to the side. The knife crashed down with a loud thud. The earth cracked open, and a powerful wave swept across the entire area. Then, seeing Huo Lingfei dodge, he didn't hesitate at all. He raised his hand, turned his broadsword, and smashed it out again. It's flesh and bone too. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, watching its figure. His body suddenly flipped in the air, and then a claw shot out. Suddenly, it reached out and grabbed at his body. But the imagined disembowelment did not come instead, it felt unusually hard, like a sheet of iron. Upon seeing this, his expression immediately changed. At least it's skin training. So you've only just entered the bone condensation stage. Wu Jin grinned as he felt Huo Lingfei's outstretched claw. I thought you had already trained your skin. He swung the back of his knife and smashed it down. Bang! Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed, caught off guard, and he can only put his arms across his chest before being violently knocked back. He was then sent flying by the back of the blade, crashing to the ground a short distance away. The immense force caused him some pain, and he slowly got up from the ground, his face expressionless. This was his first time fighting against a master at the flesh and bone level. Unexpectedly, it was quite difficult. However, he had already reached the skin training stage, or even completed it. He felt that when he extended his 5 fingers, they felt like iron blocks, and his crane fist seemed to be somewhat difficult to use. Once the skin has been toughened, it cannot be harmed by knives or spears. This was the first time he had experienced it firsthand. But it's not that we can't fight. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. Although both are in the same stage of physical development, the difference between them may not be as great as imagined, and their feelings are also similar. He could sense that his strength was not much weaker than his opponent's. It even slightly surpasses that. Thinking of this, without hesitation, he adjusted his breathing, took a step forward, and moved swiftly, sweeping over in an instant. Bang! Bang! His muscles bulged, making him look like a ferocious beast. He surged forward in an instant and then punched him in the head. Seeing this situation, Wu Xin grinned maliciously. "You're asking for death." He raised his hand and swung his broadsword horizontally. But the next second, Huo Lingfei retracted his fist and raised his foot, then slammed it down. Bang! Bang! A terrifying force was unleashed, instantly kicking the broadsword out of his hand. Then, the crane fist came crashing down, pounding wildly on his body. After several punches, his skin turned purple instantly. Wu Xin let out a furious roar. Seeing his broadsword being kicked away, he was shocked and felt the pain in his body. Suddenly, he clenched his fist and slammed it down. The two fists collided. Both sides let out a dull thud, and were then violently pushed back. "I was careless." Wu Xin, standing to the side, looked grim as he watched his broadsword being knocked away, his expression instantly turning extremely ugly. In actual combat, if even weapons are knocked away, it means being disarmed. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei's kick to be so fierce. Although he was in the training stage, he had to admit that Huo Lingfei was strong, which almost surpassed many martial artists in Yunhai City. "Even without the knife, you're still no match for me." Wu Xin roared angrily, his body filled with a large amount of murderous aura. He exhaled a breath of hot air and his figure swept forward in an instant, raising his hand to launch a fierce attack. Even if a martial artist who has just entered the realm of flesh and bone is a disciple of the old gang leader Li, he is definitely not very capable. He'd still beat them to a pulp. Otherwise, why would there be a distinction between skin refining and bone solidification in flesh and bone? He has now mastered skin refining, how could a mere youth compare to him? "I've practiced martial arts for decades, and you've only been practicing for a few days. What kind of skill could you possibly have?" He pressed down on Huo Lingfei with a furious punch to the head. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, simply dodging and then countering with crane-style fist. Bang! Bang! Huo Lingfei unleashed a punch that sent a shockwave through the air, slamming into the burly man in front of him with a metallic clang. Then, his face instantly contorted in pain, having taken the full force of that terrifying blow. However, the surge of qi and blood in the body suddenly suppressed the pain. He then raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and swept towards it wildly. The two figures were entangled and engaged in a fierce battle. The scene stirred up countless waves along the way, and all the people were terrified. They had never imagined that the collision of the two figures would have such a huge impact. Even Hui Yuan and the others couldn't help but peek out when they heard the commotion outside the door. When they saw the members of the rampage dogs lying haphazardly on the ground, they couldn't help but gasp. They never expected Huo Lingfei to be so ferocious. Even the members of the chaotic dog gang couldn't compete with him. That's a huge gang. Any one of the gang members is stronger than any martial artist from the slums, but Huo Lingfei is actually comparable to him. Even as he watched the two terrifying figures clashing repeatedly, his breathing became somewhat rapid. Lingfei is too strong. This was something they could hardly imagine, yet they were all howling on the ground like dead dogs. "I'm going to break all 4 of your limbs with my own hands and throw you on the ground like a stray dog." Wu Xin was covered in bruises, feeling the pain in his body, his face contorted in rage. However, Huo Lingfei was in an even more disheveled state. As he clashed with the opponent at the skin refining level, his bones and muscles felt like they were about to fall apart, and he was in excruciating pain. If it weren't for her strong willpower, she probably would have collapsed to the ground long ago. However, Huo Lingfei remained silent and continued to use the crane fist moves. He seemed to have forgotten the pain and was in a strange state. However, the crane-style fist technique in front of him was constantly growing rapidly. Crane-style fist 632 710 intent and strength. Crane-style fist 634 710 intent and strength. Crane-style fist 694 710 intent and strength. As his proficiency increased dramatically, his physique became more and more like a crane, and every move he made seemed to carry the spirit of a crane. Seeing this, Wu Xin's brows twitched violently, his forehead covered in sweat. He found it hard to believe that Huo Lingfei, a martial artist who had just entered the flesh and bone level, could fight him to this level. Doesn't he feel pain? His defense at the skin refining level was incredibly advanced, but as time went on, he gradually began to struggle. But looking at Huo Lingfei in front of him, although his strength was not as great as at the beginning, he was still tireless. It wasn't until he saw Huo Lingfei's expression, which instantly changed from blank to gleaming in his eyes, that he understood. A surge of intent quietly erupted. Before Wu Xin could react, Huo Lingfei unleashed a punch. A phantom of a crane seemed to rise behind him. In a daze, he was terrified. Then the phantom of the crane merged into his fist and punched him in the chest. Put! A mouthful of blood suddenly spurted out. The defense, which was at the level of skin tempering, was shattered in an instant by this punch. The crane soars high in the clouds. Only this one word appeared in his mind. Then, his body shot out like a cannonball, crashing into the dilapidated iron shed. After breaking through several iron sheds, he crashed straight into a place full of garbage. A deafening roar erupted. It stirred up countless specks of dust. Crane style fist 710 intent and strength. The crane form fist technique in front of me continued to surge until it broke through the level and reached the level of intent force. Huo Lingfei's mind was instantly overwhelmed by the moves of crane style fist. At the same time, the sound of cranes echoed in his ears, and he seemed to be immersed in a certain state of mind. Every move they made was accompanied by the illusory image of a crane in the clouds. He has broken through the intent realm. His eyes were filled with joy, and his face was beaming with delight. And he looked at Wu Jin, who had been sent flying dozens of meters away by his subconscious punch, and his face showed even more astonishment. I never expected the power of this mental force to be so great. Even a block of iron at the skin refining level was pierced straight through by this punch. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei let out a long breath, watching the riot not far away. He grinned. Had enough fun? I was in pain. Now it's my turn. His body suddenly surged, and the breakthrough of crane-style fist to the level of intent force gave him great confidence. Even someone at the skin refining level would probably be nothing more than this after fighting him. Sing! The cries of cranes echoed through the streets. Huo Lingfei took a step forward, and the cloud crane force rose behind him, instantly shocking the people around him. As if seeing a real crane, his face showed both surprise and fear. With his 5 fingers forming a claw, an aura of power emanated from him, instantly stunning Wu Jin, who was trying to get up, and leaving him frozen in place. His face was blank as he stared at Huo Lingfei's figure and the crane behind him, as if he had seen a ghost. Cloud crane strength, cloud crane fist intent, how is this possible? His pupils dilated, and his face was utterly lifeless. How could Huo Lingfei suddenly possess the cloud crane force? This is something that can only be obtained by reaching the highest level of crane-style boxing and mastering the level of intention and energy. How could this possibly happen to a martial artist who has only just begun practicing martial arts? And when he fought Huo Lingfei before, he could clearly see that Huo Lingfei was still in the stage of mastering crane-style fist, so as a trained fighter, he was not afraid. Only then did he dare to fight Huo Lingfei without weapons, thinking he could crush him with his superior skill level. But in the blink of an eye, the cloud crane's strength in front of him instantly stunned him. Let alone training the skin, even at the level of condensing tendons and bones, one would probably have to be on high alert when encountering a martial artist who has mastered the power of intent. Not to mention, his broadsword had already been knocked away by Huo Lingfei. How could he possibly block this cloud crane force? They could only watch helplessly as Huo Lingfei's figure swept towards them from afar. With a raised hand, he unleashed the cloud crane force, instantly striking. Sing! Boom! The terrifying force of the punch poured out wildly, with tremendous momentum, accompanied by the cry of a crane. The afterimage behind him merged with the force of the fist and slammed down. Chapter 35: A Surge in Strength. The entire earth seemed to tremble. After throwing that punch, Huo Lingfei seemed completely exhausted, kneeling on the ground and panting heavily. If it weren't for the tearing sensation from the muscles and bones constantly repairing themselves, I'm afraid I would have collapsed to the ground long ago. Right before my eyes, under the sweeping force of Yunha Jin, everything was reduced to ruins. Wu Jin completely lost consciousness. His limbs seemed to have been broken by the attack of Yunha Jin, and he was barely clinging to life. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei kept adjusting his breathing until the pain in his body was greatly reduced, and then he came to his senses slightly. This was his first duel against a martial artist at the flesh and bone solidification stage. If it weren't for the crane-style fist breaking through to the intent level at the last moment, he probably would have been worn down to death. However, at least the crane-style fist has broken through to the level of intent force. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, his face still filled with joy. The crane-form fist has surpassed his own level of killing power, and he never expected that the crane-form fist would be so powerful once it broke through to the level of intent. Muscle condensation 1710. Skin training 5710. 2 lines of text seemed to appear before my eyes. After catching his breath, Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed surprised that there would be a proficiency level in skin training and muscle strengthening. He had already made some progress before he even started. And when he saw the 710 after the last two lines, his breathing became a little rapid. He didn't expect that training the skin and condensing the tendons only required 710 proficiency. So, it won't be long before I can solidify my tendons and strengthen my skin, Huo Lingfei thought to himself. This was before he used any ointment or absorbed any medicated bath. If he uses both, his speed will probably increase even more dramatically. But, can skin training and tendon strengthening be done at the same time, and where did I get these proficiency points from? Huo Lingfei was delighted, but a hint of doubt appeared on his face. However, when he looked at Wu Jin in front of him, he seemed to have thought of something. Could it be a battle? His own crane-style fist seemed to be the same. Previously, he was still some distance from the realm of intent mastery, but unexpectedly, he has already reached that level in the blink of an eye. Now, thinking back, it seems that his battle with Wu Jin. His eyes gleamed, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. I never expected my proficiency to increase so much. He then calmed himself down and, once he had regained his strength, got up and walked toward the street. After Huo Lingfei slaughtered his way through the entire street, the slums seemed to fall into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at the scene of chaos on the street. Countless members of the chaotic dog gang were either smashed to the ground, hung from the iron shed, or even had their heads buried in the ditch, with blood and gore everywhere. It terrified everyone who saw it. None of them expected Huo Lingfei to be so strong, crushing his opponents all the way. Even the members of the chaotic dog gang were no match for him. It was immediately destroyed. Seeing the most powerful being among them slumped on the ground like a lump of mud, he was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Even the martial artists in the slums were astonished and couldn't help but come out. When they saw the scene, they were all stunned and stood there in shock. Who would dare to imagine that? The once incredibly powerful chaotic dog gang, one of the 6 major gangs in Yunhai City, was completely wiped out in the slums. This was something they never even dreamed of. But now, it's happening right before our eyes. The perpetrators were Huowu people from the slums. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shudder. With so many members of the chaotic dogs gang beaten to such a state, it seems they'll need to massacre the entire slum to quell their anger. Instead of feeling reborn, the group was filled with fear of the chaotic dog gang. The mere fact that one member of the chaotic dog gang had an accident here was enough to cause them great anxiety. Not to mention so much at once now. Huo Lingfei watched calmly, knowing exactly what they were thinking, but he wasn't flustered. He could simply go back and report to his teacher. After all, the chaotic dog gang had a grudge against them. Furthermore, they took over the slums without even knowing it from their own teachers. He hit me, so be it. As long as no one dies, he could cut off all of their limbs and be fine. This is also the source of his confidence. The sense of security that comes from having a large group of people behind you. His father and a group of relatives seemed to take a deep breath as well, but apart from his father, they had the same expression as the people on the street. However, they are different from them. He immediately told Huo Lingfei to hurry up and leave the slum and escape for their lives. Staying here will likely only lead to certain death. But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei and Huo Yuan refused, and comforted them, saying, Lingfei is capable now, and there are people in Yunhai City who can handle things, so don't worry. Huo Yuan knew his son's abilities and wasn't too worried. After comforting them for a while, Huo Lingfei finally convinced the relatives that he could solve the problem. After they burned the bodies of their second uncle's family, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate and went straight out, heading towards the old gang's territory. It's impossible for a slum to be occupied by a single gang. His actions were perfectly reasonable. Even if his own teacher were present, he would probably be more ruthless than Huo Lingfei and would likely die on the spot. Return to the old gang. Without any hesitation, Huo Lingfei explained the situation to his teacher, whose eyes narrowed instantly and said, well done. He then told them not to worry and that he would send someone to handle it immediately. After all, the slums are different. The rabble gangs there are so bold as to send people to take over on their own, as if they don't exist. Chapter 36 7 Days of Hibernation, all for today. Time flies. The slums were in complete chaos over the past 2 days. After the members of the chaotic dogs gang stormed into the slums, the members of the old gang went straight in and took over the entire slum. Furthermore, other gangs and powerful families were prohibited from entering. This caused a stir among the entire power structure of Yunhai City. Especially after learning that the chaotic dogs wanted to take over the slums, it was like a fire igniting the entire wilderness, and all the major gangs sent people to the slums. Some leaders even came to the old gang and demanded that members leave. The slums are a no man's land, and your old gang suddenly took over them, which has broken the rules. However, the old gang's response was, the chaotic dog gang maliciously occupied the slum and injured Li Zhu's disciples. In order to uphold justice in the slum, our old gang has temporarily taken over the slum. Some leaders even went to the slums to guard the area, almost causing the visiting members to suffer a setback. The chaotic dog gang was furious. Not only were their personnel damaged, but their union pavilion was also vandalized by members of the old gang, with almost everything destroyed. Upon hearing this, the entire chaotic dog gang was shaken. Union Pavilion was a money-making machine, one of the most profitable businesses in the chaotic dog gang. But now it's been smashed by the old gang. This is a complete slap in their face. Naturally, he was extremely enraged. However, upon learning that it was Li Jinlong's top disciple who had done it, and that he was currently in Union Pavilion with a former gang leader, his expression immediately turned extremely unpleasant. Lin Kuan's strength was extremely high, and with the presence of a helmsman, this behavior was beyond reproach. But they had no choice but to swallow their anger. Realizing they were in the wrong, they sent someone to negotiate. But he bluntly said, exchange it for 50% of Union Pavilion's profits this year. This news caused an uproar. The entire chaotic dog gang was furious, and even other major gangs and families couldn't help but feel that the old gang was asking for an exorbitant price. However, with only a leader and a near leader level being suppressed, the chaotic dog gang has no choice but to accept it unless they want to overturn the table. Huo Lingfei listened with great interest, never expecting his senior brother to be so brave. They even managed to smash up Yunyan Pavilion. He has now moved to Yunhai City, so he naturally knows where it is. There are experts from the Heart Bridge guarding the place, but his senior brother still smashed it to pieces. This strength is almost beyond doubt. Call. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. For the past 2 days, he had been frantically improving his strength. Strengthening 410-710. Skin training 630-710. Dragon slaying spear 380-710 intent. He took the ointment once during this period, and his strength improved by leaps and bounds. Even his physique became much stronger. Even the dragon slaying spear has reached the great perfection realm, and his understanding of it has become even more profound. He could even feel himself becoming one with the gun, and his marksmanship improved dramatically. He is already very close to mastering the skin refinement technique. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's chest heaved slightly, his eyes shone brightly, and then he gazed at the familiar high school in the distance, and couldn't help but walk towards it. Today is naturally the martial arts test results conference of Longyang High School. There was even a huge banner at the school gate. Huo Lingfei had already registered to participate in the past few days. Since his file had not yet been transferred from Longyang High School, he was still eligible. And the martial arts tournament is a complete simulation of real combat. Almost everyone who went on stage had to sign a waiver of their right to life or death. See here. Huo Lingfei smiled and said, I'm not afraid you won't sign the waiver. When the list of participants for the martial arts tournament was released yesterday, he naturally learned that all of Qin Yuan's martial arts teams had participated in the tournament. He had endured 7 whole days for this day. These 7 days have been completely different from the previous 7 days. After 7 days of arduous training, he has already made progress. His strength has not only solidified his flesh and bones, but he has also developed the intent of the crane-form fist, and even the dragon-breaking spear has reached its peak. Let alone crushing the entire Longyang High School martial arts tournament, he's probably among the top names in the younger generation. A hint of hatred flashed in Huo Yuan's eyes. The humiliation of 7 days ago is still vivid in my mind. 7 days of hibernation, all for today. He stepped into this high school where he had experienced 3 years of humiliation. Upon entering Longyang High School. It's Huo Lingfei? What are you doing here, Huo Lingfei? Holy crap, he's now a disciple of the old gang leader, Li. Haven't you heard? Huo Lingfei participated in the school's martial arts tournament. Countless students were shocked upon seeing Huo Lingfei and then began to discuss it amongst themselves. Everyone at Longyang High School knew that Huo Lingfei had joined the old gang and become Li Jinlong's disciple. Even the people in the slums know about it. After all, the old gang had sealed off the slums and was stationed there. Huo Lingfei's identity was beyond doubt, and naturally the news reached their ears, leaving everyone shocked. They never expected that Huo Lingfei would become Li Jinlong's disciple. Even before that, he was a handyman in the martial arts class. But now, he is transformed into a high-ranking and respected master. Thinking about this, many people gasped in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. Huo Lingfei remained calm, glanced at the school briefly, and then walked straight toward the center of the school. The martial arts tournament was held in the very center of Longyang High School, on an open-air arena. The area was packed with people, almost the entire high school student body, including martial arts students. At the top, Xin Yuan looked at his martial arts class disciples below with a gloomy expression, then spoke indifferently. Today is the Longyang High School martial arts tournament. In the past, I didn't ask you to go all out, but now. That good-for-nothing actually dared to participate in the martial arts tournament. Thinking that by becoming Li Jinlong's disciple, he can do whatever he wants. How utterly ridiculous. I only regret not discovering it earlier, otherwise how could that beast have returned to the slums alive? Someone who has only been practicing martial arts for a few days dares to ride roughshod over me. His eyes flashed with murderous intent. When I meet Huo Lingfei at the martial arts tournament, I don't need to hold back. Kill him. In the past 7 days, Xin Yuan has barely slept well since hearing that Huo Lingfei has become Li Jinlong's disciple. He actually had a change of heart that day and let Huo Lingfei go back. If he had been strangled to death on the spot, none of this would have happened. He hated it. How did such a good-for-nothing become Li Jinlong's subordinate? He was well aware of the consequences of Huo Lingfei joining Li Jinlong's ranks. Having been so humiliated by them in the martial arts class, how could I possibly let them off now that my status has changed? Xin Yuan's eyes turned icy cold. This time, I will absolutely not let you go. He knew that it was best to strike first. Both sides have signed a martial arts life or death agreement, and it's a fight between people of the same generation. Even if someone is killed by them, the old gang will definitely not say anything. Are you suggesting that being less skilled means you can bully the weak? That would only make you a laughingstock. He had barely finished speaking. The martial arts students below instantly grinned, yes. Chapter 37. I'm going to beat you all to a pulp. They had been holding back for a long time. Especially after hearing that Huo Lingfei had signed up for the martial arts tournament at Longyang High School, she held back for a long time. They simply couldn't tolerate that someone they had previously treated as a servant, someone they could order around, would one day ride roughshod over them. It is said that many of the disciples regard Li Jinlong as their target, and their eyes are filled with anger and killing intent. Suddenly, they all turned expressionless as if they had spotted a figure. That beast is here. Huo Lingfei slowly walked down to the bottom of the martial arts stage, looking calmly at the group of tournament participants in front of him. He muttered to himself, "Beast?" During the flesh and bone solidification stage, his physical abilities are greatly enhanced, and with his current strength, he can naturally hear their conversation. Huo Lingfei's expression remained calm, but the anger in his eyes was quietly ignited. His eyes met those of the martial arts students, and he could see that many of them were looking at him with provocation. He remained silent, standing still, watching the conference begin. After the school leaders glanced intentionally in Huo Lingfei's direction, they read out a series of rules for the Longyang High School martial arts tournament. Apart from the prohibition of using contraband and illegal drugs, the tournament proceeded entirely as a duel between martial artists. Regardless of life or death, if there are any injuries or deaths, the school will provide compensation. And they can use weapons. Then came the announcement that the conference was about to begin. It's starting. It's starting. I want to see Huo Lingfei's duel. Huo Lingfei will probably be beaten down in 3 moves. That's too high. I bet it was just 1 move. A martial artist who's only been practicing for a few days probably hasn't even opened up his meridians yet, right? I'll guess a move too. The students watching the battle immediately erupted in excitement, all staring at Huo Lingfei's figure and discussing it. No reports of fighting inside the slums have surfaced. Instead, the news was blocked. As a result, the news that Huo Lingfei had overwhelmed Wu Jin, who was at the skin refining level, did not come. As a result, their perception of Huo Lingfei remained stuck in the past. They felt that even if he joined Li Jinlong's ranks, his strength would be limited, and what kind of skills could he learn in just a few days? I'm afraid they won't even be able to learn the moves. Martial arts training is done in years. After just a few days, even executing a move might be problematic. Everyone wanted to see Huo Lingfei make a fool of himself. Currently, he is the most famous, and also the object of ridicule by everyone. Huo Lingfei, however, sat cross-legged, adjusting his internal energy to its peak and constantly maintaining himself in his strongest state. He deliberately suppressed his vital energy, so much so that Qin Yuan and the group of high-level martial artists did not notice for a moment. Watching the other fighters compete on the stage, Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes. Just as he expected. Most people in the martial arts class seemed to be at the meridian level, with most having opened up a dozen or 20 meridians, and most of their boxing techniques seemed to be within the range of minor mastery. Only a very few disciples broke through to the flesh and bone stage, but they had only just entered the flesh and bone stage and had not yet begun to train their skin. Even his martial arts skills are nearing mastery. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei slowly closed his eyes, waiting for himself to go on stage. "You piece of trash who was kicked out of my martial arts class earlier, get your ass up here." On stage. After a martial arts student forcefully broke his opponent's arm, he watched as the opponent collapsed unconscious on the ground. Then, he turned his gaze towards Huo Lingfei and let out a ferocious laugh. The words had barely left his lips. "Ha, this is terrible. So Xingrong has his eye on him. Master Li's apprentice is doomed. Let's see how he dies, ha ha ha." After hearing their words, everyone was stunned for a moment before bursting into laughter. They looked at the burly man on the stage and cheered enthusiastically. "This is Xingrong, a martial arts genius at Longyang High School. He has already opened more than 30 meridians and is only a few away from the flesh and bone stage. Second only to the top genius of their Longyang High School. I have been practicing martial arts for at least 10 years, if not 20. This is not something Huo Lingfei deliberately tried to imitate. The students from the slums, however, did not react the same way. They all stared at Huo Lingfei with gleaming eyes. They were fully aware of what the Huowu people were doing in the slums. This is a peerless genius who has killed countless members of the chaotic dog gang. Their geniuses are nowhere near comparable to those of Longyang High School. However, due to the old gang's information blockade, they cannot reveal it otherwise. The news would have spread throughout Longyang High School long ago. How could we possibly allow others to slander us? This is the only one in their slum who has achieved success solely through his own talent. They worshipped him immensely. Upon hearing this, Hui Yuan slowly opened his eyes. He looked at Xingrong on the stage and instantly appeared in front of him. "Ha ha ha. I told you, you piece of trash, to get up here, and you actually did." Xingrong's mouth twisted into a sneer when he saw Huo Lingfei come up after being called. "I'd like to see what you beast, have learned in just a few days under Master Li's tutelage." On stage. The school leaders of Longyang High School watched with indifferent expressions. Huo Lingfei has some ability to become his disciple, but his upper limit should be limited. Lord Li must be blinded to actually hire a kid from the slums. While the identity of being a disciple of Li Zhu is certainly impressive, it also depends on who you are. If it were his 3 apprentices, they would probably have greeted him with smiles long before he even stepped into the school. However, in their eyes, no matter how strong Huo Lingfei's martial arts talent was, he had only just started learning martial arts at this age, and his talent had already been wasted. I'm afraid they won't make a name for themselves in the future. It's hard to say why Li Jinlong took him as a disciple. As time goes by, he might just kick him out of the school. Naturally, it's not worth it for them to do this. I'm afraid he won't live past today. They looked at Huo Lingfei's figure and shook their heads. They naturally knew about Qin Yuan's matter. However, that was their personal grudge, and as a school leader, he naturally knew the gravity of the situation. If they don't participate or retaliate, even if Huo Lingfei is beaten to death on the spot at their high school assembly, they probably won't be blamed. After all, it was all voluntary, and they had almost every reason to back it up. Huff. Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. His face was expressionless, but after listening to his words, his expression slowly softened. "A few days is enough. I remember how you treated me before, like I was an animal." His blood and energy gradually released, and his body made a crackling sound. Then, he seemed to grow taller, and his muscles bulged up. With a flick of his upper arm, it sounded like a firecracker exploding. The leaders on the stage gradually changed their indifference to shock, and then they all stood up. An extremely oppressive aura suddenly swept across the entire venue. Flesh and bones. Their faces showed shock. Before they could react, a sinister laugh suddenly rang out from the stage. "Today, I'm going to beat you to death." Chapter 38. I'm going to take on 10. Joke. A piece of trash, thinking he can surpass us just because he's joined Master Li's sect? Xingrong, his nostrils flaring, roared in fury upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words. Today I'll beat you to death right here and now. His martial arts level was too low to see that Huo Lingfei had already entered the flesh and bone level, and he thought that Huo Lingfei's meridians were not even open. She was furious after hearing his words. He was once a menial servant, but by sheer luck, he ended up working under Li Jinlong. To dare to be arrogant in front of him without even having stepped into the realm of martial arts is simply courting death. He stomped his foot hard, his figure sweeping over in an instant, raising his hand in the crane fist style, but in Huo Lingfei's eyes, it was full of flaws. It was only a minor success. The leaders on the stage were completely stunned by the aura emanating from Huo Lingfei. Flesh and bones, there's no mistake. This energy and blood can clearly only be transmitted from the flesh and bones level. How could Huo Lingfei be flesh and bone? Impossible. How could he possibly be at the flesh and bone level? Everyone was shocked and stared at Huo Lingfei's figure with disbelief on their faces. It should be noted that Huo Lingfei had never practiced martial arts before, and had spent 3 years working as a handyman in the martial arts class. How could someone suddenly become a martial artist at the flesh and bone condensation level? In a short time. Everyone was stunned into place, their faces filled with utter horror. Even if Huo Lingfei had mastered a dozen or 20 techniques at this moment, they might still be able to barely accept it. But this is flesh and bone. It takes more than a decade of accumulation to reach this stage. How can they possibly calm down like this? The shock of someone who has never practiced martial arts becoming a martial artist at the flesh and bone level in just 7 days is almost beyond words. Even Qin Yuan was extremely flustered. He stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, muttering, flesh and bone, how could it be flesh and bone? This beast has actually turned into flesh and bone, and this is probably almost at the level of skin refining? He couldn't sit still any longer and stood up, staring intently at Huo Lingfei on the stage, his face extremely pale. He hadn't expected that he was actually a martial artist at the flesh and bone level. I hate, why did I let him go back then? Veins bulged on Qin Yuan's forehead, his eyes filled with regret. He wished he could rush onto the stage and kill Huo Lingfei. Even he could understand the importance of someone who had never practiced martial arts becoming a martial artist in 7 days. They were completely out of his league. No. He must die. He has to die. If he doesn't die, I will. Qin Yuan muttered, his eyes fixed on Huo Lingfei with murderous intent. Yun Rong, you go next. Huo Lingfei watched as Xingrong's figure charged towards him. His movements seemed to slow down countless times in his eyes, making it easy to detect the flaws in his actions. However, he did not move and remained in the same spot. Fool! I've mastered the crane-style fist, and you still dare to let me get close? As expected, trash is trash. Xingrong grinned, his large hand reaching out like a claw. More than 30 meridians within his body were activated, and suddenly he reached out to grab Huo Lingfei's head. I'll kill my way to your side, and even a martial artist will die from this move, he roared, and a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Bang pft! But in his imagination, Huo Lingfei's head wasn't crushed. Instead, an incredibly terrifying giant hand suddenly grabbed his 5 fingers. Then, his eyes met Huo Lingfei's grinning face. I told you, I'm going to beat you to a pulp. A sense of terror swept over them. Immediately afterwards, a crisp sound of bone cracking echoed throughout the scene, accompanied by Huo Lingfei tearing the arm apart with one arm. Ah! Screams instantly filled the entire martial arts arena. Blood sprayed out, splattering across the entire countertop. Ah, it's a hand, it's a hand. The arm was carelessly tossed away by Huo Lingfei like trash, instantly eliciting screams from those around. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless. Wu Zhizhang then suddenly reached out and grabbed Xingrong, who was kneeling on the ground in pain. A terrifyingly large hand gripped his head tightly, then slowly lifted it up. Amidst the shock of those around him, he suddenly grabbed the man's head and slammed it to the ground. Bang! A dull thud was heard. Its head was instantly crushed by a tremendous force, smashing it to pieces. Blood gushed out and covered the ground. Just like when Huo Lingfei killed Chen Tu, his eyes were still filled with cold light. Such terrifying strength instantly made everyone present stop breathing, and they stared at Huo Lingfei on the stage in shock. Xingrong is dead? I don't know who spoke up. Everyone's face turned deathly pale instantly. As they watched Xingrong's miserable state on stage, their hearts pounded, and they could not hide their emotions. Xingrong, who was almost at the flesh and bone level, couldn't even withstand 2 moves from Huo Lingfei. His head was smashed open. Meat and bone, it's definitely meat and bone. Huo Lingfei is at the flesh and bone level. They instantly realized that even Xing Rong couldn't withstand 2 moves from Huo Lingfei, so how could Huo Lingfei still be in the meridians? This is something that can only be achieved at the level of flesh and bones. Thinking about this, everyone was stunned, their faces filled with shock. Only the students from the slums were excited. They already knew Huo Lingfei's true strength, and seeing his performance now, they were even more thrilled. Huo Lingfei shook his blood-soaked hands and looked down at the group of martial arts students below the stage. After being speechless with shock, they couldn't help but grin. Is this all you've got? I thought you guys were so great, but you're just a bunch of trash. Arrogant. You bastard. A piece of trash, he's just lucky, how dare he be so insolent? The group of martial arts students below the stage, upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, immediately snapped out of their shock and instantly flew into a rage. They never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually be flesh and bone. Xing Rong was no match for him in just 2 moves. Everyone still vividly remembers Huo Lingfei's appearance in the martial arts class, but now, despite his changed status, his strength remains terrifying. Even they were both shocked and furious. Barking dogs? Huo Lingfei said calmly, then grinned, 1 isn't enough for me. I'm going to take on 10 of them. Get up here now. That concludes chapter 39. Arrogant. Take on 10 of them, and I'll personally twist your head off. You son of a bitch, you piece of trash, I'll take you on too. Huo Lingfei's words instantly aroused public outrage. Almost everyone was enraged by his words. To dare to make such a boastful statement when you've only just entered the flesh and bone stage is something even those at the skin refining level wouldn't dare to do. Among them were those who were just 1 step away from being captured, and now, with cold expressions, they rushed straight onto the stage. This, take on 10. The leaders on the stage seemed to have gradually recovered. But upon hearing this, their eyes narrowed involuntarily, and they exchanged glances. They all seemed to think that Huo Lingfei was too arrogant. Although he was able to cultivate to the physical and bone level in 7 days from someone who had never practiced martial arts, he was already a genius. This is unprecedented even in Yunhai City. They can only be called monsters. However, after hearing that Huo Lingfei wanted to fight 10 people, they all shook their heads. Having just entered the flesh and bone stage and not yet formed the skin, yet daring to utter such arrogant words, one's character is probably extremely poor. Although this is not against the rules. However, it is clear that Huo Lingfei's mentality is unstable. Even if his martial arts skills improve rapidly in a short period of time, he will probably find it difficult to achieve great things in the future. Could it be that they used a secret medicine? But they couldn't help but have some guesses in their minds. Huo Lingfei was able to break through to the flesh-bone level in such a short time, so he must have taken medication. Only. They glanced at each other, but couldn't help but suppress the thought. Even with medication, it would be absolutely impossible to break through the flesh and bone in such a short period of time. Thinking of this, they could only snap out of their daze and continue watching the commotion on the stage. Within the martial arts class, aside from those at the physical and bone level, almost everyone with a higher cultivation level stepped onto the stage. Their faces were practically overflowing with rage. We are all just 1 step away from stepping into the flesh and bone realm, and we all possess brute strength. You dare to be so presumptuous just because you killed Xing Rong? Do you really think we're trash? The words had barely left his lips. The mockery in Huo Lingfei's eyes intensified, and tears welled up in his eyes. I was so stupid, I was so stupid. How could I have ever considered you as targets before? Turns out, you're all trash. He grinned maliciously. I thought they were really strong, but I didn't expect them to be this good. His chi and blood are far superior to those of others of the same level. I'm afraid that if I were at the meridian stage, I could knock him down with just a few punches. Looks like I'm too strong now. Huo Lingfei chuckled, gradually regaining his composure, his eyes fixed on the crowd before him. A bunch of trash, all of you, come at me. Court death. Die. He had already been consumed by rage upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, and now he was completely unable to suppress it. 10 figures instantly surged forward and then suddenly attacked. A terrifying explosion swept around Huo Lingfei. Their eyes were cold and menacing, and the killing intent in their gaze had already materialized. They've endured this for far too long, a good for nothing, a beast from the slums. So what if it's flesh and bones? Such arrogance. To actually dare to challenge 10 people is something even the most outstanding talents in Yunhai City would never dare to make such a boast. Die. Countless powerful waves swept in front of him. Huo Lingfei remained calm. He looked at everyone's actions and couldn't help but shake his head. Slow, too slow. Wu Jin is dozens of times stronger than you. He gave a brief comment. Then, his dantian sank, his breathing became calm, he swung his arm and threw a punch. Sing. The cranes exploded in my ears. Upon hearing this, their expressions changed drastically. Behind Huo Lingfei, a crane-shaped phantom suddenly appeared and then abruptly merged into Huo Lingfei's fist. Amidst the crowd's terror, the intent of the fist exploded. An invisible shockwave swept across the entire arena. Put. The 10 figures that had reached Huo Lingfei instantly coughed up blood. Then, he was sent flying by the force of that punch. A terrifying wave of fist energy pierced through their bodies, and they all died instantly from that punch. Dead silence. A deathly silence. This scene was like watching a horror movie, leaving people speechless with shock. Clouds, the spirit of cranes in the clouds? The leaders on the stage were panting heavily, looking at the crane-shaped phantom as if they had seen a ghost. Huo Lingfei's strength not only reached the level of flesh and bone. And, he even mastered the power of intent? Everyone stared blankly. This is no joke. How could this possibly happen to someone who has only cultivated for 7 days? Even among the leaders present, few had truly mastered the essence of the technique. Unexpectedly, Huo Lingfei in front of me has mastered the power of intention. Although it is the Cloud Crane Intent Force, its destructive power is almost beyond the ability of ordinary martial artists to withstand. Even among those at the flesh and bone level, many at the skin refining stage dare not easily take a single blow from someone who has mastered the power of intent. The destructive power of the intent can easily penetrate the defenses of a refined skin. Not to mention taking that attack head-on. I'm afraid he'll be seriously injured. And those below them in martial arts are even less so. I'm afraid that if he makes one move, I'll be beaten to death. No wonder he dared to take on 10 in one go. Their eyes widened in shock. Let alone 10, even 10 more would be a piece of cake. Those who are not at the same level can hardly withstand even one of his moves. Xin Yuan's pupils were filled with disbelief. Intent Force. This beast, how did this little beast master intent force? He could hardly believe what he was seeing. How could the terms flesh and bone and intent and strength appear in the vocabulary of someone who has only been practicing martial arts for less than half a month? If Huo Lingfei had taken the medicine and reached the level of physical and skeletal healing, he could still understand. But this kind of inner strength cannot be obtained through medicine. If taking medicine could give you a boost of energy, it would probably be commonplace by now. When did this little bastard learn crane-style fist? He was shocked, and suddenly realized that Huo Lingfei might have been secretly practicing martial arts for the past 3 years. He almost ground his back teeth to powder. Only in this way can we explain why he was able to practice the art of discarding intention. However, to have cultivated the power of intent in these 3 years is already a testament to his genius. It took him almost 10 years to complete it. I never imagined that a mere bastard could cultivate his inner strength in just 3 years. Thinking of this, Yun Rong can't watch anymore. Kill that beast. Xin Yuan could hardly contain himself, wishing he could go on stage and kill him himself. He looked at a disciple beside him and immediately said, "This little beast has mastered the intent force in just 3 years. Kill him, and I will use my trump card to help you achieve complete perfection of your physical and bone structure." It's the teacher. His words had barely left his lips. The disciples who had been indifferent to the side gradually began to stir, and in the blink of an eye, they were on the stage. That's enough. Chapter 40 Dragon Slaying Spear. It annihilated the entire martial arts class. His terrifying figure crushed the entire martial arts stage, and an extremely frightening aura swept across the entire arena. The vital energy and blood at the flesh and bone level are as exhilarating as a dragon. Tear. His muscles suddenly bulged, bursting through his shirt to reveal his muscular physique. His eyes remained calm as he gazed at Huo Lingfei before him. To have broken through to the flesh and bone level in such a short time, and even mastered the crane-style fist. You are incredibly talented. You are the strongest person I have ever seen in my life. Originally, I didn't want to be your enemy, but you've blocked my path of martial arts. His face was indifferent, and he looked at Huo Lingfei as if he were looking at a dead man. The words had barely left his lips. The surrounding noise suddenly subsided, and they all gasped in surprise. I didn't expect even Yun Rong to go on stage. Our Longyang High School is number 1. I heard that he started practicing martial arts at the age of 3, opened his meridians at the age of 5, mastered crane-style fist at the age of 7, and mastered it at the age of 9. He is also skilled in spear fighting, having been taught by Qin Ban. His spear skills are now at the peak of his skin training. Even if Huo Lingfei comprehends the essence of crane-style fist, he probably still wouldn't be able to compete with it. I admit that Huo Lingfei's previous performance had already amazed me, but I'm afraid he would be outmatched by Yun Rong. Everyone looked at Yun Rong's figure on the stage, and their expressions changed. Yun Rong has a great reputation at Longyang High School. He is even backed by a powerful family and is a direct disciple of Qin Yuan, so his strength is not to be underestimated. Even on the list of outstanding young people in Yunhai City, he is a well-known figure. If Huo Lingfei were to run into Yun Rong, he would probably be courting death. Yun Rong's strength has probably made some progress in the bone condensation stage as well. The leaders on the stage frowned slightly as they looked at Yun Rong below, and then they couldn't help but say something. However, the slight progress they made was far less shocking than the impact of Huo Lingfei's actions. What a pity! Seeing this, they couldn't help but feel a little regretful. They had never seen Huo Lingfei's talent before, and now they even understood why Li Jinlong had made an exception and accepted Huo Lingfei as his disciple. It's entirely because of his monstrous talent. This is an extremely dazzling presence no matter where it is placed. Many leaders even considered suspending the competition, but upon seeing Qin Yuan's murderous gaze, they sighed softly. Although Qin Yuan's identity is only the head of the martial arts class, he is backed by the Yunhai Qin family, a powerful martial arts family. He is a top expert at the peak of the Heartfire realm. If he ranks highly in the Cloud Sea martial arts tournament and breaks through the Heart Bridge, he might even be able to return to the Qin family. They were not people they could afford to offend. Now he wants nothing more than to kill Huo Lingfei, and that's irreparable. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but shake their heads. Hopefully Huo Lingfei will beg for mercy. With his current strength, he could easily withstand 1 or 2 moves from Yun Rong, which would be enough for him to beg for mercy. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, staring at Yun Rong before him, the anger in his eyes seemingly intensifying. Then, as if amused by his own anger, he said, "Don't want to be my enemy? I remember, back when I was in the martial arts class, you bossed me around the most, and if I did anything wrong, you'd slap me. Are you now saying you didn't want to be my enemy? Ridiculous." He lowered his eyes, his figure becoming increasingly terrifying, his blood and qi surging, and power constantly surging from his flesh and bones. 3 years of odd jobs. Various humiliations and beatings kept flashing through my mind. The group of martial arts students we killed earlier were nothing but a rabble. Yun Rong was the one who humiliated him the most. He remained silent. He felt his blood rush to his head, and he wanted nothing more than to tear the person in front of him to pieces. That's just because you're weak, you're useless, you can't blame anyone else. Yun Rong's expression remained indifferent. I've been merciful enough you learned your crane-style fist from me, didn't you? I never expected that serving by my side would allow you to learn crane-style fist. You're very lucky. If I had found out back then, I probably would have beaten you to death. It's one thing to be ungrateful, but now you're going to die. Yun Rong said calmly, and with a sudden jolt at his feet, a large spear was knocked off the weapon rack beside him. He gripped the spear shaft, and with a step, terrifying blood energy surged forth, his skin refining level blood energy sweeping like a ferocious tiger. He didn't underestimate Huo Lingfei, especially after seeing that Huo Lingfei had mastered the Cloud Crane Force and immediately launched a killing move. Even those at the skin refining level need to exert their full strength when facing Yunha Jin, otherwise they will suffer a great loss. He's not one of those good-for-nothings. Knowing Huo Lingfei's strength, they still acted arrogantly. Clang! Upon seeing Yun Rong wield a spear, Huo Lingfei stomped his foot and drew a red-tasseled spear. He instantly charged forward, the red tassel flashing towards Yun Rong. After 7 days of martial arts training and several days of spear training, his understanding of the spear has far surpassed that of martial artists who have practiced spear techniques for more than 10 years. Seeing Yun Rong daring to carry a gun, he naturally didn't hesitate at all. Especially after his dragon-slaying spear reached its peak. My understanding of guns will only make me more confident. Foolish. You don't know that I am most skilled in spear techniques. Instead of using the Cloud Crane Force, you are just asking for death. Yun Rong gripped the spear, and its cold light suddenly pierced towards Huo Lingfei's head. With their physical talents, they quickly arrived at the scene. The terrifying gun tip sliced through the air, creating countless waves. Swish, swish, swish. His figure was extremely terrifying, and his spear flashed with a cold light, but a red tassel caught the eye. The tip of the red tasseled spear trembled. With a single thrust, he deflected Yunrong's spear tip, and then a terrifying aura swept over him in the blink of an eye. Huo Lingfei lowered his body, gripped the gun with one hand, and then thrust the gun out like a dragon. The red tassels exploded instantly. A terrifying wave of energy erupted from the spear in his hand. In an instant, it struck Yunrong's chest, piercing through his perfected skin, refining defenses. Blood stained his chest, and his entire body flew backward like a kite with a broken string. Everything along the way was destroyed. Where the powerful waves passed, the wind howled. Dragon-slaying spear? A terrifying wave of energy swept across the entire area, and everyone's face immediately paled in shock. This move was clearly from the dragon-slaying spear. This is Li Jinlong's signature spear technique. Huo Lingfei gave Yunrong no chance to catch his breath. He watched the figure crashing down not far away, his feet shattering as he shot out with his gun in hand. He charged madly towards Yunrong. Amidst the rampant dust, Yunrong clutched the blood on her chest, her face filled with horror. Dragon-slaying spear. How is this possible? How could he have learned the dragon-slaying spear so quickly? Moreover, to have reached this level of skill means one has at least achieved minor mastery. 7 days, just 7 days, he mastered the dragon-slaying spear in just 7 days. Blood continued to spill from his chest, and he coughed violently, his eyes filled with shock. The dragon-breaking spear is the top spear technique in Yunhai City and the signature move of Li Jinlong, the current leader of spear fighting. They can recognize it naturally. But that doesn't mean it's easy to practice. His marksmanship, which he was so proud of, had been honed for over 10 years, and he had only just reached a high level of proficiency. Just one move. His mental state began to crumble. No wonder he was able to break through his skin. No, I don't believe it. His eyes were fixed on Huo Lingfei, who was sweeping towards him. His internal energy surged, instantly stopping the bleeding in his chest. Then he raised his gun and shot out. In 7 days, he cultivated the Cloud Crane Force, which could penetrate flesh and bone, and even achieved minor mastery of the Dragon Spear. Who could do that? That's pure fantasy. He didn't believe it, and didn't even want to believe this utterly absurd fact. Yunrong was furious. He had practiced martial arts for more than 10 years, yet he was no match for a piece of trash. This was something no one could accept. Not to mention him. With a thrust of his spear, he mobilized all his strength, unleashing his power at the peak of the skin refining stage, and then the terrifying spearhead hurtled toward Huo Lingfei in an instant. Sing! Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei grinned, knowing that her mental state had collapsed. Then, he said indifferently, I will crush you mercilessly, starting with your body and mind, and with your proud marksmanship. You've practiced spear techniques for over 10 years, yet you can't compare to my 7 days of arduous training. It's an honor for you to die under the dragon-slaying spear. He raised his hand, and the dragon-slaying spear was instantly unleashed. The red tassels throbbed and swayed, then a shot rang out. It constantly impacted the minds of everyone present. Dragon-slaying spear. 9th form. Dragon-slaying. Sing. The spear in his hand seemed to transform into a dragon-shaped phantom, and a terrifying dragon roar resounded throughout the scene. Huo Lingfei charged forward and suddenly unleashed a shot. Like a devastating blow, the spear swept across and collided violently with the tip of Yunrong's spear. Then, he looked on in horror, his eyes filled with mockery and disdain as he stared into Huo Lingfei's eyes. Crack bang! The spear in his hand suddenly exploded, from the tip to the shaft and then to the butt, unable to withstand the terrifying force, and collapsed completely. Then, with a whoosh, the spear pierced straight through Yunrong's body, pinning him to the already shattered martial arts platform. A terrifying sound exploded in Yunrong's ears. I am not a minor master of the dragon-breaking spear. These words struck me deeply. It shattered Yunrong's heart and soul. He stared blankly at Huo Lingfei before him, his large, blood-soaked hands trembling uncontrollably. You. He was so shocked by Huo Lingfei that he couldn't speak. Having practiced martial arts for over 10 years, the spear was his forte, otherwise, Qin Yuan wouldn't have accepted him as a disciple. But now, his faith in Tao gradually crumbled. The martial arts heart within his chest shattered with a deafening roar, and his arrogance vanished without a trace. After more than 10 years of martial arts training, he was brutally defeated by someone who had only practiced martial arts for 7 days, and the person who practiced martial arts for more than 2 moves in total was completely crushed. They were completely crushed. It's still within his area of expertise. This is undoubtedly extremely damaging. Ha ha, 7 days, 7 days, ha 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 ha. Yun Rong could no longer contain his emotions. He laughed wildly, tears welling in his eyes, his hands gripping the spear that had pierced his body. Then, his eyes slowly lost focus, and after laughing his last words, his body slumped to the side, and his breathing stopped abruptly. The scene fell silent. At this moment, no one could speak anymore. They just stared at Huo Lingfei's figure on the stage, their faces completely blank. The shock this scene brought them was undoubtedly the strongest. Even years later, when they look back, they will still sigh with admiration. Yun Rong, who is at the level of skin refinement, is the best in Longyang High School in spear, fist, and martial arts. But now. However, his prized marksmanship was completely overwhelmed when he was pierced through the body in 2 moves. Dragon Slaying Spear. Dragon Slaying Spear. 7 days, he solidified his flesh and bones, cultivated the Cloud Crane strength, and he even mastered the Dragon Slaying Spear to at least the minor completion stage. This is terrifying. Everyone was so shocked they couldn't speak, their faces showing as if they were looking at a monster. When something is monstrous to the extreme, it only brings fear. They are the same now. Looking at Huo Lingfei's figure, almost no one was not terrified. The leaders on the stage remained silent after seeing Huo Lingfei use the Dragon Slaying Spear. Even now, not a single person has spoken up. Completely absorbed in the gunshot fired by Huo Lingfei. Even they couldn't have imagined that Huo Lingfei could actually master the dragon-breaking spear and even cultivate it to a minor level. How can there be such a monstrous talent? A leader said hoarsely after a long silence. That's all I've ever seen in my life. That was all they could manage to utter. Then they fell silent again. The power and strength of the dragon-slaying spear are beyond doubt, and it is widely acknowledged that it is difficult to learn. Otherwise, Li Jinlong wouldn't have only taken in 4 disciples by now. 7 days is an extremely short time in the realm of martial arts, it's merely the time it takes to take a nap. Unexpectedly, Huo Lingfei was able to train. I fear that after today, its name will shock the entire Yunhai city. Crack bang. Seeing this, Qin Yuan completely lost control of his strength and crushed the armrest. Dead, my disciple is dead. He was expressionless, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire scene, but he managed to suppress it. Yun Rong placed great hopes on him. But he was beaten to death by Huo Lingfei. Even his martial arts students were all wiped out by Huo Lingfei. His lungs and internal organs were already about to explode, and his blood and qi rushed straight to his head. If it weren't for his remaining rationality telling him that if he went on a killing spree here, all his hard work would be for naught, he probably would have died the moment Huo Lingfei killed Yun Rong. It will riot instantly. Kill everyone here. 7 days, to reach this level in just 7 days, why did I let someone like that go? Even though Qin Yuan suppressed his anger, he still wanted to kill Huo Lingfei. He never expected that someone could achieve such proficiency in just 7 days, it was unheard of. There is absolutely no such person in the history of martial arts. One person blew up his entire martial arts class, killed all his disciples, and rubbed his face with his fists. Wait until I cross the heart bridge. His face showed a hint of madness, as if he wanted to devour Huo Lingfei's flesh, suck his blood, and frantically gnaw on his bones. He is now only 1 step away from crossing the bridge of the heart through the Lord's guidance otherwise. He probably killed Huo Lingfei himself long ago to vent his anger. Chapter 41. The golden carp is no ordinary fish, it transforms into a dragon when it encounters wind and clouds. The martial arts class at Longyang High School is nothing but a bunch of good-for-nothings. Huo Lingfei said indifferently, his eyes devoid of any emotion. After killing more than a dozen people, Huo Lingfei felt no burden whatsoever. He was ready from the moment he stepped onto this martial arts stage. And he doesn't kill them. You'll be the one who dies. He didn't believe Qin Yuan would want him to live, he probably wished him dead. After killing Yun Rong, he felt a surge of satisfaction. After 3 years of menial labor in various forms of humiliation, his mind is now free of such thoughts. He seems to feel a sense of relief in his chest, and his body functions more smoothly. He looked at the many other people below the martial arts stage. Although they were all from the martial arts class, their strength was not very strong, and most of them were newcomers, so he could hardly recognize them. Qin Yuan. Huo Lingfei stared at the stage in the distance. Qin Yuan's figure was almost like a volcano, just one spark away from erupting. He couldn't help but grin. How does it feel to have a group of disciples beaten to death by me? His words were like sharp swords piercing my heart. Little beast. Qin Yuan remained expressionless, but he increased the force of his hand, and terrifying explosions continuously resounded in his grasp. His suppressed anger was reignited. A terrifying aura suddenly swept across the entire venue, causing everyone's expression to change drastically in an instant. Ha ha ha. If I had known this would happen, I should have strangled you back then. Qin Yuan roared, his blood boiling and exuding endless pressure. Huo Lingfei wiped out all of his most outstanding disciples and many geniuses in the martial arts class. It's like all those years of hard work have been wasted. Huo Lingfei's smile widened. Recalling how he had knelt before Qin Yuan like a dog, a snarl appeared on his face. Not only will I kill all your favorite disciples, but I will also beat you to death in the martial arts competition. The words had barely left his lips. Everyone instantly erupted in excitement, their faces filled with shock. Wait, what did I just hear? Huo Lingfei said he would beat Qin Ban to death in the martial arts competition? Holy crap, this is incredibly audacious. Qin Ban is a top-tier expert in internal fire, how dare he? Everyone gasped, thinking Huo Lingfei was just boasting. Qin Yuan is the head of the martial arts class, and his strength is among the top of the Cloud Sea Heartfire level. He is a favorite to win this year's martial arts competition. Huo Lingfei actually dared to say that he would beat Qin Yuan to death in there. Fine. Qin Yuan was so angry he laughed, and said fine several times. He was both happy and angry. What pleased me was Huo Lingfei's self-righteousness. Having cultivated martial arts for decades, he was not afraid of Huo Lingfei, let alone Huo Dingding, the top figure in Yunhai City. But now, they actually dared to say they want to kill him in the martial arts tournament? Thinking about this, he sneered, his anger seemingly growing stronger, though not as explosive as before. He originally planned to kill Huo Lingfei himself after crossing the Heart Bridge, but he didn't expect him to be so bold. You've got guts, a piece of trash from the slums, daring to threaten me like that. Qin Yuan grinned maliciously. After I kill you, I'll eat your flesh, suck your blood, and personally grind your bones to dust. And I'll kill all your family members. To vent my anger. He finished speaking. He vanished from his spot in an instant. Seemingly afraid of staying here too long, he couldn't help but kill Huo Lingfei. I will take your head in a few days. Huo Lingfei stared intently, speaking softly. He had been training both skin refining and tendon condensation simultaneously, and now both were almost at their peak. A few days was enough for him to break through, and even reaching the heart fire level would not be difficult. Even the dragon-slaying spear is enough to comprehend the essence of the spear and condense its core. By then, his level of inner fire will be comparable to Qin Yuan's. Under the superposition of numbers, killing Qin Yuan would not be difficult for him. He could not tolerate a threat surviving right under his nose. Naturally, we should resolve it as quickly as possible. We should encourage him. Huo Lingfei suppressed the anger in his heart, looked at everyone present, and showed no intention of lingering. He turned around and left. He slaughtered the entire martial arts class. Almost none of the remaining members could withstand a single move from him. They had no intention of making a move anymore. He watched Huo Lingfei leave. Everyone couldn't help but take a deep breath. If word gets out about what happened today, it will be enough to shake up the entire Yunhai City. Born in a slum and having never practiced martial arts before, he was taken in as a disciple by the former gang leader, Li, and has now made a name for himself. He spent 7 days cultivating flesh and bone, several days condensing the cloud crane strength, and wielding a spear with unparalleled skill. He single-handedly wiped out the top 10 outstanding martial arts students and used the dragon-breaking spear to kill Yun Rong. These pieces of news are enough to shock the world. I'm afraid that after this battle, Huo Lingfei's name will soon spread throughout the entire Yunhai City. Everyone will be shocked by this. He might just climb straight to the top of Yunhai City's list of prodigies. This is terrifying. I never imagined Huo Lingfei was such a prodigy. Yes, let alone being number 1 on the list of prodigies, he would be number 1 on any previous list. Just ask me, who else could achieve this level of skill? Everyone was amazed. Now they understood why Huo Lingfei, who came from the slums, could be accepted as a disciple by Master Li. They had been somewhat dissatisfied before. He believed he could defeat Huo Lingfei no matter what, and that Li Zhu should recruit him instead of Huo Lingfei. Now they all feel ashamed of themselves. Let alone surpassing Huo Lingfei, it would be difficult to even compare with him. Li Zhu has a good eye. Many leaders sighed softly. Such a prodigy is extremely rare, almost surpassing Li Zhenlong's talent. They can hardly imagine it. If word gets out about what happened here, it will cause a huge sensation. If Huo Lingfei hadn't become Li Zhu's disciple, he would probably have been snatched up in an instant. Regardless of his slum background, such a prodigy deserved to be treated well. Thinking of this, regret was on their faces. If they had known about Huo Lingfei sooner, they wouldn't have ended up like this. They were not worried about whether Huo Lingfei could survive the martial arts competition. I'm afraid they won't even be able to participate. If word of this gets back to Li Zhu, he will probably forbid Huo Lingfei from participating in the competition. To expect someone at the level of flesh and bone to ignite inner fire is probably wishful thinking. I'm afraid it won't be long before another Li Zhenlong appears. Someone said. The old gang is now only held up by Li Zhenlong, it's already exhausted. But now, with a prodigy like Huo Lingfei, it's likely to rise again. Someone shook their head, it's probably not that easy. Other gangs won't let it develop unchecked. It's going to be difficult. Chapter 42 The teacher wants to visit. Not long after, news of the Longyang High School martial arts tournament spread. The entire city of Yunhai was instantly shaken. In particular, the change of the list of prodigies, with the news that Huo Lingfei was ranked first, instantly shocked everyone. Originally, no one paid attention to the martial arts tournament at Longyang High School. However, after the rankings changed, it attracted everyone's attention. The entire population of Yunhai City, regardless of who they were, was alarmed by Huo Lingfei's name. Number 1 on the list of prodigies. This level of gold content is incredibly high. The former number 1 on the list of prodigies is now ranked second, and his talent and strength are both the best in the entire Yunhai City. He once killed a martial artist of a higher level despite his weak physical condition, demonstrating terrifying talent that earned him the respect of everyone. But now, this name has actually dropped from first to second place on the list of prodigies. This alarmed almost everyone. Huo Lingfei's name immediately became known to everyone. Despite his slum background, he was accepted as a disciple by Li Zhu, who dominated Longyang High School. In just 7 days, he transformed from an ordinary person with no strength to a martial artist at the level of flesh and bone. Not only that, he further developed the crane-style fist into the cloud crane strength, and also cultivated the dragon-breaking spear technique to at least the minor level of mastery. Almost everyone who saw Huo Lingfei's performance was stunned. Since Li Zhu's disciples were able to achieve such a level, they naturally considered it to be only natural, and even being listed on the list of prodigies was understandable. But he only cultivated for 7 days? In a short time, everyone was stunned by Huo Lingfei's talent. How could someone who was only cultivated for 7 days achieve such a terrifying level? Not to mention, previously, everyone knew that Li Zhu had taken in a mediocre talent, and many people even mocked and ridiculed him for it. They thought Li Zhu was blind to the fact that he would fall for a lowly person from the slums. Now, however, they stared at the golden characters that made Huo Lingfei number 1 on the list of prodigies, and fell completely silent. This isn't a lack of discernment, it's clearly a keen eye for talent. The discovery of such a monstrous genius in the slums shocked even many martial artists, who were utterly astonished. It takes 7 days to achieve this level of achievement. This is unprecedented in the martial arts world. Even the vast majority of people are questioning the authenticity of this news. However, the impact of the Longyang High School martial arts tournament was only revealed afterward. Everyone was utterly speechless upon seeing Huo Lingfei's terrifying physique. After a long while, many people sighed, I'm actually not as good as someone from the slums. The news about Huo Lingfei was undoubtedly extremely devastating. Many people even suffered a breakdown of their Taoist beliefs because of this. Old gang. In a courtyard. The terrifying figure moved continuously, wielding a long spear with a resounding clang. Listening to what others are saying. Lin Cohen stopped his movements, then stared blankly, as if he had heard something and stood frozen in place. Junior brother, you're quite skilled. To think he performed so amazingly at Longyang High School. Their strength has increased so much. He made no attempt to hide his astonishment. He had thought his junior brother was still in the meridian stage. I never expected it to turn into flesh and bones. Moreover, he has even mastered the dragon-slaying spear technique to a minor level. As senior brothers, they naturally knew how difficult it was to master the dragon-slaying spear. It took at least several years to master the minor aspects of the dragon spear. But my own junior brother. It's already partially completed in just 7 days? Lin Kuan's pupils widened in horror, his breathing became rapid, and his chest heaved. He sheathed the spear in his hand. No, I have to go find my teacher. Junior brother might be in danger. But in the blink of an eye, the step he had just taken stopped abruptly. Wait. He seemed to stop the thought in his mind. I only just found out about this. The teacher probably already knew, so naturally he doesn't need him. Thinking about this, he gradually calmed down. I was quite surprised by the news for a moment. Watching his senior brother's actions, Shenrong grinned, seemingly noticing that he had acted exactly like him back then. Even the senior brother has been alerted. Junior sister, junior brother, and teacher, they've kept it all under wraps. He shook his head with a smile, seemingly seeing his senior brother's embarrassed state, and a hint of smugness appeared on his face. Of course they'd be shocked. Junior brother's talent is astonishing. He's even on the prodigy ranking. Only a handful of our old gang members are on that list, Lin Kuan said casually, glancing at Shenrong's expression. One of the prodigies on our old list was our teacher. Now that someone from our old gang has made the list again, and it's our junior brother, as the senior brother, it's natural that we would be alarmed. That's true. Shenrong muttered, I didn't expect my junior brother's talent to be so terrifying, probably far surpassing ours. I also took a look at my junior brother's video from Longyang High School. I'm afraid he's almost at the peak of his cultivation. And Qin Yuan from the martial arts class. He paused, a sinister grin spreading across his face. How dare he? If my junior brother hadn't insisted on doing it himself, as his senior brother, I would have ripped his head off and given it to him. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan's eyes seemed to ripple slightly. It seems that the Qin family, one of the 8 great families, is behind them, but they are outsiders. The Qin family is the organizer of this year's martial arts tournament. He said calmly, in my previous martial arts competition, I almost wiped out the current generation of the Qin family. Now, in my junior brother's generation, I'm afraid a few promising talents have emerged. Furthermore, with junior brother now ranked first on the list of prodigies, I'm afraid something bad is about to happen. The teacher's original intention may have gone a bit astray. He seemed to have thought of the teacher's purpose in sending Huo Lingfei to the martial arts competition, and couldn't help but sigh. If the news hadn't spread. The junior brother is still holding back. He'll probably surprise everyone in the martial arts competition. But now, everyone knows that the situation is probably different. Faced with such a genius, if he is not one of our own, we would probably have to nip him in the bud. If anything happens to my junior brother, I wouldn't mind killing the younger generation of each of their families. Shenrong said calmly. Lin Kuan shook his head. If you can do that, so can other companies. Is your clock ready? Upon hearing this, Shenrong lowered his eyes, then nodded. When do you plan to send it over? His gaze seemed somewhat profound. The matter between Qin Yuan and his junior brother had always been known to him and his teacher. The only reason they hadn't intervened for his junior brother was because of the Qin family behind him. The ancestor in his family had been experiencing a gradual decline in health and vitality over the years. This year seems even more disastrous. The teacher seemed to be getting impatient and decided to settle both old and new scores at once. The teacher changed her mind at the last minute and wants to deliver it herself. Lin Kuan said calmly, the Qin family of the Dragon Tiger Path, their ancestor lived too long. The teacher would like to pay a visit. Chapter 43. Li Jinlong has arrived with the clock. You do have the ruthlessness I had back then. Li Jinlong stood in the hall, looking at Huo Lingfei who walked in from outside, with a smile on his face. In just a short while, he already knew about Huo Lingfei's performance at Longyang High School. It truly amazed him. Hearing what Huo Lingfei said to Qin Yuan, he praised him even more. Not bad, with such talent, his heart for martial arts is quite firm. However, he is brave but lacks strategy. He praised Huo Lingfei, which was considered an affirmation, but his expression turned indifferent in the blink of an eye. You dare to go to Longyang High School all by yourself, aren't you afraid that Qin Yuan will kill you? Teacher. As soon as Huo Lingfei walked in, he saw that his teacher was already waiting there, and couldn't help but say something. Upon hearing Li Jinlong's words, he immediately realized that his teacher already knew. Then all he could say was, I'm sorry to have worried the teacher. He was actually confident when he went to Longyang High School, otherwise he wouldn't have gone there alone. Death is nothing, but if people find out you died at the hands of a heart fire, wouldn't that be a disgrace to your teacher? Li Jinlong snorted coldly upon seeing this. He naturally knew about the grudges and grievances involving his own disciple. However, there was also some dissatisfaction with his rash behavior. However, he was extremely satisfied with Huo Lingfei's performance. To cultivate to this level in just 7 days, and to rank first on the list of prodigies, such strength would be considered exceptional even in his own time. It's still a gap. No one can compare to Huo Lingfei. Even the other leaders within the gang were shocked by Huo Lingfei's performance. Seeing that your performance at Longyang High School has not tarnished my reputation, I will not pursue this matter further. Li Jinlong said calmly, then watched the movement at the door. Come with me. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. I hadn't thought of that, and if the teacher blames me, I can only accept it. However, upon hearing Li Jinlong's words, he nodded and followed. Li Jinlong led Huo Lingfei out of the old gang. An extremely luxurious procession suddenly appeared at the entrance of the old gang, except that a huge bell was being carried by several burly men. And the team leader was none other than his own senior brothers and sisters. Junior brother. When Lin Kuan, Chen Rong, and the others saw Huo Lingfei coming out behind their teacher, they immediately greeted him. Junior brother, you're quite skilled. Chen Rong praised him immediately upon meeting him. Even Li Ling, who was standing to the side, blushed. He seemed to have just been teased by his senior brothers and was feeling embarrassed. His junior brother's strength has improved by leaps and bounds. He almost caught up with her. Her position as the senior sister was already in jeopardy. A sense of powerlessness welled up inside her as she thought about this. Ever since my junior brother appeared. Driven by her junior brother, she was forced to compete internally, constantly inquiring about Huo Lingfei's cultivation progress and even practicing extra every night. However, the increase in strength remained almost unchanged. He was only slightly stronger than before, but compared to his junior brother, he was completely outmatched. No one can instantly transform from someone who has never practiced martial arts into a master of the physical and bone level in just 7 days. This is my junior brother. There was no one else like her in the entire Yunhai city. The prestige of being number 1 on the list of prodigies weighed heavily on her mind, making it hard for her to breathe. You're such a perverted junior brother. She blurted it out without thinking. After greeting his senior brothers and sisters, Huo Lingfei was stunned when he heard these words. What did I do to offend my senior sister? But in the blink of an eye, seeing that all his disciples were there, Li Jinlong waved his hand to interrupt them. All right, everyone's here, let's go. Teacher, where are we going? Deliver the clock to the Qin family. Dragon Tiger Road, Qin family. Longhu Road is located in a bustling area of Yunhai City, where an enormous structure stands in the center. Huo Lingfei killed an elite member of Qin Yuan's martial arts team? Upon hearing the report from the person next to him, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit seemed to tremble slightly as he held his teacup. Useless. Someone like this wants to return to the main branch? It's the ancestor's birthday today. I thought he would bring good news as a gift for the ancestor, but I didn't expect him to be so disappointing. All my efforts in cultivating you have been in vain. He seemed to get angrier the more he thought about it, and the tea set in his hand was crushed by a tremendous force in an instant. The tea spilled out with a bang. But it was instantly boiled by a wave of heat. Your lineage is truly useless, actually letting someone who has only cultivated for 7 days become famous. However, a voice came from the side, and a somewhat overweight middle-aged man said calmly. If the ancestor finds out about this, I'm afraid we'll all be in trouble. I originally thought he could kill Li Jinlong's disciple to amuse the patriarch, but I didn't expect this. He sneered, his eyes seemingly filled with hidden anger. Li Jinlong has indeed taken on a good disciple. The others beside him lowered their eyes, their gazes filled with coldness. Originally, after they learned that Li Jinlong had taken on a disciple, they specifically looked up his information. It turned out to be just a piece of junk. But I never expected that his true talent was so terrifying. Those who are not members of the Qin family should be eliminated. Someone sneered, even thinking that the current situation was not bad. After all, Huo Lingfei had only just begun practicing martial arts. If he only discovered this later, it would probably be too late. With his current talent, he can form flesh and bone in 7 days. It will become increasingly difficult to refine him as time goes on. If this continues, he will probably become another Li Jinlong in a few years. Li Jinlong is truly foolish, the overweight middle-aged man sneered. If I were him, possessing such talent, I'd probably want to keep him hidden away. How could I bear to expose it to the public? After he finished speaking, he shook his head, seemingly thinking that he was not destined for greatness. Of course we must kill him, but today is the patriarch's birthday, so this matter should be kept secret. Someone stared coldly at the middle-aged man in his Zhongshan suit. You should think about how you should explain yourself. Of course I have to explain. He suppressed his anger. Qin Yuan's actions had made him lose face in the entire aristocratic family. If the patriarch discovers this, even he will likely be punished. Did Li Jinlong send any gifts? Upon hearing this, the others snorted coldly, then said indifferently, in previous years, my Qin family had invited the old gangs, but there was never a response. As expected of the patriarch, the old gang has probably backed down, except for Li Jinlong. It should be the same as in previous years. Report. Li Jinlong from the old gang is here. They even gifted the ancestor a bell. Chapter 44. Not even a single bell dares to be accepted? Qin Yunhai is 120 years old. I, Li Jinlong, and my disciple have come to deliver gifts. Hurry up and welcome him. A powerful shout instantly swept through the entire Qin family. It instantly alerted everyone inside. Li Jinlong? Li Jinlong from the old gang is here? No, why would he come? Inside the Qin family compound, everyone attending the banquet instantly changed their expressions, their faces filled with disbelief upon hearing that familiar voice. They hadn't expected Li Jinlong to come. It's important to know that the old gang and the Qin family are sworn enemies, and both sides hate them to the bone. Why would Li Jinlong, the leader of the 6 former gang leaders, come to attend the birthday banquet? Welcome our distinguished guest. Please come in quickly. An extremely aged voice came from the main hall of the Qin family, instantly causing the expressions of the Qin family members present to change. Several members of the Qin family present turned grim upon hearing their ancestor speak. Li Jinlong not only came, but he even brought a bell with him. They were perfectly clear about the meaning behind this. Sending a bell as a gift on the occasion of the patriarch's birthday, and then having this kind of incident happen today, and even bringing his disciple to the door, it's clear they're here to cause trouble. Thinking about this, the anger on their faces instantly became difficult to suppress. This is outrageous. We didn't look for him, but he came knocking on our door. He's giving Li Jinlong too much face. Countless sounds erupted in protest, all filled with anger, but since their ancestor had already given the order, they naturally dared not disobey. He then led his men to the gate. Thump! A large bell stood prominently in front of the Qin family's plaque. The melodious sound of the bell instantly spread throughout the entire Qin family compound. Whether they were outsiders or members of the Qin family, everyone who heard the bell was startled. Li Jinlong. You were invited to my ancestor's birthday celebration, yet you were so rude. If this gets out, it will tarnish your reputation. Forget about this gate, take your bell and get back to your old gang right now. Instantly, highly respected figures spoke up in anger, their expressions extremely furious. Sending a bell as a gift on their ancestor's birthday is undoubtedly a provocation against the Qin family. If the person who came wasn't Li Jinlong, would he dare to do this? He'd probably be beaten to death on the spot by the Qin family. The words had barely left his lips. The Qin family has the guts to invite you, but not the guts to accept your gift? Li Jinlong said calmly, ignoring the barking dogs at the door. His voice carried deep into the room. Could it be that Qin Yunhai is too old to even accept this bell from me? Why not? Deep. An aged voice rang out instantly, take this bell into my Qin family. I will ring the bell and personally lay the foundation stone for Lin Daorong. A dying man is indeed tough. Li Jinlong said calmly, expressionless. I heard that your strength, Qin Yunhai, is as formidable as ever. I have made some progress today and have come here specifically to seek your guidance. Seeing this, he didn't bother to argue, and seemingly without even asking for their permission, he instantly stepped forward, grabbed a large spear, and entered the Qin family's residence in a flash. How dare Li Jinlong enter the Qin family without our permission? He's courting death. You broke the rules first, so you deserve to die because of your old gang. Don't even think about setting foot in the Qin family. When everyone saw that Li Jinlong was so bold, their faces changed instantly. Then they let out a shout and charged straight at him. Stop. When distinguished guests enter, we should treat them with the utmost courtesy. Since Lin Daorong died, his disciples have not yet been tested. As an elder, I should offer my guidance. A chilling sound emanated from deep within the Qin family compound. This instantly stopped the Qin family members who wanted to stop Li Jinlong. An aged figure suddenly strode out from the Qin family compound, wielding a large knife, dressed in burial clothes, his eyes revealing no emotion. Seeing this, Li Jinlong grinned, holding his spear, and then his figure became extremely terrifying, with a terrifying aura instantly shooting out from his body. I've long heard of the Qin family's unparalleled swordsmanship. I wonder how many strikes you, Qin Yunhai, can deliver? The large gun in his hand seemed to come alive. A terrifying intent to shoot swept across the entire area in an instant, stunning everyone. Then he raised his hand, and a dragon's roar resounded. Sing! The dragon-shaped phantom instantly swept across the entire Qin family. The power of the dragon-breaking spear was extremely terrifying, and everything along the way trembled under the influence of this dragon-shaped phantom. A strike from a Yuan gang martial artist is extremely terrifying. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei's face immediately showed extreme shock. He stared at his teacher's figure, his face filled with horror. It was the first time he had ever seen his teacher make such a stunning move. They never expected that their teacher would come to cause trouble. Moreover, it's the Qin family of Longhu Road. Junior brother, relax. Lin Kuan and Chen Rong, who were standing to the side, seemed to have known all along. They simply watched their teacher's figure and said calmly, the Qin family patriarch's aura is now weakening, and our teacher has long wanted to make a move. Just keep an eye on it, it'll do you some good too. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but suppress his emotions. You don't need to know how many cuts I can make. Qin Yunhai's expression changed slightly when he saw Li Jinlong's attack sweeping towards him. He hadn't expected to see him make a move after so long. Their strength has actually increased to another level. As expected of Lin Daorong's clothes? He paused, then swung his broadsword horizontally towards the abyss, and a terrifying wave of energy shot out from the blade. A violent sword intent instantly swept across the entire area. They are both Yuan gang martial artists. However, Li Jinlong's aura seemed to have reached a new level, and his blood and qi were not concealed at all, directly overwhelming the entire Qin family. The dragon-shaped phantom collided with the wave of blades, accompanied by another dragon roar, before being suddenly swallowed up. Suddenly, a large spear emerged from within. The figure of a master spearman swept through, and Li Jinlong sneered, "Your blade is getting a little sluggish." The dragon-slaying spear technique was unleashed once again. Countless terrifying auras exploded within the Qin family compound, engulfing everything. Qin Yunhai brought down his blade, and seeing Li Jinlong charging towards him, he raised his hand and slashed horizontally with his broadsword. A terrifying blade light streaked across the sky and shot straight out in an instant. Everyone was stunned into silence. Li Jinlong parried and deflected with his spear, a vast aura rising from his body, and another terrifying spear intent suddenly appeared. Good, you haven't tarnished Lin Daorong's name. You truly deserve to be the contemporary champion of spear fighting in Yunhai City. Qin Yunhai's eyes grew even colder upon seeing this. He felt the gun Li Jinlong was wielding, and sensed its increasingly powerful aura. They are almost stronger than they were in a battle a few years ago. Chapter 45. The old man is going to die. Whoosh! Qin Yunhai's figure surged violently, and a terrifying aura swept through the Qin family. Then, he raised his hand and slashed out with a horizontal blade. The sword intent, accompanied by an incredibly terrifying surge of energy, instantly slashed out from the Qin family compound. The scorching heat burned everything in its path, turning everything into a sea of fire. That's the Qin family's patriarch. Holy crap, why did he make a move? Wait, why is there still a spear intent? That's Li Jinlong. Outside the Qin family residence, everyone was startled by the sword and spear intent emanating from within, and all turned their gazes in this direction. When they felt the two terrifying energies collide, their faces immediately showed some horror. Has the Qin family gone to war with the old gangs? Even the Qin family's patriarch, who hadn't been seen for many years, was alarmed. That was the top swordsmanship master decades ago, the cornerstone of the Qin family standing in Yunhai City. But now, he actually dragged his old body into a fierce battle with Li Jinlong from the old gang. Feeling this momentum, the crowd's expressions were a mixture of surprise and awe. His power is as formidable as ever. They're probably still at their peak. The Qin family's ancestor has lived for so long, and he hasn't even died of old age yet. I'm afraid that if the Qin family can hold on for another generation, it won't be a problem for another Qin family ancestor to emerge. Their faces showed astonishment. The aura Qin Yunhai exuded startled them, and many forces even showed some apprehension in their eyes. They were well aware of Li Jinlong's strength. He was undoubtedly the leading figure in the contemporary spear fighting style. And this old fellow Qin Yunhai is still able to fight Li Jinlong. Perhaps his previous decline was just an illusion. Immediately, important figures came upon hearing the commotion and stood watching from a distance. Li Jinlong has been at odds with the Qin family for so many years, why would he suddenly cause trouble at the Qin family's place? Someone said with a serious expression. Li Jinlong is the face of the old gang, and now that he's here, he's likely to stir up trouble in Yunhai. I only heard about his disciples' activities at Longyang High School this morning, but I didn't expect them to come to our door this afternoon. They noticed the old gang group at the Qin family's gate. Whether it's true or not, the idea of flesh turning to bone in 7 days is unprecedented, someone said calmly, watching Huo Lingfei in the crowd. That's interesting, sending a clock to the Qin family? They grinned, their faces showing a mixture of amusement and amusement as they watched the Qin family, fearing that things would change after today. The news that the old gang sent a clock to the Qin family is about to spread throughout Yunhai. The Qin family seemed to be engulfed in flames. All the members of the Qin family were overjoyed to see their ancestor unleash such a stunning attack. Our ancestor is in as good condition as ever. Our ancestor is mighty, once again leading the Qin family to its peak. Everyone was praising it, but as a member of the Qin family, I knew very well that this strike was their family's ancestral sword technique, the fiery mighty blade. A single stroke can cut through a river and boil the water. These are no problem. As the former leader of the swordsmanship, his ancestor was still able to wield this sword, so his condition must still be at its peak. Otherwise, it would be impossible to continuously unleash the fiery blade technique, which would be extremely taxing on the user. Li Jinlong is probably going to suffer a setback. Not necessarily, at most, it's a contest between two people. However, today's battle has likely shattered the illusion that the Qin family patriarch was destined to die of old age. The foreign guests inside the Qin family couldn't help but discuss this scene. Such a strike is already comparable to Li Jinlong's. Old man, after all these years, your blade probably hasn't dulled. Li Jinlong unleashed a spear thrust, which was deflected by the large blade before him. He lowered his eyes to look at the faint, old figure deep within. His body emanated a powerful aura, and countless members of the Qin family could only watch helplessly, not daring to approach. You've certainly caught up with Lin Daoron's former glory. Qin Yunhai stared at Li Jinlong, his face expressionless, only calm. When an old friend's disciple comes to visit, I should naturally treat him with courtesy. You really are a hypocrite, Li Jinlong said calmly. Sure enough, the entire Qin family has learned from you. The entire aristocratic family is becoming increasingly foul-mouthed, yet their strength is pitifully weak. Since you old codger are still alive, I'm here today to deliver a gift. Please accept the gift and I won't stay any longer. He stared at Qin Yunhai's body and saw that his blood and energy were still strong and there was no sign of decline. He couldn't help but grin. He then suddenly staggered backward. They returned to the front of the line. Throw all the ghost money and paper money at the Qin family's doorstep as an early birthday greeting to the Qin family patriarch. Li Jinlong's words were heard. This instantly ignited the fury of countless members of the Qin family. Beasts, a bunch of beasts. You bastard. Anyone who dares to throw this away, I'll beat him to death on the spot. So, Li Jinlong, you've insulted my ancestor. Do you really think we won't retaliate? All the Qin family members instantly rioted. As soon as they saw the large procession scattering paper money, some of them rushed forward with knives, wanting to chop it into mincemeat. Stop! Qin Yunhai's voice rang out, instantly stopping them in their tracks. Let them throw them. Consider it my, Qin Yunhai's, early tribute to Lin Daorong. Teacher. As soon as Li Jinlong returned to the group, Huo Lingfei and the others immediately stepped forward. Li Jinlong had a smile on his face, seemingly without any anger, only a relaxed expression. That old bastard Qin Yunhai is really going to die. He grinned, tossed the big gun to his entourage, and seemed to have accomplished his purpose for the trip. He had barely finished speaking. The people standing nearby seemed surprised. Qin Yunhai is going to die? But teacher, didn't I just see him wielding a knife? Li Ling, who was standing to the side, was startled for a moment, then suddenly remembered something and spoke up. Yes, strong blood and qi, sharp sword intent isn't he still at his peak? Chen Rong frowned as he listened to his teacher's words. He looked him over and over, but couldn't see any sign of Qin Yunhai's decline. In fact, he felt that Qin Yunhai was even stronger than before. It's an act. Looking at the expressions of his disciples, Li Jinlong said calmly. I can see from his sword intent that he is already showing signs of death, but it's just an act for outsiders. This old fellow thought I couldn't tell, but little did he know that besides repairing guns, I also practice swordsmanship. We deliberately chose to hold this event at the Qin family's residence so that outsiders wouldn't notice. After he finished speaking, a sinister smile appeared on his face. He will surely die suddenly within half a month. If the sword intent is deathly, it means that the body has already decayed and is still alive, but is just barely holding on to its last breath. Furthermore, the battle with my master will only make matters worse, and I might even die in the Qin family within a week. His words caused everyone to look shocked. Even Huo Lingfei did not expect that the Qin family's ancestor would die suddenly within a week. Lingfei, do you know why your master brought you to the Qin family? Chapter 46. The ancestor's skill remains undiminished. Li Jinlong's words startled Huo Lingfei. I don't know. He pondered for a moment, but seemed not to know the reason either. He simply thought it was his teacher trying to broaden his horizons. Qin Yuan is backed by the Qin family. Lin Kuan shook his head when he saw that his junior brother was unaware of this. The Qin family? Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in surprise. He seemed to be shaken upon hearing the news. Qin Yuan is actually backed by the Qin family of Yunhai City? This was the first time he had ever heard such shocking news. In fact, if his senior brother hadn't told him, he probably wouldn't have known. That's right. Qin Yuan is backed by the Qin family. However, since you've chosen to do it yourself, junior brother, we won't interfere. Bringing you to the Qin family was just a side thing, Lin Kuan added, looking at Huo Lingfei's expression. Li Jinlong said calmly, your master was killed by several powerful families and gangs in the past, and the Qin family was one of them. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's breathing became somewhat rapid. He never expected Qin Yuan to have this background, and that his grandmaster would be like this. Now that the teacher has already taken action, I'm afraid we won't be able to wait until next year, Lin Kuan said calmly. His junior brother knew nothing about it yet. I estimate that the day the Qin family patriarch dies will be the day my old gang makes its move. He still needs to explain it to him. However, given his current weakness, it's impossible to fully explain anything too profound to him yet. Huo Lingfei's expression changed in surprise. Teacher, is there anything I need to do? You won't be going to the martial arts competition. Li Jinlong walked ahead, seemingly thinking of something, and said calmly, although I won't interfere in your affairs, your strength is not yet up to par. Qin Yuan is just a member of an outsider family. The day the Qin family patriarch dies, he will be settled by my old gang. Dealing with him later will just be a side effect. Now that you've already emerged from the sea of clouds, don't take any risks. Seeing this, Lin Kuan couldn't help but say, junior brother, listen to your teacher. Now that your talent is beginning to show, many people are probably already eyeing you. Chen Rong also advised, you can't go to the martial arts competition right now. Your senior brother will kill Qin Yuan for you. I'm not willing to let you go through all that trouble. Even Yun Yan was trying to persuade them. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei remained silent for a moment before saying, thank you, teacher, and thank you for your kindness, senior brothers and sisters. However, this grudge is between Qin Yuan and me. If I cannot avenge it myself, I fear I will regret it. Upon hearing this, Li Jinlong shook his head. I said you are brave but reckless, and you really are brave but reckless. Fine, I'll let you go then. If it were your senior brothers or sisters, they would be overjoyed. He stopped trying to persuade him. He had only asked about it briefly, since it was just something he had brought along. The Qin family was in control of the martial arts competition this year, and his ancestor was about to die. Even if they control the martial arts competition, if his old gang insists on interfering, they dare not say anything. Otherwise, given Qin Yunhai's bad temper, especially at his peak, his entire operation might have suffered some losses. Seeing this, Lin Kuan and the others sighed softly. My junior brother is really stubborn. As someone who's been through it all, I know very well what a martial arts competition is like. Now that our teacher has spoken, he still insists on going. We still need to kill Qin Yuan. How can we fight against flesh and bone when our inner fire is clashing with his flesh? How about we fight with our heads? Lin Kuan sighed inwardly, I'll just have to look after them when the time comes. The Qin family. Qin Yunhai returned to the main seat, and the guests below immediately surrounded him. The ancestor Qin's demeanor remains as impressive as ever. Indeed, he still got it, his strength is formidable, even Li Jinlong from the old gang couldn't succeed. They flattered Qin Yunhai and began to speak to him. The Qin family patriarch was even stronger than before. Even though they came from various powerful gangs and aristocratic families, they were still shocked when they saw this. "You're too kind, everyone. Let the birthday banquet continue." Upon hearing this, Qin Yunhai remained expressionless and spoke calmly as before. He then picked up the tea on the table and slowly took a sip. The birthday banquet lasted until evening. Until the end. After observing him for a whole day, everyone found that he was still full of energy and vitality, and couldn't help but exclaim, "He is indeed still at his peak." He couldn't help but offer another round of compliments before returning to report. Qin Yunhai then slowly arrived at a side hall. The room was already packed with members of the Qin family, all of whom were high-ranking members. "Ancestor. Our ancestor is mighty. Our ancestor has brought glory to the Qin family." Everyone immediately began to flatter him. "Shut up, all of you." Qin Yunhai raised his hand to stop the hindsight attacks as he listened to their words. "A bunch of good-for-nothings." He couldn't help but shout angrily. "So many years have passed, and I've been guarding the Qin family for so long, yet the number of outstanding descendants is very limited." He was furious at their lack of ambition, his eyes sweeping over the main branches of the family. "Qinan." The words had barely left his lips. Immediately, a middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit stood up and said, "Ancestor." His face seemed a little pale, and staring at his ancestor's expressionless face, he suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. Smack! The powerful wave formed by the Yuan gang swept past in an instant. It hit him hard in the face. Shinan's face immediately turned red and swollen, and a sharp pain struck him in the blink of an eye. He was so frightened that he knelt on the ground and cried out, "Grandmaster, spare my life. Do you think I don't know? Look what your family has done. They actually let Li Jinlong's disciple rise up by taking advantage of my Qin family's influence. You still dare to hide it? Do you think I can be fooled?" The chilling words swept over him, instantly making him tremble with fear. He then hurriedly kowtowed, "Ancestor, it was my fault, please forgive me." Snort! Seeing this, Qin Yunhai was still somewhat furious, but he did not make another move. "I'll give you a week. I want you to nip Li Jinlong's disciple in the bud." Qin Yunhai said expressionlessly, "A bunch of good-for-nothings. We have no outstanding successors, and instead, others have risen to prominence. Since we don't have Li Jinlong, we shouldn't have one either. After today, no member of the Qin family is allowed to cause trouble again. Take this as a warning. The Qin and lineage's quota for this year will be deducted." The words had barely left his lips. All the Qin family members instantly paled. "We will obey the ancestors' orders." Spray! After leaving the side hall, Qin Yunhai entered a martial arts room, and then, unable to hold back any longer, he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 47: The Intent of the Dragon Breaking Spear, condensed in a single day. Li Jinlong. Qin Yunhai's face aged instantly, and his decline was visible to the naked eye. His arms trembled, and a surge of anger seemed to rush to his head. The thought of Li Jinlong's appearance just now filled him with rage. If he hadn't been so highly cultivated, he probably wouldn't have been able to sit still the moment the man arrived. "How dare you bully my Qin family?" He gasped for breath. Having just fought Li Jinlong with barely enough strength, his body is now strained and he is unable to continue. If it weren't for his extremely strong willpower, he would have been exposed after the battle with Li Jinlong. "I'm afraid it won't last much longer." His aged face was expressionless. When he thought of Li Jinlong's outstanding disciple, he lowered his eyes, his gaze filled with anger. He raised his hand and picked up the broadsword, slowly stroking it. The blazing light of the blade reflected off Qin Yunhai's face, and his trembling body seemed to gradually calm down. 7 days to solidify flesh and bone," he murmured. He had never seen anyone like this before, who could condense flesh and bones in 7 days, cultivate the Cloud Crane strength, and even have some understanding of Li Jinlong's dragon-breaking spear. "I fear that in a few years, he will become another Li Jinlong. Even stronger than him. If only you were a member of my Qin family." He lightly swung his broadsword, the blade ringing out, his face indifferent. "What a pity. There's no other way but to die. Take my broadsword and give it to Qin Yuan." It contains a trace of my sword intent, so that he can kill Huo Lingfei in the martial arts competition 3 days later. He said calmly, a member of the Qin family who doesn't practice the Qin family's sword but insists on practicing with a spear is forgetting his ancestors and his roots. He clearly has the talent for swordsmanship, but he insists on training with spears. Even the previous generation's spear master died at our hands. It has long been proven that spears are inferior to swords. If I weren't past my prime, how could Li Jinlong possibly be my match? His words fell. Yes, ancestor. Inside the martial arts room, a middle-aged man dressed in fine clothes watched Qin Yunhai's movements, then heard his words, and his expression changed drastically. Ancestor, you. My body is about to decay, and I'm afraid I won't be able to last more than half a month. Qin Yunhai glanced at his figure, his eyes calm. Qin Yun, as the current head of the Qin family, although your strength has just entered the Yuan gang realm, you have already mastered 80 or 90% of my swordsmanship. We must strive to bring this generation's swordsmanship champion into the Qin family as soon as possible, so that our family may be great again. Qin Yun looked at the broadsword Qin Yunhai handed him, took it, and then remained silent. He never expected that his ancestor would not live past half a month. Although he vaguely sensed that his ancestor's condition was somewhat off when he fought Li Jinlong. But I still can't believe it. Don't say you figured it out, the other old guys in the aristocratic families figured it out too. I can only deceive them for a while, not forever. Qin Yunhai coughed violently. Li Jinlong probably knows something too. He paused for a moment, then his face hardened. The old gang said they might make a move after I die, but I can't wait that long. Before I die, I will make my move and take some members of the old gang with me. You should be prepared. With deep sorrow in his eyes, Qin Yun could only agree. Oh, right. He didn't disturb his ancestors' rest any longer. After saying goodbye, Qin Yun prepared to leave. As he was leaving, Qin Yunhai called him back. If Qin Yuan still refuses to switch to swordsmanship after the martial arts competition, then kill him. Old gang. A secluded courtyard. After returning from the Qin family, Huo Lingfei spent some time with his parents and then stayed in the courtyard. Shua shua. Holding a large spear, he moved swiftly, frantically practicing the dragon-slaying spear technique. After witnessing his teacher wield the dragon-slaying spear, he had gained some insights. As soon as he got back, he couldn't wait to start practicing. He seemed to have entered a state of sudden enlightenment. Dragon-slaying spear 580-710 intent. Dragon-slaying spear 583-710 intent. His proficiency with the dragon-slaying spear was increasing rapidly, and the spear in his hands was becoming more and more skillful. Thinking back to my teacher's last shot, he couldn't help but take a deep breath, and then the final move of the dragon-slaying spear was suddenly unleashed. The courtyard was instantly swept up by a gust of wind, and a sound like the roar of a dragon seemed to emanate from it. However, Huo Lingfei frowned slightly. Not enough. Compared to my own teacher, they are worlds apart. He felt the sound of the shot his teacher had fired back then. Even if he were placed in front of it, he would probably be shattered by the dragon's roar in an instant, let alone face his teacher's attack directly. This isn't due to my martial arts level. Huo Lingfei held his gun, his posture unchanged, but his expression was lost in thought. If it's simply a matter of overwhelming one's cultivation level, then that would be a gross underestimation of one's teacher. Swish swish. Unable to understand the reason, he could only continue to swing the spear in his hand, then thrust it out wildly. Gunshots rang out in the courtyard. The gunshot whistled through the air, stirring up countless fallen leaves. Huo Lingfei, in his own home, hadn't used his full strength. He had only relied on a bit of his hand strength to create such a huge commotion. With his current strength, if he were to unleash his brute force and use the dragon-slaying spear, the entire courtyard would likely be destroyed. Dragon-slaying spear 650-710 intent. Dragon-slaying spear 653-710 intent. Huo Lingfei continued cultivating the dragon-slaying spear in the courtyard until nightfall. He seemed to be possessed, tireless, and just kept swinging the spear in his hand. Sing. A deafening sound rang out. Dragon-slaying spear 710-710 intent. After an unknown amount of time, a roar like a dragon's cry suddenly rang out. Then a surge of valiant energy suddenly rose within him. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in shock, and he instinctively thrust out the spear. The power of the dragon-breaking spear swept over him in an instant, and the tip of the spear pointed out a dragon-shaped phantom, emitting a thunderous roar. The dragon-slaying spear has broken through the intent realm. His expression changed instantly with surprise. He turned his arm slightly, and every move he made was filled with the charm of the dragon-slaying spear. His moves were perfectly natural. A dragon-like phantom kept appearing, and Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. He could even sense it. A surge of courage welled up in my heart without me even realizing it. He seemed to handle the spear with even greater ease, and he could vaguely hear it trembling slightly, as if it were expressing a feeling of pleasure. He was taken aback by this. This is the first time I've ever seen something like this happen. Click. Behind Huo Lingfei, Li Jinlong arrived at some unknown time and had been watching Huo Lingfei's figure until he saw this scene. The walnuts he was holding were suddenly crushed. Chapter 48 is probably a done deal. A day dedicated to honing one's skills. He looked at it expressionlessly. His large hands, which were crushing walnuts, trembled incessantly, as if he could not contain his emotions. He's been standing here for hours. After dealing with the old gang's affairs, he wanted to personally check on his little apprentice's progress in martial arts. After all, he had been listening to what he had demonstrated at Longyang High School. Cloud Crane's strength. Previously, he had only reached the level of battle success, but now he has actually cultivated intense strength. Even he, as a teacher, was taken aback. After all, when he inspected Huo Lingfei's strength earlier, it was still at the great perfection level. How could it suddenly surge to the level of intense force? Could it be that my disciple was hiding his true abilities earlier? Li Jinlong frowned, but shook his head. One can also discern something from his concealment of his talents. Naturally, nothing escaped his notice. But unexpectedly, after his arrival, Huo Lingfei seemed to fall into some kind of enlightenment, sometimes thrusting his spear, sometimes lost in thought, and constantly swinging the dragon-slaying spear. His eyes widened in shock. He naturally knew that his disciple had mastered the dragon-slaying spear to a minor degree, but when he saw Huo Lingfei wielding the dragon-slaying spear, he could no longer contain his astonishment. The ultimate dragon-slaying spear. He mastered the Cloud Crane force and then the great perfection of the dragon-breaking spear. In the end, he forcefully cultivated the dragon-breaking spear to the level of intent force right in front of him. Li Jinlong remained silent. Huo Lingfei had just not only mastered the intent force, but had also entered the level of the spear heart. Teacher, when did you arrive? Hearing the commotion behind him, Huo Lingfei was instantly pulled back from his reverie. He turned around, looked at his teacher, and couldn't help but be somewhat surprised. He got so engrossed in practicing his shooting that he didn't even notice his teacher arriving. It needs to be changed. He couldn't help but feel a little emotional. Fortunately, it was his teacher who came. If it had been an enemy, he would probably be dead by now. You've been here for a while. Come on, stab me with the gun. Li Jinlong nodded, suppressing his emotions, and then said calmly. He immediately ordered Huo Lingfei to charge at him with a gun, seemingly wanting to test his current strength. Teacher, are you sure? Huo Lingfei was just about to ask his teacher a question, but after hearing his words, he hesitated for a moment. Then I won't be polite. Without waiting for his teacher's response, Huo Lingfei instantly charged forward, spear in hand. He was naturally more than happy to have such a strong person willing to spar with him. What's more, his teacher was the champion of spear fighting, and he had been itching to try it for a long time. Swish! A terrifying wave of gunfire rippled through the air, the spear tips as deep as an abyss, a single point of cold light instantly striking. Not bad. Li Jinlong sighed softly after seeing this shot, realizing that his disciple had indeed mastered the art of spear fighting. Concentrate your mind on the spear, let your courage guide your spear, and let the spear move with agility. Li Jinlong did not dodge. As Huo Lingfei swept towards him, he placed 2 fingers in front of him and instantly caught the tip of the spear that was sweeping towards him. His arms remained steady, and his body did not stagger in the slightest. He commented, "This shot already shows the style of my teacher back in the day." With a flick of his finger, Huo Lingfei was instantly swept away by a tremendous force. Use your full strength. Li Jinlong said calmly, watching Huo Lingfei's figure. It's not bad, but if this is all you have, thinking you can kill Qin Yuan in the martial arts competition is just wishful thinking. The words had barely left his lips. I'm so sorry, teacher. Huo Lingfei instantly erupted, his spear flashing as the dragon-slaying spear was unleashed. A dragon-shaped phantom arrived in an instant, roaring in its spear intent, carrying a terrifying aura, swept over. With a single shot, a dragon's roar resounded, and a terrifying wave of gunfire swept towards him with overwhelming force. Upon seeing this, Li Jinlong was even more amazed. He has truly mastered the dragon-breaking force. It's just that I'm still a bit unfamiliar with it. Its imposing presence has diminished somewhat. He moved swiftly, but with his hands behind his back, he lightly tapped a wooden stick with his toes, and then with a burst of power, the stick whistled as it hurtled toward Huo Lingfei. Bang! With a resounding roar, Huo Lingfei cleaved the wooden stick in two with his gun, then grinned maliciously. "Teacher, you really underestimate your disciple." He arrived in an instant, then bent his body into an arc and thrust out his spear with explosive force. Bang! The dragon breaking force roars. Everything around seemed to be trembling. The dragon's roar, carrying immense power, seemed poised to crush everything, and dust swirled continuously. Huo Lingfei fired a shot, but instead of the joy of successfully hitting his teacher, his face showed a frown. Missed? Bang! In the blink of an eye, Li Jinlong appeared behind Huo Lingfei without anyone noticing. He raised his foot and slammed it down, unleashing a tremendous force that instantly slammed into Huo Lingfei's back. Although you've mastered the dragon breaking force, the skill is still a bit lacking. Li Jinlong continued to comment. However, the power itself is quite good. Caught off guard, Huo Lingfei shot out, slamming into the ground several times, getting covered in dust. He didn't expect that his teacher would actually dodge his attack. Struggling to his feet, he felt a sharp pain in his back and was secretly surprised by the strength of his teacher's grip. Thankfully, the teacher stopped pushing. Otherwise, with the strength of such a martial artist, his own spine would probably be kicked out. Then, Li Jinlong instructed Huo Lingfei to throw a punch, allowing him to unleash the cloud crane force. After seeing the illusory image of the cloud crane appear, he remained silent. It seems my disciple has succeeded. Although I kept saying it was just okay, nothing special, that's all. But this applies to him. He was utterly shocked that they had even secretly used power that did not belong to the level of flesh and bone. The fact that he could unleash power beyond this level was enough to demonstrate Huo Lingfei's terrifying nature. This shows that at the same stage, he was almost inferior to Huo Lingfei. The student surpasses the teacher. He sighed inwardly, finally understanding his teacher's feelings at the time. With his cloud crane force, dragon breaking force, and condensed spear heart, no one at the same level could rival Huo Lingfei. No wonder this kid is so confident. Li Jinlong finally understood. But in the blink of an eye, he shook his head. Although he had engaged in actual combat, his level of mastery was not yet at the pinnacle of the Heartfire level. He had already ignited the 3 fires in his body, setting off a furnace. His blood and energy seemed to surge to the heavens. This is something that cannot be compared to the level of flesh and bone. The higher the level of martial arts, the greater the range of realms. His own disciple hasn't even mastered the skin cultivation yet, let alone the inner fire. Chapter 49 Skin Training completed. After giving Huo Lingfei some pointers, Li Jinlong said, "Now that you have condensed your spear heart, you can be considered to have entered the spear school. In Yunhai City, you can be regarded as a master of spear fighting. However, a mere expert in marksmanship is still insignificant compared to a top-tier marksman. They're only good for beating up guys like Qin Yuan." Li Jinlong said calmly, "Only when you reach the pinnacle and truly master the art can you be considered a master. At that time, I will appoint you as the head of a hall in the old gang. I am from the old gang, the 6th branch, the 8th hall. Your eldest and second eldest brothers are both hall masters under my command. Now I only have one hall master position left, and it has not been established since the death of the previous hall master. If you can achieve the subtlety and actually kill Qin Yuan, I can arrange for you to participate in the competition for the hall master." He flicked his sleeve, brushed off the dust, and gazed calmly at Huo Lingfei, whose body was covered in sweat. With his profound understanding of the subtleties, coupled with the possibility of killing Qin Yuan, he would already be qualified to compete for the position of hall master. Almost every hall master under a guild leader started from the bottom, and even his disciples did the same. A disciple is a disciple, and a hall master is a hall master. Even though he was the head of the 6th master, he couldn't make Huo Lingfei the head of the hall directly. After all, they allow it, but the people below don't, and they can't win over the masses. Hall master? Huo Lingfei's eyes lit up when he heard his teacher's words. This was a position below the leader. The struggle for leadership positions is a tradition within the old gang. Almost every hall master was selected from the competition for the position of hall master, a fact he had already heard within the old gang. But in the blink of an eye, he looked surprised. "I never imagined that my 2 senior brothers would both be hall masters under our teacher." But he quickly calmed down, his expression becoming serene. With his senior brother and others being so strong, it was no problem for them to be ranked as hall masters. He should strive to achieve that. Muscle condensation 442 710. Leather training 650 710. Watching his teacher leave, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, focused on his progress in martial arts, and murmured to himself. The training of skin and muscle is almost complete, probably by tomorrow. And crane style fist 821 710 intent and strength. Huo Lingfei stared at his crane fist moves, his eyes widening in surprise. Why is my proficiency in crane style boxing still increasing? Seeing this, he frowned slightly. Not only is it still rising, but my understanding of the crane style fist moves also seems to have changed somewhat. He carefully studied the crane style fist moves in his mind, and found that they were somewhat different from before. The original moves haven't changed, but some new moves about crane style fist have appeared in my mind. However, he did not feel unfamiliar with it at all. On the contrary, he was extremely proficient at it. Seeing this, he instinctively threw a punch. Surrounded by clouds and cranes, their cries echoed as a single blow struck the tree, instantly creating a deafening roar that caused the entire tree to explode. The force applied has changed, and so has the power. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in surprise. He was only now noticing something amiss. The sudden appearance of this new move startled him. This is without using the Cloud Crane Force. If the Cloud Crane Force were used, it would likely be at the next level. If this move were used on an enemy, they would probably be blown to bits in an instant. He paused for a moment, then stammered, this. He seemed to have thought of something, and then his face lit up with joy. Could it be that my martial arts cultivation reaching the level of intent is not the end? Huo Lingfei's breathing became somewhat rapid, and the more he thought about it, the more convinced he became. Not only is his talent for cultivation abnormal, but he can even automatically deduce martial arts moves. This is almost defying the heavens. Thinking about this, Huo Lingfei was unable to suppress his emotions, and it took him a long time to slowly come back to his senses. Keep practicing. He felt a surge of energy within him, and despite the fatigue emanating from his body, he seemed to have not yet reached his limit. He needs to seize the time and cultivate to the level of Heartfire. Stretching 560 710. Skin training 710 710. While Lingfei practiced tirelessly and frantically, his internal energy surging in his blood and qi roaring continuously, until a crisp sound rang out from the outside. The skin training proficiency level in front of me instantly jumped to 710. The red, burning skin tensed instantly, followed by an indescribable feeling that surged through my heart. Huo Lingfei felt extremely restless, itchy all over, and his skin was unusually red. He frantically scratched at his skin, but his fingernails felt unusually sharp against his skin, as if they were being pierced by iron. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but take a deep breath. Upon seeing the pool next to him, he jumped in without hesitation and instantly took a cold shower. The icy pool water washed over his body, instantly suppressing the strange sensations on his skin. Until a long time later, only after other problems arose did he reluctantly step out of the pool. The skin training is complete? Huo Lingfei felt his skin was incredibly hard. He picked up a knife from the side and, without any hesitation, slashed it at his own arm. Clang! The collision of metals produces an incredibly piercing sound. This immediately brought a look of joy to Huo Lingfei's face. His skin was as hard as iron, making it difficult for ordinary knives and spears to penetrate his flesh. It was clearly the pinnacle of skin refining. And he clenched his fist, as if he could feel his strength improving without him even realizing it. This feeling was almost more profound than breaking through flesh and bone. If I were to encounter Wu Zhen, I would die in 3 breaths. Huo Lingfei felt his current strength and smiled as he thought of a martial artist at the skin refining level whom he had fought before. In 3 breaths, without even needing to use the Dragon Abyss, he could kill him on the spot. Their strength has clearly reached a new level. And the muscle strengthening process after skin training is not far off. Muscle strengthening and skin conditioning can be done simultaneously. He had already asked his teacher about this. Huo Lingfei remembered that when he asked, Li Jinlong frowned deeply. He said calmly, of course, they can be done at the same time. It's just that normal people work on the skin first and then the tendons. The tendons are hard to work on, but the skin is easy to work on. Injuries to tendons require a long recovery period, while skin heals quickly. If you damage your tendons and skin while cultivating both, you won't be able to train your skin. You'll need to rest and recuperate, so you'd better train your skin first. After receiving confirmation from his teacher, Huo Lingfei felt the changes within his body and realized there seemed to be no problem. This should only apply to ordinary people, but he is an exception. Call. Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. But in the blink of an eye, his brows furrowed instantly, as if he had sensed something, and he turned around abruptly. A sound suddenly rang in my ears. You are Li Jinlong's disciple? Chapter 50 Flowers bloom from bones. All I could see was two figures suddenly crashed from the courtyard wall onto the gravel path. Countless fragments flew out, raising countless debris. Their faces were indifferent, they were dressed in black zhengshan suits, each carrying a zither and wearing sunglasses, watching Huo Lingfei's figure as if they were observing him through the light of the glasses. Yes. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless as he looked around the courtyard. His family seemed undisturbed, and then his gaze fell upon them. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man who spoke first chuckled, revealing 2 rows of yellow teeth. He reached up and took off his glasses. Excellent. It revealed a pair of empty eyes, with a red light seemingly flickering within them. He said indifferently, Your master blinded me 30 years ago, causing my martial arts to stagnate for the past 30 years. Now it's turned into this horrible mess again. His face was contorted with rage, a sinister grin spreading across his face. As his disciple, shouldn't you pay off his debts? You've waited 30 years to seek revenge, and you've come looking for me. Is he weak and only dares to pick on the easy targets? Huo Lingfei remained expressionless. After learning their purpose, he glanced around the house, where there seemed to be no movement, and his eyes turned cold. Come at me, both of you. If you disturb my family, I'll personally twist your heads off. Ha ha ha, what arrogance. No wonder you're Li Jinlong's disciple. The number 1 on the list of prodigies is indeed arrogant. The 2 men's faces contorted in rage, and as soon as they finished speaking, their bodies shattered into pieces at their feet. Bang! The sound of countless bricks and stones cracking echoed out. The 2 vanished from their spot in an instant. When they reappeared, they had already attacked Huo Lingfei from all sides. The 2 seemed to be on the same wavelength, and a terrifying aura surged instantly. Their figures tore through the air, bringing with them a loud whooshing sound like a raging wind. Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes, watching the 2 men's movements sweeping towards him, and took a deep breath. In an instant, his body's muscles and tendons twitched, veins bulged in his arms, and muscles flowed like mercury. Whoosh! He raised his hand and threw a punch. It created an afterimage in mid-air in an instant. A terrifying force of punches roared through the air. Bang! Bang! A dull thud echoed throughout the courtyard, and then 2 figures flew backward like kites with broken strings. One crashed into the pool, creating a splash that reached over 10 meters high. The other struck the artificial mountain, causing it to collapse with a deafening roar. Huo Lingfei swung his arm and looked at him indifferently. As expected, you've stagnated in martial arts for 30 years and are disdainful. No wonder you don't dare to seek out your teacher with this level of skill. Don't even mention my senior brothers and sisters, they're all trash in front of me. He had assumed that the 2 were at the level of teachers, and that their strength over the years must be extremely formidable, perhaps even at the heart bridge level. But now, looking at their figures, Huo Lingfei sneered. He had barely finished speaking. The middle-aged man in the pool instantly turned cold, his face so dark it was almost dripping with water. Practice skin. He only heard this morning that Huo Lingfei was still in the flesh and bone, and hadn't even had a chance to practice his skin yet. But now, a hint of ferocity flashed across his face. Your strength is far beyond that of an ordinary skin refiner. You will die today. He stomped his foot hard, instantly leaping out of the pool, then the zither on his back suddenly lashed out, and his large hand shot out with a whoosh, boom. The terrifying sound of the zither swept through the courtyard in an instant, and then a flash of light appeared, slamming into Huo Lingfei. Clang boom. Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed, and he raised his hand to block it. In an instant, he was blasted away by the light of the zither and was sent flying back more than 10 meters. As he raised his hand, the light from the zither tore a wound in his arm, and blood gushed out continuously. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei's gaze turned completely cold. A broken zither can cut me. That's utterly suicidal. His face was expressionless, as if he was enraged by the music, and his blood and energy were instantly mobilized. The bleeding from his arm was stopped, and then the desolate sound of a zither filled his ears, followed by a terrifying burst of light from the zither. 2 figures attacked, creating a series of loud noises. Cloud Crane Strength. Huo Lingfei formed claws with both hands, his whole body as light as a crane in the clouds, dodging countless attacks in an instant, and then his feet shot up like springs. The phantom of the cloud crane appeared in the sky, like a shadow under the night sky. The next second. Whoosh! A huge hand suddenly shot out. It tore through the air, leaving behind streaks of crystal-clear white mist, while the phantom of a cloud crane behind it let out a cry. The two men's expressions changed upon seeing Huo Lingfei dodge all their attacks in an instant. Then, upon looking up and seeing the terrifying cloud crane force, a sudden burst of laughter appeared on their lips. Our cloud crane strength is no less than yours. They naturally knew that Huo Lingfei had mastered the cloud crane force, but how could they not have, having cultivated martial arts for decades? Seeing this, the two raised their hands and unleashed their cloud crane force. Bang! The three cloud cranes collided, and then the cloud cranes in the sky cried out again, instantly engulfing the two people in shock. Ah! The claws suddenly lashed out, tearing the two men apart and ripping their arms apart, causing a gush of blood to erupt. Screams erupted from all sides. Huo Lingfei landed, his two arms lying casually on the ground. His indifferent face stared at them. Two pieces of trash. Countless drops of sweat fell. They were in so much pain that they half knelt on the ground, staring at Huo Lingfei in horror. Impossible! How can you be so strong? We, the Cloud Crane Force cultivators, have cultivated for decades and have achieved perfect physical and muscular strength. You have no chance of defeating us. The two seemed somewhat flustered. They had both achieved something in the art of claw techniques, but now, their proud claw skills had actually been defeated by Huo Ling. This immediately made their faces turn extremely ugly. Nothing is impossible. Two good-for-nothings, defeated by our teacher 30 years ago, and now you can't even beat me. Huo Lingfei, observing their expressions, seemed to realize something, a sinister smile spreading across his face. I'll show you. A new move I just learned. Bang! The rubble at my feet shattered. Huo Lingfei suddenly leaped up, his large hand forming a claw, and a terrifying aura emanated from him, almost leaving them speechless. Then, the phantom of the cloud crane reappeared. Crane-style fist flowers bloomed from white bones. A burst of white vapor rose from my hand, followed by a terrifying explosion. Upon seeing this imposing aura, the two were utterly shocked. No. No. The Cloud Crane Force technique, is this crane-style fist? Their expressions changed drastically. How could there be such a move in crane-style fist? Unprecedented. But in the blink of an eye. Before they could think, a terrifying claw strike came instantly, grabbing at their necks. Click, click, click. A series of penetrating bone fractures burst open, accompanied by a spray of blood. Beneath the intertwined flesh and blood, their bones were forcibly molded into two bone flowers. Chapter 51 I'm going to utterly crush you in your area of expertise. The screams abruptly stopped, followed by the two corpses falling limply to the ground. Huffing and puffing. Huo Lingfei breathed steadily, his chest heaving. Seeing that his parents at home had not been awakened, Huo Lingfei looked at their bodies with calm eyes. My new move is so powerful, and I seem to be stronger than ordinary flesh and bone. Huo Lingfei raised his hand, sensing the energy within his body, and a smile crept across his lips. Both of them were at the peak of skin refinement and tendon condensation, with one foot already in the heart flame realm. This was something that could be sensed during their exchange. However, the newly mastered crane-style fist moves are even more monstrous, capable of directly crushing the bones of two people into two bone flowers. Their bones and muscles were crushed. When did the teacher have such a weak enemy? He stared at it, lightly patted his slightly dusty clothes, and couldn't help but shake his head. I originally thought that the two of them were able to come, and that their strength was probably at the same level as the teacher. But who would have thought that even he couldn't beat them? Junior brother. Just as Huo Lingfei was stunned for a moment, a whooshing sound suddenly rang in his ears, instantly causing Huo Lingfei to turn around and look. Shen Rong suddenly noticed the commotion, stomped on the wall, and crashed into the courtyard. Upon seeing two corpses lying on the ground, he was suddenly shocked, but after realizing that both of them had been killed by his junior brother, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The two corpses looked as if their throats had been crushed by some terrifying claw technique, their bones broken into pieces. Amidst the red and white contrast, the bones were forcibly shaped into a flower. His pupils suddenly contracted. In the courtyard, there seemed to be a trace of Yunhe Jin's essence still lingering. He instantly understood that this must be the work of his junior brother. But Does crane-style boxing have this kind of move? His face showed confusion, but he was also greatly shocked. He recognized the two bodies. The black and white Xinsheng who dominated Yunhai City decades ago. He was actually beaten to death by his own junior brother. Seeing this situation, he gasped. Second's senior brother. Huo Lingfei remained calm upon seeing the newcomer. He slowly adjusted his breathing and returned to normal. I was on duty guarding the master's ship today when I heard some commotion here. Is my junior brother all right? Chen Rong took a deep breath, suppressing his shock. Did you kill him? Right. Huo Lingfei nodded. And he's also the teacher's enemy. Upon hearing this, Chen Rong's face fell silent instantly. It really was the junior brother who killed him. Black and white piano. The physical and bone structure is perfected, and one is half a step into the heartflame realm. Although this is insignificant to them, it is almost a level higher for the junior brother. But now. However, his junior brother directly choked his throat, and he seemed to be unharmed. Chen Rong's lips twitched. Indeed, he is the teacher's enemy. His junior brother hadn't even mastered the skin refining technique yet, but he managed to strangle both of them to death. If word got out, it would probably shock everyone. This is He Bai Qinsheng, who was ranked among the top 30 on the list of prodigies 30 years ago, only to have his eyes gouged out by his teacher's spear. He continued. However, their talents were crushed by their teacher, and they haven't made any progress in 30 years, having long since disappeared without a trace. Chen Rong frowned as he spoke. The junior brother was incredibly talented, and they naturally knew that once he became famous, their teacher's old enemies would come knocking on their door. He remembers. Black and white piano is just a nobody. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's expression shifted slightly. Senior brother, how many enemies does our teacher have? How come there are people of this caliber? Almost the entire Yunhai city. Chen Rong remained calm, seemingly feeling he had overlooked something, almost all the major powers in Yunhai city. The entire city of Yunhai? Huo Lingfei remained silent. He was startled. What had his teacher done to offend the entire city of Yunhai? That's perfectly normal. Back then, when my grandmaster and teacher kicked down the door, every gang and aristocratic family came to cause trouble, killing and crippling countless young people. Not to mention, my senior brother and I also did some. Chen Rong checked their breathing and examined the bone flowers that had been pinched into their necks. Junior brother, where did you learn this move? It's so amazing. He clicked his tongue in amazement. It was the first time he had ever seen such a move. He had almost never seen a move that could mold bones into flowers. So that's how it is. Huo Lingfei gasped. No wonder he had made so many enemies. Upon seeing his senior brother's question, he casually replied, I created it myself. Self-created? Chen Rong frowned for a moment, then laughed. Junior brother, you're not being honest. He shook his head. My junior brother has only been practicing martial arts for a short time, yet he's already creating his own style. To have cultivated to this level is already extremely astonishing. If he were to create something entirely new, well, let alone him. Upon hearing this, everyone in Yunhai City felt compelled to commit suicide. Being able to create something on your own demonstrates an extremely profound understanding of a skill. How could someone create something so easily? That's at the level of a teacher, right? Chen Rong assumed that Huo Lingfei was unwilling to talk about it. However, he didn't ask any further questions. After all, practicing martial arts is a personal matter and is not prohibited. He raised his hand, signaling for the two corpses to be carried away, and then said calmly, Junior brother, be careful during this time. There will only be more and more of these kinds of incidents in the future. If there's anything, just come to me. I need to inform the teacher. Chen Rong didn't linger. After speaking with Huo Lingfei, he left directly. Watching his senior brother leave, Huo Lingfei didn't say anything more. He certainly couldn't directly say that he had the talent to deduce the next martial arts move. Standing there for a moment, Huo Lingfei reflected on the move he had just executed, a look of satisfaction on his face. I should be able to deduce new moves by breaking the dragon spear myself. I'm afraid it will be even more astonishing when the time comes. I wonder how my teacher will react when he finds out. Huo Lingfei shook his head, afraid that he would be so shocked that he would jump up. Avoid arrogance and impetuosity, cultivate diligently, and kill Qin Yuan in 2 days. Huo Lingfei cleared his mind of thoughts. The warm-up battle didn't seem to have completely depleted his energy, as he was still full of vitality. Strive to enter the Heartfire as soon as possible. He intends to use Qin Yuan's most proficient weapon, the spear, to completely crush him in the martial arts competition. Your decades of cultivation are not as good as my progress in a few days. With this thought in mind, he cultivated frantically, amidst the constant, terrifying gunshots. Chapter 52 New Form. Is He Baiqin dead? Inside a secluded courtyard. Qin Yuan stroked the large sword in his hand, and upon hearing the words of the person beside him, his expression hardened, and his face instantly turned gloomy. Not bad. Xinan beside him said expressionlessly, his eyes filled with anger. They haven't returned after several hours, they're probably dead. Two useless pieces of trash. You're trash too. I withstood so much pressure for you in front of the ancestor, yet your martial arts team couldn't even kill a single flesh bone. This is utterly embarrassing for me. He made no attempt to hide his anger, cursing Qin Yuan before him. Repair guns, repair guns. My Qin family has been repairing swords for generations, and you're here to repair guns for me. Do you know that because of you, my lineage can't hold its head high in the Qin family anymore? He was almost furious. The scene of being slapped in the face by the patriarch was still vivid in his mind. This happened in front of all the Qin family members, almost causing him to lose face completely. He might even be unable to hold his head high in the entire Qin family afterward. Not to mention, tonight we sent He Baiqin to kill Huo Lingfei, but unexpectedly, two peak flesh-bone cultivators, half a step into the Heartfire realm, couldn't kill a mere flesh-bone cultivator. The black and white piano player from decades ago was a fraud. Thinking about this, he made almost no attempt to hide his anger. He was furious beyond measure. Then he looked at Qin Yuan, whose face was gloomy after being scolded by him. The ancestor gave you his sword. If you still fail, you know the consequences. Xinan laughed angrily, his face gradually darkening as he looked at the broadsword in the other man's hand. He has already paid a heavy price. If he still can't do it this time, don't blame him for disregarding the bond between blood relatives. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan was furious. He gripped his broadsword, his face expressionless. A beast he once looked down upon not only rose to become Li Jinlong's disciple in one step, but also killed his personal disciple and wiped out all the disciples in the martial arts class. Li Jinlong, Li Jinlong. He couldn't help but tremble. If he weren't Li Jinlong's disciple, he would have rushed to the old gang and killed him on the spot. To think that a beast could have brought him to such a state. The veins on his hand, gripping the broadsword, bulged as he suppressed his anger. Of course, this is far too much of an underestimation of me, Qin Yuan. No matter what, I'm still confident I can kill a mere skeleton. Xinan remained indifferent, giving a cold snort. If even a top-tier Heartfire couldn't kill a mere skeleton, people would laugh at the Qin family. He looked at the bright moonlight, his hands behind his back, and said, "This is the last time." After saying that, his figure vanished from the spot in a daze. Watching it leave, Qin Yuan lowered his eyes, sheathed his broadsword, picked up his spear, and unleashed a terrifying surge of blood energy that roared like a dragon. Even if Huo Lingfei is exceptionally talented, so what? It was already a prodigy to condense flesh and bones in 7 days, but he couldn't believe that he could cross the dual realms of refining skin and condensing tendons in just 3 days, which ignited his inner fire. He missed one opportunity, and he couldn't just stand by and watch a second one slip away. Muscle condensation 710-710. Huo Lingfei spent a sleepless night. Since practicing his skin technique, his spirit has been excellent. Even after cultivating for a day and a night, he only feels a little tired. Until a ray of sunlight fell on them, a terrifying aura suddenly swept across the entire area. The panel in front of me was flashing. The condensation of tendons had reached a state of perfection. And then a series of cracking sounds suddenly came from inside his body, and his muscles and bones rubbed together, producing a terrifying roar. The tendons have solidified. An extremely terrifying force suddenly burst forth from his body and then swept across the entire area. Huo Lingfei felt a wave of comfort wash over him, as if he had just had a full body massage. Dragon tendons. Huo Lingfei's face was filled with joy as he clenched his fists, seemingly able to feel the tension in his muscles and bones, even more resilient than before. My physical and physical body are now complete. With my current strength, I could probably exchange blows with those two trash from last night with a single punch, without even having to use any moves. He took a deep breath, feeling his current state, which was extremely terrifying. Although it has not yet entered the Heartfire. However, I feel that even when facing ordinary inner fire, I won't fall behind. And huff! Wisps of white steam rose from his body, his muscles twitched and throbbed, and his height gradually increased until he was over 2 meters tall, at which point it gradually stopped. The fine veins coiled like tree roots, and the bulging muscles on his thick limbs throbbed constantly, making him look extremely terrifying. It loomed over us like a demonic mountain. He kept exhaling white breath, feeling the changes in his body, and his face showed surprise. After the muscle has solidified, he seemed to be able to cause extremely terrifying changes to his body. His muscles and bones were stretched, and his body could instantly grow to a terrifying size. His strength is several times greater than before. Huo Lingfei felt the power of his body now. Every move he made contained terrifying force. One punch would probably be several times stronger than the previous one. Their strength has almost skyrocketed. What's going on? Huo Lingfei was somewhat confused, but in the blink of an eye, it seemed that as long as he had a thought, his body could return to its original normal size. Call! Huo Lingfei couldn't help but throw a punch. The moment the punch was thrown, a terrifying muffled sound accompanied by a powerless fist wind rose up, and a wave of fist energy was blasted out. A visible white shockwave quickly spread from the fist and then swept across the surrounding area. A punch was thrown. The path in front of them was instantly lifted up, and countless pieces of debris flew up and crashed into the pool, creating waves that were more than 10 meters high. This is terrifying. Huo Lingfei was stunned by the power of his punch. He hadn't expected that a single punch could create such a huge impact. This punch could probably kill a peak flesh boning expert instantly. It's already comparable to the fire of the heart. It's a change brought about by the condensation of the tendons. He thought about it for a moment, feeling the changes in his body, and couldn't help but guess. After the tendons solidified, the tendons in his body were comparable to dragon tendons, and their current form seemed to be the result of dragon tendons being torn and stretched. Otherwise, there's no way to explain the changes in his body now. Moreover, one can vaguely sense that only in this state can one fully unleash their true power. It's not just about training the skin, but also about internal strength, which can only be truly unleashed under such a terrifying physique of over 2 meters tall. Are my own teachers the same? Huo Lingfei asked, a look of confusion on his face. The two people killed last night both seemed to be in perfect physical condition, and there was no change in their physical form. Am I the only one experiencing this? He frowned, deciding to keep the matter to himself and ask the teacher about it later. However, he was amazed at the moment. He felt extremely comfortable and relaxed. Even holding the dragon abyss felt incredibly light, and a gentle swing of it produced a whooshing sound. Never mind, let's practice first. Chapter 53. No, this is normal. Old gang. The Hall of the Helmsman. Did you catch up with her? Li Jinlong sat in the hall with his eyes downcast and his face expressionless. He stared at the two corpses before him, their wounds horrifying to behold. The stark white bones were forcibly shaped into a flower. He sensed the cloud crane force emanating from above, and a strange expression appeared on his face. Crane-style boxing moves. When did this move come about? Upon hearing this, Chun Rong nodded. Last night, besides He Baikensheng being killed by junior brother, disciples from the 18 temples and assassins from the 4 gangs, all had their limbs broken by the disciples. Junior brother is really tempting, so many people came out in one night. He couldn't help but take a deep breath. Since He Baikensheng last night, he has not dared to slack off. He has been stationed near his junior brother's house and has also mobilized the old gang's manpower. But who knew that, besides He Baikensheng, other famous figures also came to kill Huo Lingfei that night? Li Jinlong nodded. Kill them all, take their heads and send them back to their backers. His eyes were calm as he slowly rose and walked to the two corpses. He touched the bone flowers on them with his large hand, and the strangeness in his eyes intensified. This disciple of mine has probably given him quite a few surprises. Naturally, they could see how terrifying this move was. To be able to mold bones into bone flowers demonstrates a peak level of mastery over this art. This technique was likely developed through his own enlightenment. Good. His ideas differed from Chen Rong's. He had witnessed Huo Lingfei's crane-form fist training process clearly, so he naturally knew when his disciple had grasped the essence of the art. With his talent, this move was probably created by him. Thinking about this, Li Jinlong felt a surge of emotions, but he remained calm and showed no sign of it. I never expected my disciple to be so talented. His understanding of crane-style fist has probably already surpassed that of masters who specialize in claw techniques. He made a mental assessment. However, although this move was created by himself, the intent and energy are still those of the Cloud Crane Force, and it has not yet transcended the crane form fist. If he were to truly develop and master the crane-style fist, he would probably be terrified by Huo Lingfei. After all, having reached that level, one has likely transcended the mundane and can be considered a grandmaster. Li Zhenlong snapped out of his daze, gave some instructions to Chen Rong, and then prepared to go and see Huo Lingfei, who had already broken through the dragon spear and comprehended the essence of the energy yesterday when he left. This was enough to shock him. Seeing the two corpses on the ground, he couldn't help but think, this kid's not honest. Yesterday I made him go all out, and he actually held back his skills. He naturally didn't know that Huo Lingfei had just mastered the move, and assumed that Huo Lingfei had already made some progress. I was just about to step away. He suddenly paused, his eyes instantly turning forward. All I could see was... Huo Lingfei slowly walked over, and the terrifying aura suddenly made his eyes narrow and his body tremble. Teacher! When Huo Lingfei saw his teacher standing in the hall, he immediately called out. Whom? Li Zhenlong came back to his senses, nodded, and then his expression seemed a little off. How could his disciple's qi and blood be so abundant, and his physique even seemed to have increased dramatically, like a martial artist with inner fire? He frowned slightly as he thought of this, clearing his mind of the idea. How could his disciple, who had not yet perfected his skin cultivation, possibly experience the same sensations as a martial artist with inner fire? I assumed it was just a surge of energy and blood from focusing my spear. Were you all right yesterday? He asked calmly, regaining his composure. As soon as Huo Lingfei entered the hall, he saw the two corpses on the ground and couldn't help but say, I have to thank my senior brother for his help, otherwise I'm afraid something bad would have happened. Teacher, I have a question I'd like to ask. I just finished condensing my meridians, and my body has swelled to the size of a mountain. Is this normal? I've heard that you were the one who killed them. Li Zhenlong shook his head, and seeing Huo Lingfei's modesty, he couldn't help but speak up. But in the blink of an eye. Upon hearing Huo Lingfei's next sentence, his eyes widened in surprise. The condensation of tendons is complete? Li Zhenlong frowned deeply. You cultivate both skin strengthening and tendon condensing techniques? And it's even reached the point of perfect muscle coagulation? Didn't I tell you to train your skin first before focusing on your muscles? Why did you? It's normal for the body to swell dramatically after the muscle and tendon formation is complete, but without the support of skin strengthening intensity, the skin and flesh might tear. Teacher, I've also completed my skin training. Its shape is a little different. I wonder if this form is normal. As soon as Huo Lingfei finished speaking, his body instantly swelled, his terrifying muscles tearing through his shirt, and he suddenly grew to a height of over 2 meters. Under the shadow, it was like a demonic mountain, bringing endless pressure. Thud! The walnut that Li Zhenlong was holding was instantly crushed by a force. He stared blankly at Huo Lingfei, whose figure was extremely terrifying. Upon hearing that he had completed the muscle forming process, I assumed he hadn't finished the skin training process, and I immediately felt like getting angry. Skin training and tendon condensation can naturally be practiced simultaneously, but skin training requires a certain level of skill. Otherwise, once tendon condensation is perfected and the body expands dramatically, the skin and flesh may be torn apart. By then, he would almost be turned into a useless person. But now... Li Zhenlong's body seemed to freeze in place as he stared at Huo Lingfei, whose physique was extremely terrifying, his face completely blank. His body seemed to be trembling slightly. Skin training complete. Muscle and tendon training complete. Dragon tendon. As if he had seen something, he suddenly became excited, his mouth opened, and he fell into a long silence. He was deeply shocked. They were even unable to make a sound. Teacher, is this normal? He remained frozen in place until Huo Lingfei asked again, which pulled him back to reality. Normal, normal. Normal my ass. This was the first time in his life that he had uttered such words. Spittle flew from his mouth, his face filled with disbelief. He stared at Huo Lingfei's perfectly sculpted muscles, as if cut by a knife, and his terrifying physique almost overwhelmed him. You brat, I saw you yesterday that your skin training was incomplete, and your tendons hadn't even solidified yet, and you said this morning that you had completed your skin training and your tendons condensing? And this is fucking solidified dragon tendon? Li Zhenlong trembled. Even as the head of the 6 leaders of the old gang, who had seen countless storms, he was still incredibly excited to learn that his disciple had condensed dragon tendons. He reached out and grabbed Huo Lingfei's arm, which was as thick as a tree root, with his large hand, and squeezed it hard. An incredibly hard, resilient, and terrifyingly strong rebound force suddenly arrived. Upon seeing this, he fell completely silent. He slowly lowered his grip on Huo Lingfei's arm. After a long while, he finally let out a long sigh. All that I have ever seen in my life, all that I have ever seen in my life. My disciple, Li Jinlong's disciple, actually produced a dragon tendon. His expression was a mixture of surprise and delight. Dragon tendons. Huo Lingfei listened to his teacher's words with a puzzled expression. Teacher, isn't it true that once the tendons are fully formed, they resemble dragon tendons? Bullshit. Li Jinlong snapped out of his daze, and upon hearing his disciple's words, immediately retorted, just because condensed tendons are called dragon tendons, does that mean they really are dragon tendons? This is just a way of putting it, a metaphor for the extremely abnormal tendons and bones during the condensation stage, but it doesn't mean that they are comparable to dragon tendons. Only tendons and bones that can be stretched freely and grow without being damaged can be called dragon tendons. You little brat, look at your physique, is this fucking normal? Li Jinlong couldn't help but swear again. What kind of flesh and bone perfection could cause such a dramatic increase in physique? Answer me. Chapter 54, A Little Spark. He was extremely unsettled. A hint of surprise remained on her face. Dragon tendons haven't appeared for 100 years. The tendons that a normal person can form are tough and make the body more robust, enough to withstand the power of the heart fire. This is already considered excellent. But who knows? One day, his disciple told him that he had achieved the fetal condensation, and that it was even dragon tendon. The horror this brought him was no less than that of a nuclear bomb. It's just a coincidence that teacher and disciple met. Huo Lingfei's expression froze upon hearing this. He never imagined that his condensed earth tendon would be so terrifying. No wonder he felt that his strength would increase dramatically after his physique grew, and that only in that state could his strength be fully utilized. He just happened to be able to condense dragon tendons. Li Jinlong was stunned and speechless, completely shocked by his disciple. After a moment of silence, he said, once the dragon tendons solidify, the strength of the tendons and bones is almost comparable to the level of heart fire. If one were to enter the heart fire realm, the 3 fires in the human body would ignite instantly. Lighting a furnace would be as easy as lifting a finger. It might even rival the pinnacle of the heart fire. Wait, comparable? Li Jinlong's lips parted slightly, but his expression instantly fell silent again. It is indeed comparable. The thought that his disciple, Long Jinchang, could immediately enter the heart flame realm and rival the top level left him stunned. 100 years ago, a dragon tendon prodigy, who had not yet entered the heart flame realm, single-handedly occupied 10 of the heart flame's peak positions and tore them apart. It shocked everyone. And his own disciple could probably do the same. I originally thought that Huo Lingfei's desire to kill Qin Yuan was just a dream. How could the top-level heart fire be comparable to flesh and bone? But now, his disciple had condensed the legendary dragon tendons, allowing him to withstand the 3 fires within his body and easily ignite the furnace. When the flesh and bones are in good condition, one must be careful to circulate them, ensuring that the qi and blood are abundant and break through the crown of the head to ignite the qi and fire at the top of the head, so as to prevent the excessive qi and fire from burning the lungs and internal organs and damaging the tendons. Besides making oneself stronger, the most important part of the process of muscle strengthening is enduring the burning of inner fire. But dragon tendons don't have so many rules. With its immense power, it can withstand even the direct ignition of the 3 internal fires. Thinking about this, Li Jinlong couldn't help but take a deep breath. He had originally prepared a backup plan, but now it seems he won't need it. Huo Lingfei's dragon tendons have now formed, and he's probably about to soar to great heights. Huo Lingfei was initially a little confused, but his eyes lit up instantly when he heard his teacher's words. That tells him how powerful the dragon tendons are. I never expected it would ignite such a fire in my heart. Teacher, now. Huo Lingfei hesitated for a moment, then asked a question. Let's light a fire. Li Jinlong went from shock to ecstasy, and gradually burst into laughter. He had indeed encountered a martial arts prodigy, 1 in a million. Li Jinlong has a successor. Huo Lingfei listened to his teacher's words, seemingly not understanding his teacher's ecstatic joy. He was only slightly surprised by the fact that he had condensed dragon tendons before returning to normal. He wasn't particularly surprised by what his teacher thought was dragon tendons. No matter how strong you are, you can't surpass your own talent. He then slowly followed in Li Jinlong's footsteps. The heart fire requires the flesh and bones to be intact. The skin and tendons are indispensable. The human body has 3 fires each time one is lit. The qi and blood will surge. When all three fires are activated, a furnace will ignite in your chest, and your whole body will feel extremely hot. At that time, your chi and blood will be at their peak, and you will be fearless of wind and rain, with inexhaustible essence and energy. Every move and stance exudes power and momentum. Li Zhenlong said calmly, when the internal furnace is ignited and the heart fire boils to its peak, that is the peak of the heart fire. If the flesh and bones are not fully formed, rashly rushing into the heart fire will only result in being burned by the heart fire and dying on the spot. Ordinary people, even if they have perfected their physical and physique, still need to take secret medicines and be careful with their inner fire, for fear of being harmed by the power of the inner fire, otherwise they will only stay in the same place for the rest of their lives. And you? Li Zhenlong paused for a moment, then said, there is no need for that. Dragon tendons are tough and resilient, how could they be burned by mere heart fire? If they were, they wouldn't be called dragon tendons. I'm afraid that when your anger flares up, the other two flames will also ignite, and all three flames will ignite at once. I see. Huo Lingfei nodded. This means he can quickly cultivate his inner fire and reach its peak. The first flame is located at the crown of the head, the second flame is located an inch below the flesh and bones, and the third flame is located below the dantian. Li Zhenlong said to Huo Lingfei, who was sitting cross-legged, regulate your qi and blood. Hold your breath and concentrate, feel the presence of the three fires, and ignite the fire with your qi and blood. Upon hearing this, he nodded and closed his eyes tightly. He calmed his breathing, focused his mind, and concentrated on sensing the presence of the three fires within his body. Indistinctly, he seemed to feel a burning heat at the top of his head, which was gradually drawing him in. Is this the fire of the heart? Without hesitation, Huo Lingfei's blood and qi surged up and rushed straight to the top of his head. Boom! A dull, loud thud reverberated within his body. An incredibly intense heat instantly swept over his body and mind, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Huo Lingfei. Then came the intense pain. At the top of his head, it felt as if an extremely hot fire was constantly boiling, his blood and qi were being stirred up, roaring like a dragon, and burning him wildly. In an instant, his face contorted into a ferocious expression. This feeling was like tearing flesh from bone, even more painful. The inner fire on his head instantly scorched his meridians, causing him excruciating pain. Stay calm, it's normal, this little pain is nothing. Seeing him like this, Li Zhenlong frowned and said indifferently, Chrysanthemum Gate, those are all sissies. You need to be castrated to enter. This little pain is nothing. Hold on, your teacher. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei's forehead was covered in cold sweat, and he gritted his teeth and instantly stood firm. As time passed, a sudden wave of heat surged from the top of his head, soothing the intense pain within his body, and his form instantly returned to calm. Chapter 55 Teacher, you're cheating. A terrifying aura continued to rise. A burning sensation emanated from his muscles and bones, and suddenly a cool sensation washed over his entire body from the intense heat burning in his heart. The excruciating pain suddenly subsided. Huff! Huo Lingfei was panting heavily, sweat dripping from his body, and his figure became increasingly terrifying. He could feel the heavenly spirit's inner fire constantly boiling, instantly causing his blood and qi to surge, and an incomparably comfortable power to flow out from his body. Boom boom! Without any hesitation, the thought crossed his mind, and his blood and qi surged once more. He's going to fire 3 shots in quick succession. Straight to the peak of the heart fire. As expected of the dragon tendon. Li Zhenlong, standing to the side, remained silent upon seeing Huo Lingfei recover so quickly. Only dragon tendons can achieve such an effect. How could the mere burning of the heart fire possibly have much of an impact on the dragon tendons? Even when the tendons and bones are fully formed, they will still decay, only becoming extremely tough and abnormal. But the dragon tendon is different. Its bones and muscles will not decay for 1,000 years, nor will they perish for 10,000. However, it is extremely rare, occurring only once in a century. He was immediately relieved that Huo Lingfei was his disciple. If he had been taken under someone else's wing, the entire Yunhai city would have been turned upside down. After all, once the dragon tendons grow, they become extremely terrifying. Almost invincible at the same level. Li Zhenlong watched Huo Lingfei's figure and observed his movements, and couldn't help but sigh softly. 3 flames ignited simultaneously. When he first entered the heart fire stage, it took him at least 1 or 2 years to light a single flame. But if his own disciple could light 3 fires in a single day, probably no one would believe it. Boom! A terrifying aura emanated from Huo Lingfei's body once again. Two incredibly blazing fires suddenly ignited within his body, followed by a sharp pain that shot straight to his head. Huo Lingfei's face turned deathly pale. The mere ignition of a single flame in his heart already caused him pain far exceeding what he had felt before now. With two flames ignited in quick succession, it seemed as if his very bones and muscles were emitting a long, mournful cry. Click, click, click. The three fires within his body burned wildly, and his qi and blood surged continuously. Huo Lingfei gritted his teeth, feeling the changes within his body, and seemed to be unable to withstand them. Suddenly, his entire body began to surge violently, and an extremely terrifying figure suddenly appeared in his field of vision. Before Li Jinlong could react, Huo Lingfei, standing before them, let out a furious roar, and then his over 2-meter tall figure swelled up again, leaping upwards wildly. It only came to an abrupt halt after it had grown to a terrifying size of nearly 3 meters. Blood and qi surged through his veiny arms, and endless heat emanated from his body. A puff of white breath escaped from Huo Lingfei's nostrils. The extremely high temperature almost baked the surroundings, and he could feel his strength increase by more than several times. On his large, bulging hands, veins stood out, and with a gentle clench, it was as if the entire air itself was being squeezed out of place. Bang! The mere grip of the arm produced an instant, deafening explosion. This is terrifying. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. The intense pain caused by the three internal fires seemed to gradually disappear as his physical condition changed. Instead, it was a terrifying body that left people speechless. The inside of his body was astonishingly hot, like a sea of fire. His whole body was incredibly restless, but his eyes were unusually bright, with an unparalleled brilliance in them. Subtle sensations. They can sense the presence of the three fires within their bodies. The three flames have been formed. Li Jinlong said expressionlessly, looking at his disciple's current state with a numb expression. The dragon tendons have the potential for growth. Now that you have entered the heart flame stage, you are at the peak of the heart flame. My physique will increase dramatically again. He marveled, as if he were looking at a perfect body. This is naturally an expression of amazement at Huo Lingfei's current state. The feeling he got from his disciple was that he had already reached the peak of the heart flame, and his strength was even greater than that. Once the three internal fires ignite the furnace, they will likely rival the heart bridge. Seeing this situation, his expression gradually darkened. Looking at Huo Lingfei's expression, he said calmly, "Come on, hit your master." I see. Upon hearing his teacher's explanation, Huo Lingfei's face instantly broke into a grotesque grin. His strength has increased dramatically, and his confidence has soared. His whole body was burning with heat, and with the three fires ignited, his blood and energy seemed inexhaustible, making him extremely eager to fight someone. Upon hearing his teacher's words, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. "Teacher, take this. Your disciple is different now." He had barely finished speaking. With a whoosh, a loud bang was heard. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Li Jinlong. He raised his hand, his fist force was extremely terrifying, his blood and qi rushed towards him, and a roar came from his body as the three fires burned wildly. White steam billowed from the fist, and the friction between the air created a terrifying fist explosion. Boom! The devastating attack crashed down, causing the ground to tremble instantly, sending countless bricks flying and dust billowing. Where the blast waves swept past, countless drill bits flew up with a whooshing sound. Li Jinlong raised his hand and took Huo Lingfei's punch head-on, then his eyes widened in shock. His body was instantly propelled by a tremendous force, and he was thrown back more than 10 meters. What immense power! Li Jinlong was speechless with shock at Huo Lingfei's punch, which had already reached the level of the heart fire. If he hadn't used power beyond this level, he probably would have been sent flying by that punch. The transformation is so dramatic. Yesterday, Huo Lingfei had not shown such terrifying behavior, but today it terrified him. Beneath the dragon tendons, three fires ignite simultaneously. It truly lives up to its reputation. My good disciple, Li Jinlong said indifferently, shaking his large hand, your strength has increased dramatically, which has made you a bit arrogant. They even dared to hit a teacher. Li Jinlong vanished from his spot in an instant. He suddenly appeared in front of Huo Lingfei in the blink of an eye. Today I'll teach you how to respect your master. It wasn't you, teacher, you didn't tell me to hit him. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei felt dizzy as a tremendous force slammed into him. He instantly felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, and then his body shot out. Then Li Jinlong's body crashed down. Huo Lingfei withstood the blow, then abruptly turned and charged towards his teacher. The two figures clashed, without using any mental energy, only their physical strength colliding. It instantly stirred up an immense wave. The entire martial arts room seemed to reverberate with each collision between the two. Li Zhenlong felt the force in his hand and his expression became increasingly silent, while Huo Lingfei in front of him seemed to be very proud of himself for being able to fight his teacher to a standstill. Seeing this, Li Zhenlong tightened his grip even more. Huo Lingfei was instantly rendered speechless. "Teacher, you cheated." Bang bang bang. Explosions kept coming from inside. This startled the guards outside the gate. Chapter 56 Martial Arts Tournament. Time flies. The past few days have been peaceful. After Li Zhenlong had the head returned to their backers, no one came to kill Huo Lingfei, which allowed him to breathe a sigh of relief for the time being. He then got his father a job through the old gang. He worked odd jobs within the old gang. Thanks to Huo Lingfei's status, almost no one dared to look down on Hua Yuan. His younger sister, on the other hand, went to a school founded by the old gang. The mother, on the other hand, managed affairs at home. This put Huo Lingfei at ease, and he devoted himself entirely to cultivation. The teacher said that after I focused my mind on the spear, I should aim for the most subtle techniques. The skill of fetching the water bowl earlier has already made him halfway into the door. Huo Lingfei held Long Yuan and gently stroked it. And that is indeed the case. Every time he held a gun, he could feel that his control over it had reached an astonishing level. And each time it will be different. Dragon Breaking Spear 742 710 Intent and Strength. However, the Dragon Slaying Spear has not changed much in the past few days of training, and no new moves have been mastered. On the contrary, Crane-style Fist gained a subtle understanding, but it was only a vague feeling, without any real mastery of the moves. But that's enough. Huo Lingfei put away the Dragon Abyss and watched the movements outside the courtyard. He immediately knew it was time to set off. Today marks the official start of the martial arts tournament. His cultivation over the past few days has already transformed him completely. Not only has he entered the Heartfire stage, but all three fires within his body have been activated, and at the peak of Heartfire, he can kill almost with a flick of his wrist. This is the result of my continuous practice against teachers over this period of time. He could sense that the power his teacher used in their battle had long surpassed his own level, reaching the Heart Bridge stage. Even so, he was also able to fight them to the death. With a flick of the wrist, one can kill with a Heartfire, but one might just be able to fight against a Heart Bridge. Huo Lingfei assessed his current strength, then smiled and said, "This is still without using my inner strength or my physical form. In other words, I was able to fight Xinxiao using only 30% of my abilities." When he fought his teacher, he didn't use his full strength. At least, his physical form wasn't activated, and he didn't use 70% of his internal power. If he were to unleash his full power, Xin Yuan would likely be completely crushed. He slowly regulated his breathing, his eyes fixed on the convoy at the entrance, and then slowly walked over. He wasn't the only one from the old gang to participate in the martial arts competition. Besides the old gang members at the Heartfire level, many of the branch leader's disciples were also thrown into the martial arts competition for training. That is Master Li's fourth disciple, Huo Lingfei. The people sitting in the car at the door watched Huo Lingfei's figure and couldn't help but turn their eyes to look. 7 days to solidify flesh and bone, I wonder if this is true or not. A burly man dressed in black frowned as he looked on. Huo Lingfei appeared extremely weak. They couldn't even sense the qi and blood within his body emanating from his flesh and bones. Is such a person flesh and bone? Not bad. How could the number one on the prodigy ranking be like this? The other disciples frowned as they saw Huo Lingfei. Looking at him from all angles, they felt that Huo Lingfei didn't seem like a flesh and bone cultivator, but rather like a martial artist who had just entered the meridians. Could it be that the people from Longyang High School or someone else, whose purpose is for Master Li to promote his disciple? The man in the Zhongshan suit said calmly. The sound caused the others to shake their heads. The list of prodigies cannot be faked. Could it be that he opened dozens of meridians in 7 days? Someone said casually. That would certainly put him at the top of the list of prodigies. After all, opening dozens of meridians in 7 days is unheard of. The words had barely left his lips. Others seemed to agree with this view. However, almost everyone shook their heads after seeing Huo Lingfei. No matter what, one's vital energy cannot be faked. If someone with this level of strength were to participate in a martial arts competition, they would likely only face certain death. I don't know what Li Zhu was thinking. Huo Lingfei seemed to have heard their discussion, and the corners of his mouth remained smiling. He now listens to his teacher's advice and keeps his blood pressure in the 3 fires position so that he won't attract attention. This is why he often fails to detect the arrival of even more powerful individuals. The problem lies in the existence above the heart fire, which can gather one's own chi and blood into the 3 fires, relying on the 3 fires to suppress the chi and blood in the body, making it imperceptible to others. According to his teacher, if others judge your strength based solely on your chi and blood, you won't go very far. Normal strong people do not expose their vital energy and blood, allowing others to discover it. Huo Lingfei looked around but ignored them. Seeing that his senior brothers and sisters seemed to be leading the way, he walked towards them. Senior brother, senior sister. Upon seeing the person, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but speak. Lin Kuan nodded, then, just as he was about to say something, his eyes narrowed as he looked at Huo Lingfei's figure. Junior brother, your chi and blood. I just broke through to the level of senior brother, Huo Lingfei said. The words had barely left his lips. Lin Kuan and Li Ling, who were standing next to him, stared at each other, their faces instantly falling silent. The junior brother is getting angry. Only the heart fire can restrain the chi and blood. No wonder they found Huo Lingfei's figure weaker than before. It turned out he had been afflicted by the heart fire. However, given his junior brother's talent, entering the heart flame realm doesn't seem to be a problem. My heart has been burning for half a month. It took him several years to cultivate the fire within his heart. Lin Kuan felt that he had cultivated in vain. Although his junior brother was his junior brother, he still felt a little bad. After a moment of silence, he said, Junior brother is quite skilled, but Qin Yuan is at the peak of the heart flame realm. But don't panic. I'm the senior brother leading the team. Even if something goes wrong and the rules are broken, I will protect you. Keep it up, junior brother. Li Ling sighed. His junior brother is inhuman. Even though she's only currently burning her inner flames, and only 2 flames have been lit, her junior brother has already almost caught up with her. I'm afraid that in a little while, they'll have already left her behind. How could such terrifying talent appear in one person? Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei nodded and said, Thank you, senior brother. Junior brother should be able to handle it. Seeing that Huo Lingfei seemed somewhat arrogant, Lin Kuan shook his head and said, Fine, junior brother, you decide. He didn't offer any further advice. Arrogance can be a good thing or a bad thing for martial arts. Qin Yuan is at the peak of the heart fire realm, with a furnace already burning within his body. He only needs the main guy to cross the heart bridge, making his strength exceptionally terrifying. In the entire Yunhai city, the heartfire realm is among the top, so how could my junior brother, who has only just entered the heartfire realm, possibly compare to Qin Yuan? I'm afraid they'll be defeated in no time. Chapter 57. Which one is Huo Lingfei? Get up here. The martial arts tournament was held in the center of Yunhai city. It brought together almost all the forces in Yunhai city. With his senior brother leading the way, Huo Lingfei slowly followed him inside. At first glance, countless terrifying auras emanated from the arena, and an enormous arena stood tall, almost entirely filled with people. Junior brother, over there is the Lin family of the Dragon Tiger Path, skilled in martial arts. Over there is the Heavenly Gang, whose strength is below that of the old gangs. Lin Kuan said calmly, looking at the people present. They're all just contestants, not worth mentioning. Some of them were my senior brother's opponents back then, but now they're stuck with their inner fire and can't get it up. They're all useless. He remained calm and composed, his expression completely unfazed. However, you should be careful with what you say, junior brother. You've only just entered the heart flame realm, so you might have some difficulty dealing with them. If you encounter danger, admit defeat immediately, don't be like your second senior brother back then. If flesh and bone were to touch the heart fire, and the result was that the person was beaten into a state of depression for a month, and their Dao heart would collapse at that time, it would be a great loss. Upon hearing this, Li Ling's expression seemed somewhat strange. He had naturally heard about his second senior brother's performance in the martial arts competition back then. However, her senior brother seems to be even more perverted? She still remembered hearing her teacher say that when her senior brother participated in the martial arts competition, he was too arrogant and was beaten by a martial artist at the heartfire level, leaving him with a blank stare for 3 months. He was even worse off than his second senior brother. Understood, senior brother. Huo Lingfei nodded, following the direction Lin Kuan indicated. His eyes involuntarily turned serious. My senior brother is exceptionally strong. He was able to be my opponent back then, so he must be quite strong as well. And now he's participating in the martial arts competition. I'm afraid his strength has surpassed Qin Yuan's. These past few days, he's been honing his skills with his teacher. The arrogance he initially felt when he broke through to the peak of the Heartfire realm was instantly extinguished by his teacher. Even if you break through to the peak of the Heartfire realm, you'll still only face certain death if you encounter a master of your teacher's caliber. Not bad. Lin Kuan's face showed some satisfaction when he saw that Huo Lingfei had taken his words to heart this time. My junior brother isn't a particularly arrogant person. That's the number one on the prodigy ranking? Someone sitting to the side glanced at Huo Lingfei's figure, and seeing that he was unremarkable, frowned slightly. How could he be so mediocre? This shouldn't be happening. Not bad. The others also looked at Huo Lingfei, their brows furrowed as well. How could someone ranked first on the list of prodigies be this kind of person? I have heard that it is at the level of flesh and bone, and its chi and blood are not something that the level of flesh and bone should have. I'm afraid it's all hype and no substance. Countless gazes fell towards the old gang, and they all shook their heads. I've heard that the Qin family was wrecked by Li Jinlong and his men. If that's all the strength they have, I'm afraid Qin Yuan will beat me to death. They watched the spectacle with amusement, a smile playing on their lips. In the past, martial arts competitions between major powers always ended with a brief exchange. But now, ever since Li Jinlong came to cause trouble, even on the occasion of the Qin family patriarch's birthday, he personally delivered the clock to their door. Not to mention that his disciple even provoked Qin Yuan at Longyang High School. Let's not even talk about stopping there. I'm afraid they'll be beaten to death. But this is for the best. Damaging Li Jinlong's reputation would also be beneficial to them. Lin Kuan is leading the team. The members of the chaotic dog gang looked at Lin Kuan, who was in charge, with expressionless faces. The feud between the chaotic dog gang and the old gang had been brewing for a long time, and the old gang had even wrecked their place before, so they couldn't swallow their anger. The middle-aged man at the head of the group, his eyes arrogant, stared at Huo Lingfei below the stage. Li Jinlong really has guts, daring to send someone at the flesh and bone level to the martial arts competition. In that case, the losses of my chaotic dog gang will be repaid by his disciples. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces contorted into grins. Killing a flesh and bone creature is almost instantaneous. If this could severely injure Li Jinlong, they would naturally be happy to do so. Lin Kuan shook his head as he observed their expressions, naturally understanding their thoughts. However, his teachers certainly couldn't stand idly by. Otherwise, they wouldn't have let their junior brother participate in the martial arts competition. There's no opening ceremony for the martial arts tournament. The Qin family is the organizer, and the first match is randomly selected, but there's a possibility they might rig it a bit, Lin Kuan said casually, leading everyone to a viewing platform. Let them sit in the stands and wait for the opening ceremony. Huo Lingfei sat cross-legged, gazing at the martial arts stage below, constantly regulating his breathing. After the opening ceremony of the martial arts tournament, the large screen suddenly started to twitch, and then the names of Qin family disciples appeared, while the opponents were none other than the old gang. Your disciple just participated in the competition this year, right? Lin Kuan said calmly, brewing tea with one hand and looking at the names on the screen. The gang leader in front of him, dressed in old gang uniform, said indifferently, That's right, Li Yuan is my personal disciple. He has been unparalleled in stick fighting since childhood and has been deeply influenced by me. Now I'm bringing him here to broaden his horizons. Upon hearing this, Lin Kuan watched as a burly man from the old gang charged straight onto the stage with a stick. He's lit both fires. His momentum is quite impressive. That's for sure. The hall master before him became even more arrogant upon hearing this. My personal disciple is now ranked among the top 100 in the Heartfire of the old gang. Once he breaks through the Heart Bridge, he can compete for the position of hallmaster. Lin Kuan shook his head without speaking, picked up his tea and slowly took a few sips, his expression remaining calm. But your junior brother, number one on the prodigy list, is likely to be targeted. Lordly, are you really so careless? The hallmaster in front of him looked at the figure on the stage and couldn't help but take a few sips of tea. Wait for the teacher's arrangements. Lin Kuan shook his head, not saying much. He was not optimistic about his junior brother's battle against Qin Yuan. However, nothing has happened yet, so it's not the time to turn against each other. Your training time is too short. While achieving physical and bone formation in 7 days is monstrous, it's still a bit too hasty to compare you to the peak of the Heartflame realm. If anything goes wrong, just let me know. He glanced at Huo Lingfei's figure and shook his head. Although his talent was extraordinary, in his opinion, his training in martial arts was still too short, unlike his disciples. He slowly looked at the stage. Bang! Suddenly, a terrifying figure shot out, accompanied by a spray of blood mist, and slammed into the old gang's stands. Bang! The teacup in the hands of the hall master was instantly crushed by him, tea splashed all over the floor. He slammed his fist on the table and stood up abruptly, his eyes glaring angrily at the stage. A young man, expressionless and wielding a large sword, exuding a terrifying aura, slowly gazed towards the old gang's stands, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The old gang actually allowed this kind of trash to participate in the martial arts competition. They bullied my Qin family before, and today I, Qin Mo, will avenge the Qin family. Which one is Huo Lingfei? Get the hell up here. Chapter 58 Qin Yuan, you bastard, die. The words had barely left his lips. This instantly drew everyone's attention. They stared at Qin Mo on the stage and the figure that crashed into the old gang stands, all with expressions of anticipation. Is that Qin Mo from the Qin family? I heard that his strength has already reached the Heart Bridge stage, and he is well known on the Heart Bridge ranking in Yunhai City. His swordsmanship is also superb. Judging from this, they've probably come specifically to provoke the old gang. Seeing this, people from other factions around them couldn't help but discuss among themselves, their faces seemingly filled with mockery. I didn't expect the Qin family to come looking for trouble so quickly. You bastard. The once composed hallmaster's face turned extremely ugly when he saw his disciple being blasted out and smashed into the stands. His eyes were almost filled with rage. Calm down. Lin Kuan then raised his hand to stop the rioting old gang members behind him. Seeing this, he rushed straight towards Huo Lingfei, and his expression immediately changed. I'm afraid there might be elders from the Qin family giving me pointers. He glanced at the stands in the direction of the Qin family, or a group of people were looking indifferently in his direction. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, Junior brother, be careful. They're coming for you. If you can't hold on, admit defeat immediately. If we can't beat them, our senior brother will step in. He gave his junior brother some careful instructions, and he was already prepared. Understood, senior brother. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, looked at the figure on the stage, and only frowned slightly before returning to normal. He swayed, and then, under everyone's gaze, he slammed into the martial arts stage. Can he go? Seeing his disciple on the verge of death, the hall master could barely contain his anger. His chest felt like it was about to explode. He had just been boasting about his disciple to Lin Kuan. In the blink of an eye, he was blown up and even fell unconscious. Fortunately, since they were both of the same type of fire, they couldn't kill each other instantly. Otherwise, his disciple would likely lose his life on the spot in an instant. Take a look. Lin Kuan raised his hand again, suppressing the angry crowd behind him, and then fixed his gaze on Huo Lingfei on the stage. My junior brother has just entered the heart fire level. He must have lit only one fire, but he made significant progress in both gun and fist techniques. In particular, the Cloud Crane Force and the Dragon Breaking Spear can at least hold out against Qin Mo for a while. Upon hearing this, everyone's expressions changed slightly, and they all seemed to look down on him, thinking to themselves. Letting him go is worse than letting me go. I'm just a martial artist who doesn't even have a heart fire. Going up there would only make me look bad. Meanwhile, those in the other stands wore even wider smiles, thinking, why were the old gangs so impulsive? They just went up because they were told to. I bet he won't last 3 moves. I'll bet you too. I'll bet you. Countless sounds entered Huo Lingfei's ears from all directions. He showed no expression as he slammed onto the martial arts stage and slowly rose to his feet. A few days ago, Li Jinlong came to my Qin family to cause trouble. It was only because my ancestor had a good temper that he didn't pursue the matter. But as a junior, that doesn't mean the matter is over. He looked at Huo Lingfei in front of him, smiled, picked up his broadsword, and wiped the blood off it with his large hand. I heard that you had a conflict with Qin Yuan of my Qin family before. Perfect, there's no need for him to make a move. I'll kill you first and let Li Jinlong see the consequences of humiliating my Qin family. His body kept making sounds, and a powerful surge of energy suddenly emanated from him, overwhelming the entire area. Huo Lingfei remained silent, glancing indifferently at the Qin family's stands. Qin Yuan's figure was fixed on him, their eyes meeting, and Huo Lingfei could almost see the hatred in Qin Yuan's eyes. The powerful figures in the surrounding stands seemed to be watching with a half smile. Die! Qin Mo grinned, and his body shot out with a roar. The terrifying blade light suddenly unleashed a terrifying aura, and wherever the blade tip passed, it was as if it had utterly destroyed everything in its path. With the three fires within his body ignited simultaneously, a powerful aura emanated like the sun, immediately causing a change in the gazes of those around him. I'm afraid Qin Mo's strength is enough to compete for a top 10 spot. Many people's eyes narrowed involuntarily. I felt a sense of dread. Huo Lingfei will likely be completely killed by this strike. On the stage, Lin Kuan's expression suddenly darkened. He clenched his fists and stared intently at Huo Lingfei's figure, as if he was about to make a sudden attack at any moment. Boom! The sound of blades clashing echoed throughout the arena, followed by a deafening roar. Countless powerful waves suddenly surged up on the entire stage. That's all the skill they have, and they still dare to go up. Qin Mo let out a piercing laugh, then seemed to sense something and abruptly stopped. The expected fleshy feel didn't come instead, it felt incredibly hard. His eyes followed the line of sight downwards. Two fingers suddenly clamped down on the slashing broadsword, and a terrifying force emanated from the blade. This instantly left Qin Mo somewhat stunned. He met Huo Lingfei's eyes, his face filled with utter horror. You trash! Why did they have to pick me? I just want to beat Qin Yuan to death. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, holding the blade between two fingers. With a gentle push, the titanium-forged blade suddenly emitted a terrifying explosion. Then, to everyone's utter astonishment, he forcibly bent it. Clang bang! A punch suddenly blasted out. A terrifying force suddenly pierced through Qin Mo's entire body, and the shockwave instantly surged, sending his figure shooting out like a cannonball. Whoosh! Huo Lingfei's feet cracked, and his figure shot out, catching up with the retreating figure. His 5 fingers were slightly bent and then suddenly extended. He grabbed Qin Mo's head and, in an extremely bizarre posture, suddenly slammed it against the ground with tremendous force. Boom! A terrifying explosion resounded throughout the entire venue. Then Huo Lingfei continued to exert force, as if he were holding a toy, and smashed it wildly. It landed 3 times. Countless fragments flew everywhere, and the martial arts stage was instantly covered with cracks. Blood splattered all over the table. Huo Lingfei, expressionless, grabbed Qin Mo and slammed him into the Qin family's stands like a ragdoll. Bang! A terrifying crashing sound echoed throughout. Instantly, gasps of astonishment filled the deathly silent stands. This. 3, no. 1 move? This, the peak of Heartfire? Holy crap! Everyone stared blankly at Huo Lingfei on the stage, as if they had seen a ghost. Some people even stared at Huo Lingfei's figure with their pupils almost popping out. With a single move, Qin Mo, who was at the peak of the Heartfire realm, was rendered powerless to fight back, and even bent the titanium-forged broadsword. This terrifying power instantly stunned them into place. Everyone was shocked and their faces showed disbelief. Huo Lingfei, observing the crowd's reactions, slightly raised his head and let out a furious shout, charging straight towards the Qin family's stands. Qin Yuan, you damn well better die. Chapter 59 Die. The sound was deafening. The sound reverberated throughout the entire martial arts hall. Everyone was speechless with shock. Huo Lingfei's punch that shattered Qin Mo's body had stunned everyone. After hearing Huo Lingfei's words, they fell silent. This, directly targeting Qin Yuan. Someone's mouth gaped open, looking utterly stunned. Heartfire, at least it's still at the peak of Heartfire. The person next to him immediately darkened his face when he thought about how long Huo Lingfei had been cultivating martial arts. It took no more than half a month at most. He broke through from the physical body to the Heartfire realm, and even reached the peak of the Heartfire realm. Impossible. Even the most monstrous genius couldn't do that, someone immediately questioned. A martial artist, condensing flesh and bones in 7 days, and entering the Heartflame realm in a few days, and at the peak of the Heartflame realm? And he even blasted Qin Mo apart with a single punch? He's at the peak of the Heartflame realm. He's a strong contender for a top 10 finish in this martial arts tournament. Do you believe he's telling the truth, or do you believe I can develop a heart attack in a day? He had barely finished speaking. It immediately caused an uproar. After witnessing Huo Lingfei's performance, they found it hard to believe that if everything before was true, even the term monster wouldn't be enough to describe Huo Lingfei. Could it be that the slum is just an excuse for Li Jinlong, and that he was actually taken in as a disciple when he was a child, and that he has only changed his identity now? Someone suddenly thought of this and stared at Hua Lingfei on the stage. If so, that makes sense. That's right, that's very likely. Someone agreed. Otherwise, how could someone reach the peak of the heart flame realm in such a short time? Wishful thinking. The old-style grandstand. Lin Kuan and the hall master beside him froze on the spot, their breathing quickening as they watched Hua Lingfei on the stage instantly kill Qin Mo with a single punch. Even the old gang members behind him fell silent. Are you joking? Peak of heart fire? The hall master in front of him murmured. He looked at his disciple, then at Hua Lingfei, and the somewhat disdainful expression on his face completely froze. Even Lin Kuan was stunned by his junior brother. Junior brother, didn't you just enter the heart fire realm? How did he suddenly reach his peak? He even defeated Qin Mo with a single punch. This isn't just for training in the martial arts competition, he could easily compete for a top 10 spot. In a short time. Lin Kuan suppressed his emotions and stared at the martial arts stage. Teacher, oh teacher, why didn't you say sooner that junior brother was so strong? Qin family grandstand. Hua Lingfei's voice entered the room, instantly igniting everyone's anger. Qin Yuan's eyes were cold, and his face was expressionless. He seemed not to have expected Hua Lingfei's strength to change so much. Seeing Qin Mo on the verge of death, he suddenly moved, and a terrifying aura suddenly spread throughout the entire scene. He carried a large sword on his back and held a large spear in his hand, and smashed down fiercely. Bang! The terrifying force instantly caused the already somewhat cracked martial arts platform to crack even more. Clang! The spear was planted angrily into the ground. Qin Yuan's face remained grim. His eyes were fixed on Hua Lingfei before him, filled with hatred. He's already entered the heart flame stage in just a few days. I admit I misjudged you before. If I had known about your talent from the beginning, I would have broken your limbs and crushed your head with my own hands. You killed my personal disciple, you annihilated my student. So what if you're at the peak of the heart flame realm? He no longer cared when Hua Lingfei would break through to the heart flame stage. There are differences even among those at the peak of the heart fire realm. He has been immersed in this stage for many years, and his accumulation is something that someone who has just reached the peak of the heart fire realm cannot match. He only wanted to kill it completely to vent his hatred. Qin Yuan's body crackled and popped continuously as his bones and muscles shifted and dislocated. His body suddenly swelled, and countless waves of energy surged around him. A sense of horror emanated from the air. He remained indifferent, raising his hand to draw a large spear from the side. So what if you've only practiced spear for half a month, even if you're Li Jinlong's disciple? Today, I will kill you, and I will also capture your entire family and grind them into mincemeat. In an instant. With a clang of his spear, he charged out like a ferocious beast with a thunderous roar. With a powerful thrust of his spear, he turned and charged towards Hua Lingfei. His entire body was locked on, his blood and chi surged, and a powerful killing intent surged forth as a large spear instantly appeared before him. Qin Yuan didn't waste any words. Knowing Hua Lingfei's abnormality, he went all out from the start. Upon seeing this, Hua Lingfei narrowed his eyes, lifted one leg, and suddenly grabbed Long Yuan, who was placed to the side, with his large hand. He gripped the gun and a cold light suddenly shot out. Clang! The tips of the spears clashed, and a terrifying force emanated from the spear shafts, instantly causing Qin Yuan's expression to change. You little bastard, his eyes were cold. No wonder he was able to kill his personal disciple. Even Qin Mo was no match for him. Even someone like him, who had only taken a half step into the heart bridge, found it difficult to withstand this force. Is this something someone who has just started learning martial arts can achieve? They might even be comparable to experts at the heart bridge stage. But Qin Yuan's expression remained unchanged. He raised his pistol and changed his stance, launching a fierce attack. He fired several shots in quick succession, and the biting cold wind stirred up countless powerful waves that rushed straight to Hua Lingfei's forehead. Clang clang. Seeing this, Hua Lingfei frowned, raised his spear and thrust it forward, not dodging, but instantly blocking the attack. Weak. Too weak. Compared to my teacher, this is far too weak. Hua Lingfei remained calm as she continued to meet Qin Yuan's attacks. Compared to his teacher, Qin Yuan's offensive was significantly weakened, making it extremely weak for his current strength. He was only slightly better than Qin Maxiang before. Arrogant. Upon hearing Hua Lingfei's words, Qin Yuan's face was filled with rage, and he suddenly unleashed a burst of energy. A biting cold wind accompanied by a terrifying gun suddenly shot towards Hua Lingfei. Sing. Huo Lingfei's expression remained calm. He spun the Dragon Abyss spear in his hand and suddenly unleashed the dragon-breaking spear. A powerful wave surged from the tip of the spear, violently engulfing everything around it, and a dragon-shaped formation swept out with a roar. Dragon-slaying spear intent. Upon seeing this move, Qin Yuan immediately lost his composure. He never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually comprehend the essence of the dragon-breaking spear. Before his thoughts could even settle, he realized that the dragon-shaped phantom suddenly swirled, fiercely engulfing the killing intent that was approaching. Clang bang! The spear in his hand suddenly shattered into pieces under the force of his intent, and then a dragon's roar filled the sky as a phantom dragon slammed into Qin Yuan's chest. A stream of blood suddenly gushed from his mouth. Its body crashed to the ground some distance away. How is this possible? How is this possible? Qin Yuan coughed up blood continuously, his whole body instantly turning red. His chest was torn open, and even the spear in his hand was broken. The dragon-slaying spear's intent, the spear's core, this. He looked completely out of sorts. The composure on his face vanished instantly. After decades of practicing shooting, he was even able to break the rifle in his hand, and his faith in the gun suddenly crumbled at this moment. You little beast, how could you? Qin Yuan murmured, finding it hard to accept. He had practiced martial arts since childhood and was obsessed with spear fighting from a young age, yet he was defeated by a mere brute. Useless. Huo Lingfei's expression was indifferent, a hint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. I've only been cultivating for half a month. Compared to me, all of you here are worthless. I said it days ago, I would prove myself in the martial arts tournament, with your prized spearmanship, under the watchful eyes of the world. Huo Lingfei slowly approached Qin Yuan. I'll beat you to death. He had barely finished speaking. The surrounding stands fell into a deathly silence. Hearing Huo Lingfei's words, they were both shocked and angry, but after seeing Qin Yuan's appearance, they all fell silent. They hadn't expected Huo Lingfei's strength to be so terrifying. You little beast! Qin Yuan roared, forcing himself to rise slowly. He then expressionlessly drew the large sword from his back. I didn't originally intend to use this strike. I never imagined your strength would become so terrifying. Die! He drew his broadsword, and the terrifying force of the blade instantly swept across the entire area. A terrifying sword intent suddenly erupted. Chapter 60 Dragon Tendon. Utterly horrified, a flash of light suddenly erupted from the broadsword, the blazing sun pressed down on everything, and the entire martial arts hall was instantly enveloped by this sword intent. The sword intent of the Qin family patriarch. Holy crap, it's the Qin family patriarch's sword intent. Why would the Qin family patriarch throw his sword to Qin Yuan? The moment the sword intent appeared, almost everyone was startled. They looked horrified. Feeling the blow, he was suddenly stunned and stood frozen in place. You beast! How dare you break the rules? The Qin family's grandstand. Upon witnessing his junior brother's formidable strength, Lin Kuan instantly relaxed, feeling that he no longer needed to intervene. But in the blink of an eye, upon seeing the flash of the blade, he suddenly lost his composure. That damned Qin family. They actually gave Qin Yuan the sword that Qin's patriarch used to carry. A Yuan gang martial artist can integrate a trace of their own sword intent into the blade. Although the amount of sword intent they can store is not much, it is absolutely unstoppable for those at or below the heart bridge level. Thinking about this, Lin Kuan couldn't sit still any longer. He suddenly stood up and charged straight towards the martial arts stage. Lin Kuan, are you trying to break the rules? On the Qin family's viewing platform, countless people remained indifferent upon seeing Lin Kuan make a move. Fuck your mother. I don't care if you behave or not, my junior brother is in danger. Lin Kuan roared, raising his spear to block the attack. But the blade flashed and killed in an instant. Before he even reached the martial arts stage, a terrifying blade of light suddenly slammed into Huo Lingfei's body. Then it soared straight into the sky. Even the glass above was shattered, the blade's intent was menacing. A terrifying heat wave swept everything, and dust rose everywhere on the martial arts stage. Fuck your mother. Upon seeing this, Lin Kuan's heart sank, his eyes narrowed instantly, and his chest filled with extreme rage. But in the blink of an eye, before he could make a move, his eyes widened in shock. Huffing and puffing amidst the rising dust, a very short, rapid breath was heard, extremely violent, like that of a terrifying wild beast. In the blink of an eye, the dust gradually settled. A terrifyingly large figure suddenly came into view. A demonic mountain stood on the platform, constantly emitting heat, and its enormous size immediately stunned everyone. A terrifying five-fingered hand slowly extended, touching the gruesome knife wound on his chest. His face was expressionless, a low, menacing smile playing on his lips. "Fine. You are honored to see me in this form." His bones creaked and his veins bulged, giving off an overwhelming sense of oppression. "Dragon tendon. It's a dragon's tendon." Everyone was completely unable to sit still, and their faces showed utter disarray. They stared intently at Huo Lingfei's figure, their faces filled with shock. This physique, this terrifying aura, brings an extremely shocking sense of all only dragon tendons can bestow such power. It's all true. Their eyes were unfocused. He was utterly shocked, never expecting that Huo Lingfei was actually a dragon tendon. If so, his peak inner fire level is proof enough. With the strength of the dragon tendon, once it enters the heart fire, it can naturally unleash all three fires simultaneously and reach its peak. Everyone stared at it intently, as if it were a precious treasure, not daring to miss a single detail. The dragon tendons, which haven't appeared for a century, have now reappeared. Dragon tendon. Lin Kuan stopped in his tracks, staring blankly at his junior brother's figure, seemingly utterly shocked. He never expected that his junior brother would actually condense dragon tendons. Teacher, you. He really wanted to curse. He hadn't even told his junior brother that he was a dragon tendon. Huo Lingfei looked arrogant, and the terrifying mountain slowly trembled, gradually casting a shadow over Qin Yuan. Whoosh! His five fingers shot out instantly, and with terrifying force, he grabbed Qin Yuan's head, who was frozen in place. Splash! Huo Lingfei's eyes seemed to be filled with malice. Seeing that Qin Yuan was still holding the knife, he suddenly crushed his arm with his large hand and pulled it off. Blood suddenly gushed out. Then, like throwing away trash, it was carelessly tossed on the ground. His face was expressionless, and Qin Yuan seemed to have completely lost his focus after seeing Huo Lingfei's figure. He never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually be a dragon tendon. "Ah, you little beast, you little beast." He suddenly let out a bitter laugh. I hate it so much." Click. Click. Ah. With his strength constantly circulating, Huo Lingfei twisted Qin Yuan's body at will, as if playing with a toy, and ear-piercing screams echoed continuously. Then he slowly grabbed Qin Yuan's head with his large hand and lifted him up, saying, "I've already said. I'll do it fiercely. I'll ravage you." Bang! With a flick of his wrist, Qin Yuan's head was instantly crushed. Countless spurts of blood erupted, and his body instantly collapsed to the ground like a headless corpse. Dead silence. A deathly silence. All that remained in the room was Huo Lingfei's terrifying, beast-like breathing. That terrifying figure came into everyone's view. This terrified them immensely. Everyone stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, speechless with astonishment. All they know is, after this scene, the entire city of Yunhai was about to be completely abuzz with excitement. A century has passed. Another dragon tendon has emerged. It still comes from the old gang. They could hardly imagine that if the young man in front of them hadn't perished along the way, the entire old gang might have risen to power. After all, once a dragon tendon grows up, it is almost invincible among its peers. Thinking about this, their breathing suddenly became erratic. Chapter 61 Kill. This boy must not be allowed to live. Dead. Qin family grandstand. Qin stared grimly at Qin Yuan below the stage. When he saw Qin Yuan in Huo Lingfei's hands, almost like a dead body, his expression turned extremely ugly. He never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually be the legendary dragon tendon. Qin Yuan was like a piece of rotten meat in his hands, and could be crushed at will. If it were just Qin Yuan who died, he probably wouldn't be so furious. The more crucial reason is, the order to kill Huo Lingfei was given by the Qin family patriarch. Moreover, he now possesses dragon tendons, making him extremely powerful. If we let it grow unchecked, and it's later said to be the Qin family, then the old gang will probably dominate the entire Yunhai city. This is a dragon's tendon. 100 years ago, a dragon tendon appeared with terrifying strength. He fought against the 10 heart bridges alone and killed them all. If it weren't for Yuan gang's intervention, probably no one in the Cloud Sea realm could fight him. If Huo Lingfei is allowed to develop to the Yuan gang level, wouldn't the entire Yunhai city be unable to control him? Thinking about this, Xinin's face was gloomy. If word of what happened here gets back to the Qin family and their ancestor finds out, they would probably be furious immediately. He had even given his own sword to Qin Yuan, yet he couldn't even kill a martial artist at the Heartfire stage. This was practically an insult to the Qin family's reputation. Almost everyone recognized the attack just now. It was their ancestor's sword intent. "You little beast, how dare you bring shame upon my Qin family?" Qinnen's eyes were filled with murderous intent. He will inevitably be reprimanded by his ancestor, and he will not be able to bear that anger. The best course of action now. The only way is to make amends for one's mistakes. That way, the ancestor won't blame you. Thinking about this, Qinnen remained expressionless, his figure flashing as he swept the surrounding broadswords around him before charging towards Huo Lingfei. "Aren't you going to make a move? Are we supposed to let this little beast rise up and overturn the entire Cloud Sea?" His words were deafening, instantly spreading throughout the entire martial arts hall. The expressions of everyone in the stands changed drastically in an instant. Everyone was pulled back from their silence by this voice. Indeed, the strength of a mere dragon tendon is already so monstrous. Are we just going to sit idly by and let it develop unchecked? The stands of the chaotic dog gang. A middle-aged man in a Zhongshan suit also let out an angry shout. Seeing Qinnen's sudden movement, he couldn't help but pick up his weapon and charge towards Huo Lingfei. The threat posed by Huo Lingfei has surpassed everything else. They could not stand idly by and watch Huo Lingfei grow up. If their disciples had condensed dragon tendons, things might not have come to this, but this is an old gang. They've made enemies with almost every gang in Yunhai City. If Huo Lingfei is allowed to develop further, they will likely be the ones who die then. Upon hearing this, figures from other stands instantly stepped forward and attacked Huo Lingfei. A terrifying aura dominated the entire arena. A ruthless killing intent almost locked onto Huo Lingfei's surroundings. The crowd's faces were filled with murderous intent, and their first move was a terrifying killing blow. "How dare you? Do you intend to break the rules?" Upon seeing this, Lin Kuan's expression, which had just calmed down, instantly flared up again. He was shocked to see that other factions were disregarding the rules of the martial arts competition and actually trying to kill Huo Lingfei directly. A surge of anger was ignited within him. He raised his gun without the slightest hesitation and instantly charged towards the person who had attacked. "That's exactly what I've been waiting for. Play with me first." Another leader of the chaotic dog gang, observing Lin Kuan's expression, said with a gloomy face, "The trouble they caused in my chaotic dog gang earlier was just because I wasn't there. I'll fight you." His words fell. His figure instantly surged forward, and then he charged towards Lin Kuan with a pair of terrifying battle axes. "Junior brother." Upon seeing this, Li Ling and the hall master behind him could no longer sit still. They suddenly moved and tried to stop the group that was attacking Huo Lingfei. "You little beast, I will break the rules to kill you." Qinnen said expressionlessly, a violent aura sweeping out, the blood and pressure of the heart bridge seemingly trying to subdue Huo Lingfei. A terrifying aura rushed towards us. An attack came from all directions. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, sensing the threat emanating from them, and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Heart bridge. The oppressive aura pressed down on me. Countless muscles seemed to be trembling. The anxiety in his heart seemed to be gradually intensifying, and he could almost feel his heart pounding inside him. "Is this the terror emanating from the heart bridge?" he murmured, feeling the oppressive feeling emanating from the heart bridge, his breathing becoming increasingly rapid. He seemed unfazed, observing the crowd's figures, a slight smirk playing on his lips. "It seems even the heart bridge hasn't terrified me. This isn't as oppressive as the feeling my teacher gave me. Such trash dares to appear before me?" Huo Lingfei let out a terrifying whisper, and whiteness suddenly dissipated from his body, his blood and energy being mobilized to their peak. "Let me give it a try. In my current form, flowers bloom from white bones. Sing." The sound of cranes suddenly echoed throughout the scene. A terrifying force suddenly erupted from Huo Lingfei's fingers, the terrifying claw energy howling, and countless white wisps of energy constantly swept across his fingertips. Then a phantom image of a crane suddenly appeared, its terrifying aura sweeping everything away. Huo Lingfei stared at the several heart bridge experts who were attacking, and suddenly leaped up. As light as a crane in the clouds, its terrifying claw force swept everything away in an instant. "Arrogant. You think you can attack us just because you killed Qin Yuan? Act recklessly." Upon seeing this, Qinnen let out a sneer. He's not a good for nothing like Qin Yuan. As a martial artist who has reached the Heart Bridge realm, both his skill level and swordsmanship have reached their peak. How could someone who has not yet entered the Heart Bridge realm compare to him? Die. Huo Lingfei's expression remained unchanged as he clashed with Qinan. The terrifying clash of auras instantly created an oppressive atmosphere throughout the martial arts hall. Oh no, junior brother. Li Ling's expression changed drastically. As soon as she made a move, she was blocked by a Heart Bridge cultivator. Only the hall master beside her managed to break through, but he was too late to stop Qinan. They could only watch helplessly as Huo Lingfei and Qinan clashed together. Click, click, click. A series of terrifying cracking sounds suddenly rang out. Li Ling and the others' expressions suddenly turned ugly. Broken. This is bad. Then a heart-wrenching scream suddenly rang out. A figure fell from the sky. With a fierce claw strike, it tore Qinan's neck to shreds, creating a bone flower between the bones and flesh. Boom! The terrifying figure slammed into the ground. Huo Lingfei, expressionless, grabbed Qinan's head and forcefully slammed it to the ground. Waste. Chapter 62. I'll spare your lives if you cut off your own arm. The terrifying scene left everyone stunned. Hearing the sounds coming from all directions, Huo Lingfei moved again, his blood and qi already mobilized to the limit. He immediately felt incredibly comfortable. The body's strength can be fully utilized. This feeling was unlike anything I'd ever experienced playing against my own teacher. In his battle with Li Jinlong, Huo Lingfei only felt that he was brutally beaten and had no experience whatsoever. It seems that only the martial artists of the Heart Bridge can enable him to unleash his full potential. Without any hesitation, Huo Lingfei suddenly collided with the several figures sweeping towards him, and unleashed the Cloud Crane Force with a powerful strike. Pang pang! An incredibly terrifying force suddenly emanated from Huo Lingfei's fist. It instantly shocked them. This power, how is this possible? Xin Xiao, who was exchanging punches with Huo Lingfei, was shocked, and his heart was filled with turmoil. This force was so terrifying that even those who were part of the Heart Bridge trembled. They were even more terrified when they saw Qinan being killed by Huo Lingfei. How could dragon tendons be so terrifying? Isn't he still at the peak of his inner fire? How could it compare to Heart Bridge? Click. The next second. Huo Lingfei frowned, his expression indifferent. Weak, too weak. With a single squeeze, he crushed the fist in his hand, then raised his hand and transformed the neck of the person in front of him into a bone flower in an instant. Click, click, click. Continuous. Huo Lingfei frantically ravaged the Heart Bridge that was attacking him, and screams of agony instantly echoed throughout the martial arts hall. Everyone stared at Huo Lingfei in shock, their faces filled with disbelief. What did I just see? Huo Lingfei killed Xin Xiao, and then killed 3 more in a row? Those forces that hadn't yet intervened were all stunned by Huo Lingfei's action, standing frozen in place, almost speechless. They stared at Huo Lingfei's figure as if they had seen a ghost, finding it hard to connect him with the time when he was still burning with inner fire. The two are almost worlds apart. They were just marveling at how terrifying Huo Lingfei's strength was. But in the blink of an eye, he actually killed Qinan and several Xinqiao members directly. This was absolutely breathtaking. In a short time, Xinqiao, who had tried to stop him, was instantly stunned by Huo Lingfei. Even Lin Kuan and Li Ling, after defeating the enemy, couldn't help but fall silent. Junior brother. Lin Kuan's lips twitched as he stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, his face filled with utter astonishment. He never expected his junior brother to be so monstrous. Not only is his strength terrifying, but he also fought across levels, and even killed so many Xinqiao in a row. Even he couldn't help but feel numbness in his hands and feet. This was the first time he had ever seen such an extraordinary being. The Heart Bridge members, who had distanced themselves from Lin Kuan and the others, were all shocked when they saw the several corpses below. When they saw Qinan's dead body, their expressions changed drastically. Qinan is dead? And several Heart Bridges died in succession? An overwhelming sense of fear shot straight to my head. Their breathing quickened. How is this possible? Not only did they kill Qinan, but they also killed so many Xinqiao. In a short time, their expressions immediately turned ugly as they looked at Huo Lingfei, Lin Kuan, and the others. With so many people involved in the Heart Bridge incident, they shouldn't have failed. I never expected Huo Lingfei's strength to be so terrifying. Damn it, a bunch of useless trash, they cursed, their faces extremely agitated. It's no longer possible to make a move. With the situation not resolved within a moment, killing Huo Lingfei was no longer an option. What's more, they were the ones who broke the rules. This matter will definitely be dealt with by the forces behind it, otherwise it will be difficult to give an explanation to the old gang. At least for now. The forces in Yunhai City are not so easily turned against. That's the thought that crossed my mind. Many people immediately hesitated. Humph. Seeing his junior brother's bravery, Lin Kuan's anger flared up again. A bunch of Heartbridge cultivators, trying to kill my junior brother just because of their strength? How could I, as the senior brother, sit idly by and do nothing? You have already broken the rules today, each of you cutting off an arm. Otherwise, when we personally come to challenge you, things would be very different. His words were chilling. Fortunately, his junior brother was unharmed today, otherwise, even killing everyone present would not have been enough to quell his teacher's anger. If one's teacher gets angry. But they're not so easy to talk to. Hearing Lin Kuan's words, everyone fell silent, their faces turning ashen. To cut off one's own arm is an extreme disgrace. It could even ruin one's entire martial arts career. In a short time, they hardly spoke. But, when they saw Huo Lingfei standing on the stage looking at them like prey, they all gritted their teeth. This beast. Now he can already kill several heart bridges on his own. They only have a few factions left to act through their inner circle. Even if they all attack together, it will probably be futile. Slash. Seeing the other forces in different attitude, their faces hardened, and without hesitation, they raised their swords and severed their own arms. Even cutting off one's own arm is better than being dead. It means living. They wouldn't doubt Lin Kuan's words. With his abilities, if they didn't agree, he would have shot them all dead in the next second. Seeing their ruthless determination, Lin Kuan sneered, "Losing an arm is just giving me an explanation. I never said that this matter would just be dropped. It all depends on my junior brother." The words had barely left his lips. The faces of the people in front of him instantly turned deathly still. Their pupils dilated, and a surge of anger instantly rushed to their heads. "You fucking Lin Kuan, you beast, you broke your word. Fuck your mother. Holy shit." Almost everyone was swearing. They were actually tricked by Lin Kuan into cutting off their own arm. "Are you all finished talking? You should shut up." Upon hearing his senior brother's words, Huo Lingfei's blood and chi suddenly roared, and his terrifying figure suddenly unleashed a terrifying wave of energy, instantly disappearing from the spot. The next second, they appeared in front of everyone in an instant. Pong Pang Ah. Junior brother's strength is terrifying. Lin Kuan sighed softly as he watched Huo Lingfei frantically ravage their bodies. Their strength is too abnormal. Does his own teacher know about his junior's current situation? Wrong. They probably already know. Otherwise, he wouldn't have let Huo Lingfei come with him. It seems the teacher is the one in control. He shook his head, quietly watching Huo Lingfei's ravaging of the crowd below the stage. They've all severed an arm themselves. At least junior brother can vent his anger. Chapter 63 Demon Body. The entire martial arts hall was filled with a large amount of blood. Huo Lingfei's terrifying figure moved violently, and each time he swept past, screams echoed. His physique was extremely terrifying, and even when he fought a bloody battle with a group of Heartbridge warriors, he remained incredibly powerful. Is this the terrifying aspect of the dragon tendon? Lin Kuan stared, his face silent. He could sense that his junior brother's strength had reached the top of the heart bridge, but he had not yet entered the heart bridge. It remains at the peak of the inner fire. However, this is already extremely amazing. Few people can fight across borders, and even he wouldn't dare say he could kill so many heart bridges so easily. Even the dragon tendons from 100 years ago weren't this terrifying. Lin Kuan thought of the dragon tendons from 100 years ago, which were invincible among those of the same level and could easily take on 10 opponents at once. However, Huo Lingfei was unusually abnormal. Not only can he fight against opponents of higher levels, but he can also fight so many heart bridge battles in a row. His physique and stamina are unmatched, even surpassing the strength of the heart bridges. Nobody. They're growing up too fast. He sighed. At this rate of growth, if he reaches the heart fire stage in half a month, wouldn't he then enter the heart bridge stage in 1 month and the Yuan gang stage in 2 months? In just 6 months, he surpassed the martial arts skills that I've painstakingly cultivated my entire life. The sigh on his face continued. But in the blink of an eye, a smirk crept across his face. It seems the position of hall master under our teacher has been taken over by our junior brother. Click. Huo Lingfei crushed the last Heartbridge martial artist with a blank expression, then exhaled a breath of white air. Is there anyone left who's not afraid of dying? I'll kill them all today. The terrifying mountain of flesh moved slowly, watching the people in all directions, and he grinned savagely. Having killed so many Zinkios in a row, his momentum had reached its peak. Looking around, almost no one dared to meet his gaze. That was terrifying. Luckily, I didn't make a move. Yes, with such terrifying strength, the old gang is about to take off. This year's martial arts tournament is probably over. Even Qinan, sent by the organizer Qin family, was killed. It seems that after this, a conflict between the old gangs and the Qin family is imminent. Some people sighed. The other factions were extremely grateful that they hadn't acted rashly, otherwise they would have been killed on the spot like those who were on the Heartbridge. Huffing and puffing. Huo Lingfei's figure slowly returned to its original state. However, no one dared to underestimate them anymore. Even the disciples from the old gang were extremely unsettled when they saw Huo Lingfei return to the old gang's stands. Senior brother, we're in trouble. Huo Lingfei looked at his senior brother's figure with gratitude on his face. It's all right. Junior brother has exceptional talent, he's probably already close to catching up with me. Lin Kuan's face showed an extremely satisfied expression. His junior apprentice had almost nothing to say. It's perfect. I wonder if my teacher knows about my junior brother's performance. If he does, he'll probably be quite surprised. Li Ling, standing to the side, bit her lip, her face extremely complicated. He had some competitive relationship with his junior brother, but after seeing Huo Lingfei's performance, he completely extinguished any lingering feelings in his heart. This is completely unwinnable. She's only at the Heartfire level now, so she'd probably be easily defeated by Huo Lingfei. This overwhelming performance left her with no room for comparison. Even the hallmaster standing to the side, looking at Huo Lingfei and then at his own disciple, was speechless. He could only stare blankly at Huo Lingfei. Junior brother, let's go, there's no need to participate in this martial arts competition anymore. Lin Kuan shook his head as he looked at the mess left at the martial arts competition venue. Although the top 10 Heartbridge masters are extremely valuable. However, their old gangs aren't exactly unable to afford it. The reason Huo Lingfei was invited to participate before was merely for training, but now. Is there any need for further training after this performance? Lin Kuan asked calmly, fearing that his teacher would soon lead his junior brother to challenge the other schools. Slaughter the younger generation of all forces in Yunhai. The Qin family. In the high hall. Qin Yunhai closed his eyes, then suddenly opened them, his face contorted in shock, his expression extremely grim. Dead. Anger instantly surfaced on his pale face. I specifically entrusted my sword to you to kill that little beast, and you still failed. His face was filled with uncontrollable rage. Yuan Gang martial artist, especially as the previous generation's leader in swordsmanship, has an extremely terrifying understanding of the sword. Furthermore, since the sword intent he had contained within the blade had been completely exhausted, he did not feel any bloodlust emanating from within. This means his sword intent was unleashed, but his opponent did not die. There's no need to even think about the result with his insight, he naturally knows what happened. A bunch of useless trash. Qin Yunhai's face turned even paler with anger, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Anger welled up in my heart, and my blood rushed to my head. His condition deteriorated further. Could it be that Li Jinlong made a move? He was overcome with anger, but he recovered in just a moment. Then this came to mind. But his gaze grew even colder. No, they dare not make a move. If Li Jinlong were to make a move, I would be able to sense it. It can only be his eldest disciple. I only regret that I cannot make the Qin family great again. Otherwise, how dare Li Jinlong come to our door so arrogantly? Qin Yunhai's breathing quickened, and his voice was chilling. Go to the underworld abyss, and tell them its conditions. I agree. But there's only one condition, Li Jinlong of the old gang and his disciple must die. The words had barely left his lips. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun, who had come to receive the order, was instantly horrified. Ancestor, this. Are you sure? Could this cause a problem? Something happened? I am already on my deathbed. What does it matter if something happens if I cannot eliminate the enemy? Qin Yunhai's tone was terrifying. Besides, you have also been compatible with demons, your whole body is a demon's body, what are you afraid of? As long as the Qin family remains in Yunhai, as long as the Qin family prospers, any condition is acceptable. Qin Yun remained silent. In the dim space, one could vaguely see that his body was covered with a large number of black scales, but they disappeared quickly after a flash. Yes. Qin Yun took a deep breath, accepted the order, and then withdrew. Foolish. Qin Yunhai's eyes were cold. He slowly lifted the sleeve covering his large hand, revealing an extremely terrifying scene inside. His entire arm was almost unrecognizable, covered in rough, beast-like skin. Seeing this, his eyes grew even colder. If it weren't for these, I fear I have been dead for several years. If I can't ensure the Qin family's safety before I die, I might as well plunge the world into chaos. Chapter 64 Brotherly, can we still change things? Old gang. Li Jinlong listened to his subordinate's report with a calm expression, as if he had expected this to be the case. The expressions of the several branch leaders in the main hall changed drastically upon hearing this. What? Huo Lingfei not only killed Qin Mo in the martial arts competition, but also beat Qin Yuan to a pulp, and even killed Qinan. Moreover, he killed several Heart Bridge masters in a row? Are you kidding me? I am the leader, how dare you play me like this? Upon hearing this news, the leaders of the guild were instantly enraged. Are you kidding me? Isn't Huo Lingfei just a skeleton? You told me he could kill Qin Mo despite being of a higher level, and I won't pursue the matter since Qin Yuan had a grudge against him. But you told me he not only killed Qinan. He even wiped out several Heart Bridge cultivators in one fell swoop, shocking the entire martial arts tournament. Qinan is a former martial arts champion. Since entering the Heart Bridge, his strength has been among the best in Yunhai City. You're telling me that this kind of person was killed by a being of flesh and blood? And it was instantaneous. Not to mention that Huo Lingfei later killed off all the Heart Bridges of various factions. Even the leaders of the guilds were enraged upon hearing this extremely outrageous news. If you had said that Huo Lingfei could kill Qin Mo, they would have believed you for the time being. But now you say that he can kill Xian Xiao. This is no less significant than telling them that a 3-year-old child has developed a nuclear bomb. Master, spare my life. It's true. All the factions are in turmoil. Our old gang's hall master Lin is already leading a team and is on their way from the martial arts competition. Upon seeing the leader's fury, the servant who delivered the message immediately knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Li Jinlong looked on with a smile and said, "Step down." He had already figured out his disciple's strength in the past few days. After condensing the dragon tendons, his strength increased by leaps and bounds, which can only be described as monstrous. With the dragon tendon state activated and the heart fire ignited, his strength was greatly enhanced. In the past few days, when he fought against him, if he hadn't used the peak strength of the Heart Bridge, he would have been unable to match him. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but subtly tuck his sleeves in. The protective aura of a Yuan gang martial artist is extremely powerful, even in terms of physical body. Despite this, even without activating his protective aura, he still managed to take a hit from Huo Lingfei and his arm was bruised and purple. This was already an extremely horrifying scene. Even he wouldn't dare to dream of using his inner firepower to withstand the Yuan gang body. If this continues, once they enter the Heart Bridge, their strength will probably rival that of the Yuan gang. Only one protective aura is missing. Li Jinlong lowered his eyes, his face showing no sign of dejection, but rather immense anticipation. Look, everyone, the disciple I have taught will be remembered throughout the history of Yunhai. The dragon tendons had already left behind a great reputation 100 years ago. His assessment of his disciple was far surpasses the previous generation of dragon tendons. If he enters the Heart Bridge, he can quickly become a top-tier combatant. If he enters the Yuan gang, no one in the entire Yunhai city can restrain him. This is the highest praise Li Jinlong has given Huo Lingfei these past few days. However, fearing his disciple might become too arrogant, he kept saying during the fight, too weak. I'm only using the ordinary level of my heart flame. The group of guild leaders snorted coldly, then frowned as they looked at Li Jinlong's calm and composed expression, even noticing a slight upturn at the corners of his mouth. Why isn't Li Jinlong reacting? Shouldn't one be humble when their disciple is being praised? Why does it seem like they're going to accept it? Li Jinlong remained silent, observing the expressions of the various branch leaders before speaking. My old gang will be holding a competition for the position of branch leader in a few days. I think we shouldn't open it. My fourth disciple is renowned for his strength and ability to shoulder this great responsibility. Therefore, I will appoint him as a hall master under my command. He didn't explain, but simply suggested cancelling the subsequent competition for the Hall Master position. Brotherly, I know you are good to your disciple, but you can't deprive your brothers of their power. Upon hearing this, one of the Hall Master's expressions, which had just been furious, instantly became even more enraged. What will the brothers below think? Are you suggesting that a flesh and bone man should become the Hall Master? Don't even mention me, I'm afraid my brothers won't agree either. He snorted coldly, showing no regard for the veracity of the information he had just received. There's almost no doubt that this kind of news is fake. That's right. The position of Hall Master is not supposed to be assigned. Brotherly has 3 Hall Masters, and we also have 3 Hall Masters. Which one was appointed by us? They all fought their way up from the ranks of our brothers. If we directly appoint a Hall Master, I'm afraid the whole old gang will start gossiping about it. Upon hearing this, the other Hall Master also turned grim. He had many disciples, but none of them lived up to his expectations. Unlike Li Jinlong, whose 2 Hall Masters were his own disciples. If it was obtained through legitimate means, they naturally wouldn't say anything. But now, the moment they heard Li Jinlong say he wanted to appoint a Hall Master, it immediately provoked opposition from all the branch leaders. As I've already said, appointing Ling Fei as the Hall Master now is to leave you room to maneuver. Seeing their reaction, Li Jinlong couldn't help but shake his head. I'm afraid the battle for the Hall Master in a few days will be very damaging. Li Jinlong chuckled. Although the rivalry among the old gang leaders was brought to a halt, given the skill of their own disciples, they could probably beat their subordinates so badly that they would be bedridden for months in an instant. Thank you for your kindness, Brotherly. The struggle for the position of Hall Master has always existed in the old gang. If your disciple has the ability, he will naturally go and compete for it. If you're not capable, let the brothers in the back go up. The helmsman, who had just spoken, said something in a calm tone. Then he finished speaking. Several hurried voices suddenly came from outside the door. Reporting to the Hall Master. More than 30 forces from Yunhai City have sent representatives to apologize, offer compensation for their actions during the martial arts competition, and express their highest respect for Mr. Huo Lingfei's strength. Report. More than a dozen powerful groups have come knocking, wanting to discuss the martial arts tournament. Various sounds reverberated from outside the main hall. Upon hearing this, all the helmsmen's expressions changed drastically. They suddenly looked at Li Jinlong, who was in the lead. She looked at them with a smile, as if she were saying something. Lao Tzu has already said this. We've already given you a chance. See here. All the guild leaders turned ashen-faced, as if they had fallen into a trap, and couldn't help but speak. Brotherly, is it possible for us to change our minds? Chapter 65. Let me bite it. Since the martial arts tournament ended, almost everyone was deeply shocked. Huo Lingfei's performance in the martial arts competition shocked almost everyone. The entire sea of clouds was almost boiling over. Especially when Huo Lingfei's heart fire level rivaled that of a heart bridge martial artist, everyone was stunned speechless. Prior to this, no one believed that Huo Lingfei could survive under Qin Yuan's command. After all, Qin Yuan's strength was at the peak of the Heartflame realm, and he was previously ranked among the top in the entire Yunhai City. But he actually died, and Qin also died at Huo Lingfei's hands. Huo Lingfei is a dragon tendon. The old gang is too strong. I'm afraid they're about to take off after Huo Lingfei joins them. Someone sighed softly. The presence of Li Jinlong in the old gang was already extremely terrifying. Not to mention that before this, Li Jinlong was hailed as Lin Kuan's next successor. Ranked 45th on the Heart Bridge. Their strength is also incredibly amazing. But now another Huo Lingfei has arrived, even more stunning than Lin Kuan. Moreover, no one doubts his talent, which ranks first in the entire history of Yunhai City. He reached the peak of the Heartflame in half a month, and will likely break through to the Yuan gang realm in a few months. This talent is beyond our reach. Huo Lingfei was like a mountain, constantly pressing down on countless peers. It was so oppressive that almost everyone could hardly breathe. One man single-handedly controls an entire city. My strength has already rivaled that of the peak Heart Bridge realm. In the courtyard, Huo Lingfei felt the power within his body, an incomparably powerful aura constantly emanating from within. The blood of more than a dozen people on Xinxiao almost boiled over him. His spirit and energy have undergone a complete transformation. It seemed as if an invincible aura had suddenly emerged. This comes from the consecutive killing of more than a dozen heart bridges. So much so that he now feels an inexplicable sense of confidence whenever he meets someone of a higher rank than himself. I can kill him. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. This isn't right, we can't do this. One must guard against arrogance and impetuosity when practicing martial arts. Huo Lingfei constantly suppressed this thought and repeatedly admonished himself. But he suddenly remembered the time he had fought against his teacher. He originally thought that the power his teacher used was at the level of inner fire. But now that I think about it carefully, I realize that the effort the teacher put in back then was at its peak. Thinking back to when he first returned, Li Jinlong had a beaming smile on his face. Huo Lingfei's expression changed slightly. My own teacher really went all out. He can still feel the powerlessness he felt when fighting Li Jinlong. They were almost completely outmatched. They might have already used the power of Yuan Gang. Huo Lingfei understood perfectly. After carefully experiencing it, he discovered that the power was far beyond what he could currently match. It's not possible to fight Yuan Gang yet. He shook his head, dispelling the thought. He then pulled out a token. In the past few days, since returning from the martial arts tournament, the entire old gang has undergone earth-shattering changes. Apart from his own teacher's faction, everyone in the old gang had a completely different attitude towards him. The reason for all of this is the token in his own hand. The Hall Master's order. After he returned, his teacher asked him to be appointed as the head of one of his subordinate halls. He even handed over the Hall Master's token to him in front of the other branch leaders. Thinking about this, Huo Lingfei's breathing became somewhat rapid. Master. Second only to the Emperor, above all others. They have almost the power to mobilize everything in the old gang. Huo Lingfei played with it, seemingly not expecting himself to be in this state. After a moment of excitement, he paused for a moment. He knew in his heart why all of this was happening. Everything I have now is thanks to my own strength and talent. If these are not present, he's still the same poor kid he always was. He's still the same lowly person who was looked down upon. Not to mention stepping into the path of martial arts and changing one's destiny. Dragon Breaking Spear 780 710 Intent and Strength. Crane Style Fist 810 710 Intent and Strength. Huo Lingfei stared at the two techniques he was currently practicing, his proficiency in them constantly increasing. He could sense that there were some vague moves in his mind, but he had not mastered them. Soon, Huo Lingfei adjusted his breathing and gently exhaled a breath of stale air. Its form became extremely terrifying. Blood Fiend Fist. He lowered his eyes, then recalled the moves in his mind, and his body moved instantly. A terrifying killing intent suddenly rose up. Huo Lingfei twisted his waist, swung his arm, and then threw a punch. Boom! A terrifying explosion rang in my ears instantly. An extremely violent and volatile aura, accompanied by astonishing punching force, rubbed against the air, constantly erupting with a resounding boom. An overwhelming sense of dread and murderous intent surged forth. If anyone were nearby, they would be instantly shocked by Huo Lingfei's terrifying punching power. The boxing technique the teacher taught me is truly terrifying. Huo Lingfei exclaimed in amazement as he felt the force of his punch. In the next few days, the main guy for the Heart Bridge stage, besides what his teacher said would help him get, he even taught him a martial art. The Blood Fiend Fist is incredibly powerful and its attacks are extremely fierce, with every move carrying a terrifying killing intent. And the creator is your Grandmaster. Your Grandmaster used this fist technique to fight almost all over the entire Yunhai, and was known as a Grandmaster. I told you back then that I would teach you this boxing style later. This is because the Blood Fiend Fist requires killing intent, and you are just starting out in martial arts. Your killing intent is insufficient, so your progress in practicing the Blood Fiend Fist will only be slow. He thought of what his teacher had said to him back then. He suddenly understood. No wonder his teacher didn't teach him Crane-style fist immediately after he mastered it, but waited until today. Just as my teacher said, the Blood Fiend Fist needs to be fueled by killing intent. Otherwise, the learning process will be extremely slow. The teacher should have taught me earlier. Huo Lingfei shook his head. He now possesses the talent to master even the most difficult martial arts techniques. It's just a matter of time. Blood Fiend Fist 4360 Minor Success. Without hesitation, Huo Lingfei moved and began frantically practicing the moves of the Blood Fiend Fist. Blood Fiend Fist 41360 Minor Success. Blood Fiend Fist 42360 Minor Success. Starry Sea Abyss. A thick, foul odor swirled through the air. It can be seen faintly. A pair of blood-red eyes stood like torches within. A terrifying gaze was fixed on the mountain pass standing not far away. Your ancestor agreed. A whisper, like that of a demon, slowly drifted out. Its ferocious body twitched slowly, like a demonic mountain. The extremely terrifying aura startled the black-clad man beside him, causing him to breathe heavily. Agreed. My ancestor's conditions remain the same as last time, but he wants you to kill one person. He suppressed his shock and said, his voice trembling. Trying to negotiate with us? Upon hearing this, its blood-red maw lunged forward, and the terrifying words instantly filled Qin Yun with fear. No. Not bad. Qin Yun tried to remain calm, but the blood and qi in his body still trembled uncontrollably. Interesting, how interesting. I agree. However, there's one condition. Its face was mocking, and its terrifyingly large mouth kept drooling. I've just woken up, let me have a bite. Its words had barely left its mouth. Before it could react, the gaping maw snapped down. Ah. Chapter 66 The Star Sea Abyss Trembles. Blood Fiend Fist 100-360 Minor Mastery. Huo Lingfei was panting heavily, his body covered in sweat. He stared at the level of proficiency before him and couldn't help but take a deep breath. Almost there, just over 200 more skill points away from reaching the minor mastery level. Huo Lingfei's eyes shone brightly, and despite continuous cultivation, he showed no signs of decline. Moreover, after the dragon tendon was fully formed, he felt even less tired. He even practiced for a whole day and night without feeling tired at all. This is all thanks to the dragon tendons. Huo Lingfei rested for a while and was just about to continue cultivating when he suddenly heard a hurried sound. Master Huai is in trouble. Chaos has broken out in the Star Sea Abyss. Demons are rushing out of the Star Sea Abyss. By order of Lord Li, all hall masters shall lead their teams to suppress the rebellion. Outside the courtyard, several former gang members arrived at the door, shouting anxiously into the building. A sound came in. This instantly shocked Huo Lingfei. Chaos in the Star Sea Abyss? Huo Lingfei exclaimed in surprise. Upon hearing the news, he was immediately incredulous. How could the Star Sea Abyss possibly be in chaos? He is no longer completely ignorant. The forces in Yunhai City take turns sending people to guard Xingheyuan every year. Now, so many years have passed. The Starry Sea Abyss was already impregnable. In severe cases, such as last time, only a small group of demons escaped into the slums. Apart from that, no other crisis occurred. Besides their old gang, there were also people from other gangs assisting in guarding the area, including a leader from their old gang. Even under these circumstances, the Star Sea Abyss still descended into chaos. Where are the teacher and senior students? Huo Lingfei calmed his breathing, his face showing signs of urgency. The leader is heading to the Star Sea Abyss, while Hallmaster Lin and the others have already been stationed there. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate at all. His figure moved instantly and disappeared from the spot. The Qin family. Qin Yunhai's face was contorted with rage as he listened to his subordinate's report, a hint of ruthlessness creeping onto his face. This isn't my fault. It's all because your old gang forced us too hard. He let out a series of violent coughs. The look of death on his face grew increasingly intense. I even sacrificed the most outstanding descendant of the Qin family for this. Qin Yunhai's face showed a hint of madness. Qin Yun's death was naturally arranged by him. As the most outstanding genius of the Qin family in this generation, he deeply understood his own strengths. But even so, he's still the same. They handed Qin Yun over to the demons. Yuner. I've done all this for the Qin family. I've nurtured you since you were little. The mixture of human blood and demonic bodies will undoubtedly provide demons with an unprecedented replenishment. He lowered his eyes. If it's not out of necessity, he would not let him die in the mouth of demons. But it wasn't done. Since we've started, let's see it through to the end. Once the demons occupy Yunhai City, my Qin family fortune will flourish. A smirk crept across his face. The Qin family does not follow the traditional path of martial arts. It is a combination of demons and humans. Only in this way can the Qin family prosper. The power of demons is extremely terrifying. Their demonic forms can instantly rival those of the best martial artists. Even Qin Yunhai couldn't help but be amazed. What a pity. I'm too late to take this path, he murmured to himself. If he had known earlier, the Qin family would have already dominated the entire Yunhai. Pass the word down. Everyone in the Qin family who only cultivates martial arts will be killed if they don't connect with a demon's body today. Qin Yunhai's face was resolute. With the Star Sea Abyss in turmoil, demons are bound to attack the city, and the Qin family will cooperate from the outside. There shouldn't be any pure-blooded martial artists. If there were, they would probably be devoured by demons. By then, let alone dominating the Cloud Sea, the Qin family will probably be the first to die. After the demons took on human forms, their human essence and vitality diminished. It was no longer enough to attract demons. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate at all. He had lived to this age. If you can't even make up your mind about something this simple, it's likely that the Qin family had already perished long ago. It's the ancestor. Outside the sealed room, someone responded immediately. Then silence fell. Qin Yunhai ignored him and slowly got up, dragging his aged body. He stroked the large sword in front of him. My old buddy has suffered, he murmured softly. The task he had previously given to Qin Yuan to kill Huo Lingfei had failed. This completely ignited his blood and qi. But he lowered his eyes. I have already made my final arrangements. It's time to take you out and let you see some blood. He said it casually. Then, his large hands slowly gripped the blade. In an instant, terrifying scales appeared densely on his arms, and his vital energy became extremely depleted. But his body visibly swelled up. His face was suddenly exposed, and blood and flesh dripped down. He looked at himself in this state, a grin spreading across his face. Excellent, excellent. This is my final form. He looked thoroughly enjoying himself. I did not feel any discomfort at all. On the contrary, all aspects of physical fitness reached their peak. The terror emanating from the demonic body is beyond description. Moreover, his strength is extremely terrifying, and he has even faintly broken through to his peak state. Awesome, so awesome. Qin Yunhai slightly felt his current state. He only regretted not having come into contact with this thing sooner. Then, wielding a large sword, a terrifying aura emanated from him. An extremely terrifying, demonic aura swept across the area. Li Jinlong, I've come to take your life. He grinned menacingly, and then his terrifying body vanished from the secret chamber in the blink of an eye. Chapter 67 Riot. Starry Sea Abyss. Countless roars echoed wildly, and beneath the magnificent mountain pass lay countless severed limbs. The stench of blood roared like a dragon. The sounds of fighting, mixed with screams, were deafening. You son of a bitch, Qin Yong, does your Qin family have a death wish? How dare you open the mountain pass and let demons in? Are you even human? Countless roars echoed continuously. The group was frantically fighting against the demons, their faces covered in blood, their eyes glaring angrily at a man in the demon horde. At the same time, his face was filled with extreme horror. How could he possibly escape attacks from among the demons? And the demons even treated it as nothing. It was as if they didn't consider it a target at all, allowing it to roam freely among the demons. Moreover, not only one member of the Qin family, but all the members of the Qin family in the Star Sea Abyss were not attacked. Upon seeing this situation, the horror on the faces of everyone present deepened. Open the mountain pass. Qin Yong heard their angry curses, and his indifference deepened. As expected, the ancestor was right. A bunch of useless fools. We made the right decision to welcome the demons. If this had been done earlier, my Qin family would surely be at the pinnacle of the world. His expression seemed somewhat deranged. Feeling the demons constantly passing by, he felt as if wisps of black mist were swirling around his body. There seemed to be a power stirring within him, which had been surging ever since he encountered the demon. He frantically suppressed the power within him. Comfortable, more comfortable than ever before, he murmured. The feeling was like some kind of force running rampant within the body, and it grew stronger as the number of demons increased. From my dantian to my chest and then to my forehead, it felt better and better. Then, roar! A roar involuntarily burst from his mouth. In the blink of an eye, his body suddenly tore apart, and a terrifying tumor suddenly grew out. Even his head exploded, and a ferocious tongue grew wildly from it, causing his whole body to swell up. The original physical body was instantly replaced by a terrifying physique. Awesome, awesome, ha ha, I'm going to kill you all, ha ha. Qin Yong seemed unaware of his own changes, only wanting to eat meat, and his eyes gradually turned red. Even the Qin family members standing nearby seemed to be the same. This is what happened. Instantly, the expressions on everyone's faces turned completely ugly. Qin Yong has turned into a monster? Someone exclaimed in horror, trembling as they looked at Qin Yong's transformation. Damn it, what the hell is this? Not only did they release the demons, but they also turned into monsters. Something's definitely wrong with the Qin family. Almost everyone who saw the changes in the Qin family was shocked and immediately knew something was wrong. Boom bang. However, before they could react, a terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. A massive demon corpse was suddenly blasted apart by a terrifying figure. The terrifying force smashed him to pieces, and Hong Yuan's body slammed into the ground. His eyes were filled with rage, and he seemed to have noticed the changes in the Qin family members in the distance. He was instantly enraged. A demonic body? That damn Qin family, they actually sided with demons. He recognized the current state of the Qin family at a glance. This is clearly the body of a demon. As the leader of an old gang, he naturally had extraordinary insight, and could almost immediately recognize the demonic body. After all, this is not a secret among the higher-ups. This originated from the rise of martial arts. At that time, people discovered that the demon's body had many wonderful uses. The medicinal guide for tonifying the heart was naturally discovered at that time. The term demon body refers to the ability to implant even more terrifying power into one's own body through the body of a demon. However, this situation is unstable and can riot at any time, turning into inhuman monsters. This naturally resulted in a lockdown. He never expected that the Qin family would be so audacious. They dared to demonize the entire family. Thinking about this, Hong Yuan's anger almost surged up, which was tantamount to abandoning the entire human race and turning to the embrace of demons. In other words, he is a traitor to the entire human race. Damn it, I'll kill you traitors first. Hong Yuan roared, his terrifying aura instantly shattering several demons that were rushing towards him. Then, a large hand surrounded by Qi suddenly shot out, and his figure surged forward, furiously attacking Qin Yong and the others. Roar! But in the blink of an eye, several terrifying auras suddenly descended and rushed towards Hong Yuan in an instant. Three-headed horizontal beam. Hong Yuan's eyes narrowed instantly, and his expression changed drastically. Three powerful beings at the Hong Gang level emerged from the depths of the Star Sea Abyss in one go. And then he looked up. Deep within, several terrifying auras seemed to be brewing. Seeing this situation, his face turned completely pale. Damn it! Star Sea Abyss is about to fall. The entire Star Sea Abyss was in complete chaos. He was breathing rapidly, his chest heaving, unable to hide the horror on his face. A bunch of beasts, die! Hong Yuan's face hardened, and his body instantly surged forward, unleashing boundless qi, which swept towards the three Hong Gang level demons. In a daze, there seemed to be gunshots and explosions. Lin Kuan, clad in battle armor and wielding a large silver spear, arrived at the Star Sea Abyss in an instant. He stared at the rioting demons, his face growing somewhat grim. He hadn't expected the riots in Star Sea Abyss to be so severe. Even the mountain pass that stands here, heavily guarded, will fall. It even allowed demons to break in. What's going on? Xing Heiyuan couldn't possibly have failed like this. Lin Kuan suddenly rushed into the demon horde, his silver spear rising sharply, instantly killing countless demons with that single strike. His blood and qi surged, and his strength circulated wildly. Entering the demon tide was like entering an empty land. His eyes grew increasingly serious with each killing intent. Given the defensive strength of Xing Heiyuan, it is almost impossible for it to fall. Not to mention the inside, just look at the layers of protection on the outside, judging from the current weakened state of the one deep inside. It's even more impossible for them to break through. Demon body? Lin Kuan charged into the demon horde, brandishing his spear and charging out in a rage. In the blink of an eye, he saw the Qin family members among the demons, and his face instantly turned extremely ugly. He recognized the state. It's the Qin family. They've all sided with the demons? Lin Kuan lowered his eyes and instantly understood everything. Only the Qin family could enable demons to break through layers of defenses and enter the mountain pass. Although their old gang is stationed here, However, as a large and powerful family, the Qin family had naturally guarded the area more than once and was very familiar with all the defenses. A bunch of scum. Upon thinking of this, Lin Kuan's face instantly contorted with rage. Even he, racking his brains, couldn't figure out why the Qin family would fall into the arms of demons. Senior brother, I'm here to help you. Chen Rong and Li Ling sensed it instantly from afar and charged into the battlefield. Chapter 68 Super Special Move. Faster, faster. Huo Lingfei arrived at a border in a car belonging to the old gang. He stared at the mountain pass standing in the distance, his body trembling wildly. Behind him, a large number of former gang members were mobilized to provide support. He lowered his eyes, mobilizing his blood and chi to the extreme, even bringing out the dragon tendon form, and his terrifying body instantly overwhelmed everything. His massive, mountain-like body tore through his clothes, revealing incredibly muscular muscles. After changing its form, the speed of his body increased even more. I'll have to learn some other leg techniques later. He murmured, his body repeatedly crashing down and then bouncing up, each landing sending up countless pebbles. The closer you get to the mountain pass, the stronger the stench of blood becomes. Moreover, one could hear all sorts of sounds of fighting rising and falling. He heard this. His movements became increasingly faster. This was his first time visiting the mountain pass. In the past, he might have thought of admiring the magnificent buildings in the distance, but at this moment, he had no such thought at all. He knew it all too well. The slums are right next to Xingheyuan. Once the demons break free from the Star Sea Abyss, the slums will be the first to suffer. He didn't want a repeat of the tragedy that happened in the slums last time. Behind the slums lies the entire city of Yunhai. My parents are there. Huo Lingfei didn't want anything to happen to his parents again. Huffing and puffing. Huo Lingfei was panting heavily, his terrifying figure constantly rubbing against the surrounding air, pulling out countless white puffs of steam. In the blink of an eye, they entered the mountain pass. It catches the eye. The stench of blood grew even stronger, as if it had materialized into a blood dragon roaring madly. Blood was everywhere, and terrifying screams were deafening. Countless people are fighting against demons. An aura of horror continued to emanate. It's that serious. Huo Lingfei's expression immediately paled upon seeing the horrific scene inside the mountain pass. His terrifying physical body immediately stirred up countless demons as soon as it entered the mountain pass. It was like an extremely tempting piece of meat, instantly causing the demons to roar. Suppress the demons here first. Huo Lingfei felt the terrifying energy waves coming from not far away, which were none other than the auras of his senior brother and others. However, Huo Lingfei glanced at it once and then slowly looked away. My senior brothers and sisters are exceptionally strong and don't seem to need my support. He watched as countless demons roared and charged toward him. Huo Lingfei's expression gradually calmed down. He carried Long Yuan's gun case on his back, but instead of opening it, he slowly extended his right hand, his 5 fingers slightly closed, and then threw a punch. Whoosh! The fist tore through the air, creating a terrifying explosion. A powerful wave suddenly surged up, forming a long white dragon of energy, and unleashed a devastating force. A burst of black blood exploded before my eyes, followed by 2, 3, and 6 more bursts before it finally subsided. Penetrating your strength to the smallest detail. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but recall that he had heard this from his teacher. It represents the pinnacle of martial arts skill, signifying entering a certain stage. Only with terrifying control over the exertion of force and the power of the fist can one achieve this. I must have gained some new insights into crane-style fist. Huo Lingfei's breathing became steady, and a particular move became increasingly clear in his mind. Especially in the dragon tendon state. The ability to fully utilize one's own strength leads to a faster improvement in this understanding. Boom boom. Sing. Huo Lingfei adjusted his breathing, then with a powerful stomp, his figure instantly plunged into the demon horde, and his crane fist technique was immediately activated. Yunha Jin was suddenly struck. Each time the terrifying giant hand fell, demons were crushed to pieces, and a frenzied battle ensued. Blood Fiend Fist. He would sometimes raise his hand like a cloud crane, and sometimes launch a fierce attack with bloodthirst, madly crushing the demons around him. That's Hall Master Hua? It's Hall Master Hua. The old gang disciples fighting nearby were overjoyed when they saw Huo Lingfei. They were naturally aware of Huo Lingfei's abilities. However, hearing about it and seeing it with your own eyes are two different things. Its terrifying body came into view, and even if it wasn't beside you, you would still feel a chill down your spine. Master Hua is mighty. Too powerful. Crush these demons. They seem to have been injected with adrenaline, instantly becoming highly motivated. Junior brother is here. Even Lin Kuan and the others who were not far away paused when they saw Huo Lingfei's figure. But he only paused for a moment before throwing himself back into the battlefield. My strength seems to be increasing. Huo Lingfei murmured to himself as he relentlessly slaughtered the demons in the horde, sensing the changes within his body. But he hasn't yet crossed the bridge of the heart. It remains at the peak of the heart fire. However, he could feel his strength improving slightly every moment during the battle. Not only that. Crane Style Fist 899 710 Intent and Strength. Crane Style Fist 900 710 Intent and Strength. Crane Style Fist 900 900 Super Special Move. A move seemed to gradually become clear in his mind, and his proficiency in Crane Style Fist was increasing wildly. It wasn't until I broke through to 900 that the moves in my mind suddenly became clear. And the proficiency of the Crane Style Fist in front of him has also changed dramatically. Super Special Move. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in shock, as if a move was being practiced frantically in his mind, and then an incomparably proficient feeling surged into his heart. This. He seemed taken aback. Unexpectedly, after reaching the 900th level of Crane Style Fist, he actually comprehended an extremely terrifying move. As he felt what was coming to mind, his breathing suddenly became rapid. This seems to be no less powerful than his own Cloud Crane Force, and perhaps even stronger. Super Move. He suppressed his emotions and muttered to himself, then let's give it a try. Super Special Move Cloud Crane Charge. Watching the demons relentlessly attacking, Huo Lingfei did not hesitate. This was the perfect opportunity to test his new moves. Sing. With a raised hand, it seemed as if two cranes were circling around him, and an unimaginable, terrifying aura suddenly swept across the entire area. A strong wind arose, accompanied by the cry of a crane in the clouds, instantly surprising everyone. What a powerful move! What kind of move is that? How can it be so powerful? The people fighting around them sensed this aura, and their expressions changed instantly. But in the blink of an eye. The next second. Huo Lingfei instantly merged the cloud cranes in his two palms into one, concentrating all his strength into his right fist, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Bang! Sing! The crane roared, and a terrifying phantom reappeared before crashing down. A shockwave suddenly swept across the entire arena, centered on the punch and kick. Bang bang bang! A series of countless demonic figures suddenly exploded open. Chapter 69 The Carnivore. Cranes and clouds swirled around. Huo Lingfei's blood and qi surged, the veins on his arms bulged, and his blood and qi circulated to their maximum. Super Special Move. He gasped for breath, feeling the power of the move he had just unleashed, his face beaming with uncontrollable elation. Under the ultimate special move. All the demons around him were shattered by this attack. It's even stronger than my previous moves. He murmured to himself. They even felt that if this attack were used on a Heart Bridge cultivator, they would probably be torn to shreds in an instant. This is too powerful? As expected of Hall Master Hua, his reputation is well deserved. He has only been practicing martial arts for a short time, yet he has already surpassed us. This kind of strength is terrifying. The old gang disciples who arrived from behind were immediately astonished upon seeing this. They had previously expressed some dissatisfaction with Huo Lingfei's position as the head of the hall. For some reason, the gang's leaders surprisingly agreed to let Huo Lingfei become the former gang's hall master. As a result, many former gang members were extremely dissatisfied with Huo Lingfei. But now, seeing Huo Lingfei's performance, they were amazed and full of admiration. With such strength, if he can't become a hall master, who else can? Moreover, given Huo Lingfei's strength, he might break through to the Yuan gang martial artist level in a few months, and might even become another leader of their old gang. In this case, no one questions Huo Lingfei anymore. Death, die. It's Huo Lingfei that the ancestor mentioned. It's him. It's him. Far away. Xin Yang's face was contorted with rage and terror. Sensing the aura emanating from Huo Lingfei, he instantly drooled. His figure suddenly stepped forward. A terrifying force suddenly surged forth, and in the blink of an eye, a horrifying attack was launched towards Huo Lingfei. Neither human nor ghost, what is this thing? Why does he seem almost like a coward? Huo Lingfei's expression gradually returned to calm, but when he saw a humanoid monster dressed in Qin family attire charging towards him, his brows furrowed. This was the first time he had ever seen a humanoid demon. They even resembled some of the scum in their slums. Junior brother, be careful. The Qin family has already sided with the demons. That's a demonized body. Far away. Lin Cohen was facing an extremely terrifying demon when he occasionally glanced in the direction of his junior brother and couldn't help but shout. A demonic body? Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's face hardened. They seemed unaware of what it was. However, after hearing his senior brother's reminder, he did not let his guard down and instead went all out. A thing that's half human, half ghost. Huo Lingfei raised his arm, unleashing a terrifying burst of power. His large hand seemed to contain some kind of immense force, and an incredibly chilling killing intent suddenly swept across the entire area. Blood Fiend Fist. Then he unleashed a punch. The shockwave, carrying a terrifying force, transformed into a long, blood-red dragon and hurtled towards the demonized Qin Yang. Bang! The terrifying attack engulfed Qin Yang's body, instantly stirring up countless clouds of dust. But the next second, a terrifying crimson dragon was instantly torn apart, and a figure with half its body blasted apart swept towards Huo Lingfei. He seemed oblivious to pain, remaining frenzied even as his body was blasted apart. In the blink of an eye, he was right in front of Huo Lingfei. Then, a giant hand, seemingly transformed into sharp claws, suddenly lunged at his face. Bang! Huo Lingfei remained calm, seemingly unsurprised that he had managed to break through his attack and reach him. After all, being able to guard the Star Sea Abyss, one's strength must be at the peak of the Heart Bridge realm. Moreover, his Blood Fiend Fist is only close to the minor completion stage, so its damage is limited. The fact that it can break the defense of a heartbreaking bridge martial artist is already extremely terrifying. He was quite satisfied. However, he was slightly surprised that the creature was unharmed despite having half of its body shattered by his attack. He's really not human. Huo Lingfei frowned, then his figure surged and he vanished from the spot in an instant. Its terrifying 3-meter-tall figure pressed down like a mountain, and the force of it slammed down instantly unleashed a terrifying power, propelling it straight out with astonishing speed. He raised his foot and swept it horizontally, the thick thigh of the goalpost cleaving like a battle axe, suddenly striking Qin Yang in front of him. Put! Black blood suddenly splattered out, and a terrifying kick slammed into Qin Yang's abdomen, severing his body in half. Then, the hideous hand grabbed Qin Yang's head and slammed it violently into the ground, smashing him into a pulp. That's it? He clearly sensed that the figure was incredibly terrifying, and its strength was even greater than that of the Heart Bridge warrior he had seen before. What was supposed to be a thrilling battle turned out to be so intense that he couldn't even withstand a few blows. No, he's too weak. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but think this as he felt the sensation in his foot. This is not the level of defensive toughness that a Xinxiao martial artist should have. The physical body's defenses are even somewhat inferior to those at the level of the Heartfire. He frowned and shook his head. The fighting within the mountain pass continued, and the number of demons surging forth increased to an alarming degree. Even with the addition of rescue teams, they are still struggling to cope. We have finally stepped into this place again. A ferocious voice suddenly rang out from outside the mountain pass. It suddenly spread throughout the entire Star Sea Abyss. In the blink of an eye, a colossal creature suddenly appeared, its blood-red eyes like torches, watching the movements within the mountain pass. A ferocious head covered in black scales gradually appeared, its fangs bared and drool dripping. This much flesh and blood should be used to appease my teeth, and such delicious meat. It instantly noticed Huo Lingfei's figure in the mountain pass, and its breathing became rapid. In its eyes, Huo Lingfei was like a ginseng root, extremely tempting. How can there be such fresh meat? The ferocious words slowly drifted out. A terrifying giant claw suddenly slammed down on a demon that was charging towards Huo Lingfei, shouting, "Get out of my way! This kind of meat is only for me!" A terrifying aura surged forth, and the faces of the people fighting inside the mountain pass changed drastically upon hearing this. That's bad, being a glutton. Far away, Hong Yuan, who was fighting against several Hong Gang-level demons by himself, looked rather grim upon seeing this scene. He hadn't expected that even the carnivores from the Star Sea Abyss would emerge. This is comparable to a peak Yuan Gang-level being. Even if he encountered a predator, he would probably turn and run away. He is not comparable to someone of Li Jinlong's level. Thinking about this, Han Yuan's face turned ashen. Upon seeing that his target was Huo Lingfei, he instantly roared, "So what if they're meat eaters? They'll still die." Hong Yuan surged forward, about to engage the carnivore, but was immediately held back by several Hong Gang-level demons beside him. "Hoof. Wait till I've eaten him, then I'll eat you." The carnivore's eyes were greedy. Upon hearing Hong Yuan's words, its gaze turned contemptuous, and it suddenly charged towards Huo Lingfei. An extremely terrifying aura suddenly emanated. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened slightly in surprise. He could feel his body being locked by a terrifying force, and his whole body trembled uncontrollably. This feeling. It felt like fighting against one's own teacher, which was incredibly terrifying and even left one feeling powerless. Whoosh! The carnivore instantly reached Huo Lingfei, its gaping maw poised to tear Huo Lingfei's body apart. Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed upon seeing this. How dare a beast injure my disciple? Die! Chapter 70 Li Jinlong, I've come to take your life. The swirling energy stirred up countless waves of air as Li Jinlong charged forward, unleashing a terrifying spear that shot straight out. Clang! The spear in his hand rang out, and a terrifying silver light suddenly shot out from the tip of the spear, slamming into the carnivore's body. A shot was fired. Instantly, black blood mist erupted, accompanied by a muffled roar. The carnivore was suddenly driven back by this shot. Teacher! Huo Lingfei's face lit up with joy upon seeing the newcomer. Li Jinlong lowered his eyes, and after shooting the carnivore away, he did not chat with Huo Lingfei. Instead, he slammed his foot into the ground, the terrifying force creating a small crater, and his body was instantly propelled straight out by the force. His eyes were fixed on the carnivore's figure, who had just been driven back by his shot and couldn't help but let out a furious roar. "You lowly prey, how dare you hurt me?" Its scarlet eyes were filled with rage, and its form instantly became extremely terrifying. Countless muscles expanded continuously, and the black, scale-like skin seemed to come alive, constantly undulating as if breathing. The silver spear struck instantly, exuding a terrifying killing intent, and its energy surged around Li Jinlong. Clang! The spear in his hand seemed to come alive, and instantly emitted a gunshot. The terrifying aura made almost everyone present breathe rapidly. It's Lord Li. There's hope. Brothers, charge! Lord Li has come to our rescue. They took a deep breath, and their tension seemed to ease considerably after seeing Li Jinlong. As the number one figure in the old gang, Li Jinlong's arrival naturally gave everyone a boost of morale. As expected of a teacher. Huo Yuan exclaimed in amazement as he sensed the imposing aura emanating from Li Jinlong. In our previous match against him, I definitely let De Hai off the hook. And he also noticed it. Even my teacher's appearance seems to have changed. He was clad in an extremely stunning silver armor, which made him appear even taller, almost like heaven and earth compared to his usual self. This was the first time he had ever seen his teacher look like this. Swish swish puff puff. Li Jinlong's figure collided with the carnivore, and gunshots rang out continuously. He thrust out his spear repeatedly. Countless hideous holes suddenly appeared on the carnivore's body, and then he raised his hand, a terrifying spear intent suddenly appearing, and a terrifying wave of air swirled into a dragon, suddenly shooting out. Boom! A deafening sound echoed throughout the entire mountain pass, accompanied by the roar of a dragon. Li Jinlong raised his hand and unleashed the killing move of the dragon-breaking spear. Then, the dragon-like phantom slammed into the carnivore, instantly engulfing it. The extremely terrifying attack frantically devoured everything. Everything along the way was destroyed, and even the demons beside it were affected. The swallowed dragon writhed and tore apart. Then the carnivore's roar grew stronger until the dragon disappeared, its hideous head suddenly torn off and rolled to the ground. The teacher is terrifying. Huo Lingfei seemed somewhat mesmerized by what he saw the power of that shot, if it were delivered to his own face. It's estimated that they won't be able to withstand it either. He would probably be killed by this one shot. I still need at least another half a month of practice to reach the level my teacher has reached. Huo Lingfei sighed. His teacher's strength was terrifying, no wonder he became the leader of the spear-wielding sect and even the number one in the old gang. There's a reason for this. At least for now, he is not yet comparable to his teacher. A beast. Li Jinlong lowered his eyes, gripping his spear. Even after killing a carnivore, his face remained somewhat gloomy. The fact that even one carnivore could appear within the mountain pass already demonstrates the seriousness of the situation. As the most powerful among demons, carnivores are unlikely to appear easily. Once it appears, it represents a certain meaning. That beast from Starry Abyss has awakened. His expression seemed to change slightly as this thought suddenly occurred to him, but how is that possible? It should at least take some more time, how could it be so soon? Li Jinlong remained expressionless. He saw the Qin family members transformed into demonic forms. He no longer needed to think about it. As the head of the 6 leaders and the helmsman of the entire old gang, he instantly understood that this must be the work of the Qin family. And it's not just the Qin family. There may be other forces at play. It's unlikely that the Qin family alone could awaken that demon. A demon of that level has an appetite that a few martial artists can't possibly manage. Moreover, even if the Qin family had members in Xingheyuan, it would be impossible for them to bypass their old gang and open up their defenses. Chaotic Dog Gang. He narrowed his eyes, thinking of the earlier incident where the Chaotic Dog Gang had broken into the slums. If you add the Chaotic Dog Gang to the mix, breaking through the Star Sea Abyss's defensive line becomes extremely easy. A bunch of beasts who betrayed humanity. Li Jinlong's eyes were filled with extreme anger. He has human blood, yet he betrayed humanity and joined the ranks of demons. This was something he found utterly intolerable. Immediately, his figure moved instantly, and the silver spear slammed out, instantly wiping out the entire Qin family of Xinghai Abyss. A terrifying figure strode out. It seemed that it wanted to make a move and kill all the Hong Gang-level beasts beside Hong Yuan. But in the blink of an eye, the next second, a chilling voice echoed throughout the entire scene. Li Jinlong, I've come to take your life. Xin Yunhai's incredibly ferocious figure suddenly appeared in the mountain pass. His face was filled with utter horror, and his demonic whispers instantly echoed throughout the entire mountain pass. A terrifying gaze fixed on Li Jinlong's figure. His eyes were indifferent, as if he were looking at a dead man. His current strength is exceptionally formidable. It almost surpassed his peak performance. As the previous generation's leader in swordsmanship, he has now returned to his peak, and killing Li Jinlong would be a piece of cake for him. Chapter 71. Junior brother is about to enter the microscopic realm? Qin Yunhai finished speaking. It swept through the entire Xingheyuan mountain pass in an instant. The Qin family's patriarch? It's Qin Yunhai, the damned Qin family, those beasts who betrayed humanity. Qin Yunhai has also fallen to demonic possession. The moment the crowd below saw Qin Yunhai, their expressions changed drastically. Moreover, upon seeing Qin Yunhai's appearance, their faces turned ashen. They never expected that even Qin Yunhai would become like those members of the Qin family, who were the former leaders of the sword path. They've actually stooped to associating with demons. Qin Yunhai. Li Jinlong said expressionlessly, his fingers cracking as he was gripped tightly by a force. Although he had some guesses in his mind, his expression turned somewhat ugly the moment he saw Qin Yunhai. As the previous generation's sword master, he actually turned to the embrace of demons. And, more importantly, Qin Yunhai earned a formidable reputation among demons decades ago, and his swordsmanship made him the undisputed leader of swordsmanship in Yunhai City. Even though he knew that the Qin family had fallen into the arms of demons, they didn't even suspect Qin Yunhai. Do you deserve your name, looking like this? Li Jinlong said calmly, his face expressionless. What a monstrous sight. Ha ha ha. Ignorant. Qin Yunhai's expression was indifferent, his figure extremely terrifying. I have found the right path. This demonized body is far better than my previous crippled form. Excellent, excellent. Bright red blood kept dripping down, and Qin Yunhai looked on with enjoyment, his aura clearly reaching its peak. He heard the sounds of the Qin family members being torn apart below. A bunch of useless trash, even after being demonized, they can still be killed. But he saw Wu Lingfei's figure and let out a wild laugh. After I kill your teacher and crush you to pieces, I will uproot the entire old gang. Before I die, I will make the entire Qin family great again. Ignorant? Upon hearing this, Li Jinlong suddenly smiled. His expression was indifferent. His teacher once told him that the demonized body is extremely fragile because demons are inherently incompatible with humans. Although merging into the body can unleash terrifying power, this power is only temporary. The body's vital energy and blood will be gradually depleted until it is completely drained. In the end, the body becomes as thin as paper, but the host will still feel strong, being misled by the illusory phenomena within the body. Li Jinlong shook his head. Only his teacher knew this information and had warned him that if anyone under him had behaved this way, he should be expelled immediately. Unexpectedly, Qin Yunhai would actually become a demon. Die. Upon seeing this, Qin Yunhai's face turned cold. He instantly moved his broadsword, and a terrifying aura suddenly rose up. A terrifying sword intent was instantly unleashed from the broadsword in his hand. The incredibly hot and terrifying attack seemed to rip through the sky, leaving a trail of flame in the air before hurtling towards Li Jinlong like a streak of fire. The surging heat wave swept everything, enveloped by a powerful aura, seemingly carrying an overwhelming force. It's definitely not as good as it used to be. Li Jinlong remained calm as he watched Qin Yunhai's attack. He could sense the threat posed by this blade of light, but it was not as powerful as the one Qin Yunhai had used at the Qin family before. It was likely that a large amount of his life force had been devoured by the demonic body. It has become even weaker. He spun the spear in his hand, raised his hand, and suddenly his body moved violently, the silver spearhead exploding with a loud bang. He thrust his spear forward fiercely, meeting the flash of the blade. Boom! The spearhead suddenly tore through the blade's light, and surrounded by a surge of qi, Li Jinlong's figure swiftly passed through it. Holding a large spear, he turned slightly, his armor trembling, and the terrifying spear crashed directly at Qin Yunhai. Clang clang. Qin Yunhai's eyes narrowed upon seeing this, seemingly surprised that his strike had failed to harm Li Jinlong. Die! His face immediately contorted with rage, and he instantly clashed his knife with Li Jinlong. The combined aura of both sides swept across the entire arena, creating a terrifying spectacle that was truly awe-inspiring. Huo Lingfei stared intently, a look of amazement crossing his face. He had already experienced his teacher's strength firsthand, and could even sense that the teacher's control over the spear was extremely subtle, with each move and stance executed with just the right amount of force. Their strength is exceptionally terrifying. It seems they've grasped something. His expression gradually calmed down. He took the gun case off his back, then squeezed it so hard that it burst open, before instantly gripping the gun. The gun barrel, with its scale-like surface, felt incredibly cold and piercing upon first touch. He has now condensed his spear's essence, and is only one step away from reaching the level of subtlety. Even his own teacher said that he was not far from reaching the level of subtlety. Having just watched his teacher's movements, he vaguely understood something. My teacher said that the subtle mastery level means having an abnormal level of control over a gun. It is easy to shatter a brick with a thrust of the spear, but it is extremely difficult to penetrate the brick 3 inches with the spearhead and use spear techniques without causing the brick to crack. My previous water bowl technique has already given me a certain level of control over the gun. Huo Lingfei's mind was clear as a mirror, and there seemed to be a glimmer of light in his eyes. He raised his spear, watching the ever-swept demons, and thought, if I could wield the dragon-slaying spear and pierce the tip 3 inches into my heart without my heart exploding, could I do the same? He had practiced this several times before, but each time he only managed to crack the bricks. After all, the dragon-slaying spear was extremely powerful, and even he found it somewhat difficult. Give it a try. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, and his terrifying figure instantly surged. In his dragon tendon state, he unleashed his full power. If he could do this in this state. I'm afraid I was already at the level of microscopic perception back then. In an instant, he appeared before the demon, then adjusted his breathing, unified his waist and stance, and thrust out his spear. Boom! A demon exploded instantly. No, that's too much force, it needs to be a little less. Huo Lingfei frowned, and his spear pointed out again. The spearhead whistled as it pierced a demon's vitals, killing it instantly. The force was still too high. The gun needs to be steady, and the moves need to be ruthless. Bang! If it doesn't work, try again. Bang! Far away. Lin Kuan and the others, covered in blood, were overjoyed to see their teacher's figure, but their eyes widened in surprise as they looked at Huo Lingfei. Junior brother, this. In their eyes. Huo Lingfei charged into the horde of demons, wielding his spear and thrusting wildly. With each thrust, a demon was killed, and as time went by, the power of his attacks diminished. But the demon was still killed with a single shot. Seeing this situation, Lin Kuan and Chen Rong were immediately horrified. Is this about to reach the microscopic level? Chapter 72 Terrifying Dragon Body. Lin Kuan and Chen Rong were breathing rapidly. They stared intently at their junior brother's figure, their feelings still complicated even as the number of demons around them increased. This situation clearly demonstrates the need for meticulous attention to detail. While wielding the dragon-slaying spear, he managed to avoid shattering the demon's heart. Every strike was perfectly precise. What else could this be but the approaching pinnacle of mastery? I remember I was 18 when I first mastered the spear technique, and it wasn't until I was 29 that I barely touched the threshold of the subtle. Chen Rong was silent for a while, then let out a long sigh. Compared to his junior brother, he was almost completely outmatched in martial arts. He started practicing shooting at the age of 6, and it took him more than 20 years to reach a level of proficiency that was still considered exceptionally talented and remarkable. Otherwise, he wouldn't have become a student of his own teacher. However, compared to his junior brother, he was still no match. Recalling when He Lingfei had mastered martial arts, his silence was deafening. It's only been a short time, less than a month, and his strength is already almost on par with his. Even his prized gun is about to be surpassed. I knew the dragon tendons were abnormal, but I never imagined they would be this abnormal. Let alone Yunhai City, in the entire Yuanwu region, I don't see anyone as monstrous as junior brother. Lin Kuan couldn't help but sigh softly. Having a junior brother is a blessing for the old gang. He raised his spear, piercing through the demon before him, and watched as the battle between his teacher and Qin Yunhai in the distance reached its climax. A change in his expression followed. Qin Yunhai's strength seems to have weakened. He sensed its aura, which was far weaker than what he had felt at the Qin family's place, and he was afraid it was no match for his teacher. Damn demons, those bastards from the Qin family. Hong Yuan, covered in blood and surrounded by qi, seized the opportunity to shatter a Hong Gang-level demon. Then he let out a roar, and the terrifying lion's roar suddenly spread throughout the entire mountain pass. As the protective energy surged, some weak demons were directly shattered by this attack. Master Hang's lion's roar skill is indeed well-deserved. Everyone was astonished upon seeing this. The lion's roar is a famous martial art in Yunhai City. To master it to its fullest extent is to be an extremely terrifying skill. A single roar is enough to shatter the heart meridians of many martial artists. Many people immediately felt unwell, both physically and mentally. Put far away. Li Jinlong unleashed a terrifying burst of energy with a single spear thrust, instantly flattening a small hill into the ground amidst the rampaging force of the energy. Qin Yunhai's expression became even more unpleasant. His originally ferocious face was now deathly pale, making him look even more terrifying. The old man, after becoming a monster that is neither human nor ghost, he even lost his inner energy. Li Jinlong shook his head calmly. In the face of their battle, you can sense the change in its strength. It's much weaker than before. Even the hallmark of a Yuan Gang martial artist, the Gang Qi, has completely vanished. They possess only the outward appearance of a Yuan Gang body, but nothing substantial. Listen to what Li Jinlong said. Qin Yunhai's face was filled with shock and anger, and the blood on his face became even thicker. Impossible. My body has clearly recovered to its peak, and may even have surpassed its peak condition. How could I possibly lose to a junior? Even your teacher was my peer back then. How dare you disrespect me? Qin Yunhai's broadsword slid down again, its terrifying blade intent almost traversing the entire mountain pass. But in the blink of an eye, it was pierced by a large silver spear, and the terrifying spear light shot straight towards Qin Yunhai's forehead. Bang! A burst of silver light erupted as the spearhead pierced his eye, then twisted, drawing out a torrent of blood. He sheathed his spear, then raised his arm and thrust the spear horizontally, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy before slamming it into Qin Yunhai's chest, a terrifying explosion resounding once more. Boom! A loud bang erupted from Qin Yunhai's chest as the spear slammed down, causing a spray of blood to burst from his chest. A mouthful of black water gushed out. He could almost see the shock in Qin Yunhai's eyes. How is this possible? He lost his composure. Even though he could feel that his body had reached its peak condition, he still couldn't defeat Li Jinlong. And my heart seemed to be pounding incredibly fast, frantically. It felt as if I had encountered some terrifying creature. My heart pounded with fear. A feeling of intense heat welled up inside me. Qin Yunhai's face showed shock. What happened? How could this happen? He was visibly shaken. Then, as if sensing something, he suddenly turned around. All I could see was, from the depths of the star sea abyss, a point of scarlet light emanated, then illuminated the entire depths, faintly visible. A pair of terrifying blood-red eyes suddenly appeared in the pitch-black depths, like torches in the night. A terrifying and extremely frightening aura suddenly emanated. Sing! A hideous dragon head gradually came into view, its flesh exposed, and a terrifying dragon roar suddenly resounded throughout the entire star sea abyss. Layers of black scales covered the dragon, its terrifyingly long body undulating, and an immense pressure swept out from the star sea abyss. It is awake? Shin Yunhai's expression changed drastically as he noticed the abnormality in his body. The heart palpitations inside his body grew faster and faster, reaching a peak. Then, bang! It felt as if a force surged through his body to his head, instantly breaking through the top of his head, and his whole body transformed into a monster. Not good. Li Shenlong watched the commotion within the star sea abyss, his face already ashen. The one from the starry abyss has truly awakened. He had initially hoped for the best. But once you see his figure, you can't stay calm. Everyone, retreat. Withdraw from star abyss. Without any hesitation, he instantly roared, looked at Shin Yunhai who had turned into a monster, raised his hand and the dragon-slaying spear instantly swirled, killing it directly. But there was still no joy on his face. If it were any other time, he might celebrate. But now, looking at the terrifying dragon body in Xing Heiyuan, his face was deathly still. His words fell. In an instant, the crowd inside the mountain pass, who were staring blankly at the starry sea abyss, were brought back to their senses. Run! I'll cover you, let's go. Damn it, how can there be such a terrifying being? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and without hesitation, they fled frantically. Hong Yuan, Lin Kuan, and the others also looked grim as they stared at the terrifying figure. They raised their hands to blast away the demon in front of them, and then immediately shouted, "All old gang disciples, retreat! Junior brother, run!" Chapter 73 Grandmaster Level. Huo Lingfei, wielding his spear, moved through the demon horde as if it were nothing, entering a state of sudden enlightenment, and thrusting his spear wildly. A strange sense of realization welled up in my heart. My understanding of the spear is getting deeper and deeper. Huo Lingfei's eyes flashed slightly, and the veins on his ferocious muscles bulged wildly. The power of the spear in his hand was getting weaker and weaker, but the number of demons he killed was still undiminished. The dragon-slaying spear was repeatedly used, but the force was getting weaker and weaker, yet the damage it caused did not decrease. A sudden, inexplicable realization welled up in my heart. So that's how a spear can be used. Huo Lingfei's expression shifted slightly. Although the dragon-slaying spear technique is superior, my understanding of it before was only superficial. As he swung the spear more and more, he gradually came to understand. Previously, I practiced spear fighting, but only at the superficial level. Although I had mastered the dragon-breaking spear and even cultivated it to the level of intent and strength. However, compared to the senior disciples, he was still a novice. The damage of the dragon-slaying spear should be tangible. Control the spear, concentrate the damage at the tip, and thrust it out without breaking its form or damaging its intent. It is truly unremarkable. But every move he made carried the power of the dragon-slaying spear. Just like wielding the dragon-slaying spear, piercing into the paper without damaging its shape, only affecting the heart's core. To this extent, that's truly meticulous. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath. He could feel that he had truly crossed this threshold. It has reached the level of subtlety the teacher described. No wonder I always had a strange feeling when I saw the senior brother and the teacher wielding guns at their level. His marksmanship was unremarkable, yet it seemed as if a single shot could pierce through his brow. So this is what microscopic observation is. He took a deep breath. There was no joy in my heart from breaking through to the subtle level. After all, even if he had mastered the dragon spear intent, in the eyes of his senior brothers and others, he would probably still be just an amateur. Only by paying close attention to the details can one perceive the difference. I still need to work harder. He slowly calmed his emotions, and just as he was about to continue training with the demons, a dragon's roar came. He looked up and suddenly saw a terrifying dragon head deep in the star sea abyss. His expression instantly turned to shock. Then suddenly I heard my senior brother and the others shouting loudly. "What is that?" Upon seeing this, his expression changed. "Sing! Far away!" The terrifying dragon roar from the star sea abyss was deafening once again, and all the demons in the star sea abyss instantly went berserk upon hearing it. Countless demons roared and then charged madly at the remaining people. "Retreat quickly, get out of the mountain pass." Lin Kuan charged forward with a whoosh, sweeping away the onrushing demons with a single spear thrust. The terrifying force propelled him upwards. Seeing Huo Lingfei still lingering, he shouted, "Junior brother, don't stand there. Run!" Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei suppressed the trembling in his heart, pushed his terrifying body to its limit, wisps of white mist rose from his body, and with a thud, the ground split into pieces. He shot straight out of the mountain pass with a whoosh. Li Jinlong watched the commotion within the star sea abyss. Without hesitation, he suddenly mobilized a surge of power, his aura exploding outwards. Grabbing his spear, a terrifying gunshot rang out. He blasted a dragon out with his gun. A terrifying dragon's roar resounded. Surrounded by aura, carrying a force as devastating as a tumbleweed, it crashed towards the dragon's shadow deep within the star sea abyss. Sing! The dragon's roar resounded, instantly shattering the sweeping dragon shadow. Those scarlet eyes watched the commotion within the mountain pass, and a terrifying whisper slowly escaped, "Lowly prey. How dare you make me sleep for 30 years? I will repay the debt of the past by turning your city to ashes." A terrifying dragon roar erupted once more, and the dragon's body, which stretched deep into the star sea abyss, continued to twitch. Then, an extremely terrifying dark breath suddenly rushed straight towards them. The terrifyingly high temperature evaporated everything in its path, as if it contained immense power, destroying everything in its way. Charged straight for the mountain pass. Damn it, this beast! Li Jinlong's eyes widened in shock. Instead of confronting it, he suddenly moved, spear in hand, and retreated to the outside of the mountain pass. Everyone inside the mountain pass had already evacuated. Feeling the tremor behind them, they couldn't help but look back, and then they saw a scene that they would never forget. Boom! The dark, ethereal breath swept across the entire mountain pass, and the terrifying heat wave instantly evaporated everything. Countless buildings collapsed with a crash and then turned to ashes. A deafening explosion erupted throughout the entire mountain pass in an instant. The flames seemed to roar, swirling up layers of black mist that shot straight into the sky. Upon seeing this, everyone's faces instantly trembled with fear. How could there be such a terrifying demon? This is simply the most amazing thing I've ever seen in my life. The fallen dragon has awakened. That demon that swept through Yunhai City decades ago. Everyone was terrified. An elderly martial artist turned pale as he recalled the commotion inside the star sea abyss. A shadow fell across their faces, and fear gripped their hearts. That's comparable to a grandmaster. Their grandmaster in Yunhai City had already passed away decades ago. There are no more grandmaster-level figures in Yunhai City now, otherwise they wouldn't be so afraid. Huo Lingfei's breathing became rapid, and his body suddenly returned to normal from the dragon tendon state. He looked back and saw that Xingheyuan Mountain Pass was exhaled by a dragon's breath and crushed into dust. His face was still full of shock. He seemed to have never expected such a terrifying being to appear. This level of strength has probably already surpassed the Yuan gang he knew. If he had faced the dragon's breath head-on, he would have been instantly annihilated by that attack. Thinking about this, a storm raged in his heart. Junior brother. Lin Kuan, Chen Rong, and the others suddenly stepped forward. They saw Huo Lingfei and instantly appeared before him. The fallen dragon of Star Sea Abyss has awakened. Return to Yunhai City immediately. Yunhai is about to change. Lin Kuan's face was extremely serious. This is a demon comparable to a grandmaster. He was crippled by my master and fell into a deep sleep. It was originally expected that it would take him at least a while to wake up. I never expected him to wake up so quickly. He had barely finished speaking. Grandmaster level. Huo Lingfei's expression immediately turned to surprise. The dragon he had just seen was actually comparable to a grandmaster level being. Those above the Yuan gang level are considered grandmasters capable of founding a sect. This is an extremely terrifying figure. It is said that he alone is capable of causing immense power, and splitting mountains and rivers is no problem for him. His grandmaster was at this level. Huo Lingfei felt a pang of heart palpitation within the Star Sea Abyss, and his breathing became somewhat heavy. Faced with that level of understanding, I couldn't help but feel a little powerless. Junior brother, return quickly. We need to stay here to stop the rampaging demons. Go back and inform everyone. It's impossible to break free from the Star Sea Abyss in a short time. Our Grandmaster forged dozens of dragon-binding gold blades back then. Even demons of this level would need some time to break free. Chen Rong moved swiftly, watching everyone retreat from the Star Sea Abyss. Seeing Huo Lingfei seemingly lost in thought, he spoke urgently. Besides, the teachers are there too. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but take a deep breath. Seeing that demons were still sweeping through the mountain pass destroyed by the dragon's breath, he did not hesitate at all. He slammed his body into the ground and then rushed straight to Yunhai City. Starry Sea Abyss. The terrifying dragon's body writhed and twisted. With a final breath, countless white wisps of steam billowed from its mouth, and then its form surged violently, as if trying to emerge from the abyss. As soon as he stepped out of the star sea abyss, the sound of chains snapping rang out, instantly imprisoning him. Dozens of dark gold iron chains tightly bound it, and the terrifying dragon roar resounded once again. That lowly NEET, even in death, still causes me trouble. Unforgivable. Its face instantly turned furious, and then a burst of dragon breath crashed down again, frantically annihilating the chains binding it. Chapter 74: Attacking the Qin Family. Yunhai City. Old Gang. My Qin family now controls Yunhai City. Everyone, why don't you quickly submit and kneel down to welcome us in? Your lordly has already died in the star sea abyss. If he does not emerge within 10 breaths, we will slaughter your entire clan today. Arrogant. Does your Qin family intend to ruin the situation in Yunhai? With brotherly gone, the old gang is no longer a place where you can act so recklessly. 6 terrifyingly large middle-aged men stood before the gate of the old gang, their countless energies pressing down on the entire gang, with a faint, menacing intent of blades pointing straight into the depths. Upon hearing this, a sinister smile immediately appeared on their faces, their scarlet eyes revealing no concealment, and they raised their hands, directly exposing their demonic bodies. Now that Xingheyuan has awakened, my Qin family has long been under its command. Your Lijianlong has probably already died by my ancestor's blade. You came to humiliate my Qin family before, and now that your great revenge has been achieved, if you know what's good for you, put down your weapons, and we might even leave you with a whole corpse. Ferocious words suddenly came from their mouths. The aura of demons rushed towards them, causing the 4 branch leaders guarding the old gang to change their expressions drastically. The Qin family has sided with demons? Damn it, the Qin family has gone mad. How could they possibly side with demons? They've all gone insane. Could it be that the demons and monsters in the Star Sea Abyss are causing trouble for the Qin family? Inside the old gang, the 4 branch leaders had ashen faces, especially when they saw the 6 Yuan gang members from the Qin family. Their expressions became extremely ugly. Demonized bodies, and there are 6 of them. All 6 Yuan gang members have turned into demons. They hadn't expected this. I never expected that. The 6 Yuan gang members of the Qin family actually agreed to be demonized. Have they really gone mad? The martial arts they had painstakingly cultivated had suddenly turned into demonic forces overnight, something that had never happened before. You bastards, a bunch of beasts, betraying humanity. You are a disgrace to humankind. I will slaughter you all. You beast. You dare to come here, betraying the human race. I think your Qin family will be wiped out today. Their eyes blazed with barely suppressed rage, and terrifying aura instantly emanated, surging straight towards the 6 Qin family Yuan gang members at the gate. Upon hearing this, the 6 Qin family Yuan gang members lowered their eyes, then said expressionlessly, "We originally intended to give you a chance, but you refused to acknowledge our superiority. Merging with the demonic bodies is the inevitable trend. Let's see. I'm waiting to see the terrifying aspects of this body." The chilling words suddenly rang out and then went straight to the old gang. They swayed, their feet tearing through the air with a whooshing sound, wielding large swords, and black energy swept over their bodies with a whoosh. Then, he drew his sword and slew the disciple guarding the gate with a single strike, before charging straight at the 4 former Yuan gang members. How dare you? How dare you strike first? My old gang swears we'll never surrender. The 4 helmsmen roared, and then their figures shot out with a bang, charging straight at the 6 Qin family Yuan gang members. A terrifying aura emanated from their bodies, and the incredibly shocking attack suddenly tore through the air as it rushed towards them. Ignorance. Xin Jiayuan gang, his face contorted with rage, let out a sneer, then raised his sword as if to directly annihilate the sweeping attack, but in the blink of an eye. The moment his broadsword touched the attack, his ferocious smile froze. The imagined broadsword did not cleave the attack. Instead, the sword's chilling light pierced through his body and then drew a line across the sky. This is impossible. His face was blank, black blood was constantly oozing from his body, and his face was filled with horror. He looked incredulous. Ha 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 ha. What kind of demonized body is this? You don't even have any protective chi anymore. Do you even deserve to be a Yuan gang martial artist? As the greatsword flashed out, the leader of the guild was stunned for a moment when he saw his own sword light blast his body apart. Then he burst into laughter. Then his figure shot out with a bang. Trash. We thought you were really capable, but you're just a dog barking. Then, a cold, sharp blade flashed and beheaded him instantly. A terrifying spray of black blood erupted directly. The other 5 Qin family Yuan gang members' expressions changed drastically upon seeing this. What's going on? Couldn't even withstand a single sword beam? Before they could react, a terrifying aura suddenly rushed towards them, and 3 other Yuan gang cultivators charged straight at them, their terrifying attacks crashing down with a deafening roar. In an instant, countless spurts of blood erupted as the body was pierced through by the single blow, instantly killing the inhabitants. No! Impossible! Ancestor! Ancestor, it's impossible! How could we not even withstand a single move? The remaining Qin family Yuan gang were utterly shocked, feeling the surging power within their bodies far exceeding their peak strength. However, it couldn't even withstand a single blow from a Yuan gang cultivator. It was outright massacre. They've gotten stronger? Impossible, they can't possibly get stronger. Yuan gang could not accept this fact and instantly flew into a rage. Go quickly, the ancestor lied to us. Their faces were ashen, they gritted their teeth, and watched as several Yuan gang warriors swept in. In an instant, they moved erratically. Run, where do you think you're going? Daring to set foot on the door of my old gang, I'll kill you all. Several Yuan gang members from the old gang sneered upon seeing them. The arrival of 6 Yuan gang members from the Qin family was expected to inflict heavy losses on the old gang, but they turned out to be surprisingly easy to defeat. And furthermore, he betrayed the human race. Even if his old gang directly launched a massacre, stormed the Qin family, and wiped them all out, absolutely no one would dare to say anything. Without any hesitation, the remaining Yuan gang members of the Qin family, their faces filled with shock, surged wildly. Although he no longer possessed the essence of Yuan gang, he still had the body of Yuan gang, making it difficult for several branch leaders to catch up with him in a short time. Stop chasing. Call upon his brothers and charge into the Qin family. Chapter 75 Annihilation. Our ancestor lied to us. Ha 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 ha. Ancestor, oh ancestor. Decades of cultivation have turned to ashes, and now you can't even defeat the Yuan gang of the old gang. Our demonized bodies are no match for our original forms. Several remaining Qin family Yuan gang members, sensing the commotion behind them gradually subsiding, couldn't help but let out a bitter laugh. Decades of cultivation have led to this wretched end. All the hard work went down the drain. Not only have they become traitors to humanity, but they've also become pariahs. What kind of demonization is this? I told you. This is a complete scheme to harm us, ha ha ha. Ancestor. We trusted you so much, and yet you treat us like this. The Qin family is finished. They were devastated. Before joining the old gang, they had already obeyed Qin Yunhai's orders, and all members of the Qin family who had not connected with the demonic body were personally killed by them. But now, they watched their bodies decay, their faces nearly ulcerated beneath the dense black scales, and a cruel smile crept across their faces once more. Although the sensations they received still made them feel like they had surpassed their peak, no one was willing to believe in that feeling anymore. Otherwise, how could he not even defeat a Yuan gang, and even dissipate his own gang chi? Even they are like this. Moreover, what about the entire Qin family? Those who are weaker than them will likely be killed in an instant. If our ancestor is not dead, he must give us an explanation. I have cultivated martial arts for decades and reached the Yuan gang realm, yet I cannot defeat someone who has just entered the Yuan gang realm. It is utterly shameful. Our ancestor is doomed. He was already in a weakened state, and we are in similar condition. To take over a demonized body, let alone kill Li Jinlong, we'd be lucky to even return alive. Their faces were grim, their eyes filled with anger. If Qin Yunhai weren't their Qin family's ancestor, he would probably have been torn to pieces long ago. This has ruined the Qin family. But, in the blink of an eye, their eyes seem to hold a hint of malice. However, Starcy Abyss is in chaos now, and that demonic dragon should have awakened as well. There are currently no grandmasters in Cloud Sea City, so their strength is far less than before. But as long as we survive, we can still dominate Yunhai City. What's more, those mad dogs from the Chaotic Dog Gang, although they secretly helped us open the Starcy Abyss, they didn't connect to the demonic body. We only need to find a place to recuperate and wait for the Sea of Clouds to descend into chaos. At that time, my Qin family will still be able to stand tall. The 3 Yuan gang suppressed the fierceness in their expressions, and terrifying black energy surged around them. In an instant, they stepped out with a series of explosive sounds, and in a flash, they wanted to sweep out of the city. Let's go to the slums and kill everyone there. We need blood plasma to restore our bodies. They gazed towards the slums outside Yunhai City. Without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye, it wanted to sweep over there. The demonized bodies require a large amount of blood plasma to nourish them, allowing them to control and suppress the restlessness within. In order to completely integrate into the demonized body, they killed tens of thousands of people and injected so much blood to integrate the demonized body into the body of a Yuan gang. Otherwise, their blood and qi would likely surge violently the moment they entered the demon's body, and even those with Yuan gang would die instantly. Now, after their battle with the 6 leaders of the old gang, they are gradually finding it difficult to suppress the restless energy within them. Immediately, the terrifying figure suddenly sprang into action and then charged madly toward the slums. The old gang must have led a massacre of the Qin family. They need to take this opportunity to quickly recover their damaged bodies. Countless whooshing sounds echoed through the air. Suddenly, they seemed to have seen something, and their movements faltered slightly. His scarlet eyes gazed into the distance. A terrifying figure kept tearing through the air. Upon seeing this, their eyes narrowed. That's Li Jinlong's disciple. That little beast who killed so many members of my Qin family in the martial arts tournament. A chilling voice slowly drifted out. Their eyes seemed to be filled with intense killing intent. Huo Lingfei's figure kept moving wildly. After arriving from the mountain pass of Xingheyuan, he headed straight for the old gang without stopping. He slammed into a street, and just as he was about to jump up again, he suddenly stopped and looked up sharply into the distance. 3 demonic figures crashed into Huo Lingfei's front. The 3 Yuan gang members of the Qin family lowered their eyes, their aura thick with demonic energy. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei's figure, they couldn't help but reveal ferocious smiles. It came to me without any effort. You little beast. I didn't expect you to appear here. It wasn't for nothing that we traveled for so long. Their faces were downcast, and the murderous intent in their eyes was almost tangible. If they can't beat the leader of the old gang, can't they at least kill a junior? The entire Qin family is now ruined, and several Yuan gang members have died. Their hatred for the old gang has deepened even further. Now that he's encountered Huo Lingfei, he'd love to skin him alive. I've heard you're a dragon tendon. This is the first time I've ever seen one. Qin Jia Yuan gang said with a ferocious expression. I wonder if drinking your blood and pulling out your tendons can restore me to my peak. I'm tired of drinking ordinary human blood plasma. Now I'm going to try the taste of dragon tendons. You little beast, you're unlucky. If I kill you, your teacher will probably be in excruciating pain, ha. The other Yuan gang members looked horrified, and thick, bloody liquid involuntarily appeared at the corners of their mouths. A terrifying aura gradually emanated from them. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei stared expressionlessly at the 3 members of the Qin family before him, who looked as if they had just been demonized, and his heart tightened involuntarily. 3 Yuan gang. He took a deep breath and looked around in all directions, but there seemed to be no way to escape. His heart sank. Damn it! How could the 3 Yuan gang members of the Qin family be here? He looked at their appearance, and his eyes narrowed involuntarily. The demonic body is exactly the same as the Qin family members I saw inside Xingheyuan mountain pass. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes, sensing the aura emanating from him. Recalling the Qin family members he had killed before, he seemed to think that he might not be someone who couldn't fight. So what if Yuan gang? It's not like he hasn't fought before. Huo Lingfei's gaze gradually calmed, and the tension in his heart gradually eased. Although that's what he said, he had actually held back when he fought his teacher. His mind was so calm that he could almost faintly hear his own heart beating. How will you know if you don't try? Bang! His toes exploded instantly, his body swelled up in the blink of an eye, terrifying muscles filled his entire body in an instant, and with bulging veins, a demonic mountain slowly rose up. The terrifying figure, nearly 3 meters tall, suddenly erupted, wielding a large gun, and struck first. Huo Lingfei thrust out with his spear. The gun emitted a whooshing sound before striking the Qin family Yuan gang member closest to him. Hoof! You little beast! He said mockingly, I am not like those trash you slaughtered at Xinxiao. Even though my strength is weakened now, I am still far superior to you. He wielded a large sword, turned his body to reveal his ferocious torso, and then unleashed a terrifying sword intent. The blade flashed menacingly, kicking up countless bricks along the way. The force of the blade surged and crashed straight at Huo Lingfei. Boom whoosh! Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei let out a powerful shout, twisted his arm, and the dragon-breaking spear was instantly activated, with a faint dragon's roar echoing from the spearhead. Then, with a slight tremor, the spear instantly tore through the sweeping blade light, its tip gleaming coldly, and suddenly blasted open the chest covered in black scales. The spearhead was pierced by a terrifying force, yet it still resonated with a dragon's roar. Meticulous. The Yuan gangman seemed startled and hadn't even reacted when Huo Lingfei ripped his chest open with a spear, then fiercely thrust it into his chest, pinning him to the ground. How is this possible? He stared in horror at Huo Lingfei, who was expressionless in front of him, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets. He could hardly believe that he, a Yuan gang, would be nailed to the ground with a single spear thrust by a junior. This was extremely humiliating for him. This is absolutely unacceptable. And incredibly detailed. Wow, it's only been a short time. He had just heard about Huo Lingfei's strength, having just killed Xinxiao, but now, in the blink of an eye, he had already reached the microscopic realm. It has been less than a few days. His face was filled with extreme terror, but he could not hide the fact that his life force was fading away. After half a breath, he was completely lifeless. How could that be? Go all out, don't let him live. The other two Qin family members were visibly shocked. They were originally watching the show from the sidelines, seemingly wanting to see Huo Lingfei tortured to death. But now, he watched as the man killed a Yuan gang with a single shot, his face filled with extreme panic. Even though their inner energy has dissipated and their strength is not what it used to be, they are still far superior to a heart bridge cultivator. Not to mention, the reason they were able to become Yuan gang is because each of them possessed terrifying combat skills, and this kind of experience is definitely something that a junior cannot learn. Moreover, they even witnessed Huo Lingfei's move. Subtlety. Their faces were expressionless, but their bodies suddenly surged, unleashing terrifying fist intent without reservation, heading straight for Huo Lingfei. No more knives. I'll use my fists instead. After Huo Lingfei killed the Yuan gang with a single spear thrust, he watched their figures, took a deep breath, and... Let's have a go. Is your strength greater, or mine? Super special move Cloud Crane Charge. Adjust your breathing, regulate your body's blood and energy, swing your arm, and then throw a punch. The phantom of a cloud crane appeared and suddenly converged at the fist, with terrifying force running through the entire arm, the fist carrying an overwhelming momentum. Suddenly, it collided with the sweeping force of the fist, and a terrifying white mist suddenly rose up, with the surrounding energy waves surging like a tide. Then there was a click. Bang! The fist that collided with Huo Lingfei exploded layer by layer, as if it had hit a steel bar. The force reverberated and instantly caused the blood vessels in the entire arm to burst. Ah! A scream rang out. The figures shot out wildly like kites with broken strings. Huo Lingfei's hair danced wildly, veins bulged on his arms, his blood and qi circulated to their maximum, and every muscle in his body seemed to be mobilized. This was his all-out attack. His eyes gleamed with a sharp light. Watching Yuan gang fly backward, he raised his hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and shouted, "Crane fist flowers bloom on white bones." Near the ear. A loud bang was heard, and then a terrifyingly large hand reached out, as if locking onto him, and suddenly grabbed his neck. Put! With a sudden burst of strength, he tore open his neck and crushed it into a bone flower. Thump! Her body went limp and she suddenly collapsed to the ground, her eyes wide open, staring at Huo Lingfei with disbelief in her gaze. This move. He had never heard of it before. It's hard to imagine that something like this could be done without entering the heart bridge. Moreover, the force was unimaginable, completely surpassing the force expected at the heart bridge stage. I'm afraid that in a while, he will be able to completely rival Yuan gang. Ancestor. He let out a bitter laugh, then breathed his last. Thank you all. Now I know that Yuan gang isn't actually that strong. Huo Lingfei remained calm. He let out a soft breath. This was the first time he had encountered such a weak Yuan gang. The demonized body was indeed weak. Even he couldn't beat them. Weakling. He made a mental assessment. He couldn't understand why anyone would abandon their original strength to join the embrace of demons. He shook his head. He slowly lifted his large foot and walked towards the figure he had just blasted away. Cough. Far away. A ruin. His face was contorted with horror, and one arm hung limply at his sides. He was completely deflated by Huo Lingfei's punch. That punch shattered all his bones and muscles, leaving him unable to even get up. How is this possible? How is this possible? I am Yuan Gang. I am Yuan Gang. How could he possibly do such a thing? His eyes were lifeless, and his face was deathly still. He could hardly forget the force of Huo Lingfei's punch. He, a dignified Yuan Gang, has fallen to such an end. If he had regained his previous strength, how could he have been so presumptuous by a junior? They poop on your head. If I were to return to my full strength, he wouldn't be able to withstand even one of my attacks, but he's just a junior. He was screaming wildly inside. My mental state has collapsed. Right before my eyes. The terrifying figure slowly approached, its indifferent eyes utterly devoid of emotion. A bizarre, incongruous monster. They abandoned their own strength and turned to the embrace of demons, yet they can't even defeat me. Ridiculous, pathetic. He slowly lifted his foot. He showed no expression whatsoever. A terrifying force surged forth in an instant, crashing down with a deafening roar. Take your so-called arrogance and get down there to be buried with your ancestors. Ancestor, no. Upon hearing this, he was horrified, and before he could react, the large foot slammed down suddenly. Bang! His head was instantly crushed by a tremendous force, and then exploded with a bang. Chapter 76 Chaos in the Sea of Clouds. Countless bits of meat were crushed and scattered. Huff! Huo Lingfei exhaled a breath of turbid air. He looked at the 3 Qin family Yuan Gang he had killed, and his figure slowly returned to calm. My strength should be close to that of Yuan Gang. Huo Lingfei raised his hand and slowly picked up Long Yuan, which was stuck in the ground. Sensing the strength of the 3 Yuan Gang cultivators, he couldn't help but think to himself. If he were to cross the Heart Bridge, his strength would likely rival that of an ordinary Yuan Gang cultivator. It's just that my strength has reached that level. Huo Lingfei wasn't arrogant. He knew that his strength was nothing compared to that of a true Yuan Gang martial artist. Those 3 Qin family demons, although they had bodies of Yuan Gang, did not possess the essence of Yuan Gang, and even their Yuan Gang bodies were somewhat damaged. Without protective qi, he would naturally break through it. If he were to encounter a true Yuan Gang, he would probably run away immediately. Isn't that Huo Lingfei from the old gang? Holy crap, that's terrifying. Those are 3 Yuan Gang cultivators from the Qin family? And they're all dead. And how could their physiques be so terrifying? I just heard that the entire Yunhai city is in chaos, but I never expected that the 3 Yuan Gang members of the Qin family would be killed by Huo, the head of the old gang. The crowd, who had been startled by the battle, were all terrified when they saw Huo Lingfei's figure. They saw a figure lying on the ground. Those were none other than the figures of 3 Yuan Gang members from the Qin family. But now Huo Lingfei has defeated 3 opponents single-handedly and utterly defeated them on the spot. The passers-by who witnessed the scene were completely shocked. They had never imagined that Huo Lingfei's strength would be so terrifying. Even Yuan Gang could die at his hands. In a short time, many people were shocked by Huo Lingfei, their mouths agape in disbelief. Something has happened in Yunhai City. Huo Lingfei didn't have time to deal with these matters, but instead looked into the distance. His strength has now reached the top of the Heartfire level, and he is even comparable to a martial artist at the Heart Bridge level. His physical perception has increased dramatically. Naturally, they could hear the sounds of fighting coming from not far away. It appears to be a struggle between forces. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes slightly. Something must have happened during the time he was away from Yunhai City. Moreover, he encountered the Qin family's Yuan Gang here, and the direction he was fleeing from happened to collide with his path. Escaped from the old gang? Thinking of this, his gaze involuntarily sharpened for a moment. Could it be that the 6 Yuan Gang members of the Qin family attacked the old gang, only to be routed by the several branch leaders who were guarding it? Huo Lingfei couldn't help but think of it. After all, even he was able to kill 3 demonized Yuan Gang members of the Qin family. Logically speaking, as a true Yuan Gang level being, he shouldn't be unable to defeat them. The more Huo Lingfei thought about it, the more convinced he became. Otherwise, how could he have run into the 3 Yuan Gang members of the Qin family? Let's go back to the old gang first. With the old gang around, my parents should be fine. Huo Lingfei looked at the fearful eyes of the people around him, and with a burst of force, he shot out. The terrifying shockwave instantly elicited gasps of surprise from those around. Old gang. Several guild leaders returned and instantly gathered their subordinate hall masters, their powerful blood energy soaring into the sky like a dragon. The Qin family has probably already fallen into demonic possession, and the other major gangs and aristocratic families are also embroiled in conflict. One of the leaders looked into the distance and sensed countless beings with surging blood fighting. The chaotic dog gang and the Qin family have some nerve. They actually dare to overturn the table. Since that's the case, don't blame us. That's right, to rid the human race of this scourge, we have every right to do so. Another leader, his body covered in black blood, had a murderous glint in his eyes. They just received the news. The entire city of Yunhai was turned into a mess, with the chaotic dog gang and the Qin family engaging in a frenzied killing spree, and almost all forces were instantly locked in combat. We'll storm the Qin family first and slaughter their entire clan. The other branch leaders were extremely terrifying, surrounded by auras that caused their power to surge directly into the entire old gang. Should we wait for Brother Li to return? A helmsman gazed in the direction of Xing Heiyuan and said calmly. No need. The Star Sea Abyss riot is even larger than before. Brother Li and that guy Hong Yuan will probably be stationed there for a while. The other branch leaders shook their heads and then asked their hall masters to take stock of their men. The Star Sea Abyss riot was extremely large in scale. If they hadn't been stationed in the old gang, they probably would have gone to Star Sea Abyss as well. But now, watching the several Qin family Yuan gang members who had been killed, they couldn't help but sigh. Brother Li truly deserves to be our leader. If we had all gone together, wouldn't we have been wiped out by those beasts of the Qin family? What's the point of guarding Star Sea Abyss if our home gets stolen? The words were spoken. Others couldn't help but agree. They then changed the subject. Without further ado, while the other forces are still fighting, let's break out first. This time, the entire Qin family will be wiped out. The leader, looking at the troops gathered under his command, suddenly let out a powerful shout. Yes. The massive, dark crowd before me emitted a deafening roar. An aura of extreme terror soared into the sky. With two branch leaders stationed at the old gang, the other branch leaders suddenly led their men straight to the Qin family of the Dragon Tiger Path. Wait, who is that? One of the helmsmen frowned, gazing into the distance, where a terrifying figure was hurtling through the air with a whooshing sound as it rushed toward them. Another force has arrived? As they sensed the figure, their faces grew solemn, the air thick with the stench of blood, and their bodies radiated a palpable killing intent. Their momentum has not diminished in the slightest. Who is this force that dares to attack their old gang at this time? Even the other leaders sensed this aura. Turning to look at the figure sweeping towards him, he shouted, "Who goes there? Don't you know this is my old gang's territory? Master, it's me." Huo Lingfei rushed forward with a whoosh, and upon seeing the figures of several helmsmen, he couldn't help but let out a startled shout. Huo Lingfei? Upon hearing the voice and seeing the familiar face, the other leaders instinctively pressed their hands down. They stared at the figure, their faces showing some surprise. It was actually Li Jinlong's fourth disciple? How can someone have such a terrifying physique? It actually gave them the illusion that they were on the same level. Moreover, how come he possesses at least 3 Yuan gang-level auras? Seeing this, as Huo Lingfei approached, the shock on their faces intensified. Chapter 77, Guarding the Garrison. It must be an illusion. They frowned slightly and shook their heads. How is that possible? As far as they know, Huo Lingfei's strength is still far from the Yuan gang realm. He hasn't even entered the Heart Bridge realm yet. How could he possibly give them this kind of feeling? Moreover, he possessed at least 3 Yuan gang-level auras. This means that he has experienced at least 3 battles, and each of them was against an opponent at the Yuan gang level. They wouldn't believe it, would they? Even if Li Jinlong were to arrive, he probably wouldn't believe this feeling. They couldn't help but suppress their thoughts. Just assume that their perception is somewhat flawed. Why are you here? Greetings, masters. The Star Sea Abyss is in turmoil, and Grandmaster-level demons have awakened. Our teachers and others are holding the line at the front, and the situation is far from optimistic. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei's figure, the several helmsmen were about to inquire about the situation in Xing Heiyuan when they heard these words, and their expressions changed drastically. That demonic dragon has awakened? A leader's face was extremely ugly, and his voice almost rose. He seemed to have thought of something, and his breathing became somewhat rapid. Is it true? Another leader suddenly appeared in front of Huo Lingfei, staring intently at him. That's true. Huo Lingfei nodded. Upon hearing this, the scene instantly fell into a deathly silence. They looked at Huo Lingfei and fell silent. After a long while, one of the helmsmen, his face drained of color, exclaimed, his arm veins bulging, no wonder, no wonder. So that's why the Qin family gang dared to act like this. Turns out that beast has woken up. The demonized body is immune to attacks from demons. That's a clever plan. One of the helmsmen had a gloomy expression, and upon thinking of this, a sudden surge of anger appeared on his face. The demonized body is immune to demon attacks, and with that beast Xingheyuan around, I'm afraid that once they invade Yunhai City, the entire city will become a paradise for demons. By then, they will be the only ones left in power. They had been puzzled as to why the Qin family members had suddenly gone mad, and why 6 Qin family Yuan gang members had transformed into demonic bodies. The root of the problem lay here. Their faces turned ashen at the thought of the demonic dragon beyond the Star Sea Abyss. A master-level demon. Their original Grandmaster-level figure in Yunhai City, the former leader of the 6 leaders of the old gang, had long since perished. Let alone them, if it were to emerge from the Star Sea Abyss, no one in the entire Yunhai City would be able to stop its advance. Thinking about this, their faces fell silent once more. If they are allowed into Yunhai City, everyone here will die. We should make preparations. The helmsman lowered his eyes, and suddenly thought of something. The previous generation of Grandmasters forged the dragon binding gold to imprison the demonic dragon, precisely to prevent this day from happening. However, with the abilities of a Grandmaster-level being, these dozens of dragon binding gold can only hold out for a while. They will break free in less than a month. Within a month, we can only seek help from other city masters. The other leaders remained calm, seemingly having also considered this possibility. However, their brows remained furrowed. As soon as these words were spoken, someone immediately shook their head and sighed. How easy is it to invite a Grandmaster? Our Yunhai City is close to the border. How can we invite a Grandmaster to fight that fallen demonic dragon? Don't they realize that no Grandmaster is fearless? The previous Grandmaster, barely a master, fought a demonic dragon, and not only did he fail to kill it, he was also severely injured. He had barely finished speaking. The eyes of several helmsmen immediately dimmed. After decades of martial arts training, he finally achieved the Yuan gang level. His ambition to become a Grandmaster has yet to be fulfilled, and he is about to die tragically at the hands of demons. A month has passed, and he has only been struggling in his death throes. Go help Li Jinlong. One of the captains came to his senses and sighed softly. What's the point of talking about attacking the Qin family now? Even if we wipe out the entire Qin family, so what? A month later, when the demonic dragon sweeps through Yunhai City, everything will be reduced to ashes. Upon hearing this, the other leaders couldn't help but let out a long sigh. That's the only way. Young man, the demonic dragon has awakened, and the Star Sea Abyss will inevitably be in turmoil. The mountain pass will be destroyed and a demonic tide will erupt. Relying solely on Brotherly and Hong Yuan, the 2 Yuan gangmasters, to hold the line will not be enough to stop the surging demonic tide. We must hurry to provide support. Once we leave, the old gang will be left to you to oversee. Other factions in Yunhai City are fighting amongst themselves. The Qin family members have already been killed by us, so no one will cause trouble for the old gang for the time being. However, 3 Qin family Yuan gang members escaped from the old gang, but we only need to be cautious. They are now crippled by us and won't cause any trouble for the time being. Simply maintain a stable position and keep the old gang members in check. The helmsman in front of him spoke quickly. Master, I must have killed the 3 Yuan gang members of the Qin family. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but speak. As soon as he spoke, the helmsmen who were about to speak seemed to be in a daze. Then his eyes widened as he stared at Huo Lingfei in front of him, his face filled with horror. Killed him? No wonder I sensed 3 Yuan gang auras on you. You actually killed those 3 people. The group of leaders looked as if they had seen a ghost. Although the 3 Yuan gang were extremely weak and could not compare with the real Yuan gang, they were still beyond the reach of the Heart Bridge. But now, Huo Lingfei says he killed him? Upon hearing this, their breathing quickened, their faces showing a mixture of surprise and delight. But in an instant, they sighed even more deeply. Damn that demonic dragon. Its tendons came from our old gang, but it didn't give us any time to develop. It's all about timing and fate. If one of the dragon tendons were to grow into a Yuan gang, they might actually be able to contend with a Grandmaster. They looked at Huo Lingfei's figure with extreme regret on their faces. If I had been born a few years earlier, the situation would probably be different. After calming down, they no longer had any competitive spirit and looked at Huo Lingfei in front of them. One of the captains simply threw down a gold medal. The leader's order was written on it in a flamboyant and elegant style. With my token, you can mobilize the gang's resources and disciples. As Master Lee's fourth disciple, and with your existing reputation, no one is more suitable than you. The brothers will certainly obey your orders. I see that you have already ignited the 3 fires and the furnace is burning brightly. There is just one Heart Bridge Master ingredient left in the gang. Brother Lee has already asked for it, so we will not be stingy. You can take it directly. He spoke quickly, and without any hesitation, he gave an order and led the assembled men directly toward the Star Sea Abyss. Not bad, young man. I'll temporarily entrust the old gang to you. As the son of Brother Lee, and with such prestige in the old gang, and having even killed 3 Yuan gang, we can rest assured that you are here to guard this place. Seeing this, the other leaders followed suit. He took the token that the leader tossed to him. Huo Lingfei seemed slightly surprised. Watching the departing figures of the helmsman, a ripple of emotion stirred within him. He had heard every word the leaders had said. Chapter 78 The Bridge of Hearts. 1 month. Huo Lingfei murmured to himself, holding the helmsman's token in his hand, and slowly put it away. He could sense the gravity of the situation. Recalling the terrifying dragon breath within the Star Sea Abyss, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of powerlessness. But in the blink of an eye, he suppressed it. He had experienced this sense of powerlessness before, when he was expelled from the martial arts class. If it weren't for his awakened talent, he wouldn't have achieved what he has today. It's just a beast. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, feeling the boiling of his blood and qi. He is now at the peak of the Heart Fire realm, and is already comparable to the Yuan gang level. If it becomes a Bridge of Hearts, it would probably be able to fight against Yuan gang. A month later, he might be able to challenge the legendary Grandmaster level. By then, what other masters are needed? No. He alone is enough. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's eyes shone brightly. For him, there was still hope. A month might not be enough time for others. But for him, it was more than enough. Enter the Bridge of the Heart first. Seeing that most of the old gang's disciples had been taken away by the leader, Huo Lingfei went to the medicine hall, showed the leader's token, and then took away a Heart Bridge medicinal ingredient. He then returned to his home. Both parents were at home, and his younger sister did not go to school today either. Xiao Fei, has something happened? Huo Yuan's face fell when he saw his son. Even he could tell that changes had occurred in Yunhai City. Even Su Lan looked somewhat worried. Thanks to Huo Lingfei's current identity and the support of the old gang's pharmacy, her health gradually recovered to its previous state, and she no longer had to stay in bed. Mom and Dad, it's all right. You can just stay home. Even if something happens, this is the old gang. Huo Lingfei said casually upon hearing this. He had no intention of telling the truth. After all, the Star Sea Abyss riots, telling them would probably only make them more worried. Huo Yuan relaxed slightly, thinking that it made sense. After all, this was an old gang, one of the 6 major gangs. Even if something happened in Yunhai, things might not happen here. Moreover, only when he was in Yunhai City could he truly appreciate his son's current status. He then refrained from asking any further questions. He simply told Huo Lingfei to be careful in everything. After sitting down with his parents and offering them a few words of comfort, and seeing that they didn't seem to care, he went to the courtyard. After thinking it over, he sent someone to the old gang to bring his relatives and others to the old gang. After all, the Star Sea Abyss was in chaos, and the danger in the slums was much greater than in Yunhai City. He had already lost relatives, so he naturally did not want to cause his parents any more worry. So they simply settled them temporarily within the old gang's premises. After doing all this, Huo Lingfei took a deep breath and slowly cleared his mind of distracting thoughts. My teacher once said that the Bridge of the Heart needs a guide, and now that he has a guide, he can naturally step onto the Bridge of the Heart. When the 3 fires are ignited, the chest burns as fiercely as a furnace. This is the peak of the Heart Fire. Between the 3 fires, above the flesh and bones, the primary fire guides the secondary fire, connecting the flesh and bones with the source of the heart, thus linking the internal organs with the flesh and bones. The flesh and bones will continuously supply power and nourish the internal organs. This is called the Heart Bridge. Huo Lingfei recalled what his teacher had said back then. He already knew the secrets of the Heart Bridge deep in his heart. However, compared to before, now that his teacher is not by his side and there is no teacher to protect him, he can only break through to the Heart Bridge on his own. It's good that there's no teacher to protect us. Huo Lingfei shook his head. The path of martial arts must ultimately be walked by oneself. If he needs his teacher's assistance every time he breaks through to a new level, it won't do him any good. If I were to break through to the Yuan Gang realm one day, wouldn't I be unable to reach an even higher level without my teacher? Breaking through the heart bridge requires clearing away distracting thoughts, carefully sensing the existence of the flesh and bones within the body, circulating the flesh and bones, consuming the main guide, and understanding the location of the main guide and the heart source. Huo Lingfei slowly pulled his thoughts back, then felt the presence of flesh and bones within his body. A sudden heat emanated from my chest. That was clearly the location of the flesh and bones. Connecting the heart source, Huo Lingfei closed his eyes tightly, then his brows furrowed slightly before slowly relaxing. This should be near the heart? Using the power of flesh and bones to connect to the heart. Won't the power of flesh and bones burst directly? Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei, holding the main guide, seemed to understand something. Without any hesitation, he took it immediately. An incredibly hot sensation rushed to my head and then into my heart. A burning sensation continued to emanate from the area. Huo Lingfei was covered in cold sweat. But he gritted his teeth and persevered. He seemed to understand something. He then directly activated his flesh and bones, and a surge of power instantly rushed straight to his heart. Boom! A roar suddenly came from inside his body. A sharp pain suddenly surged through Huo Lingfei's heart, and his face turned deathly pale instantly. He hadn't expected that the force of the flesh and bone impacting his heart would cause such pain, like angina. You can even sense that for a moment you lose consciousness, as if you are dead. However, it only lasted for a moment before he regained control of his body. His heart was enveloped by the power of the main force, and he could sense an aura from a demon that seemed to want to devour his life force, but it was suppressed by the 3 fires within his body. No wonder, it requires the peak of heart fire. Huo Lingfei felt the movement within his body and couldn't help but take a deep breath. If it weren't for the suppression of the 3 fires, he would probably have been completely devoured by the master. Moreover, the main guide to the heart bridge is actually related to demons. The thought was immediately suppressed. Now was not the time to let my mind wander. After the flesh and bones are connected to the heart, they also need to connect with the 5 internal organs to form a complete internal circulation. Boom boom. Terrifying noises continued to emanate from Huo Lingfei's body. Feeling the excruciating pain within his body, he was incredibly ferocious, gasping for breath. Even the 3 fires within his body seemed somewhat dim. If it weren't for the furnace burning in my chest, I probably would have fallen off the heart fire before even reaching the bridge of my heart. The muscles and bones emitted continuous long groans. As time goes by, an incredibly refreshing feeling rushed straight to my head. Then his whole body suddenly changed, and his terrifying aura suddenly rose to a peak, and then he broke through with a bang. The terrifying aura of blood belonging to the heart bridge swept through the entire courtyard in an instant. In the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei seemed unable to contain the changes in his body, and directly transformed into a terrifying form resembling dragon tendons. But the next second, the dragon's body was still growing rapidly, and a terrifying aura was brewing. This change only stopped abruptly after his height exceeded 3 meters. Huffing and puffing, a terrifying white mist kept rising from his body as Huo Lingfei gasped for breath. His body was covered in ferocious muscles. With a slight lift of his upper arm, the veins bulged and the muscles rippled, and indescribable power surged into his heart. And take your time to look at it. The entire garment was torn, leaving only the pants intact. Huo Lingfei felt that he could smash Qin Jiayuan Gang, who had previously clashed with him, into a pulp with just one punch. An illusion. He took a deep breath, his eyes gleaming. This is nothing more than an inflated ego after breaking through to the heart bridge level. Having been disciplined by his teacher once before, he wouldn't believe it again. However, he did not expect that his dragon tendon form would grow again, reaching an incredibly terrifying stage. And, with a thought, the dragon tendon seemed to shrink, returning to its previous form. However, its strength and power seemed to be suppressed. So, the form I just saw was actually my 3rd form? Huo Lingfei's face still gleamed with a sharp light. In the 3rd form, his strength surged dramatically, almost surpassing the power of his 2nd form, as if he had broken through his own threshold and possessed unimaginable power. I wonder which is stronger, my 3rd form or Yuan Gang. Huo Lingfei named his 3rd form breaking limits. Only under the condition of exceeding the limit. The load on his muscles and bones seemed to have increased, and the side effects of the dramatic increase in his bodily functions were quite noticeable. He could feel a long rumbling sound coming from his bones and muscles, and his heart was also under some strain. But Huo Lingfei's eyes still shone brightly. This is only temporary. He has only just entered the heart bridge stage. His internal organs have not yet been nourished. Once his internal organs are upgraded, he will likely be able to handle this high load workload. The teacher said that after breaking through to the heart bridge stage, the flesh and bones will continuously provide power to nourish the internal organs through the heart bridge built within the body. When the 5 internal organs are connected and the 6 viscera are traversed, both are accomplished, the bridge of the heart is perfected, and the vital energy originates from the heart. Huo Lingfei murmured to himself, sensing the movements within his body. There seemed to be a strange connection between his internal organs and his flesh and bones. Generating qi means entering the Yuan Gang realm. He was not arrogant, and slowly suppressed the joy in his heart that he had broken through to the heart bridge realm. In the past, he might have been secretly excited. But thinking about the current situation, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. We still need to work harder. Compared to a master-level demon, it is still weak and frail. He considered his current strength and realized that if he were to face the dragon's breath, he would probably only last a few breaths before dying inside the mountain pass. Crane-style fist 900 super special move. After reaching 900, the crane-style fist technique went silent. Huo Lingfei remained calm. He could sense that he had mastered this style of boxing to its fullest extent. Dragon Slaying Spear 793-710. As for the Dragon Spear, it seems that after reaching a proficiency level of 793, the moves in his mind became clearer and clearer, and it seems that he will be able to completely master it after reaching a proficiency level of 800. Blood Fiend Fist 345-360 minor success. As for the Blood Fiend Fist, it's still 200 short of reaching the minor mastery level. Huo Lingfei's gaze was calm. The Blood Fiend Fist seemed to be more difficult to practice. Previously, he could master the Dragon Breaking Spear and Crane Fist with a proficiency level of 60. The Blood Fiend Fist requires a proficiency level of 360 to achieve even a minor level of mastery. Is it the difficulty of martial arts? Huo Lingfei frowned, but then shook his head. If we consider the difficulty of martial arts, the Dragon Slaying Spear is even more difficult to master. It should be murderous intent. He seemed to have guessed the reason. Killing intent doesn't appear out of thin air. It takes years of killing to build up. My own killing intent is probably not enough, but with talent, it seems that I only need to put in a little more effort to master it. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, rested for a while, and then decided to continue practicing. The teachers and the others are still fighting fiercely. How can I let my guard down? He had just assumed a stance. Suddenly, a hurried voice rang in my ears. Something's happened to Master Hua? The chaotic dog gang has come to our door. Outside the courtyard. A disciple exclaimed in surprise, which instantly changed Huo Lingfei's expression. Without hesitation, he pushed off with his feet and leaped onto the wall. They then headed straight for the old gang. His gaze was somewhat cold. He hadn't expected that such a powerful force would come knocking on his door so quickly after the leader and the others left. I even beat their heart bridge to death during the martial arts competition. Huo Lingfei thought of this, but his expression remained calm. His body moved violently, and in an instant he arrived at the gate of the old gang. Where's Yuan Gang from the old gang? Get out here right now. Door. Countless figures surged forward, with a ferocious-looking Yuan Gang standing at the gate, shouting fiercely at the old gang. Upon hearing this, the disciples of the old gang couldn't help but show some surprise on their faces. No sooner had the leader left than Yuan Gang showed up at their door, and it was none other than the chaotic dog gang, with whom they had a deep-seated grudge. Su Yunyong, this is my old gang. How dare your chaotic dog gang cause trouble in my old gang? When the old gang leader saw this, he couldn't help but feel angry. Enough with the noise. How dare a junior speak to me like that? Upon hearing this, Su Yunyong's expression turned cold, and he raised his hand, unleashing waves of energy that instantly struck the Xinxiao. Put. He spit out a mouthful of blood and crashed into a building. Presumptuous. The other members of the old gang were instantly enraged upon seeing this. Let your Yuan Gang come out and speak. Su Yunyong said indifferently, watching the movements of the people in the old gang. Such a large old gang, surely they don't even have a single Yuan Gang? He had barely finished speaking. The members of the chaotic dog gang behind him burst into wild laughter. Ha 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 ha. Just as I thought. Su Yunyong let out a wild laugh, his arrogance growing even stronger. A once powerful gang, and now it doesn't even have a single decent figure left. Where is Li Jinlong? Make him get out here. His eyes were filled with greed. They're all gone. No wonder I couldn't sense any Yuan gang's presence. So they weren't in the old gangs after all. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from his body, and he grinned maliciously. It's time for your old gang to pay the price for bullying my chaotic dog gang like this. Within 3 breaths, all of you must commit suicide, or I will personally wipe out the entire old gang. A burst of powerful energy, accompanied by a nonchalant voice, resounded throughout the entire old gang. What a bunch of chaotic dogs. My former leader is holding the line in Starcy Abyss, and you dare to act like this? We are all human, yet you didn't go to help when the Starcy Abyss erupted. You are unworthy of being human. You beast, you want us to surrender? Absolutely not. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces instantly filled with anger. Ignorant. Su Yunyong's expression was calm, as if he had already guessed that no one would surrender. His terrifying aura instantly swept over the entire old gang. He's about to unleash his fury and wipe out the entire old gang in the next second. But then, his gaze sharpened. A figure suddenly slammed into the old gang's gate. Chapter 79. Dead? I thought the leader was coming. Turns out it's you, you beast. Su Yunyong grinned, revealing his teeth as he saw Huo Lingfei's figure. Not only did you not run away, but you even dared to appear in front of me. He had also heard about the martial arts tournament. The members of their own chaotic dog gang were all wiped out by Huo Lingfei in the martial arts competition. The entire Xinxiao team that went there was killed by Huo Lingfei. The thought made his eyes grow even colder. You killed Xinxiao of my chaotic dog gang. I heard that a while ago, one of my brothers from the chaotic dog gang was beaten half to death by you in the slums. He was expressionless. Looking at Huo Lingfei's expression, as if he were looking at a dead object, he said, since that's the case, then you can die. He didn't waste any words. One of the dragon tendons has already become quite powerful. If he were to become a Yuan gang, wouldn't his old gang be the sole dominant force in the entire Cloud Sea? Not to mention, Huo Lingfei had a deep-seated hatred for the chaotic dog gang. The old gang is a bunch of stupid dogs, they didn't even leave a branch leader to keep things in check. Su Yunyong's face was ferocious, and his figure suddenly rushed in front of Huo Lingfei. He raised his hand and suddenly unleashed a terrifying burst of energy, then slammed his fist down. He didn't use any special moves, just a light, effortless punch, yet it delivered a terrifyingly powerful sound. For a Yuan gang to lower himself to attack someone who hasn't even crossed the Heart Bridge stage is already something that would make him look down on. Not to mention any moves or techniques. If he couldn't kill a peak Heartfire cultivator with one punch, his Yuan gang cultivation would probably have been ridiculed by everyone long ago. Bang! A terrifying surge of energy swirled and crashed down, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that swept outwards from Huo Lingfei's center, raising countless plumes of dust. Even the ground beneath his feet was crushed into pieces by this immense force. Oh no! Master Hua! Damn it, those beasts from the chaotic dog gang! If it weren't for the fact that our leaders went to guard Shanghai Abyss, how could we have let those beasts from the chaotic dog gang come knocking on our door? Fuck you, you just know how to bully my old gang because we have no one left. Master Hua is a man of extraordinary talent. The sect leader sent him to guard the old gang. How could he be so foolish as to go and fight a mere Yuan gang? The members of the old gang were extremely heartbroken when they saw this scene. Yuan gang is a leader-level figure. Master Hua isn't even at the Heart Bridge level now. They can respect him even if he's at the peak of the Heartfire realm, but for him to fight a Yuan gang cultivator is like an ant hitting an elephant. Thinking of this, they couldn't help but feel sorrow on their faces. Huo Lingfei's Dragon Tendon talent has been regarded as the future hope of their old gang during this period. But I never expected him to be so impulsive. Wait a minute. They seemed to have seen something, their pupils widening in shock. All I could see was, as the dust slowly dissipated, an extremely terrifying figure was revealed. A thick, powerful hand was held horizontally in front of it, instantly blocking the descending fist. The massive, gnarled hand, as thick as a tree trunk, was utterly horrified. Its muscles were bulging, and a low, labored breathing could be heard. Huo Lingfei gripped Yuan Gang's fist tightly, his face expressionless. Is this the Dragon Tendon? Su Yunyong's expression remained calm, seemingly showing no reaction upon seeing Huo Lingfei's figure. If he could kill the Dragon Tendon with a single, light punch, he would suspect that Li Jinlong was faking it. But now, Looking at Huo Lingfei's current appearance and physique, he couldn't help but smile. The fist that Huo Lingfei was holding suddenly turned into a claw, and he instantly grabbed Huo Lingfei's thick hand and twisted it. Click, click, click. Huo Lingfei's large hand was instantly twisted, the terrifying force ravaging his hand, twisting it into a twisted shape in an instant. Seeing this, the smile on his face gradually turned sinister. Dragon Tendon, luckily you didn't run away, otherwise I would have had to go through all the trouble of looking for it. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei felt the pain in his hand but remained expressionless. Click, click, click. The large hand, twisted into a pretzel, seemed to have been forcibly straightened by some force, making a constant cracking sound. Then, in the blink of an eye, it quickly returned to its original state. Ha ha ha. I've long heard that the dragon tendon has an abnormal regenerative ability, and it's true. Upon seeing this, Su Yunyang showed no surprise, and his terrifyingly large hand suddenly slammed out with a punch. Surrounded by powerful energy, a series of explosions erupted. Huo Lingfei shot out like a cannonball. Then it smashed into the old gang's gate. With a powerful kick, Su Yunyang shot forward, unleashing a terrifying attack that crashed down upon him. Presumptuous! Bang! Bang! When the members of the old gang saw that Huo Lingfei seemed to have withstood Yuan Gang's attack, they were instantly enraged when they saw Su Yunyang rush into the old gang. But the next second, a terrifying burst of energy suddenly erupted, and a spray of blood mist sent them flying. Su Yunyang caught up with Huo Lingfei, unleashing a terrifying burst of energy through his arm before slamming it down. Bang! Its momentum swept everything away. A terrifying force stirred up layers of smoke and clouds. But in the blink of an eye, the imagined sensation of Huo Lingfei being smashed to pieces did not come instead. His large hand was forcefully gripped by a pair of pliers. His eyes involuntarily changed. Boom! A terrifyingly large hand suddenly reached out, its 5 fingers slightly curled, and then it slammed a punch into Su Yunyang's chest. A crisp, loud explosion rang out. His figure shot out suddenly, smashing through the old gang's gate and crashing into the crowd of the chaotic dog gang, instantly eliciting countless cries of agony. Huo Lingfei's figure shot out of the old gang's gate with a roar. A terrifying figure suddenly rushed towards Su Yunyang, who had crashed into the crowd. His eyes remained unchanged, and cracking sounds emanated from his body. Having just taken a punch from Su Yunyang, his entire chest was dented, but now it was being repaired by his extremely abnormal healing ability. The blood energy within his body surged and roared wildly, like a crimson dragon. His expression remained calm, as if he had gained some confidence after sensing the power of the Yuan gang level. The terrifying aura of blood and energy crushed them, leaving the members of the chaotic dog gang horrified, as if they had never experienced such terrifying blood and energy before. How is this possible? How could his vital energy be so terrifying? I have never seen such a powerful vital energy before. To actually send Master Su flying. This strength. Is that the heart flame? The members of the chaotic dog gang seemed to have some disbelief on their faces. But the next second, Huo Lingfei's figure crashed down, directly slamming into the chaotic dog gang, like a jack, directly blasting dozens of chaotic dog gang disciples away. Before Su Yunyang could react, the menacing 5 fingers suddenly slashed down, grabbed his head, lifted it up, and slammed it down. Boom! The entire earth trembled continuously. Huo Lingfei's hands did not stop moving at all. With the force flowing through him, he had already adapted to the intensity of the Yuan gang level. After crossing the bridge of the heart, his physical strength seemed to have undergone a terrifying transformation. The second form is significantly stronger than the previous dragon tendon. Bang bang bang. Terrifying explosions continued to ring out. Huo Lingfei grabbed Su Yunyang's head and slammed it against the ground repeatedly, creating a crater more than a meter deep in an instant. Court death. Terrifying words exploded, and the energy surged. Huo Lingfei's body was instantly swept up by a tremendous force and flew up. The fierce palm strike slammed into Huo Lingfei's chest. With the force penetrating through, a burst of energy pierced straight through Huo Lingfei's chest and blasted out. Before he could react, he was suddenly launched into the air, his terrifying body dragging across the ground and leaving a trail tens of meters long. His chest cavity caved in, and wisps of white steam rose from his chest. A ferocious palm print appeared on Huo Lingfei's chest. Click, click, click. His terrifying muscles twitched wildly, visibly denting and shifting, but the dislocated bones were quickly restored, yet Huo Lingfei remained expressionless. Although the chest area was restored, intense pain still emanated from within the body. You little beast. Su Yunyong was disheveled, his face filled with rage, and his eyes were almost overflowing with fury. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei to be able to withstand his attack. Moreover, he was actually able to fight back, and even pinned him down and beat him for a time. And in front of all the disciples. This is utterly shameful. How could I, a dignified Yuan gang cultivator, be beaten by a beast who was not even at the Yuan gang level? His face was extremely cold. But he also felt utterly horrified. The force Huo Lingfei had just used was completely unexpected to him. His strength was extremely terrifying, completely comparable to that of Yuan gang, so much so that he didn't react for a moment. So this is the Dragon Tendon. His eyes were filled with intense killing intent. He had never imagined he would feel such murderous intent towards someone. His strength is already comparable even before he has reached the Yuan gang level. If he were to reach the Yuan gang level, what would become of him? He immediately shot out with a thunderous roar, his terrifying aura surging forth, followed by a surge of inner energy, and then raised his hand, unleashing a terrifying palm strike towards Huo Lingfei. A terrifying surge of energy swept across the entire arena. The chi suddenly transformed into an incredibly terrifying palm print, with faint Buddhist chants emanating from it, and it pressed down fiercely towards Huo Lingfei. I have been practicing martial arts for decades and was once a disciple of the Western Little Thunder Temple. For me to use such an amazing palm technique, it is no disgrace to your name, Dragon Tendon. A hint of hostility appeared on Su Yunyong's face. The terrifying palm print crushed and rolled, stirring up countless waves of wind. Everyone present was shocked by the terrifying attack. It's over. I'm afraid Hall Master Huo won't be able to withstand such a terrifying move. Even the Dragon Tendon has its limits. Hall Master Huo has burned out. The Dragon Tendon truly lives up to its name. To fight Yuan gang to this extent is unprecedented. The members of the old gang turned deathly still upon seeing this. They had initially seen Huo Lingfei not only withstand Yuan gang's attack but also engage in a prolonged battle with him, even gaining the upper hand for a short period. They were so shocked they couldn't speak. Only by facing Yuan gang can one truly understand his terrifying nature. Once you enter the Yuan gang realm, everyone below you is an ant. This is no exaggeration. The Yuan gang realm is protected by its own protective energy, and even if the Xian Xiao realm uses all its strength, it cannot break through its defenses. So when he saw that Huo Lingfei was able to gain the upper hand, he could only feel deep admiration. In the entire Yunhai city, only Huo Lingfei could achieve this level of skill. Everyone felt regret, but their eyes were also filled with anger. Let's fight these bastards from the Chaos Dog gang. If Hall Master Huo is willing to fight to the death for the old gang, we will have no regrets even if we die now. That's right, there are no cowards in the old gang. An angry chorus erupted, and for a moment, everyone looking towards the direction of the chaotic dog gang was filled with rage. But in the blink of an eye, their expressions seemed to freeze for a moment. Boom! A terrifying palm print slammed down. The palm print formed from chi, almost obliterating everything, and the Buddhist chant reached its peak. Almost everything around was reduced to ashes by this attack. Countless booming explosions resounded. Dust rose everywhere. A loud bang. It sounded as if a voice was constantly panting, huffing and puffing. The terrifying, utterly horrifying gasps of breath, like those of a demon, slowly entered everyone's ears. A colossal figure could be vaguely seen standing amidst the gray fog. As the dust settled, an incredibly ferocious figure appeared in everyone's sight. A massive hand, as thick as a tree root, slowly rose, wisps of white vapor emanating from its body. Its terrifying form was covered in bulging muscles, with veins as blue as mercury constantly bulging. The original body was replaced by an even more terrifying form. Instead, there was a man who was nearly 3 meters tall, with muscles as solid and bulging as steel bars. His aura was like a lava volcano, and the breath he exhaled from his mouth and nose was as thick as boiling water. His long, black hair danced wildly behind him without wind, his terrifying eyes calmly surveyed everyone present, and a sinister smile seemed to linger on his lips. You are very lucky. But it's also unfortunate. This is the first time I've revealed this form. You are lucky to see it, but, unfortunately, you will all die. Huo Lingfei's eyes flashed with ferocity. He had just withstood a Yuan gang-level attack, which left him in excruciating pain all over his body. This pain is only reduced in the broken limit state. Feeling the astonishing power surging through his body, he grinned savagely, and then the ground beneath his feet exploded, the shattered earth and rocks almost crushed into powder. Bang! He shot out like an arrow released from a bow. Smack! Su Yunyong stared blankly at Huo Lingfei's figure when suddenly a terrifying explosion rang in his ears. He was struck in the abdomen by an incredibly terrifying fist. The sound of the punch exploded, piercing the air, and then the punch broke through the protective aura covering the body, smashing through the abdomen and going straight in. Put! The ferocious 5 fingers transformed into claws, suddenly grabbing out and pulling out the scarlet flesh and blood inside. A scream suddenly rang out. Before anyone could even make out his figure, Su Yunyong let out a shrill scream, and a terrifying cloud of blood erupted. His protective aura was shattered by a single punch, leaving a terrifying hole in his abdomen from which flesh and blood were forcibly ripped out. Huo Lingfei's face remained expressionless. The menacing 5 fingers reached out again, grabbing Su Yunyong's head and digging into his skull. Then, it grabbed him and smashed him down. Boom! The entire ground trembled, and in an instant, it split into pieces. Its figure, resembling a demonic mountain, smashed wildly, with cloud cranes constantly rising around it, yet they seemed to be imbued with a terrifying aura. Huo Lingfei stood still, grabbing Su Yunyong and unleashing punches, each punch a concentrated burst of the strongest power from the crane-style fist. He seemed tireless, only raising his hand and throwing punches. The ground caved in, and his fist only stopped abruptly after he had smashed Su Yunyong into a pile of minced meat. Dead, dead? Chapter 80. Pass on my command. The entire scene fell into a deathly silence. Everyone stared blankly at Huo Lingfei's figure. The terrifying figure, resembling a demonic mountain, was etched into everyone's eyes, causing immense horror. They watched helplessly as Huo Lingfei charged straight at them, shattering Su Yunyong's protective aura with a single punch and smashing him into a pulp. How is this possible? Master Su was beaten to death by someone who hadn't even reached the Yuan gang realm? The members of the chaotic dog gang seemed unable to accept this fact. A martial artist who was previously at the peak of the Heartflame realm, and who had just been ravaged by their leader Su, suddenly became extremely terrifying in the blink of an eye. And in a daze, they directly beat their leader to death. The scene where Huo Lingfei broke through Su Yunyong's protective aura with a single punch was something they would never forget. This is beyond comparable. It was not a brutal massacre. As a Yuan gang level figure, an outside disciple of the Western Little Thunder Temple, and ranked among the top 100 Yuan gang in Yunhai City, Su Yunyong was actually beaten into a pulp by a junior. Let alone them. If this gets out, probably no one will believe it. Even the members of the old gang, all of them, stared at Huo Lingfei's figure with utter shock on their faces. They stared blankly at Huo Lingfei's figure, too shocked to speak. Compared to the chaotic gang, they know their own family members best. Although Huo Lingfei was regarded by their old gang as a peerless genius who was once in 1,000 years in the entire Yunhai city, everyone agreed that even such a genius was not a genius. It takes time to become a Yuan gang. After all, 100 years ago, the Dragon Tendon took 1 or 2 years to form the Heart Bridge. Although it overwhelmed 10 opponents with its strength, it was ultimately killed by Yuan gang. But now, looking at Huo Lingfei before them, everyone was speechless. It was already impressive that Huo Lingfei could rival Yuan gang, but it turns out he was even better. If word got out that a Yuan gang cultivator had been beaten to death, it would surely cause a huge uproar. Master Huo is too monstrous. Holy crap, even the Dragon Tendon from 100 years ago couldn't compare to this physique. We were ignorant. Such extraordinary talent. We are about to witness history. 100 years ago, the Dragon Tendon appeared out of nowhere, and 100 years later, Master Huo alone is shrouded in a thin veil of Yuan gang. It took them a long time to react, and they looked at Huo Lingfei's figure with amazement. But in the blink of an eye, they reacted instantly, staring at the still somewhat dazed members of the chaotic dog gang at the doorway, and someone immediately shouted angrily, "Kill them! These beasts dare to cause trouble in the old gang. Master Huo is mighty. Slaughter these beasts!" Suddenly, someone burst out from the old gang and rushed into the crowd. Huffing and puffing. The veins on his arm bulged like mercury, and his terrifying hand slowly rose, spewing out a thick, boiling white vapor from his nostrils. Huo Lingfei was panting heavily. Gazing down at Yuan gang, who had been reduced to a pulp by him, beneath his reddened skin and flesh, his blood and qi surged continuously, and he felt the strain on his body reaching its limit. The terrifying shape slowly shrank back to its normal size. A constant ache was coming from between my muscles. Just like experiencing an extreme sport, it makes you feel incredibly exhilarated, and the pain that is weakened when you break through your limits still rushes straight to your head. Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, sensing the state within his body, his eyes seemingly gleaming. Although my second form's strength is comparable to the Yuan Gang level, my defensive capabilities, including explosive power, are still inferior. Sometimes it's even difficult to break through their defenses. And in the third form, my strength has almost multiplied several times. I can shatter the protective chi of a Yuan Gang level cultivator with a single punch, and not only that. Even the physical defense is terrifying, and the damage received will be greatly reduced. He felt his body in its third form and couldn't help but smile. It seems that in the breakthrough form, my strength has reached the Yuan Gang level, and I can even crush it. Only. This is not my limit. Huo Lingfei looked at Su Yunyong, who had been crushed into mincemeat by him. He could feel that he could easily break through Su Yunyong's protective aura in his third form. Their strength is also unmatched. It's safe to say that even if 3 more Su Yunyongs came, they probably wouldn't be able to change the outcome. Still too weak. Huo Lingfei's gaze returned to calm. After encountering the demonic dragon of the Star Sea Abyss, nearly killing a Yuan Gang was not enough. It was still not comparable to a Grandmaster level existence. In the third form, the Cloud Crane Force of Crane Fist doesn't seem to be a big burden on me. Huo Lingfei stood quietly in place, watching the crowd of the chaotic dog gang being slaughtered one after another. Recalling his actions just now, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but ponder. In that state, the Cloud Crane Force was unconsciously activated, and it seemed that every move could unleash terrifying power. He didn't believe that his brute force would cause a Yuan Gang cultivator's body to explode. After all, it was at least protected by protective chi. We need to quickly master the Blood Fiend Fist. One Cloud Crane strength isn't enough. He slowly emerged from the deep pit. At the old gang's gate, blood flowed like a river. After witnessing Su Yunyong's tragic death, the chaotic dog gang seemed to have lost its backbone. Terrified by Huo Lingfei, they lost their fighting ability and were slaughtered by the old gang. Screams echoed continuously. Huo Lingfei's gaze was calm, seemingly with no intention of stopping him. On the contrary, a faint anger was brewing within him. His own teachers, senior brothers, and all the leaders went to Xinghai Abyss to resist the demon tide for the sake of Yunhai City. On the contrary, these beasts in Yunhai City disregarded the safety of the human race and took advantage of the chaos to loot. Despite being a top power in Yunhai City, it has done absolutely nothing. This almost made his eyes flash with ferocity. The news of the chaos in Xinghai Abyss was known to his old gang and other forces alike, but in such a long period of time, only his old gang had made a significant contribution. Other gangs didn't even send anyone. They were all stabbing each other in the back. Now they've even come knocking on our door. If he hadn't broken through to the Heart Bridge, wouldn't he have been beaten to death by Su Yunyong, and even his family would have suffered? Thinking about this, Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, watching the battle gradually subside before slowly taking out the leader's token. Pass on my token, gather the men. Chapter 81 Human Elixir. Xingyun Road, Luango Gang. The entire gang was gripped by a frenzy, with terrifying warriors emerging from within every now and then, wielding weapons. Inside the most central and magnificent building, a middle-aged man of terrifying stature, his blood surging with energy, gazed in the direction of the old gang, his expression calm. All the leaders of the old gang have gone to Star Sea Abyss. Su Yunyong went over there and managed to pick up some bargains. From today onwards, the old gang will likely become history. Beside him sat several men of terrifying stature, who couldn't help but smile upon hearing this. They were naturally well aware of the turmoil in the Star Sea Abyss. They also learned that all the old gang leaders had gone to Star Sea Abyss. Otherwise, they also wouldn't allow a leader to take his disciples to the old gang. He got off easy. But the Qin family's Yuan gang is truly useless. When I came to their door, none of them could withstand a single blow from me. A man covered in blood said coldly and arrogantly. The words had barely left his lips. The crowd couldn't help but chuckle. They already knew about the Qin family's affairs. They had even discovered that his entire family had been connected to the demonic body long before the current Star Sea Abyss was in turmoil. Naturally, people scoffed at his behavior. To abandon the body of a martial artist cultivated for decades and merge into the body of a demon is to forget one's roots. They even attempted to become number one in Yunhai City. Now their entire family has been wiped out. Then another leader said calmly, weren't all 6 Yuan gang members of the Qin family killed by the old gang's leaders? They even possessed demonic bodies and made a deal with the demonic dragon of the Star Sea Abyss. How laughable and pathetic. But it's actually a bargain for us. The other major gangs and families are already considering ceding ties, so it's a good time to target the Qin family and the old gangs. That's right, the other major powers won't last long, they'll eventually give in. Everyone couldn't help but agree. They were well aware that the demonic dragon in the Star Sea Abyss had awakened, and they had played a part in it. Otherwise, even if the Qin family had reached an agreement with the demon dragon, it wouldn't have awakened so quickly. We can simply wait. Once Li Jinlong and the others are wiped out by the demonic dragon, the other forces in Yunhai City will naturally submit, the middle-aged man who spoke first said calmly. As for that demonic dragon, a senior monk has already agreed to take action. Upon hearing this, the leaders of the chaotic dog gang present were suddenly overjoyed, but in the blink of an eye, their eyes seemed to return to calm. The high monk has agreed to take action, but what is the price? 100,000 pills. The middle-aged man who had just spoken seemed completely unfazed, speaking only calmly. He had barely finished speaking. The assembled leaders fell silent instantly. 100,000 pills. They naturally knew what Rindan was. The 10,000 people pill actually requires the bodies of 10,000 martial artists to be refined into individual human flesh and blood pills. This number is extremely alarming. How many martial arts talents does the entire Yunhai city have? After the consumption of these 100,000 pills, the martial arts community in Yunhai City may suffer a severe blow. Are there any other conditions? After a moment of silence, one of the leaders said calmly, "These 100,000 pills are too many. How many martial artists are there in the entire Yunhai City?" Humph. The middle-aged man snorted coldly upon hearing this. It's quite good that a grandmaster is willing to step in and resolve this, especially since this is a senior monk from Little Thunderclap Temple. Their willingness to help can be considered an act of compassion, but what difference would it make if they gave us another 100,000 pills, even if we gave them another 100,000? His words fell. Immediately, voices of agreement rang out. It's already good enough that a grandmaster is willing to take action, let alone a senior monk from the Little Thunderclap Temple. However, 100,000 pills, to be able to exchange for a chance to take action is an honor for those martial artists. One of the leaders remained expressionless, seemingly considering it incredibly fortunate that the 100,000 pills could even get a grandmaster to help. That's right, otherwise, would we just sit idly by and watch the demonic dragon turn the entire Sea of Clouds into a carnivorous territory? If that were the case, why would we go through all this trouble? Moreover, other forces and families can always come up with the 100,000 pills if they pool their resources. The other leaders echoed this sentiment. Using 100,000 pills to defeat the demon dragon was already an extremely cheap deal. They had also heard that previously, some cities had been occupied by Grandmaster-level beings, and that hiring a Grandmaster-level being to take action would require an even greater amount of financial and human resources. Moreover, it is the senior monk of Xialialayan Temple. If someone like the Buddha were to step forward, even if the entire Yunhai city refined human pills, it would not be enough to persuade such a person to take action. And that's where their confidence comes from. With the help of a grandmaster, one can naturally watch the demonic dragon awaken and break through the barrier. Otherwise, they've probably already started to panic. The high monk has another request. After everyone agreed, the middle-aged man said calmly, he heard that a dragon tendon appeared in our Yunhai city and wants its tendons and bones. If he can completely remove the tendons and bones, he will only need 50,000 pills. The words had barely left his lips. After a moment of silence, everyone present seemed to fall silent. A sinister laugh rang out. That's hard to say. Su Yunyang should already be on a killing spree. When the time comes, have him bring that little beast's corpse back, and then have the gang's executioner skin and debone him. I am also curious about what the tendons and bones of the dragon tendons look like. After the bones are removed, we'll know. It's a dragon tendon that only appears once in 100 years. It's already an unparalleled treasure, even with the saving of 50,000 pills. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone sneered. Killing a dragon tendon is almost a piece of cake. Since it hasn't even reached the Yuan gang level yet, they could easily kill it by sending out just one Yuan gang member. Moreover, it would also exempt them from paying 50,000 pills. This deal seems like a win-win situation no matter how you look at it. Bang! The crowd had barely finished speaking. A sudden explosion rang in my ears. A humanoid figure crashed in like a cannonball, accompanied by screams of agony, causing the expressions of the assembled leaders to change drastically. How dare you! Whoever dares to trespass on my chaotic dog gang is courting death. They saw a member of the chaotic dog gang being slammed into something by a tremendous force, his body instantly spurting blood, and a terrifying aura erupted. His face was filled with extreme rage. Someone actually dared to cause trouble on their chaotic dog gang's territory. That's practically suicide. Without any hesitation, several terrifying figures shot out with swords drawn, charging straight ahead. They charged forward furiously, swords drawn, but then, as if they had seen something, they froze, their faces blank with shock. Suddenly, a corpse, crushed into a bloody pulp, appeared at the entrance of the chaotic dog gang. Chapter 80. Too slow. It's Su Yunyong? This guy actually got beaten to a pulp? That piece of trash, didn't he go to the old gang? The gang leaders charged out with their swords drawn, and their faces paled with shock upon seeing Su Yunyong's corpse. Their faces looked extremely grim. Su Yunyong, a Yuan gang-level cultivator and the leader of their chaotic dog gang, was actually hung up by someone on the gate of their chaotic dog gang. Their gazes were cold and sharp, their blood and chi surged violently, and their terrifying aura swept across the entire chaotic dog gang. With a whoosh, he arrived at the gate. It catches the eye. The members of the chaotic dog gang lay sprawled on the ground, while a somewhat muscular man stood at the gate, holding a dying member of the chaotic dog gang in his hand. The menacing 5 fingers dug into his head, and when he saw the group of helmsmen appear, he flicked his arm and threw him in front of them like trash. Thud. The body, as stiff as a corpse, crashed down in front of the group of leaders, and the scene instantly fell into dead silence. Sorry. I used a bit too much force. Huo Lingfei slightly curled his fingers and smiled slightly when he saw the leaders of the chaotic dog gang appear. Click. The leading leader of the guild stared expressionlessly at his fallen disciple, then at Huo Lingfei's figure, and said calmly, "Did you do this?" His large hands were bulging with veins, and a faint force was constantly swirling around them, as if his inner energy was gradually dissipating. When the leaders around him saw Huo Lingfei and the dark mass of old gang disciples behind him, their faces seemed to already be bursting with anger. After looking around, they didn't seem to sense any Yuan gang-level beings, so they lowered their eyes. It's me. Huo Lingfei did not deny it, his expression remained calm. With 6 helmsmen standing before him, and terrifying chi swirling around him, he showed no fear whatsoever. The feeling he got from the 6 helmsmen was almost the same as the feeling Su Yunyong had just given him, and he had gradually accepted this sense of oppression. They even enjoyed it. It's you. The helmsman, who had just spoken, still had a cold expression upon hearing this. He sensed Huo Lingfei's aura before him and felt it was like that of an ant, nearly at the level of entering the heart bridge. And he narrowed his eyes, seemingly recognizing Huo Lingfei. This is exactly the dragon tendon they were talking about. Only the leaders did not make a move immediately. Instead, they looked around warily. To kill Su Yunyong, at least several Yuan gang-level experts must have made a move. No need to look, it's just me. Huo Lingfei said calmly, his body's energy and blood constantly surging, and his breathing seemed to gradually become rapid. Just one of them dares to attack my chaotic dog gang? It came so easily. Su Yunyong is such a good for nothing, he couldn't even clean up the old gang. One of the gang leaders couldn't hold back any longer. After sensing that there were no other Yuan gang-level threats, he suddenly became violent, shouting, "You junior, who hasn't even reached the Yuan gang level, dared to attack my chaotic dog gang alone. That's utterly suicidal. Today I'll take your life first, so that Li Jinlong will regret it." A chilling voice rang out. The next second, an incredibly sharp aura accompanied a massive hammer as it slammed down. The other leaders frowned deeply. Su Yunyong's death was most likely caused by Li Jinlong. And Huo Lingfei's strength was actually the abnormal talent brought about by the heart bridge. Dragon tendon, which surprised them. No wonder the head monk of the Western Thunderclap Temple wanted the dragon tendon. They watched as the helmsman charged straight at Huo Lingfei, seemingly waiting for Yuan gang from the old gang to appear. For a dragon tendon to suddenly attack their chaotic dog gang, it's either because he's lost his mind or he has some kind of scheme. Boom. Die. The leader's face revealed a strong sense of violence and cruelty. Upon seeing that it was just a nobody who had come to his door, he was already bursting with rage. A piece of trash, not even a Yuan gang, dared to attack their chaotic dog gang. Not to mention him, even Li Jinlong wouldn't dare to do that. Moreover, all we've seen so far is Huo Lingfei's figure. The terrifying hammer, imbued with terrifying energy, crashed down. However, as it struck Huo Lingfei, his body suddenly froze briefly. All I could see was A figure even more terrifying and robust than him suddenly replaced his frail frame, emanating an invisible sense of oppression. Beneath the vast, pervasive shadows, terrifying blood and energy surged wildly, and the panting youth gently extended a ferocious hand. Then he suddenly grabbed the sledgehammer that was about to fall. Whoosh! The shockwave spread beneath his feet, but his body remained as solid as a rock, without wavering. Only the soles of his feet seemed to have dented as if they had withstood some terrifying force. Huo Lingfei met his seemingly horrified gaze, grinned, and revealed a mouthful of white, cold teeth. Then he said softly, "The Starcy Abyss is in turmoil, and so many of you Yuan gang members aren't going. Should we reduce it a bit?" The helmsman froze in mid-air, staring at the large hand firmly gripping the hammer beneath him. A strange sense of unease and intense crisis enveloped him. His face showed utter horror. Looking at Huo Lingfei's figure was like looking at something terrifying. His powerful aura unleashed a terrifying attack that Xinxiao had absolutely no chance of blocking, but feeling the force coming from his hand, the large hand seemed unaffected, steadily supporting him, and his expression became somewhat dazed. It was as if Huo Lingfei was the one who possessed the Yuan gang power. But he quickly realized what was happening, and a look of shame and anger suddenly appeared on his face. A dignified Yuan gang level figure, a renowned big shot in Yunhai City, couldn't even subdue a junior with a single move? And this was all in front of all the hall masters. Thinking about this, his face was contorted with rage. His figure suddenly changed direction in mid-air, and the hammer in his hand spun wildly, smashing down on Huo Lingfei again. Slow, too slow, are all Yuan gang techniques this slow? But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei stared at the figure in front of him, shook his head, and stepped down before the hammer could strike. A giant hand, with bulging veins and thick knuckles, clenched its fist and unleashed a thunderous roar. Boom, crackling. The fist slammed out, instantly piercing through his protective aura. The air was stirred by the terrifying force, producing a series of crackling sounds. A powerful wave pierced through his body, and a white shockwave exploded behind him. Yuan Gang's eyeballs seemed to bulge out from the punch, a mouthful of blood suddenly bursting from his mouth, and a bulge suddenly appeared behind him as the fist pierced through his entire body. Its body shot out like a cannonball. After shattering 3 layers of walls, it crashed into the very center of the chaotic Dog Gang's building. Chapter 83, Beat It to a Pulp. A terrifying explosion rang in my ears. The gazes of the group of helmsmen suddenly became somewhat dazed. Click, click, click. After Huo Lingfei threw a punch, his body made a series of cracking sounds, and his muscles bulged. He shook his large hand, his face expressionless. The assembled leaders looked at Huo Lingfei's figure as if they were seeing a ghost. One punch. They were still reeling from the terrifying force of Huo Lingfei's punch, a punch that had changed their expressions drastically. Not only did it break through the protective chi of the Yuan gang level, but it also crushed his body, sending him flying backward and crashing into their hall. How is this possible? This is a dragon's tendon? The leader's heart was filled with countless ripples as he stared intently at Huo Lingfei in the distance. Huo Lingfei's physique was almost perfect, and his muscle lines were almost at their peak. The veins on his skin bulged out like mercury, startling them. This was actually brought by a junior who hasn't even reached the Yuan gang level? Don't you dare space out, or I'll beat you to death. Huo Lingfei's sinister laughter suddenly rang in her ears. His body suddenly moved violently, and his foot slammed into the ground, instantly producing a loud bang. He shot out like an arrow released from a bow, with a faint sound like the wild cry of a crane in the clouds. Super special move Cloud Crane Charge. The menacing 5 fingers seemed to surge with energy, surrounded by clouds and cranes, suddenly condensing into a terrifying force that pressed down on the mountain-like figure. Even the air itself seemed to be subtly torn apart. How dare you, brat, you dare to be so insolent? In a short time, the assembled leaders instantly snapped out of their daze, and upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, their faces contorted with rage. They understand now. Who caused Su Yunyong's death? It was none other than Huo Lingfei standing right in front of him. After all, Li Zhenlong of the old gang must still be guarding Xing Heiyuan. His departure would likely cause an uproar throughout the Starcy Abyss, not to mention the terrifying force he unleashed just now, which even sent a Yuan gang level leader flying. If he could kill Su Yunyong, it would be quite reasonable. But they never expected that Huo Lingfei would be able to kill a Yuan gang level cultivator with the strength of a Heart Bridge cultivator. Such room for development and capacity for growth are simply unprecedented. No wonder a single dragon tendon can be equivalent to 50,000 pills. Seeing Huo Lingfei suddenly attack, the gang leaders were instantly enraged. Without any hesitation, they raised their hands and unleashed extremely terrifying killing moves, instantly meeting Huo Lingfei's attack. Youngster, don't think you're invincible just because you killed a Yuan gang. You haven't even entered the Yuan gang realm yet. This time, I'll show you what it means to be outmatched. You think we're trash like Su Yunyong? Die! A chilling voice suddenly rang out. Several helmsmen swept in, unleashing an extremely terrifying attack. Bang! A terrifying figure, accompanied by countless powerful waves, and the cry of a crane echoed as Huo Lingfei charged forward. His fist collided violently with a leader, and instantly, a terrifying wave of energy swept everything away. The force of the fist, carrying an overwhelming momentum, crushed the sweeping attack and then slammed into his chest. This time, there seemed to be an explosion. The leader in front of him seemed to be in a daze, and then his whole body exploded. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere, and the entire body seemed unable to withstand the super kill blow, and was completely blown apart by a single punch. Call! Huo Lingfei opened his mouth and exhaled a breath of stale air. His skin was burning red, as if the punch he had just delivered had mobilized all the strength in his body, and his blood and chi had surged to their peak. He was stunned for a moment after seeing that he had smashed a Yuan gang cultivator with a single punch, then burst into wild laughter. Good, good, good. The power of the ultimate move is indeed extremely terrifying. One punch was enough to overwhelm even a Yuan gang cultivator. Although this was his all-out attack, it only fueled his fighting spirit even more. Watching the other Yuan gang warriors sweep in, he let out a cruel laugh. Come on. The next second. Boom! His figure shot out again, heading towards one of the charging leaders. He raised his hand, unleashing a powerful wave of energy that blasted out. The leader of the guild seemed horrified, caught off guard by the punch and sent flying, crashing into a building in anger. Then, Huo Lingfei's lower body was as solid as a rock, and his body twisted in an extremely strange way. Looking at the leader who was attacking from behind, his ferocious big hand grabbed the tip of the knife with his bare hands as if he were grabbing a chicken. The chi in his hand suddenly surged violently, frantically tearing at his muscles, but Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed. Ignoring the blood dripping from his fingers, he mustered his strength and bent the tip of the knife, then, under the horrified gaze of the helmsman, he grabbed the tip of the knife and slammed it to the ground. Bang! The terrifying force slammed his body into the ground, sending countless bricks flying. Huo Lingfei grinned, grabbed the large knife, and crumpled it into pieces, blood dripping from his hand. But in the blink of an eye, the wound on the large hand quickly congealed, and this extremely terrifying and abnormal ability instantly changed everyone's expression. But, the next second, a whooshing sound filled my ears. In an instant, terrifying waves surged from all directions, and all the helmsmen arrived in a flash. Their faces were filled with murderous intent. They had never before harbored such intense killing intent towards anyone. Even before reaching the Yuan gang realm, he was already comparable to them, and now he has even defeated several branch masters in succession. This terrifying strength made them almost unable to breathe. So it happened in the blink of an eye. Countless leaders launched a frenzied attack, determined to crush Huo Lingfei to pieces. Try this trick. Huo Lingfei watched the approaching helmsman with a calm expression, his ferocious 5 fingers quickly forming claws, and the aura of the cloud crane force seemed to emanate from behind him. But this time, a terrifying gale howled. Indistinctly. The terrifying figure leaped into the air. Crane-style fist flowers bloomed from white bones. The claws scraped against the air, producing a piercing crack, and his body suddenly tumbled. A terrifying, explosive sound raged. The helmsman who swept in seemed to freeze for a moment. Huo Lingfei's figure swept past wildly, his terrifying hand crushing their necks with force, and countless bursts of blood mist erupted as the force surged. A horrified figure suddenly crashed to the ground. The 6 helmsmen behind him turned their heads blankly, revealing white bone flowers on their necks. Bang, bang, bang. Their bodies fell limply to the ground, each with an expression of disbelief on their face as they died. Dead silence. The scene was deathly silent. Not only were the members of the chaotic dog gang stunned into silence, even the old gang disciples behind Huo Lingfei were all filled with utter shock. Chapter 84. The Great Monk. They stared at the 6 corpses on the ground. The sight of the helmsman's miserable state left them speechless. Dead, dead, a Yuan gang level being is dead? Master, and the others actually couldn't win? The disciples from the chaotic dog gang who came to provide support stared at the 6 corpses on the ground, their faces filled with terror. These are 6 Yuan gang level helmsmen. It's not some common, mass-produced item. Each of the Yuan gang level cultivators was a big shot, but now they were all killed like vegetables. Let alone them, anyone who witnessed this scene would be stunned. And, more importantly, this was done by Huo Lingfei. A being who hadn't even reached the Yuan gang level not only rivaled Yuan gang but also managed to kill 6 branch leaders? This unimaginable scene is now unfolding right before my eyes. They felt as if they were dreaming, their vision completely unreal. Huff. A terrifying, monstrous, low panting sound continued to crawl around. Huo Lingfei slowly raised his hand, and white mist rose from his hideous hand. He gazed at the several helmsmen lying on the ground and couldn't help but exhale a breath of stale air. The explosive power of the unleashed form was so astonishing that even he found it incredibly shocking. He crushed 6 Yuan gang-level cultivators with his bare hands. However, he felt that he had not yet fully reached the pinnacle of this form. It's too early to tell anything from a crushing defeat, he murmured. His second form's limit was barely comparable to the Yuan gang level, while his third form already surpassed the ordinary Yuan gang level. I wonder which is stronger, the third form or the teacher? Huo Lingfei recalled the terrifying surge of qi he experienced when he fought his teacher before. Even in his current form, he still felt a sense of danger. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei frowned slightly. So, teacher is about to break through to the Grandmaster level? Such a thought involuntarily surfaced in his mind. But in the blink of an eye, he shook his head. Although his teacher might be in that state, it would probably take quite some time before he could truly break through to the Grandmaster level. After all, Li Jinlong was already famous throughout Yunhai City before he even became a disciple of his teacher. Click, click, click. Huo Lingfei's body made a series of cracking sounds, and then it visibly returned to its normal size, its original ferocious and terrifying aura vanishing completely. Not a trace of blood or energy was leaking from his body. But even so, no one dared to underestimate them. All the disciples of the chaotic dog gang retreated inside the gate, not daring to take a single step out. They looked at Huo Lingfei as if facing a formidable enemy, the scene from just now still lingering in their minds, creating an immense sense of oppression. They are still breathing rapidly and have difficulty calming down. After all, the deaths of 6 leaders in a row would be a devastating blow to any force, let alone them, and could even cause them to fall out of the top 6 gangs. Huo Lingfei ignored their gazes and stared silently into the depths of the room, where he seemed to sense a terrifying aura brewing. It even made him a little uneasy. The 9 leaders of the chaotic dog gang, those I killed, were just ordinary trash. Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes as he looked at the 6 leaders who had been killed, and couldn't help but feel a sense of urgency. The chaotic dog gang is stronger than their old gang, and is said to have 2 peak Yuan gang level experts. It's time to go. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes. Although he really wanted to confront the remaining 2 leaders of the chaotic dog gang, he felt that his body had reached its limit. He slowly raised his hand. The veins seemed to be bulging, but a dull ache could be felt, as if the muscles and bones in his body could not withstand the high-intensity battle. Immediately, without any hesitation, he slowly raised his hand, a surge of energy rippled out, and then unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A gust of air, seemingly carrying terrifying force, slammed into the gate, kicking up countless bricks. The entire gate was smashed apart by his punch in an instant, sending dust flying everywhere. Let's go back to the gang. After unleashing that punch, Huo Lingfei took a step forward and suddenly left. Ha, Master Hua is mighty. Smash these bastards of the chaotic dog gang. That was so satisfying. He killed 6 branch leaders in a row. I wouldn't even mind if he became the leader of the old gang, let alone a branch leader. From tonight onwards, who will dare to say a bad word about Master Hua? Upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, the old gang disciples behind him instantly erupted in gasps of surprise. Then they all followed Huo Lingfei away. Damn it, we're doomed, 6 helmsmen have died in a row. My god, even Chief Lin was beaten to death by Huo Lingfei. How could the dragon tendons be so terrifying? Our chaotic dog gang is finished. Watching the members of the old gang leave, the disciples of the chaotic dog gang turned pale, their faces deathly still as they looked at the 6 clerks who had been killed. The loss of 6 leaders in succession will inevitably cause the chaotic dog gang to fall from the ranks of the top 6 gangs. Even the fact that their gang had 2 peak Yuan gang level experts was of no use. In the main hall at the very center of the chaotic dog gang, 2 incredibly terrifying figures watched Huo Lingfei leave, their anger seemingly unable to be contained any longer, and they crushed a chair beneath them with their large hands. They watched helplessly as Huo Lingfei slaughtered all 6 leaders of their chaotic dog gang. The killing intent in his heart was already surging immensely. But they could only force themselves to keep it to themselves. They took a deep breath, slowly turned their heads, and their faces suddenly filled with smiles. "Great monk, we will certainly fulfill all your requests." Right before my eyes. On a clear screen, a terrifying figure watched indifferently. He seemed unable to see their movements, but upon hearing these words, a slight smile appeared on his face. "Excellent. Your Yinhai city actually produced a dragon tendon. The heart bridge is still too weak and needs improvement, otherwise this tendon won't be resilient enough. I need you to guarantee that nothing unexpected happens to him during this period. Fresh dragon tendons are the real treasure. If it succeeds, the need for 100,000 pills will be eliminated." The calm words slowly drifted out. The 2 helmsmen in front of him looked visibly grim. They seemed to be finding it hard to accept. But after taking a deep breath, he smiled broadly and said, "I will obey the High Monk's orders." Snap. The screen in front of me suddenly disappeared. Only the 2 helmsmen remained, their faces growing increasingly grim. They seemed unable to contain themselves any longer, their terrifying aura swirling throughout the hall, their figures moving with extreme rage. "Go to hell. You killed 7 of us, the sect leaders, and now you expect us to protect you? What a disgrace." One of the helmsmen roared in an instant. His figure was extremely terrifying, and the killing intent in his eyes was almost tangible. They were already utterly shocked by Huo Lingfei's actions after he made his move. They never expected that Long Jin's strength would be so monstrous. After seeing Su Yunyong's body, they thought that an old gang leader had returned, but it turned out that it was Huo Lingfei's doing. This level of strength has made them extremely uneasy. To be able to rival the Yuan gang level solely through physical strength without even reaching that level is already quite astonishing. Even the Dragon Tendon Master in Yunhai City wasn't as terrifying as Huo Lingfei. The thought of this made their faces uneasy. If it weren't for the senior monks of Xiaolialian Temple, they would have already taken action and killed Huo Lingfei on the spot. Just wait. Our chaotic dog gang has lost so many Yuan gang level cultivators. When the great monk arrives, we will settle accounts one by one. The middle-aged man who spoke first lowered his eyes, his tone filled with terrifying anger. Now, 7 leaders have died, and the chaotic dog gang has suffered extremely heavy losses. If it weren't for the great monk behind them, the chaotic dog gang would probably have completely fallen into obscurity. They could only maintain their position by relying on the great monk. When the senior monk arrives, I will personally wield the knife and strip that little beast of all his sinews and bones. He looked expressionlessly at the scene of chaos and devastation that the chaotic dog gang had left not far away. Even the deaths and injuries among the disciples were extremely tragic. The anger in his eyes seemed to have intensified. Chapter 85, Don't Disappoint Me. A small mountain village. A large, muscular hand gently stroked a villager's head, its fingers caressing the skin. A gentle voice suddenly rang out, "Benefactor. This humble monk comes from Xiaolialian Temple. With demons running rampant these days, it is no easy task to help you rid yourself of them. It's quite reasonable to charge such a small amount of compensation, isn't it?" His calm eyes gazed at a massive demon torn in two in the distance, and his voice became even gentler. His words had barely left his lips. The villagers who were being touched instantly showed fear on their faces. His body began to tremble uncontrollably, as if he had seen something, and his face was filled with utter despair. Blood-stained fingers kept stroking his head, the smell of blood constantly creeping into his nostrils. There seemed to be a faint smell of urine in the air. His empty eyes slowly looked behind him. The entire mountain village had been slaughtered, and blood was spreading from afar, then flowing down continuously. Corpses lay scattered haphazardly in pools of blood. This horrifying scene left him speechless with fear. The monk in the white robes, holding prayer beads, frowned slightly upon smelling the foul odor in the air. "Esteemed benefactor, do you really show such disrespect to this humble monk? The Buddha won't protect you then." He gently dug his fingers into the eyeball, and the person in front of him instantly let out a heart-wrenching scream. Then, a burst of blood was heard. His entire head was crushed by a terrifying force. "They're all lowly people. This humble monk specially exorcised the demon, only needing some seedlings, why do they resist?" He stared at the entire mountain village, blood flowing like a river, muttering to himself. His white robes seemed to be stained with blood. He shook his blood-covered hands and wiped them away instantly. "I wonder what state the dragon tendon is in." he said calmly, seemingly without any regret. A dragon tendon actually appeared in a barren land. This is a very big deal. His eyes seemed somewhat fiery, and his body seemed somewhat restless. Dragon tendons are a once-in-a-century phenomenon, and each one is hailed as a martial arts prodigy, on par with those who break through limits. Such talent, it's unbelievable that it came from such a small place. Thinking about this, his breathing became rapid. Dragon tendons are not only extremely rare, but they are also an excellent medicinal ingredient for them, even more terrifying than thousand-year-old elixirs. If his tendons and bones were used as a guide to refine a human elixir, it might push his strength to its peak, or even break through another level. This is an extremely rare medicinal ingredient. His originally kind face seemed to contort into a grimace as he thought of Huo Lingfei's figure. Fortunately, he is the only one who knows about this news so far. If the other senior monks in the sect were to find out, a struggle would be inevitable. Moreover, other entities will likely also mobilize to compete for it. A being comparable to a limit breaker is enough to make them fight tooth and nail. The last person to break through limits only came to an end at the cost of severely injuring a grandmaster. If the dragon tendons were fully developed, producing a metallic clang when the bones rubbed together, that would be even better, he murmured, his expression slowly returning to calm. There's no rush. He looked into the distance. They were already very close to Yunhai City. He could feel the incredibly violent demonic dragon roaring wildly from the direction of Xinghai Abyss. I once heard that there was a grandmaster in Yunhai City some time ago. His gaze was calm, but then a look of surprise crossed his face as he seemed to recall this, but it seems he is dead. He couldn't sense any grandmaster aura in Yunhai City, so he shook his head. Although he was a master from a small place, he was still a master nonetheless. If he were still alive, it would probably be quite troublesome for him to capture a dragon tendon. A fallen dragon, that'll be a bit troublesome to deal with, he said indifferently, slowly stepping out with his bare feet. The border of Yuanwu is mostly infested with demons, but I never expected there to be such a fallen dragon. The 10 great demons of Yuanwu are all extremely terrifying, with the fallen dragon ranking among them. Let alone him, even if it were a more profound senior from their little thunderclap temple, they would probably have to take a detour if they encountered that fallen dragon. Not to mention him. Even if dragon tendons are incredibly precious, 1 in a million, compared to the terror of a great demon, he would discard them without hesitation. They should only be his unimportant offspring. He spoke calmly and walked slowly, like an ascetic monk. After all, he had already heard that the demonic dragon had been here for at least several decades. If it were an important offspring, they probably wouldn't be here. He walked slowly, heading towards Yunhai City, but he wasn't in a hurry to get there immediately. The dragon tendons still need to develop. Only when the dragon tendons are fully grown will they be in their optimal state. Don't let me make this trip for nothing. He held prayer beads in his hand and walked slowly forward, with faint Buddhist chants seemingly rising around him. Chapter 86: The 5 Internal Organs. As expected, I have reached my limit under the respectful gazes of everyone. Huo Lingfei returned to the old gang, and a long-lost sense of fatigue suddenly surged into his heart. A tearing pain kept emanating from between my muscles and bones. He slowly lowered his eyes. Fortunately, I didn't stay with the chaotic dog gang for too long. Otherwise, if the 2 even more terrifying beings he had just sensed were to attack, he feared he would find it difficult to cope. He could sense those 2 incredibly horrified auras, which were constantly brewing, seemingly suppressing their anger. Even after he killed all 6 leaders, the riot seemed to be forcibly suppressed during the brief riot. How could he not make a move? His eyes seemed a little strange. After storming the gates of the chaotic dog gang and killing 6 branch leaders in succession, how could he remain indifferent? But he shook his head in the blink of an eye. His gaze suddenly fell into a calm. Regardless, he has already killed 6 leaders, which should at least stabilize the situation for a short time. His figure slowly entered the main hall of the old gang. Almost all the disciples along the way looked at Huo Lingfei with eyes full of admiration. Huo Lingfei's exploits in the chaotic dog gang have already spread throughout the entire old gang. The disciples of the old gang fell silent instantly, followed by an overwhelming shock. They could hardly believe that Huo Lingfei's strength had changed so much. Not long ago, he fought against Xinqiao in the martial arts competition, but now he is already comparable to Yuan Gang, and even killed 7 branch masters in a row. Such terrifying strength naturally left everyone speechless. Master Hua has the potential to become a grandmaster. Under his leadership, our old gang will surely become number 1 in Yunhai. Too strong. Even when Chief Li was young, he wasn't this strong. Everyone was amazed. They could imagine that after today, Huo Lingfei's name would once again shock the entire Yunhai city. Normally, the fall of any Yuan gang is a major event. Not to mention 7 consecutive Yuan gang level experts, which would likely plunge the entire Yunhai city into complete shock. Huo Lingfei sat cross-legged in the main hall, closed his eyes, and continuously regulated his breathing. In the previous battle, his muscles and bones were stretched, and he could feel the tearing pain, but the next second it slowly subsided, and he could even feel that the toughness of his muscles and bones seemed to have increased to a higher level. His strength seems to have increased somewhat. After a long while, he slowly opened his eyes, gently clenched his fist, and his eyes gleamed. There seemed to be a faint metallic sound emanating from his bones and muscles, and even his strength seemed to have increased. A wave of intense, comfortable sensation washed over me. Call. He gently exhaled a breath of stale air. He had heard his teacher say that dragon tendons have the potential to grow, but he never expected that his tendons and bones would change after just one great battle. Master. Immersed in the joy of his increased strength, a voice suddenly rang in his ears. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei snapped out of his daze and looked in the direction from which the sound came. One of the old gang's disciples took a deep breath and said, "Lord Hua. Lord Li has sent word that the battle lines are tense. They've temporarily set up a defensive line in order you to guard the old gang. If anything happens, abandon the gang and leave." His words fell. His face seemed expressionless, especially when he said the last sentence. He remained calm and composed. Within the old gang, Huo Lingfei is currently the most outstanding prodigy. If something happens to the old gang, the gang leaders won't even need to give the order. These old gang disciples will escort Huo Lingfei away immediately. Understood. Huo Lingfei said softly, slowly suppressing the aura within his body. He could sense that his teacher was still worried about what was happening back home, but unfortunately, the demons had launched a massive invasion, preventing them from setting off. Send a message that everything is fine. Huo Lingfei's eyes were calm. Rest assured. I will never abandon the old gang since I promised the leader. His teacher was unaware that he had already killed 7 Yuan gang members and single-handedly defeated the entire chaotic dog gang, leaving them utterly humiliated. And even if the old gang is on the verge of collapse, he will never abandon it and leave on his own. This was utterly cowardly of him. I am ready to serve you, sir. The former gang members standing nearby were moved and immediately looked down and shouted. Huo Lingfei watched quietly until no one else appeared in the hall, then he slowly stood up. My strength is still a bit lacking. He couldn't help but think to himself. He can only rival Yuan gang, but he hasn't yet achieved the top spot in the sea of clouds. I need to fight. As he felt the energy flowing through his body, a thought quietly welled up in his mind. Just one battle has already increased his strength. If he were to fight continuously, wouldn't his strength increase exponentially? And boom boom. When one channels their energy into their body, a sound like thunder seems to resound. Unblocking the 5 internal organs. Huo Lingfei's eyes seemed to gleam, and a certain organ in his body seemed to be rumbling faintly, about to be unblocked. Of the 5 internal organs, the one between the heart and lungs seems to be the most difficult to connect. He murmured softly, sensing the movement within his body. Experience it for yourself. The lungs seemed to be trembling slightly, just a step away from being completely opened. Breathe your lungs and body. Each breath in and out will contain vital energy. The 5 internal organs of the human body have many wonderful functions. When all 5 organs are in good working order, one achieves the 5 organs body that the teacher spoke of, becoming immune to all poisons and even extending one's lifespan. One game isn't enough, he gasped. If the continuous battles can further advance his progress, coupled with his talent, he will probably be able to break through the heart bridge and enter the Yuan gang realm in just a few days. He had searched for information in the old gang's library. After reaching the Yuan gang stage, one needs to nourish the whole body with gang qi and nurture it to the extreme so that it can transform its form and become an acquired body. Then cultivate your spirit and energy, transforming them into acquired intention. Once both are achieved, you can become an acquired master. After the martial arts competition, with my senior brother's help, my energy and spirit surged. Huo Lingfei thought of this, and the thought arose involuntarily. Could it be related to the future grandmasters? His eyes were filled with gratitude. If that were the case, he would save himself a lot of trouble. Their spirit and energy had already been cultivated at that time. This is all thanks to my senior brother. However, it seems it's still not enough. He slowly suppressed his emotions, his brows furrowing slightly. I can feel it. Although there has been a surge, it doesn't feel like it has reached its peak. Huo Lingfei flicked a large spear with his toe, and the thoughts in his mind became clearer and clearer. He recalled the previous actions of his teachers and senior brothers, all of whom had come to challenge him. Now he was beginning to understand. This is precisely what cultivates spirit and vitality. He didn't think much of it then, but now. Slay your way through the martial arts world of Yunhai City. Chapter 87, A Challenge Poster? Yunhai City, Longhu Road, Yun family. Inside a magnificent main hall. 8 men, their figures filled with shock, sat upright in the hall. Upon hearing the news of the chaotic dog gang's mishap, they paused for a moment, then asked calmly, Li Jinlong is back? It's his disciple. The words had barely left his lips. Those present seemed to freeze for a moment. Say that again? A burly man gaped. You mean, someone who hasn't even reached the Yuan gang level not only killed Su Yunyong and the old gang, but also attacked the chaotic dog gang? And not only were they not crushed into pieces, but they also killed 7 guild leaders in one go? Are you kidding me? You think I'm an idiot, huh? He snapped out of his daze, his brows furrowed, seemingly harboring a hint of anger. Sir, spare your life. This matter has already spread throughout the entire Yunhai city. Upon hearing this, the servant who had delivered the message fell to his knees in terror, begging for mercy. It seems to be true. An elderly man sitting beside him leaned over to listen to the news from the younger generation, his face seemingly expressionless. But after saying that, a deathly silence fell over everyone present. Even the burly man who had just spoken remained silent. They were all deeply moved by the shock that Huo Lingfei had brought. I still remember, he was only at the peak of the Heartfire realm in the martial arts competition back then. An old man sitting in the main seat spoke slowly after a brief moment of shock. Even if Long Jin's talent is heaven-defying, it should still have its limits. It's only been a short time since the martial arts competition, how could he possibly reach a level comparable to Yuan Gang so quickly? Even if the Dragon Tendon entered the Heart Bridge 100 years ago, it would only be comparable to 10 beings of the same level. How could it become comparable to Yuan Gang in just a few days? His body remained frozen, seemingly without any movement, but his eyes remained half-closed. Old Yun is right. Some people, concealing their shock, chimed in, even Dragon Tendons couldn't possibly be this incredible. How could there be such great progress in such a short time? Martial arts require accumulation. It's likely that Li Jinlong has been secretly cultivating this disciple for a long time. The Dragon Tendons are probably real, but at least they must have started cultivating from a young age, to reach the Yuan Gang level now. If that's the case, then everything makes sense. He seemed to have considered this possibility, and his face gradually calmed down. If that's the case, it wasn't that surprising. I just think Li Jinlong is really capable. The fact that Long Jin was willing to keep it a secret for so long before finally bringing it into the public eye, and his slum background made them even more suspicious. After all, in the lawless slums, forging an identity is as easy as drinking water for the old gangs. That's right, that's quite possible. If one is trained from a young age and has dragon tendons, it's not surprising that one can reach the Yuan Gang level by now. As soon as he spoke, this immediately garnered the approval of the others. They weren't the only ones who speculated this way. Other forces probably share the same idea. Moreover, this idea has only grown stronger since the martial arts tournament. No martial artist can make rapid progress in just a few days without any prior experience or training. Fortunately, we didn't participate, Yuan Gang said calmly. Li Jinlong and his gang leaders went to fight the demons, leaving the gang empty. There must be a trap. I never expected his disciple to be a Yuan Gang, and quite powerful at that. A dragon tendon that has grown to maturity is already extremely terrifying. The chaotic dog gang is likely to suffer a great loss. Have someone reject the chaotic dog gang. Elder Yun said calmly. Let's wait and see about the old gangs for now. The Qin family has already been wiped out by the chaotic dog gang. If they side with demons, they'll die sooner or later. As for the old gang, let's just sit and watch. The old gang has no foundation. The previous leader was lucky to produce a grandmaster, which is already the limit. Let Li Jinlong block the way in front. As for that demonic dragon, even decades ago, we weren't too panicked, so there's no need to be alarmed now. After all, my Yun family's grandmaster was a disciple of a grandmaster in the Sword Pavilion. No matter what, we can get him to help us. The other Yuan Gang members nodded in agreement. This is precisely where their confidence comes from. In Yunhai City, only these three families truly have a powerful background. They are also the most powerful aristocratic families. The rest are merely those who rose to prominence later. In terms of profound heritage, none can compare with them. It's just that the aristocratic families have declined somewhat now. Otherwise, only the three families above them would have any say in the entire Yunhai City. However, Elder Yun said calmly, once Li Jinlong can't hold on any longer, it will be time for us to make our move. A single dragon tendon is too much of a threat, especially one that is already comparable to the Yuan gang level. I'm afraid it's not just us, the other two probably have the same idea. Elder Yun, there's no need. I can go to the old gang and kick down their door right now. Yun Xiong's face was ferocious, and his terrifying aura seemed to be constantly brewing. Let's wait a little longer. Upon hearing this, Elder Yun remained calm. Now is not the time. The demonic dragon was restless. It seemed to have finally understood why Li Jinlong was so confident in entrusting it with guarding the old gang. The dragon tendon, comparable to the Yuan gang, must have already regained its spirit and energy after killing so many Yuan gang members in succession. It's just a matter of gathering that energy. If he were allowed to cultivate his inner energy in such a short time, he would probably be able to break through to the Grandmaster level in no time after his acquired body is fully formed. He had no doubt that a dragon tendon's talent could reach the Grandmaster level. The previous generation of dragon tendons in Yunhai City may not have reached that height. However, beyond the Sea of Clouds, there are naturally Grandmasters who have achieved mastery through the dragon tendon technique. Moreover, the fact that he can now rival Yuan gang means that his strength has reached a certain level, so there's no need to rush. His gaze was calm. Moreover, killing a dragon tendon that has already reached a certain level of proficiency will inevitably require some effort. They were well aware of the power of the dragon tendon. Although Yun Xiong was at the peak of the Yuan gang realm, it would take at least 3 peak Yuan gang realm cultivators to kill one dragon tendon. Day. He lowered his eyes, his fingers tapping incessantly on the wooden chair, as if he were thinking about something. Breaking news! The old gang has issued a challenge. At the entrance, a member of the Yun family, carrying a card, hurriedly approached the group. Chapter 88, here to kick the door. 3 days later. Blood-red mist continuously gushed between Huo Lingfei's 5 fingers. The killing intent condensed into a terrifying blood mist, the smoke gathered into clouds, and a bone-chilling cold sensation surged into his heart. His ferocious 5 fingers clenched slightly, and then he threw a punch. Boom! From within the blood mist, a cloud crane suddenly burst forth, accompanied by swirling blood mist and a terrifying aura, before tearing everything in its path apart with a deafening roar. Countless human stakes exploded wildly, with all sorts of debris flying everywhere. The cries of cranes echoed, accompanied by a murderous aura, seemingly causing some kind of transformation. Bloodthirsty Fist 73820 intent and strength. In just a few days, he mastered the Blood Fiend Fist and was less than 100 points away from mastering the intent force. Huo Lingfei's eyes shone brightly as he looked at the damage caused by his punch, a hint of surprise appearing on his face. The Blood Fiend Fist and the Crane-style fist seem to be compatible. The two fist techniques, when used together, have such a wonderful effect. Its power was extremely terrifying. Even he was shocked by this move. A combination technique. Huo Lingfei murmured. If the Blood Fiend Fist were to develop the power of intent, wouldn't its power increase even further? Super special move, Cloud Demon True Force. Huo Lingfei gave this move a name. Its power is almost comparable to the ultimate move of the Cloud Crane Force, and even slightly surpasses it, reaching a terrifying level. He even thought, if this punch were delivered in the break limit form, the previous 6 Yuan gang would probably have been reduced to ashes by this move. A new killing move. Huo Lingfei's eyes fell into thought. He seemed to have thought of something. Its body suddenly swelled, its muscles bulged, and in an instant it became a terrifying being more than 3 meters tall. His progress over the past 3 days has been extremely rapid. He has been cultivating almost day and night. He had already penetrated 4 of the 5 internal organs. We are not far from the final point in our hearts. He slightly raised his hand. With his upper arm raised high and his 5 fingers clasped together, the air seemed to be crushed, and a series of explosive sounds rang out. The opening of the 5 internal organs has allowed me to sustain my 3rd form for longer. Huo Lingfei felt the power emanating from his body, as if he could shatter everything. The previous 3rd form could only last for a short time, but now, the 4 internal organs can be connected, which is enough to last for a considerable period of time. If the last connection between the heart and the 6 palaces are opened, it may become a regular occurrence. He exhaled a warm breath through his nose and clenched his fist. After opening his 4 internal organs, his strength had changed somewhat. The internal strength seemed to have increased somewhat. I wonder how it compares to the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. Huo Lingfei knew perfectly well. A few days ago, he had already sent out challenge invitations, and almost all the forces in Yunhai City were within his sphere of influence. It can be said that all the famous Yuan Gang masters in the entire Yunhai City are his targets. This includes the 3 companies mentioned above: the Yun family, the Tian family, and the Xing family. Each of these families is extremely powerful. Compared to the 2 peak Yuan Gang auras emanating from the chaotic Dog Gang, the strength of the 3 families above is even more profound. The number of those at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm is even greater, and the head of each family is almost a master-level being, just like his teacher. Huo Lingfei's gaze remained calm. I can't take too big a step. I should be able to defeat someone at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. He spread his fingers, constantly sensing the changes within his body under the 3rd form. He issued a challenge, essentially a competition between peers of equal ability. Challenging the peak of the Yuan Gang level is a huge leap, since if one were to rely on their original strength, they might only be able to fight the peak of the Xin Xia level. That kind of being, let alone unleashing its 3rd form, probably couldn't even withstand a casual punch from him in its normal state. Converted to his current strength, that would be an incredibly terrifying amount of force, several tons. Among his peers, he was already more than capable of standing out from the crowd. Once they break through the entire Yunhai City, they should have entered the Yuan Gang realm. Huo Lingfei sensed his progress in martial arts training and thought to himself, with the heart bridge breaking through the Yuan Gang, the dragon tendons in my body will surely grow again. His heart is now comparable to that of Yuan Gang. If one reaches the Yuan Gang level, their physical strength will likely be extraordinary, leading them directly to the Grandmaster level. Physical sanctification. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but think of this word. But then he shook his head. The idea was good, but it was impossible to realize. Even if his physical body could match that of a Grandmaster, it would be difficult to surpass him. That level of existence has clearly reached an extremely terrifying level. Grandmaster of the day after tomorrow. These few words alone are enough to explain it. And those who are halfway to the Grandmaster level may only have not undergone a transformation in their essence, energy, and spirit, but their physical bodies have already touched that level. More encouragement is needed. Huo Lingfei's 3rd form suddenly faded away, his expression calm, and he raised a large spear with 1 foot. The red tasseled spear is now extremely light to him, as light as a piece of paper, and he feels nothing when he holds it. A few days. Besides making progress in his cultivation in Blood Fiend Fist, he also made a breakthrough in the Dragon Slaying Spear. Holding the red tasseled spear, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but explore the moves in his mind, seemingly immersed in them. He savored the moves in his mind. Sing. Holding a large spear, Huo Lingfei had a thought, and a terrifying aura suddenly emanated from him. Then, accompanied by a resounding dragon roar, an extremely ferocious dragon-shaped phantom suddenly appeared beside him. The red tasseled spear in his hand trembled incessantly, seemingly resonating with the dragon's shadow. Holding the gun, regulating his breath, he lowered himself to the bottom of the plate, and suddenly thrust out a red tassel. A terrifying dragon aura surged forth, unleashing a deafening roar like a dragon's cry. A single spear thrust out, and the dragon's shadow suddenly engulfed everything in sight. Everything along the way was completely destroyed by this one shot. It wasn't until Huo Lingfei felt its power that he withdrew his gun and managed to stop the attack. Call. He felt the power of that spear strike. It was extremely terrifying, no less powerful than the strongest move of the dragon slaying spear. More importantly, under this move, every spear thrust is imbued with the blessing of the dragon tassel, making even an ordinary spear thrust comparable to the moves in the dragon slaying spear. A move similar to one that's been blessed. Huo Lingfei suppressed the thoughts in his mind and couldn't help but think about it. However, this move consumes a great deal of energy. He felt the depletion within his body that one strike was equivalent to unleashing a full set of dragon-slaying spear techniques. After trying a few times and finding that it was still within a controllable range, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but feel a little flustered. This is the most treasured item. Dragon Beard Shadow. He gave this move a name, and if it were combined with the dragon-slaying spear, its power would likely be even greater. Call. He slowly holstered his gun, suppressing his emotions. I glanced at the time. It seems the time has come. The situation at the front has gradually stabilized in the past few days. The demons have not yet been able to break through the defenses, and some forces near the Star Sea Abyss have also gone to provide support. It shouldn't be a problem to hold the position for a month. However, it seems that the Chaotic Dog Gang intentionally blocked the news. Apart from the major forces in Yunhai City, other forces did not know immediately that he had killed 7 Yuan gang members of the Chaotic Dog Gang. On the contrary, his teacher learned that he had killed several demonic cultivators from the Qin family. They could have freed up one hand to send a leader to guard the gang. However, seeing that Huo Lingfei seemed to be able to stabilize the situation, he couldn't help but feel a little relieved. After all, being able to kill 3 demonized Yuan gang members of the Qin family means that even if they can't compare to true Yuan gang members, they are not far off, which is enough to guard the old gang. He even learned that his teacher had prepared a backup plan. However, this backup plan was not used after Huo Lingfei killed the invading Yuan gang. The teacher is still hiding. Huo Lingfei's lips curled into a slight smile, seemingly not expecting that the teacher would even think of this situation. No wonder the old gang leaders all left one after another. Logically, there should be several leaders remaining in the gang to guard it. He was just a hall master, yet the entire gang was entrusted to him for temporary command. It turns out there was a backup plan. Only if he finds out that he killed 7 Yuan gang members and even sent challenge invitations to all the major forces in the city, wouldn't he want to come back from the front to fight his way back? Teacher, I'm just imitating you and my senior brother. His teacher did the same when he was young, challenging almost every faction in Yunhai City, and he beat up almost every member of the younger generation. Even his senior brothers were the same. He had even heard that his grandmaster, before even becoming a grandmaster, had already made the entire Yunhai City tremble with fear. He is merely imitating them back then. They're just contemporary transformation Yuan gang. Huo Lingfei shook his head, clearing his mind of thoughts. He slowly finished his practice, looked at the doorway where some disciples seemed to be ready, and stepped out. It catches the eye. The younger generation of the old gang who had not gone to the front lines were all assembled and waiting in front of the hall for Huo Lingfei's orders. It's Hall Master Hua. Why call him Master Hua? He's already a master. With the challenge issued, the entire Yunhai City will probably tremble. He's too strong. In the blink of an eye, Master Hua has already become a force comparable to Yuan Gang. The group of prodigies in front of the hall instantly became excited upon seeing Huo Lingfei. In the past few days, Huo Lingfei's prestige has been brought to its peak. There is no one who does not admire Huo Lingfei's strength. Some people have even started calling Hua Master Hui in private. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei's expression remained relatively calm. He slowly pressed down with his large hand, instantly silencing the noise. Looking into everyone's excited eyes, he couldn't help but speak. Set off. In the martial arts world, challenges between different factions are of paramount importance. Once a challenge is issued, no force can refuse. This is true not only in Yunhai City, but also throughout the entire Yuanwu region. If any force refuses, it will inevitably be scorned by the martial arts world. The challenger must post a message 3 days in advance to allow the challenged faction to prepare. Huo Lingfei's first battle was naturally against the Yun family, one of the top 3 families. Its strength and the profound heritage of its family have long been renowned throughout Yunhai City. And more importantly, there's still a grudge between the old gang and the Yun family. He now knows how his grandmaster passed away. After his master became a grandmaster, his first act was to enter the Star Sea Abyss to fight the demonic dragon, but he underestimated its strength. This resulted in severe physical injuries and a fall from the grandmaster level. Although the demon dragon was also severely injured and fell into a deep sleep, it could not conceal its decline. However, the 3 upper families, along with other forces, launched an attack, taking advantage of their master's serious injury to surround and kill him. Although the Grandmaster managed to severely injure the attackers despite his broken body, he still couldn't survive. This grudge must be avenged. This is the fundamental reason why their old gang made so many enemies. A terrifying aura swept through the old gang. After Huo Lingfei finished speaking. Yes. Everyone was excited, their faces glowing as if they'd been injected with adrenaline. They had never been so excited. They immediately moved, sweeping towards the chaotic dog gang. The Yun family. The entire aristocratic family seemed to have completely descended into chaos after Huo Lingfei issued his challenge. Not only were the elders of the aristocratic family furious, but even the younger generation was filled with anger. Even though Huo Lingfei's strength was comparable to that of Yuan Gang, they all looked at him with disdain when they heard that he dared to issue a challenge to the Yun family. As one of the top 3 families, the Yun family's family foundation is unmatched by the old gangs. They have more than a dozen Yuan gang members alone. There are even 5 people at the peak of the Yuan gang realm. Even after hearing that Huo Lingfei had killed 7 Yuan gang members of the chaotic dog gang, he remained indifferent. If the invitation were sent to forces outside the top 3, they wouldn't think that way. It's all Huo Lingfei's fault for being arrogant and overconfident. How could he possibly provoke the top 3 families? If a dragon tendon is to become a primordial energy, and cannot accomplish all of this, then it is no longer considered a dragon tendon. I will personally twist off the head of that dragon tendon and crush its pride. Yun Xiong sat on a high platform, looking directly at the entire Yun family. They had been preparing for the past few days since the challenge was issued. Around him, countless young prodigies of the Yun family sat upright with their eyes closed on both sides. They were just waiting for Huo Lingfei to come to their door. I'm afraid they're using my Yun family as a place to boost their morale. Elder Yun's expression was indifferent, but he instantly realized something. Having killed 7 Yuan gang members in succession, coupled with his previous exploits in the martial arts competition, and having been in the martial arts world for so long, he could naturally guess Huo Lingfei's actions. Just like his teacher's lineage back then, they used the martial arts world as a stepping stone to becoming a grandmaster. His eyes were cold and sinister. However, Huo Lingfei was far too arrogant. Even his teacher had never been so arrogant, actually attempting to challenge the top 3 schools. The other 2 schools also received invitations from Huo Lingfei. Don't worry, Elder Yun. I will take care of it myself, Yun Xiong said calmly. Previously, Huo Lingfei's strength would not have been enough to make him take action. After all, this was a demotion. However, the fact that he was able to kill Yuan gang means that he has reached the level of Yuan gang. As a peak Yuan gang, he is naturally capable of taking action. Elder Yun nodded calmly, his eyes deep in thought, seemingly unable to figure out why Huo Lingfei would have such courage. However, being able to eliminate the old gang's dragon tendon ahead of time saves a lot of effort later. He sat upright on the high platform for a long time. They remained seated cross-legged with their eyes closed, but suddenly seemed to hear something, and couldn't help but open their eyes and look into the distance. Huo Lingfei, a former gangster, has come to kick down the door. Chapter 89: A bunch of stupid dogs. A detached voice suddenly echoed throughout the entire Yun family. Huo Lingfei suddenly strode forward, his energy surging, and his body slammed into the Yun family's gate. Behind him, countless figures followed closely, and suddenly they arrived in front of the Yun family's gate. This guy actually came. It seems he really thinks of the Yun family as a bunch of rabble dogs. After all, it's a dragon's tendon, so it's natural for it to be arrogant. However, this arrogance is a bit too much, and its tendons and bones don't seem to have reached the Yuan gang level yet. Many powerful figures had already crouched around, watching Huo Lingfei's figure with astonishment and disdain on their faces. Seemingly seeing that they actually dared to come and challenge us, his eyes couldn't help but show a hint of mockery. Even quite a few powerful figures noticed Huo Lingfei's strength and frowned. They did not sense any aura of gang qi on Huo Lingfei, which means that Huo Lingfei has not entered the Yuan gang realm. He killed 7 Yuan gang members before even reaching the Yuan gang level, and even dared to issue a challenge to the 3 upper schools? They lowered their eyes. A storm of emotions surged within me. They had all previously assumed Huo Lingfei's strength had reached the Yuan gang level, but now, upon closer inspection, their skills are still only at the level of Xinxiao. They haven't even touched the threshold of Yuan gang yet. Thinking of this, the crowd couldn't help but show some shock on their faces. With Xinxiao's strength comparable to Yuan gangs, they had only heard of such terrifying talent outside. Moreover, not only is he comparable to Yuan gang, but he even dares to challenge the 3 upper families. Is this Li Junlong's idea? They stared intently at Huo Lingfei's figure, wondering in their hearts. They shook their heads. Li Junlong is still in the Star Sea Abyss and has not yet returned. Moreover, even he wouldn't be arrogant enough to challenge the 3 upper families. Who gave you the guts to actually come here? On the high platform, Yun Xiong's cold gaze fixed on Huo Lingfei's figure, and he couldn't help but feel a bit mocking. As a peak Yuan gang cultivator, he could naturally see Huo Lingfei's current level. A bridge of hearts. His face was somewhat indifferent. With that kind of strength, anyone else, let alone him, would probably look down on him. I originally thought Huo Lingfei's strength was at least at the Yuan gang level, but now, after a slight inspection, I realize he's not even at the Yuan gang level. I thought I could fight against a dragon tendon cultivator at the Yuan gang level, but now I see, he's nothing special. He commented, feeling somewhat disappointed. For someone at the peak of the Yuan gang realm to bully a Xian Xiao realm cultivator would be an unfair victory, even if he won. They might even be ridiculed. I had previously heard that Huo Lingfei had killed 7 Yuan gang members in a row. Even if this news is true, it is probably only due to the extraordinary power of the dragon tendon, or because the Yuan gang members of the chaotic dog gang were too weak and arrogant. Just a heart bridge. When Elder Yun saw Huo Lingfei's figure, his thoughtful gaze seemed to pause for a moment. His eyes narrowed as he stared intently at Huo Lingfei, but he didn't seem to discern anything. His strength remains that of a mere heart bridge martial artist. How did he kill 7 Yuan gang members of the chaotic dog gang? A sense of doubt suddenly welled up in my mind. His brows were furrowed, and his face seemed to be wrinkled into the shape of the Chinese character 8. At its limit, such strength is only comparable to Yuan gang, so how could it be possible to kill 7 Yuan gang in a row? The other members of the Yun family seemed somewhat disappointed upon seeing Huo Lingfei. The legendary person who killed 7 Yuan gang cultivators in one go was actually just a Xian Xiao. Call. Huo Lingfei, dressed in martial arts attire and carrying a gun case, crashed into the Yun family's gate and slowly raised his eyes to gaze at a high platform in front of him. The martial arts platform set up by the Yun family was almost entirely filled with the younger generation of the Yun family sitting cross-legged on both sides, while in the very center. A burly, imposing man scrutinized him, a hint of disappointment on his face, before a detached voice rang out. How dare Amir Jr. from the Heart Bridge be so arrogant? Bring your bunch of useless dogs from the old gang and get up here. The sound faded slowly. This instantly ignited immense anger on the faces of the old gang members behind him. Go to hell. The younger generation of the Yun family are all trash. They dare to bark like madmen when there are only a handful of geniuses on the list. Master Huo will crush the younger generation of your Yun family later. A bunch of beasts. Various angry shouts and curses arose. But it was stopped by a raised hand. Huo Lingfei remained calm, sensing the immense pressure emanating from the high platform. He could tell that there were at least 3 peak Yuan gang cultivators on the platform alone. His strength is indeed formidable. He smirked, seemingly not taking the words seriously. Bang! Suddenly, his feet exploded, and the terrifying force propelled his body several meters forward before he crashed into the high platform. The immense force caused the ground to tremble slightly. Hoof! Lacking in strength, but with quite a temper, Yuan gang said coldly from the stage. The more Huo Lingfei looked at him, the less he felt that his strength could compare to Yuan gang's. That strength was so incredibly weak and pitiful, it seemed that any Yuan gang could easily crush it. The group of Yuan gang members present seemed to be itching to make a move, and all of them looked at Huo Lingfei with terrifying killing intent. After I kill you, I'll thoroughly ravage the younger generation of the old gang. Yuan gang stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, his face contorted with rage. Upon hearing this, the younger generation of the Yun family behind him burst into laughter, all rubbing their hands together in anticipation, some unable to contain themselves. According to the rules, they must defeat Huo Lingfei before they can challenge the next opponent. They glanced around briefly and saw that almost all the younger generation of the old gang members who were supposed to be there had arrived. If they can use this opportunity to completely dismantle the old gang, it would be a good thing for them. A bunch of stupid dogs. Huo Lingfei looked around, shook his head, and gave a dismissive assessment. There were 8 Yuan gang on the high platform, 3 of whom were at the peak of Yuan gang. In his eyes, the strength of the other Yuan gang was only slightly stronger than that of the Yuan gang of the chaotic dog gang. However, it's only slightly stronger. For him, everything was the same except for the peak of the Yuan gang realm. Sharp-toothed brat, I've heard you killed 7 Yuan gang members in the chaotic dog gang. I've come to meet you. A figure seemed unable to contain himself and suddenly erupted, a terrifying shockwave sweeping across the entire area. He raised his sword and slammed it down in front of Huo Lingfei. You were able to kill 7 Yuan gang cultivators, so my intervention isn't considered breaking the rules. His gaze was icy as he stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, his body seemingly surrounded by aura. Yun Zhenrong has made her move. Yun Xiong stared at its figure, but the interest in his eyes seemed to have long since vanished. Having roamed the Cloud Sea for decades, his strength was already close to the peak of the Yuan gang realm, naturally far surpassing that of the Yuan gang members of the chaotic dog gang. Moreover, his swordsmanship was already superb. If it weren't for his slightly inferior strength, he could probably have competed for the title of the best in swordsmanship. Killing a dragon tendon that hasn't reached the Yuan gang level is already enough. Chapter 90. What a coincidence. I'll just punch you to death. When the people around saw Yun Jinrong make the first move, they all wore mocking smiles on their faces. They were all very clear about Yun Jinrong's abilities. They are far superior to those useless Yuan gang members of the Chaotic Dog Gang. Only those two peak Yuan gang members in the Chaotic Dog Gang have some skill. Sing. Before her eyes, Yun Jinrong flicked her fingers, and her long sword was suddenly drawn. A terrifying sword light suddenly appeared, and a silver light bloomed before her eyes. The sound of swords echoed. It seemed to pierce through everything. Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes upon seeing this. A silver light flashed before their eyes, accompanied by terrifying waves of energy. The surrounding energy surged and even their bodies were torn apart by the sharp sword energy. Boom! Everything in its path was annihilated by the sword light, and the terrifying sword energy stirred up countless energies. Huo Lingfei's figure collided with this attack. Instantly, a terrifying explosion rang out. The mocking voices of the surrounding crowd grew increasingly harsh. Yun Jinrong's sword seems even more terrifying now, a level higher than it was a few years ago. They could feel the sharpness of the sword intent within. Even a Yuan gang cultivator who specialized in physical strength would be seriously injured if they weren't careful. Moreover, under their watchful eyes, Huo Lingfei was caught completely off guard, without even a chance to prepare, and collided head-on with the sword light. How pathetic! A dragon tendon cultivator fighting a level above his own, encountering an opponent of this caliber. Not only did he not prepare seriously, but he also underestimated his opponent. That's right. If you're not strong enough to even reach the Heart Bridge level, then any Yuan gang would be considered to be giving you a hard time, let alone Senior Yun. That's someone who has the potential to compete for the title of Swordmaster. It's an honor for him. Everyone shook their heads. They seemed somewhat disappointed by Huo Lingfei's underestimation of his opponent. They were also curious to see what was so special about the dragon tendons, since the dragon tendons from 100 years ago had perished long ago, and now that a new dragon tendon had finally appeared, it was behaving in such a way. It's truly a pity. However, the Yun family did take it seriously. The fact that Yun Jinrong was able to be dispatched can be considered as giving face to Long Jin and the old gang. Otherwise, if a Yuan gang could take down Huo Lingfei with a single move, wouldn't it be a huge loss of face? The crowd couldn't help but discuss it. It seemed they wanted to make a bet on whether Huo Lingfei would be killed by this sword, but in the blink of an eye, their casual gazes suddenly sharpened, as if they had seen something, and they stared intently at Huo Lingfei's figure on the stage. All I could see was a ferocious hand blocked his way, and he seemed to hear clouds and cranes swirling around his ears, with countless white wisps of smoke rising from his hand. A terrifying figure, over 2 meters tall, suddenly appeared in everyone's sight. His shirt was ripped to shreds by his swollen body, revealing a horrifying physique beneath, with large muscles and shockingly prominent veins. Call! Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. Second form. Click, click, click. His muscular body emitted terrifying creaking sounds as he slowly exhaled a hot breath from his nostrils. He then carefully removed the gun case from his back and slammed it into the floor. Instead of using a gun, he shook his large hand that had taken the hit head-on. As expected, the second form has become stronger as well. He murmured softly, sensing the changes within his body. A silence seemed to fall over the surroundings. The murmurs of the crowd abruptly ceased. Taichun seemed to have no interest in watching Huo Lingfei anymore. Yun Xiong stared intently at Huo Lingfei's exposed figure. Before him, Yun Jinrong, who had just unleashed a sword strike, stared intently at Huo Lingfei's body, her brows gradually furrowing slightly. An eerie silence suddenly fell over the vast platform. They seemed somewhat astonished, looking at Huo Lingfei's figure, and couldn't help but feel a little oppressed. It resembled a bizarre, demonic mountain, its flesh grotesquely grotesque, and a sense of unease welled up in my heart. The true form of the dragon tendons. Interesting. Yun Xiong stared at Huo Lingfei's figure and suddenly smiled. He could feel the surging blood and qi within his body, and the faint sense of terror emanating from it, which was almost like night and day compared to before. This form. Elder Yun frowned deeply, his face showing some thoughts, but he didn't say anything. Pretending to be something you're not. Yun Jinrong frowned for a moment, then seemed to regain her composure. I still couldn't sense any internal energy. It's just that the physical body has been enhanced. His strength rivaled that of Yuan Gang, who specialized in physical cultivation. However, even so, he could not compete with him. Without any protective aura, how can I possibly stop him? Before anyone could react, the long sword in his hand suddenly shot out, and a burst of sword energy exploded once again. However, unlike before, a terrifying sword intent suddenly rose up. The surroundings seemed to be plunged into an extremely cold atmosphere, and the sharp, fierce sword energy swept over the body and mind. It was as if an incredibly terrifying sword light appeared before their eyes. A sharp, cold light exploded. An overwhelming force suddenly swept in. Senior Yun's extreme cold sword energy has reached a new level. Everyone looked on in amazement. The Yun family has always been sword cultivators, and the current sword master is also from the Yun family. If his sword intent cultivation reaches the peak of Yuan Gang, the next sword master will probably be Yun Jinrong. Let's have a go. Try my new trick. Super special move, Cloud Demon True Force. Huo Lingfei raised his hand, and blood mist instantly appeared on his ferocious 5 fingers. His feet exploded, and his figure shot straight out. A surging killing intent swept wildly. It seemed as if a phantom of a crane appeared, and the crane's cry was deafening. Boom! Huo Lingfei unleashed a punch. The blood mist, carrying the cloud crane force, suddenly tore through the sweeping sword intent, and then the figure suddenly appeared in front of him, smashing a ferocious punch into his chest. The terrifying force tore through his protective aura and then poured out wildly. Put! His eyes widened in horror, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. His abdomen seemed to have been blown apart by the punch, and a powerful force seemed to surge out from behind him, creating countless waves of energy. Then, before his body could explode out, a ferocious hand suddenly grabbed its head and then slammed it down. In everyone's sight, all I could see was that the air in that area seemed distorted. Yun Jinrong's body was instantly slammed into the ground by a tremendous force. Boom! Huo Lingfei forcefully pressed his entire body, head and all, into the hole, sending countless fragments flying everywhere. But it didn't end there. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, grabbing his head and slamming it repeatedly. The terrifying force shattered the protective aura that the man had painstakingly gathered. That last move, that single punch, left him feeling as if his entire body had been crushed, unable to muster any strength. After a frenzied and violent smashing, he slowly grabbed the utterly disheveled Yun Jinrong and threw her like a dead dog in front of Yun Xiong. Bang! His body slammed hard into the ground, instantly sending a shiver down everyone's spine. They stared blankly at Huo Lingfei before them. Chapter 91: The Boxer. Everyone felt as if their hearts had been gripped, filled with immense horror, and an unimaginable sense of oppression welled up within them. They stared at Yun Jinrong, who lay there like a dead dog, their mouths agape in an exaggerated arc. Just moments ago, everyone was marveling at Yun Jinrong's terrifying strength, fearing he was already capable of vying for the title of Swordmaster of this generation. But the next second, he was like a dead dog as Huo Lingfei forcefully broke through his sword intent. They beat him to a pulp. The protective chi at the Yuan Gang level was crushed, and even his body could not withstand Huo Lingfei's several fierce attacks. In a short time, the scene was deathly silent. The faces of the crowd were filled with disbelief. Some people even had shortness of breath as they stared at Huo Lingfei's figure in the distance, their eyes gradually turning from dismissive to extremely serious. They saw Yun Hejin's moves, saw the bloodthirsty aura, and the overwhelming killing intent crept in, reminding them of that terrifying figure from several years ago. This kid has learned Lin Daoron's boxing style? Someone narrowed their eyes, looking at Huo Lingfei's figure, and thought of the previous generation of grandmasters in the old gang. The previous generation of spear and fist masters mastered an extremely terrifying fist technique, which was filled with overwhelming killing intent and incorporated the techniques learned and created by various schools in the market. With this, he directly became the champion of that generation. Unexpectedly, Huo Lingfei actually learned his moves, and it seems that he has already reached the level of mastery. This is a move that even Li Jinlong couldn't master, yet his disciple learned it. Interesting. Yun Xiong's initial slight interest was completely aroused upon seeing Yun Jinrong, who was lying on the ground like a lump of mud. He grinned. It seems we underestimated it. The shape of the dragon tendons truly lives up to its reputation. But his expression remained indifferent. Even defeating Yun Jinrong only intensified his interest. At least for now, it will not be known as the dragon tendon. After all, in his eyes, even if Yun Jinrong's sword energy was among the top 3 in the Yun family, it was still nothing but vulgar. Elder Yun looked at Huo Lingfei's figure, his eyes narrowed for a moment, and then slowly returned to normal. The dragon tendons are now fully formed. He murmured softly. As the eldest and strongest member of the Yun family, he had already discerned the difference in Huo Lingfei's physique. A metallic sound could be heard between the tendons and veins, and the tendons and bones stretched and burst forth in a second form. The dragon tendons had already reached their full potential. He seemed slightly startled, but quickly regained his composure. The dragon tendon from 100 years ago was only at a minor stage of development. I never expected Li Junlong to have such a hidden skill. Not only did they conceal a dragon tendon, but they also nurtured it to its full potential. Even if it were placed outside, it would be an extremely precious item. Many people would probably scramble to get their hands on the dragon tendon of Deshang. No wonder he was able to rival Yuan Gang with his Xinxia strength, and even managed to kill 7 Yuan Gang level cultivators in a row. However, he lowered his eyes. So what if the great dragon tendon was complete? Now that he had realized it, it was no longer allowed to survive. We're still in the initial stage of building a bridge between hearts. If he breaks through to the Yuan Gang realm, his physical body will likely rival that of a grandmaster. At that point, no one in the entire Cloud Sea will be able to stop him. Yun Xiong, Elder Yun said calmly, his gaze turning icy. As one of the top 3 families, the Yun family's every move is under the watchful eyes of the entire Yunhai city. It's likely that many people are already observing them at this moment. Even Yun Jinrong has now been defeated by Huo Lingfei. After learning that it was the dragon tendon mastery, there was no hesitation. Click, click, click. Yun Xiong slowly rose from the central platform, his bones cracking as he stood up. His expression remained indifferent, devoid of any emotion, as he stared blankly at Huo Lingfei before him. Bang! His feet exploded with a deafening roar, and his terrifying body shot out, crashing down in front of Huo Lingfei. An incredibly terrifying shockwave suddenly swept across the entire area. It was fierce and intense, and carried an incomparably domineering aura as it swept in, giving people an immense sense of oppression. Accompanied by a surge of inner energy, his muscles began to bulge, and his physique grew to an astonishing size under everyone's gaze. The terrifying man, over 3 meters tall, looked down at Huo Lingfei with an arrogant expression, as if he were looking at a dead object. As a dragon tendon, your physical body should be extremely terrifying. Unfortunately. Yun Xiong tore at his mouth, revealing a terrifying smile. Me too. The shadows loomed over Huo Lingfei, his imposing figure resembling a humanoid monster, creating an atmosphere of immense oppression. Yin Xiong has made his move. That's the pinnacle of physical training, the contemporary boxing champion, a master of domineering tendon training to its extreme. I didn't expect even he would make a move. Huo Lingfei from the old gang is probably doomed. When everyone saw the cloud bear stand up and crash down in front of them, they couldn't help but gasp in amazement. Huo Lingfei's defeat of Yun Jinrong has shocked almost everyone. However, when Yun Xiong appeared, everyone was drawn to his figure. Yun Xiong's name has long been known throughout Yunhai City. He is a terrifying existence in the physical realm and was also the champion of the boxing competition back then. Even among those at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, he is among the top. There were rumors decades ago that Yun Xiong was at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm and that he fought 3 other peak Yuan Gang cultivators single-handedly, even turning them into mincemeat. They're already close to reaching the level of a grandmaster. The faces of the Yun family members immediately calmed down. With Yun Xiong's help, taking down one of the dragon tendons was practically a certainty, but they looked at Yun Jinrong being carried away with regret on their faces. What a pity about Yun Jinrong, she'll probably be ridiculed for the rest of her life. Although he was defeated by Long Jin was still Xian Xiao, a junior. Master Hua. This is dangerous, that's a cloud bear. Can this be done? Damn it, the Yun family has too deep a foundation. Yun Jinrong is one thing, but they even have Yun Xiong. A bunch of shameless bastards, elders beating younger ones. The younger generation of the old gang watched with utter admiration as Huo Lingfei defeated Yun Jinrong with a single punch. But in the blink of an eye. Upon seeing the cloud bear's figure, they couldn't help but hold their breath. They seemed not to have expected that even the cloud bear would be involved. See here. Their faces seemed incredibly somber. Not only is he at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, but he's also among the elite of the peak Yuan Gang realm, possessing a formidable physical body. Perhaps only Lord Li could stabilize the situation. Chapter 92: The Four-Armed Madman. Physical Training. Huo Lingfei stared at the cloud bear in front of him, his gaze involuntarily sharpening. He felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. Even when facing Yun Xiong, a shadow couldn't help but fall over him. It was as if the terrifying man in front of him was about to tear him to pieces at any moment. Is this the pressure brought by the peak of Yuan Gang? Huo Lingfei's body was filled with white energy, a wave of heat swept around him, and his aura seemed extremely terrifying. He felt an unprecedented fighting spirit. Only this kind of opponent could make him feel an immense sense of pressure. For him, Yun Jinrong's previous performance was nothing more than a crushing defeat. He wasn't particularly interested in him at first glance compared to the previous Yuan Gang members of the Chaotic Dog Gang. He was merely slightly stronger. I will treat you as an equal. I hope you won't disappoint me. Yun Xiong lowered his eyes, his muscles twitching, and a terrifying burst of white mist suddenly erupted as his entire body shot out. A surge of energy suddenly erupted, and a hand was raised, its 5 fingers forming a ferocious claw, which suddenly attacked Huo Lingfei. I heard you've mastered the crane-style fist. Use it, use your best move. He grinned, and a cloud of cranes seemed to appear behind him before his fist suddenly slammed towards Huo Lingfei. As a contemporary boxing champion, he naturally knew about crane-style boxing and had even cultivated it to the level of intent and strength. Boom! The menacing 5 fingers suddenly collided with Huo Lingfei's fist, and a terrifying aura instantly spread outward from the two of them. A metallic sensation emanated from his fingertips, and a devastating force suddenly surged into his heart. Huo Lingfei's expression suddenly changed. After exchanging blows with the Cloud Bear, my entire arm suddenly felt numb, and the veins in my arm seemed to be throbbing with pain. Then, the 2 figures seemed to be impacted by the force, and they shot out at the same time. Splash, splash. Huo Lingfei slammed his foot into the ground, embedding it deep and creating a trench more than 10 meters long before finally stopping his movement. He felt the force he had just experienced, and a long absent pain shot straight to his head, but his eyes became increasingly clear. Good, 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 this is the kind of battle I want. Instead of being like that piece of trash, instantly killed by 1 punch from me. His aura seemed to rise gradually from the punch, and then he exhaled a breath of stale air. It seemed as if white light was emanating from his internal organs, his bones and flesh were resounding, and a muffled thunderous sound burst forth from his chest. The body's qi and blood began to circulate faster, surging like the tide. Again! The rapidly vibrating muscles were like countless taut bowstrings being drawn simultaneously, and the legs instantly unleashed an incredibly terrifying power, even shattering the wooden planks beneath their feet. Bang! Huo Lingfei left behind an afterimage. The explosion occurred suddenly after he had disappeared. A terrifying surge of blood energy coursed wildly between his 5 fingers, and faintly, it seemed as if cranes were constantly crying out, accompanied by a terrifying attack sweeping in. Huo Lingfei appeared in front of Yun Xiong in a flash. As you wish, try this move of mine. Super special move, Cloud Demon True Force. The Crimson Crane let out a frenzied cry, and a terrifying fist force poured down, as if everything would be annihilated under this punch. Upon hearing this, Yun Xiong's lips curled into a smile. He seemed to have also sensed the terrifying strength emanating from Huo Lingfei, and he no longer regarded Huo Lingfei as a junior. He could feel the force of the collision, which moved him somewhat. Without hesitation, the terrifying figure left a trail of white smoke as it stood still, and its Cloud Crane Force technique clashed with Huo Lingfei's. Bang! The 2 figures collided. With an incredibly terrifying explosion, Huo Lingfei's fist force tore through Yun Xiong's move and slammed into him in the blink of an eye. Snort! Yun Xiong couldn't help but let out a groan. His protective aura was instantly shattered by a punch, and the terrifying force of the punch was not over yet, seemingly about to pierce through his body. But the next second, Yun Xiong's eyes were icy cold, and his ferocious muscles bulged instantly as he withstood the attack. However, his body was in turmoil, making him feel quite uncomfortable. Excellent! Excellent, he roared with laughter. It's been so long since I've had such a satisfying battle. The next second, he raised his hand, and his qi surged forth with terrifying fist intent, an unimaginable attack slamming into Huo Lingfei's body. But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, withstanding the damage. Then, seemingly aroused, he raised his hand and unleashed countless fist shadows, which suddenly collided with Yun Xiong. The 2 figures clashed fiercely, and the terrifying waves they created instantly shocked everyone present. They seemed surprised that Huo Lingfei could fight Yun Xiong to such an extent. Everyone initially thought this would be a crushing defeat for Yun Xiong, but unexpectedly, Huo Lingfei was able to put up a good fight against him. This scene was incredibly shocking to watch. Even the old gang members in the distance couldn't help but marvel at what they saw, exclaiming, "Master Huo is too strong. I never expected him to be so terrifying." That's Yun Xiong, the current boxing champion. For Master Huo to be able to fight him to a standstill is incredibly impressive. Call. Huo Lingfei's eyes grew brighter and brighter as he continued to clash with the cloud bear in front of him. Despite the terrifying wounds that appeared on his body in an instant, he continued to fight it out. The surge of pain made him increasingly calm. He could feel that his internal organs were being gradually and completely opened up as he fought. A feeling of comfort washed over me. However, the more the cloud bear fought, the more agitated he seemed to become, and his body continued to accumulate new wounds, making him somewhat irritable. A flash of ferocity crossed his eyes, and then he pulled away from Huo Lingfei, letting out a furious shout, "Junior, take this move!" A terrifying wave suddenly surged forth. Then, the cloud bear in front of them suddenly generated a burst of energy, and two arms grew out of its body. Four-armed madman. He grinned maliciously, "This is the pinnacle of my martial arts. To witness this move is enough for you to die in peace." The terrifying figure shot out with a roar. Golden light flickered around its forearms, then a terrifying demonic sound erupted, and it charged towards Huo Lingfei, shouting, "Die!" A terrifying arm slammed down, followed by a barrage of terrifying attacks from all four arms, each move causing a shock to the face of onlookers. The entire platform roared continuously under this attack. Chapter 93. Forearms are too many, let me help you lighten the load. Dust billowed up everywhere. Everything around was reduced to ruins in an instant. There seemed to be some regret on everyone's faces. Four-armed madman. This was clearly derived from the four-armed skill, a signature move of Yun Xiong, and contained almost terrifying power. Even the most skilled Yuan Gang cultivators would be unable to calmly withstand this attack. Yuan Gang shatters upon contact, and even the peak-level cultivator flees at the mere sight of it. This is the power of this martial art. When cultivated to its peak, it will gain unimaginable and terrifying destructive power, extending into both arms. Considering that the Dragon Tendon has not yet reached the Yuan Gang level, it's already difficult to counter this move. Yun Xiong truly deserves his title as the champion. Back then, he ascended to the throne of champion with just this one move. The boxer who can dominate the clouds and seas, and is also known as the king of horizontal training, this is the foundation of the three upper families. Huo Lingfei's decision to choose the three upper families over other forces was utterly foolish. If he had chosen another faction, given Huo Lingfei's strength, it would have been difficult for him to cultivate his spiritual energy. What a pity! Li Jinlong isn't here. If he were, I definitely wouldn't have let him run wild. It's a pity that one of Long Jin was lost. Otherwise, with his strength, he could probably have been the best in the entire Yunhai if he had entered the Yuan Gang realm. If Li Jinlong found out, he'd probably explode. The surrounding onlookers wore sarcastic expressions. They now acknowledge Huo Lingfei's strength, and with his talent, if he were to challenge other forces, he might just develop a formidable fighting spirit. Once he reaches the Yuan Gang realm, he will likely be close to becoming a grandmaster. But instead of picking on the easy targets, they insisted on challenging the top three. Even Li Jinlong wouldn't dare to do this. For a dragon tendon that hasn't fully grown up to dare to do such a feat can only be described as ignorance. They shook their heads. It was over now. Once the Cloud Bear's forearms technique was forced out, the battle had become meaningless from beginning to end. They watched the scene unfold before them with calm eyes. The members of the old gang fell into a deathly silence. Especially after seeing Yun Xiong unleash his ultimate technique, his face turned completely bloodless. On the stage, the energy surged, and billowing dust seemed to crush the entire arena. Yun Xiong's burly and terrifying body still stood tall, his four terrifying arms slowly drooping down. He tore at his lips, revealing ferocious teeth. "To die by my four-armed technique, you have something to be proud of." His face was indifferent. As his forearms fell, he could feel Huo Lingfei's flesh being brutally smashed into a pulp. You can even feel its presence gradually disappearing. It's over. The grotesque body moved slowly, as if it wanted to grab Huo Lingfei's body by force. As the reigning champion of the modern era, he had not made a move for a long time. Every time he killed an enemy, he would take the corpse as his trophy. Moreover, this is a dragon tendon. The billowing dust slowly dissipated. It revealed an extremely terrifying and horrifying body. Huff, huff, click, click. A deep, animalistic panting sound suddenly swept through the entire venue. His 5 fingers, as thick and gnarled as tree roots, kept bending and stretching, making a cracking sound. The hideous and terrifying muscles undulated like a reclining fleshy dragon, and the mercury-like blue veins bulged out, transforming a terrifying body over 3 meters tall into Huo Lingfei's. 3,000 strands of black hair danced wildly behind her. The gruesome wound on his chest, pierced by forearms, slowly healed as the crowd watched in horror. A burst of intensely hot white steam emanated from their nostrils, instantly plunging everyone's hearts into a cage of terror. The terrifyingly large body immediately left everyone stunned. Their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets as they stared intently at Huo Lingfei's figure, their gazes filled with a storm of shock. He's not dead? The crowd's emotions were like a roller coaster as they watched Huo Lingfei, whom they had already sentenced to death. That form, even more terrifying than before, gripped their minds and bodies. How could this be, this feeling? They murmured in fear. The terrifying aura emanating from the stage created an incredibly oppressive atmosphere, as if they were facing a terrifying demon god, leaving them with no thought of resistance. This feeling is completely incomparable to what I experienced before. It felt as if death was about to engulf us at any moment. How is this possible? Elder Yun stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, his face instantly losing composure. A deathly silence fell over the entire person. Only his eyes remained fixed on Huo Lingfei. This is the ultimate form of the dragon tendon. A thought stirred up a storm in his mind. This is clearly a terrifying physique that surpasses the great completion dragon tendon, a terrifying existence completely comparable to the limit breaker body. Even if placed in the outside world, it would be enough to rank among the top 10 famous pavilions. Elder Yun's breathing was extremely rapid. An ultimate dragon tendon is enough to make the world go wild. Although dragon tendons are extremely rare, they do exist, but ultimate dragon tendons are even more precious. He never expected that an ultimate dragon tendon would appear in the sea of clouds. If this were discovered by other entities, the entire Yunhai city might be completely thrown into chaos. Yun Xiong stared at Huo Lingfei before him, his brows furrowing into a deep frown, the muscles on his face twitching involuntarily. Not dead. Interesting, there's even this form. Yun Xiong, sensing that Huo Lingfei's current physique was almost on par with his own, couldn't help but smile, but he's just a piece of trash. It can withstand one blow, but I wonder if it can withstand a second. He showed no fear whatsoever. In his perception, the opponent hadn't even reached the Yuan gang realm. How could someone with such strength be worthy of comparison? His body shot out with a roar. The powerful wave pulled out countless white wisps of smoke, and the terrifying forearms swung around, leaving after images, and in an instant, they rushed to Huo Lingfei's side and bombarded him with a frenzied attack. Bang! The fist arrived in an instant, seemingly accompanied by a loud explosion. But the next second, the terrifying fist was instantly enveloped by an incredibly ferocious hand. The menacing 5 fingers forcefully grabbed the sweeping fist, which was as if it had been smashed into an iron wall and could not go any further. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, gazing at Yun Xiong's astonished face, and smiled slightly. This is the strength of a peak Yuan gang cultivator. It's nothing special. The terrifying 5 fingers made a squeaking sound, as if Huo Lingfei's large hand was playing with a toy. The fist he was gripping was instantly crushed into powder by a powerful force. Then, looking at the cloud bear in front of him, he seemed somewhat unsatisfied. The hand he was holding suddenly moved, and the terrifying force tore the entire arm off. The blood mixed with unimaginable horror was enough to make everyone present look horrified. Before the cloud bear could react, its terrifying form suddenly surged, its ferocious 5 fingers instantly snapping open, and then a terrifying claw force suddenly grabbed at the cloud bear. The veins on Huo Lingfei's arm bulged, and the force directly shattered Yun Xiong's protective aura. In the moment of Yun Xiong's daze, his other hand suddenly shot out again. Blood splattered everywhere, and a scream instantly rang out. Before Yun Xiong could react, he felt the world turn upside down and his body was instantly shot out. Why does a perfectly normal person have 4 arms? Huo Lingfei slammed his foot into the ground, instantly creating a large crater, and his figure caught up with the flying figure in an instant. The veins on his body bulged to their maximum, and the terrifying force directly grabbed the cloud bear that was flying backward. Then, with a powerful stomp, he twisted his body in an extremely bizarre manner and slammed it violently to the ground. Yun Xiong winced in pain, his eyes widening in shock as the pain of his arms being ripped apart overwhelmed him. He endured the pain of his severed arm, and his terrifying aura suddenly shot out. His arm seemed to be filled with golden light, and then he unleashed countless fist shadows, furiously attacking Huo Lingfei. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei to be so strong. His eyes blazed with terrifying killing intent, his ferocity soaring to unprecedented heights. Never before had anyone humiliated him so deeply. Even his 4 arms were forcibly torn apart, his 4 arms technique was completely broken, and decades of hard work vanished in an instant. How could he not be furious? He wished he could kill Huo Lingfei. The chi flowed, suppressing the pain of the severed arm, and the two terrifying bodies continued to clash, their forms colliding wildly. Countless terrifying shockwaves swept over the two of them. Yunxiong was completely enraged. The terrifying force within his body was unleashed wildly, and the unimaginable fist intent nearly shattered the entire platform. Countless Yun family disciples fell off the stage, avoiding the battle between the two. The entire platform then exploded with a deafening roar. The battle between the two continued unabated. Huo Lingfei's body was as solid as steel, his terrifying blood and qi were constantly boiling, his eyes were getting brighter and brighter, and he couldn't help but let out a wild laugh. Good, let's do it again. The dragon tendons in his unlimited form gave him unparalleled power, and even the force of the cloud bear was blocked by his bulging muscles. He was engrossed in the battle. The 5 internal organs inside the body continuously emitted light, and countless booming sounds arose. It seemed that an unimaginable power surged from the heart and then swept through the entire body. The 5 internal organs are now connected. A thought rushed into Huo Lingfei's mind, his eyes became brighter, and his body seemed to swell slightly again as if in the midst of battle. He actually surpassed Yunxiong, and even the force in his hands became increasingly terrifying. With all 5 internal organs working together, the limit-breaking form became completely stable, and terrifying roars continuously emanated from the heart, with the vibration frequency becoming increasingly alarming. He seemed to be in a strange state. As his heart rate increased, he could feel the surrounding things slowing down. The attacks of the cloud bear in front of him seemed to be slowed down in his eyes. Slow to an extreme. He can even react in the first instant. Huo Lingfei's eyes narrowed involuntarily, a hint of surprise in them. The heart in my chest seemed to be beating at its maximum. He moved swiftly and dodged the sweeping attack in an instant. The cloud bear in front of him seemed to be surprised, not expecting that Huo Lingfei could actually dodge this attack. Huo Lingfei grinned, and with a raised hand, a terrifying attack instantly struck him. Blood mist swirled around the cloud crane, and the terrifying force directly enveloped the cloud bear's body before penetrating it. A spurt of blood gushed out. The ferocious fist slammed into Yunxiong's chest, and his body suddenly shrank dramatically, as if he had deflated, and a look of terror appeared on his face. In its unleashed form, the super special move, Cloud Crane True Force, became exceptionally terrifying, shattering Cloud Bear's physique with a single punch and destroying his long-cultivated form. His body felt like it was being churned up, and his internal organs seemed to have been completely shattered by the punch, the force of which pierced through his body. Then he seemed to realize something, and his brows furrowed. My energy seems to be able to spread, he murmured, seemingly gaining some insights in this state. Then a surge of energy seemed to churn within him, and blood mist dissipated from his body. Yunxiong stared in horror, a hint of fear seemingly appearing in his pupils. But the next second. Bang! It felt as if a powerful force was surging within my body, and then it exploded with a bang. The terrifying force tore the cloud bear's body apart, ripping it into countless pieces. Blood mist splattered everywhere, and flesh and blood flew up in the ruins. The emotions that everyone could no longer contain exploded on their faces. The Yun family members all looked at Huo Lingfei with expressions of fear, as if they were looking at some kind of terrifying creature. Everyone fell into a deathly silence. Only that terrifying figure remained standing. With a deep breath, he slightly raised his hand, his menacing 5 fingers slowly unfurling. Feeling the force he had just felt, he couldn't help but smile. Their strength has reached a new level. With his internal organs connected, he could feel subtle changes occurring in his body. The slowed-down scene before him seemed to be under his control. What is going on? He murmured softly. This phenomenon seems to have occurred only after his heart and internal organs had been activated. It was as if he could control it at will, like some kind of power. Moreover, his eyes became extremely sharp, as if Yunxiong's previous moves were clearly imprinted in his mind. Interesting. Huo Lingfei dispelled the scene, stared at the cloud bear he had just destroyed, and seemed to smile. Even the peak of the Yuan gang realm is nothing more than this. I don't understand what's so great about being arrogant. Now that his 5 internal organs are fully formed and his strength has skyrocketed, even those at the peak of the Yuan gang realm who have cultivated their physical bodies are no match for him. According to his estimate, he probably could accept even 2 cloud bears. He then looked up and surveyed his surroundings. All eyes were on him, and the scene was completely silent, except for the disciples of the old gang whose faces were filled with admiration and excitement. He exhaled a terrifying wave of heat, followed by a terrifyingly grotesque sound as he landed. The faces of the Yun family members present instantly turned ashen. Is there anyone else who wants to die? Chapter 94, Defeated. None of the people present responded. A deathly silence fell over everything. Huo Lingfei's terrifying figure stood still, pressing down on their hearts like a mountain, making them unable to muster even the slightest thought of resistance. Even Yun Xiong, a peak Yuan Gang expert and the current champion of the boxing world, was killed by Huo Lingfei with a single punch. If they were to step onto the field, let alone a single punch, their sheer presence would likely scare him so much he'd wet himself on the spot. Let alone taking action. In a short time, no one made a sound. In fact, wherever Huo Lingfei's gaze fell, no one dared to meet his eyes. They all lowered their heads, their faces flushed red. Upon seeing this, Huo Lingfei smiled, and a surge of spiritual energy rose from his body, an aura of invincibility emanating from him. It was an aura of uncrowned power, imbued with Huo Lingfei's will, that suddenly swept across the entire arena. Everyone seemed to be enveloped by this aura, and their prostrate posture became even lower. Some of them couldn't even withstand Huo Lingfei's aura, and their faces suddenly turned pale. They didn't seem to understand why Huo Lingfei's aura had suddenly become so terrifying. The sense of oppression they felt was almost comparable to that of martial arts Yuan Gang. This is a shock that comes from the depths of one's soul. The expressions of the surrounding forces suddenly changed. The aura of a grandmaster. Some of them had extremely unpleasant expressions on their faces, while others had very complex ones. This was clearly the aura of a grandmaster, the result of a tremendous transformation in spirit and energy. It was a profound shock to the soul, as if a grandmaster had personally arrived. Martial artists below the Yuan Gang level don't know this, so how could they, as Yuan Gang members, not know? With Xin Xiao's strength, he was able to fight across realms. He already had 7 Yuan Gang as his foundation, and now he has 2 peak Yuan Gang as stepping stones. This had already brought about an astonishing change in Huo Lingfei's spirit and energy. This extremely difficult to condense Grandmaster aura has actually been refined by Huo Lingfei. However, upon careful observation, everyone realized that it is currently only in its nascent stage. But it was already incredibly horrifying. Where has he even gotten? Heart Bridge. Who has ever seen someone cultivate a master-level spirit at this stage of the Heart Bridge? Who has ever seen anyone defeat so many Yuan Gang cultivators at this stage, even killing a peak Yuan Gang cultivator? They looked at each other, each seemingly able to see the horror in the other's eyes. Only the most elite beings in Yuanwo could possibly possess such terrifying martial artists. The Heart Bridge stage cultivates the aura of a grandmaster, and combined with Huo Lingfei's current strength, even now, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a young grandmaster. The crowd's thoughts drifted. From this day forward, no one will dare to look down on Huo Lingfei. The title of young grandmaster will be known throughout the entire Yunhai city. Using the Yun family as a stepping stone, I thought they were fools, but now it seems they are the fools. I'm afraid the other 2 won't be able to withstand it either. Someone sighed. The aura of a master is precisely what they lack. In Yunhai City, there are many people whose physical bodies have already taken a half step into the Grandmaster realm, but they have always lacked the Grandmaster aura and have been unable to enter this realm for a long time. This resulted in his strength remaining at the Yuan Gang level. Over the years, only a handful of masters have emerged. It has been decades since the last Grandmaster appeared, and the fact that no Grandmaster has appeared for such a long time is enough to explain the reason. Even if Yuan Gang, whose physical body rivals that of a Grandmaster, were to make a move, it would be meaningless at this moment. Huo Lingfei has already gained momentum, and his Grandmaster aura has been aroused. It is no longer possible for him to dissipate. Damn it! Elder Yun stared at Huo Lingfei's figure, his face turning ashen. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei's strength to be so astonishing. Even Yun Xiong from the Yun family was killed by him. Seeing this situation, a terrifying sword intent suddenly soared into the sky, piercing through the clouds in an instant. Suddenly, a long sword appeared from Elder Yun's ferocious hand. The sword trembled and a terrifying sword aura suddenly appeared, sweeping across the entire Yun family. Is the current sword master about to make a move? The Yun family members, who had been living in silence, were startled when they saw the sword energy suddenly appear. They looked up and saw that Elder Yun had somehow summoned a long sword. The terrifying sword light seemed to rise into the air, suddenly stirring up the surrounding gale. The sharp sword energy swept wildly through the Yun family compound. The crowd looked somewhat shocked. Elder Yun is none other than the current sword master of Yunhai City, having held this position for decades and dominating the entire Yunhai sword path for so long, yet no one has ever been able to challenge him. Could it be that they're planning to make a move now? Huo Lingfei felt the terrifying aura, his eyes narrowed, and he sensed a horrifying sword light locking onto him. It seemed as if it would fall in the next second. You old fool, do you intend to disregard the rules of Yunhai? The Yun family can't afford to play this game. Such a powerful family is actually bullying the weak. What Yun family? They're a bunch of idiots. Chief Hua, am using the rules fairly. Do you want to break them? Upon seeing this, the disciples of the old gang in the distance instantly let out a curse. It's one thing for Yuan gang to make a move at his peak. The Yun family patriarch, an old relic who became famous decades ago, actually dares to disregard the rules and make a move against their leader, Hua. In an instant, a torrent of angry curses erupted instantly. Everyone in the Yun family couldn't help but feel ashamed. People of higher status value their reputation the most. Seeing this, many elders of the Yun family couldn't help but look rather displeased, staring at the old man, Elder Yun. In the blink of an eye, the sword energy that had swept through the entire Yun family suddenly vanished. Elder Yun's face fell, and he slammed his long sword into the ancestral hall. He suppressed his anger and restrained his surging killing intent. Although he desperately wanted to kill Huo Lingfei right now, reason told him that now was not the time. Having reached his current position, he naturally knows how to maintain proper boundaries. Let's go, the Yun family has been defeated. Old Yun remained expressionless. He sheathed his surging sword energy, his figure returning to an ordinary posture, but he glanced deeply at Huo Lingfei's figure. Then his figure suddenly disappeared from the spot. Other factions seemed to have noticed this outcome as well, their faces fell, and then they all withdrew their gazes. For them, this result completely exceeded their expectations. The Yun family has now been defeated, leaving only the other two of the top 3 families remaining. The contemporary sword master? Huo Lingfei stared calmly at the figure that had just disappeared. I was even a little disappointed. He sensed that the other's strength was even greater than Yinxiong's, and he was looking forward to the other's intervention. I didn't expect him to be so patient. He shook his head. Huo Lingfei gazed at the incredibly excited crowd behind him, then led his team back to the gang. Chapter 95 Specialization. Back to the old gang. Call. Huo Lingfei let out a breath of stale air. After the battle with Yinxiong, he could feel soreness all over his body. Although his internal organs were now connected, he still couldn't shake off the soreness from fighting against a peak Yuan gang cultivator. And this became increasingly clear to him after his limit-breaking form ended. My head even felt a little dizzy. It felt as if needles were being pierced into his brain, causing him excruciating pain. He could understand the pain after the battle with the peak Yuan gang, but where did this headache come from? Could it be that state just now? Huo Lingfei frowned, as if he had guessed the reason. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the scene before him began to slow down, and the pain in his head intensified, as if a needle were suspended in his brain. He immediately stopped what he was doing and rubbed his slightly swollen forehead. Just as I thought. He felt that sensation. I've used up my mental energy. A thought popped into my head. His expression showed some understanding. But, how can I improve my mental strength? He looked puzzled. Being in that state just now, his comprehension seemed to have been greatly enhanced, and he even slowed down the Cloud Bear's moves in his mind. The moves of the four-armed kung fu are still etched in his mind. They can be played out in his mind in an instant. My memory has become stronger. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but think to himself. This was a capability he didn't have before. It only emerges after the 5 internal organs are fully connected. There was even a thought that popped into my head. Could it be that I am able to learn it? He frowned slightly, and once the thought arose, he could no longer suppress it. He then rubbed his aching head, enduring the pain. The Cloud Bear's move suddenly replayed in my mind. The surroundings seemed to have changed, as if he had returned to the scene when he challenged the Cloud Bear on the high platform. The Cloud Bear's explosive body was still visible before my eyes. However, there was no one around. Yunxiong's opponent was now empty, and Huo Lingfei stood aside watching the scene as if he were detached from it. Magic! He couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. He could sense that he could change his position at will in this scene with a slight twitch of his finger. The Cloud Bear in front of him suddenly began to surge violently. It was like a video playing in my mind. Yun Xiong suddenly split his forearms open, and a terrifying aura swept across the entire area. Lifelike. Huo Lingfei felt this aura as if he were facing its physical form, but only the aura did not actually affect him. He watched as the cloud bear split open its forearms, which seemed to radiate a faint golden light. A terrifying force suddenly appeared within them, and then it frantically smashed down on the empty person in front of it. Huo Lingfei seemed to notice something, his brows furrowed, and with a flick of his fingertips, the cloud bear in front of him suddenly retreated, back to the scene where he had his forearms outstretched in golden light flowing. Looking at the flowing golden light and the direction of its arms' rotation, his expression changed slightly. This hand isn't mine? A thought suddenly popped into my head. His expression shifted slightly. It seems they have discovered some kind of secret. The two arms that suddenly burst out were not facing the right direction and seemed somewhat stiff, as if a living person's arm had been forcibly cut off and then attached to one's own body. Huo Lingfei immediately took a deep breath. Is this what the four-armed kung fu is all about? To have someone else's arm implanted inside one's body. No wonder he was stunned when he first saw the four-armed man. So that's how it is. Huo Lingfei suppressed the nausea in his heart. He noticed the golden energy flowing on the arm, and it was this energy that forced him to unleash his limit-breaking form in order to withstand it. Interesting. Huo Lingfei sensed that this force seemed even stronger than some of the force techniques he had mastered. He could tell that this was not the gang gene mastered by Yuan gang martial artists, but rather a kind of force that could only be exerted by a certain kind of exertion. Huo Lingfei watched. He kept playing Cloud Bear's battle, then slowed it down, seemingly completely absorbed in it. Gradually, he seemed to have grasped something, and a glimmer of inspiration appeared in his eyes. Relying on the resonating sound between the tendons and bones, the power of the whole body is suddenly released. Huo Lingfei seemed to understand something. To learn this kind of power, the tendons and bones must be extremely tough. In other words, only martial artists who have cultivated true physical skills can unleash this kind of power. That's the thought that crossed my mind. Without hesitation, Huo Lingfei learned Yun Xiang's power-generating technique, slowly adjusted his breathing, lowered his body, and then a metallic sound seemed to explode between his muscles and bones. A golden light bloomed in his hand, and then he used the momentum to punch out fiercely. Crack boom! A terrifying force suddenly erupted from his hand. The sound was like a deafening thunderclap, exploding out of nowhere. The powerful energy swirled with white mist, frantically attacking everything in the distance. He withdrew his fist, but the powerful energy still surged. Just as I thought. Huo Lingfei's eyes gleamed as he watched himself learn this power technique in an instant. In this state, his comprehension is extremely abnormal, not to mention that he also has a talent, namely the dragon tendon, so it is normal for him to learn this power exertion technique in an instant. Instantaneous power. Huo Lingfei couldn't help but give his technique of generating force a name. If it were combined with his own fist technique, its power might be even greater. After all, he practiced all his boxing skills on his own, without any teacher. His teacher specialized in spear fighting, and he had to figure out the boxing techniques himself. Then it seems that as time went by, the scene before my eyes suddenly collapsed. The surrounding scenery, like a reflection, spun wildly and vanished without a trace in an instant. The familiar scene came into view once again. A stinging sensation suddenly welled up in my heart. His already overspending brain exploded even more. He felt as if countless needles were stabbing him furiously in his head. Seeing this situation, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. This pain was almost exactly the same as the pain I felt when I broke through to a higher realm before. It might even be slightly better. It was as if it came from the depths of his soul that made him hiss from time to time. There was indeed a price to pay. He rubbed his throbbing head and rested for a while before slowly coming back to his senses. Specialization. He gave his new ability a name. Chapter 96 Yuan Gang. Several days later. Instantaneous power. Ultimate move Cloud Fiend True Force. A terrifying gale suddenly swept out, and with a flick of the arm, golden light faintly shone through the blood-red mist. Under the cry of the Cloud Crane, the ferocious fist instantly blasted the peak Yuan Gang cultivator in front of him to pieces. Countless drops of blood splattered instantly, and flesh and tissue were ripped apart in an instant by this punch. His ferocious muscles twitched incessantly, and an aura of terror pierced the sky. He exhaled hot, molten snuff, instantly leaving everyone present stunned. Huo Lingfei stared indifferently at the middle-aged man whose head he had punched and smashed, and smiled. The top three families are nothing special. What's there to be arrogant about? The contemptuous words immediately plunged the surrounding crowd into a deathly silence. Their gazes were lowered, and no one dared to look Huo Lingfei in the eye. In the vast arena, all that remained was the frantic pounding of a heart. Crushing the top 3 for 3 consecutive days. This ancestor. Our ancestor was killed with a single punch. A young grandmaster, what a young grandmaster! The faces of the Xing family members immediately fell into a deathly silence. They all stared at the terrifying figure in the center, their faces no longer showing any desire to resist. Since a few days ago, news spread that Huo Lingfei had crushed the Yun family. This completely shocked countless forces in Yunhai City. Yun Xiong, who was at the peak of the Yuan gang realm, was actually beaten to death by Huo Lingfei, and even his body was directly blown apart. They even defeated so many members of the Yun family that no one could stand against them. The news caused the other 2 of the top 3 families to change their expressions drastically. They had not expected Huo Lingfei's strength to become so terrifying. Moreover, after news broke that Huo Lingfei possessed the ultimate dragon tendon, the other 2 families became even more serious and no longer showed any contempt. But even so, within just a few days, he was repeatedly crushed by Huo Lingfei in front of him. Of the 3 ancestors of the Tian family, one was brutally beaten to death by Huo Lingfei, while the other 2 had their limbs broken and were seriously injured and unconscious. Even their Xing family's ancestor has been killed by Huo Lingfei with a single punch. A sense of fear gripped everyone's hearts. Even those at the peak of the Yuan gang realm stared at this scene with grim expressions, unable to recover for a long time. Looking across the entire Yunhai city, there is no one who can match such an amazing and unparalleled prodigy, who alone dominates the entire Yunhai martial arts world. Li Jinlong has such a disciple, why didn't he bring him out sooner? A thought suddenly came to mind. But no one could guess the reason. Huff. Wiping the blood off his hands, Huo Lingfei's gaze remained calm. The terrifying aura within him was still brewing, and he was not happy about killing a peak Yuan gang cultivator. I just felt it should be this way. Specialization. His internal organs groaned continuously, and his vision gradually slowed down, as the scene of the battle suddenly appeared before his eyes. Huo Lingfei stared at the peak Yuan gang cultivators who had just fought him, his fingers lightly and slowly replaying their movements. His brow furrowed slightly. Not as good as Yun Xiong. He gave his assessment, but after just one glance, he lost interest in learning their moves. Apart from Yun Xiong at the beginning, the pressure from the other 2 peak Yuan gang masters was not as intense as that from Yun Xiong. And most of them were old men. His physical peak has long since declined. Moreover, he has not only developed his 5 internal organs, but also his 6 palaces have been connected through battles and continuous cultivation. He only needs to reach the final palace of strength to step into the Yuan gang realm. Reaching the peak of the Yuan gang realm wouldn't be too difficult. Soon, he murmured. Once the palace of power is fully opened, he will be able to generate his own qi and enter the first level of Yuan gang. He's not far from becoming a grandmaster. The surrounding scenery receded like a tide, and a slight stinging pain swept over him, but Huo Lingfei slowly suppressed it. My mental strength seems to be improving to some extent, and I no longer feel the intense stinging sensation I did a few days ago. Even his physical body seemed to have reached its peak. Huo Lingfei stared at the fearful gazes of those around him, his expression calm and unwavering. With his gun case on his back, he left amidst the cheers of the old gang members. All that remained were the horrified stares of the Xing family members and the onlookers. I boarded an extremely prestigious car. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, slowly calming his breathing. After a while, he couldn't help but ask, has there been any news from the teacher? Reporting to Chief Hua, there has been no news from Chief Li. The old gang member driving in front of him looked respectful and made no attempt to hide anything. Upon hearing this, his expression changed slightly. In the past few days, the situation in Yunhai has changed. After he broke through the Yun family, all the forces except the 3 upper families went to Xingheyuan to provide support. However, there was still not much news about his teacher. Wait a little longer. Huo Lingfei gazed in the direction of the Star Sea Abyss. The deeper his cultivation reached, the more he could feel the reassuring sounds emanating from the Star Sea Abyss. The demonic dragon was still raging. The frequency is increasing. However, they are still not out of trouble. With his teacher's strength, which was almost at the Grandmaster level, he should be fine unless a Grandmaster intervened. Call. He couldn't help but let out a soft breath. He already knew the level of his teacher's strength. He was at the peak of the Cloud Sea realm, and his physical body had already touched the threshold of the Grandmaster level. All that's missing is vitality and spirit to become a Grandmaster. Thinking of this, he felt a slight sense of calm. No wonder the old gang, with only one Yuan Gang peak expert, could still make other forces wary and even feel troubled. If my Grandmaster hadn't perished, and if my teacher had been given more time, he might have been able to become a master of 2 schools. It's a pity, there's not enough time left for my teacher to break through to the Grandmaster level. It's up to me now. Huo Lingfei felt the progress within his body, and estimated that he would be able to break through the 6th palace and enter the Yuan Gang realm today. Old Fu, go back and train with me some more. He spoke to an elderly man sitting next to him. Old Master Fu smiled kindly. Young Master Hua's strength is extraordinary. I am no match for him. Old Master Fu is very powerful. He's just sparring with me and won't go all out. Huo Lingfei desperately needed someone to fight him, and Old Master Fu in front of him was the best candidate. This was none other than the old man who had led him into the sect. It was also a backup plan arranged by his teacher. Peak of Yuan Gang. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei's eyes looked as if he had seen a ghost. His teacher's backup plan was so well hidden. The old gang had a peak Yuan Gang cultivator hidden away. No wonder his teacher was able to trust him to temporarily take control of the old gang. It turns out there was a peak Yuan Gang level expert watching over them. Moreover, this peak Yuan Gang cultivator was actually the same old man who had led him into the old gang back then, so it's no wonder he looked somewhat surprised. If he hadn't been so close to Yuan Gang, he probably wouldn't have even noticed. Looking at Huo Lingfei, Old Master Fu still had a kind expression on his face. After thinking for a while, he felt that young Master Huo was currently in his growth period, so he could only agree. Then a look of amazement crossed his face. After Yuan Gang from the Chaotic Dog Gang arrived, he had already planned to take action and drive them away, but then he saw Huo Lingfei directly unleash his dragon tendon form. It immediately amazed him. After witnessing Huo Lingfei's growth in just a few days, he was filled with emotion. If Chief Li were to return and see that Huo Lingfei's strength has changed so drastically, there's even a title of Young Grandmaster, that would probably leave everyone completely stunned. Back to the old gang. Most of the remaining members of the gang are now young people, and those with strong abilities have almost all followed the leaders to the Star Sea Abyss. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, they immediately exclaimed, "Young Master Hua." Many people even had a hint of fanaticism on their faces. Huo Lingfei now not only holds the title of Junior Grandmaster, but is also known as the contemporary boxing champion. After Huo Lingfei defeated Yun Xiong, the current boxing champion, this title naturally fell to Huo Lingfei as well. A young grandmaster who hasn't yet reached the Yuan Gang realm. No one else could possibly deserve such a prestigious title. Not to mention that it's just a heart bridge that hasn't even entered the Yuan Gang realm yet. But when this was applied to Huo Lingfei, no one questioned it. Huo Lingfei smiled slightly, naturally aware of his current prestige, but felt no pride in his heart. After simply greeting the disciples of the old gang, he went straight to a martial arts room in the main hall of the old gang. I have already mastered the other 5 palaces of the 6 palaces, only the Palace of Power remains. Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. There seemed to be a slight pressure in my heart. But my mind quickly calmed down. Once the Palace of Power is opened, he will be able to form his own chi, break through the shackles of Yuan Gang, and become a Yuan Gang. Even a Grandmaster is not far away for him. Not enough. Although his progress was enormous, he was still not satisfied. Recalling the attack from the demonic dragon in the Star Sea Abyss, he still felt that even if he used his limit-breaking form, he wouldn't be able to hold out for long. This sense of insignificance almost drove him. Elder Fu, please enlighten me. Huo Lingfei unleashed a torrent of heat, his body gradually swelling with crackling sounds, and in the blink of an eye, he unleashed his second form. The extent of his second form's ultimate combat power has now been determined. The second form's limit is comparable to the peak of Yuan Gang, but it would still be somewhat difficult to defeat the peak of Yuan Gang. In his third form, his power seemed to be completely unleashed, almost surpassing the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. Even Yuan Gang, who is just touching the threshold of a Grandmaster, can be touched. It's a pity, the teacher isn't here, otherwise I really would like to let the teacher experience my current strength. Huo Lingfei smiled. Young Master Hua, please make your move. Upon hearing this, Old Master Fu's aged face was full of admiration. Feeling the pressure from Huo Lingfei, he didn't overestimate himself, but instead his whole body suddenly swelled up. Like a cloud bear, its terrifying form suddenly swelled to its maximum size. A terrifying surge of energy erupted, and a muscular man over 3 meters tall suddenly appeared before them. However, his wrinkled face and the extremely grotesque body below formed a stark contrast. Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes upon seeing this, as it seemed to be the first time he had ever seen Elder Fu display such a form. A few days of sparring with him would not be like this. He felt that Yunxiong was even more impressive than Yunxiong. Young Master Hua, you'd better catch him carefully. Old Master Fu lowered his eyes, his arms hanging limply at his sides, a smile on his face. I specialize in physical training and was the previous champion. It's just a pity that I was dethroned in my old age, otherwise I would still be the champion of the previous generation. However, ever since I joined the old gang's previous grandmaster, I've lost all interest in competing. After all, I'm getting old. His voice slowly drifted out. This caused Huo Lingfei to put away his smile and adopt a serious expression. No wonder he was able to sense a faint sense of shared origin with Yunxiong when he sparred with Elder Fu before. Unexpectedly, he, like the other, specialized in physical training and was even the previous generation's boxing champion. Old Master Fu, take this. His gaze lowered, and then he launched the first attack, his terrifying figure arriving in front of him in a flash. The ferocious 5 fingers instantly grabbed at Old Fu's body. The crane took off with a burst of energy. A ferocious punch slammed towards Old Fu's forehead. As expected of Hua Xiaozong, even I am far behind the current boxing champion in terms of skill. Upon seeing this, Old Fu sighed with emotion. Then a burst of fist energy exploded in his hand, instantly meeting Huo Lingfei's figure head-on. The terrifying fist wave tore through the sweeping cloud crane force and then hurtled towards Huo Lingfei's figure. Bang! But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei's other fist suddenly came crashing down, the terrifying force creating a whooshing sound as it collided directly with the punch. Instantaneous power. Golden light shone from his hand, and a powerful force, carrying an overwhelming momentum, was suddenly blasted out. When Elder Fu saw Huo Lingfei's move, he was instantly taken aback. The techniques for generating power through true physical strength? This is a kind of power that can only be born when one specializes in physical cultivation and reaches perfection. I never expected to see this in Huo Lingfei. By the way, Hua Xiaozong is a dragon tendon. Old Fu took Huo Lingfei's attack head-on, and his body was instantly knocked back. His entire arm was completely limp and hanging down after being hit by that punch. The entire bulging vein seemed to be pounded by some kind of force, and a sharp pain shot straight to my brain. He suppressed the shock in his eyes and for a moment forgot about the dragon tendons. True physical skills are essentially about cultivating the physical body, and the dragon tendon is the pinnacle of physical cultivation, even without formal training. It's not surprising that they were able to master it. But in the blink of an eye, he seemed to see something, and his gaze froze completely in place. All I could see was, after throwing a punch, Huo Lingfei seemed to fall into some kind of state. His body remained in the posture of exerting force. However, the aura within his body continued to surge, and a booming sound constantly emanated from within him. An indescribable sense of oppression suddenly emanated from Huo Lingfei in front of him. Then his body began to grow exponentially. Under his perception, Huo Lingfei's aura surged straight to the Yuan gang realm, even reaching an even higher level. Chapter 97 Old Fu, beat me up. An indescribable power surged from the depths of his body. He felt his whole body brimming with energy. The internal energy palace was suddenly opened, and terrifying force swept wildly throughout the body. Suddenly, a terrifying aura surged within the body, and then visible fluctuations instantly covered the entire body. Protective Qi. Old Fu's face was greatly shocked. This is a phenomenon that only those who have broken through to the Yuan gang level possess. Even he looked somewhat horrified at this moment. He hadn't expected Hua Xiaozong to break through to the Yuan gang realm so quickly, and this momentum was even approaching the peak of the Yuan gang realm. Thinking about this, a look of surprise involuntarily appeared on his face. Hua Xiaozong has only been practicing martial arts for a few months. Fu Lao fell into a kind of silence. He thought of Huo Lingfei's martial arts training time. By calculation, it hadn't even been half a year yet. In just a few months, he had broken through to the Yuan gang level. But that alone might not have made his face look so horrified. After all, before that, Huo Lingfei's strength was already comparable to that of a peak Yuan gang cultivator, and even he himself felt inferior to him. Now that Huo Lingfei has broken through to the Yuan Gang realm, even he finds it difficult to predict Huo Lingfei's combat strength. Yuan Gang. Huo Lingfei felt the changes in his body. His body seemed to be enveloped by a kind of energy, and even in an instant, he can then mobilize this energy. And not only that, even its body size increased dramatically. In its second form, it instantly grew from its original 2 meters to the height of its limit-breaking form. Huo Lingfei circulated the energy within his body, slowly extended a fist, and then suddenly blasted it out. Bang! A terrifying force enveloped his arm, and as the air was torn apart by the force of the energy, a burst of power shot out. Everything along the way seemed to have been crushed and then burst open in an instant. Comparable to a fully unlocked form. Huo Lingfei murmured as he felt the power of the punch. Then a hint of joy appeared in his eyes. Upon entering the Yuan Gang realm, his strength reached an astonishing level, with his second form reaching the strength of his previous third form. And that's not all. Huo Lingfei remained calm as he looked at Elder Fu, who was frozen in place. Elder Fu, hit me harder. A terrifying heat wave continued to emanate. Huo Xiaozong, upon hearing this, Elder Fu lowered his eyes and said, "This is not appropriate." Upon hearing Huo Lingfei's words, he immediately understood. After breaking through to the Yuan Gang realm and gaining power beyond what was originally attained, it's inevitable to feel a bit arrogant. This is perfectly normal. He remembered that when he broke through to the Yuan Gang realm, even his own teacher wanted to beat him up. Moreover, Huo Lingfei is still a young man. It's perfectly normal to have such thoughts. It's fine, hit me. Huo Lingfei kept exhaling scalding hot air, his whole body like a furnace, boiling intensely. This is the first time I've ever heard such an unreasonable request. Huo Xiaozong, take this. Old Fu lowered his eyes and sighed softly. The requirements for martial artists who break through to the Yuan Gang realm are incredibly diverse, and this particular quirk is something he's never seen before. In the blink of an eye, a terrifying figure swept over in a flash. His ferocious 5 fingers clenched into a fist in an instant, and his inner energy, accompanied by golden light, suddenly shot towards Huo Lingfei. Boom! A terrifying force suddenly slammed into Huo Lingfei's body. His body immediately caved in, terrifying qi surged around him, and Huo Lingfei's black hair danced wildly behind him. Old Fu threw a punch, but his brows furrowed as he stared at Huo Lingfei in front of him. He wasn't worried that the opponent wouldn't be able to handle the move. Only a fleshy sensation came from the fist, and even Huo Lingfei's body dented under the punch, yet he couldn't discern any expression on Huo Lingfei's face. I'm sorry to have offended Elder Fu. Huo Lingfei seemed to confirm something, then smiled and lightly punched him. It shot out like a cannonball in an instant. The walls embedded in the martial arts room were instantly covered with a dense network of cracks, like a spider web. Huo Lingfei felt a slight pain coming from his body, but he was not annoyed at all. Instead, he was overjoyed. As expected, my pain sensitivity has been reduced, and my defense is almost insane. He gently clenched his fist. Just now, when Old Fu's punch landed on him, he only felt a slight pain, as if he had been pricked with a needle. Then he seemed to realize something, and slowly lowered his head to look at his chest, which was dented by a punch. The terrifying muscles twitched and bulged, visibly being slowly repaired, and then in the blink of an eye, they were back to normal. Even its healing abilities have been greatly enhanced. It's practically insane. Huo Lingfei was filled with amazement. He was almost in awe of his own body's healing abilities. His healing ability is already so abnormal, even though he just broke through to the Yuan Gang realm. If he were to break through to the Grandmaster level, or even above, how monstrous would his physical body become? Far away. Old Fu seemed startled by Huo Lingfei's light punch. He slowly came to his senses and stared at Huo Lingfei in front of him, completely speechless. This is Huo Xiaozong's second form. That's already so perverted. If the third form is activated, wouldn't he be invincible within the Yuan Gang realm? He thought of this. His face showed both surprise and astonishment. Huo Xiaozong's performance in the 3 families had already spread throughout the entire Yunhai, and almost everyone knew that Huo Lingfei's dragon tendons had 3 forms. The third form is its most abnormal physical form. After all, everyone present was watching what happened. Based on his behavior in the Yun family, it's not difficult to guess that Huo Lingfei has 3 forms. Only. Old Fu shook his head, there's no need for me anymore. With young Master Huo around, who would dare to mess with the old gangs? Now that he has become a Yuan gang, his strength will likely become even more monstrous. If Li Zhilong were here, and he were to fight Hua Xiaozong, it would be hard to say who would win. Hua Xiaozong's strength is beyond my comprehension. Old Fu slowly returned to his original form. That light punch just now had already proven that he was no match for Hua Lingfei. When one's strength exceeds a certain level, low-level training was meaningless to him. Unless a grandmaster personally guides him, the existence of Yuan Gang can only bring Hua Lingfei a little experience. Thank you, Elder Fu. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei's figure gradually returned to normal. He seemed to know that further training would not help him. But his face still showed gratitude. If it weren't for Elder Fu, it might have taken him several more days to open up the palace of power within his body. Chapter 98 The Student Surpasses the Master. Young Master Hua broke through to the Yuan Gang realm through his own strength. It has nothing to do with me. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu shook his head. He was able to break through to the Yuan Gang realm during his fight with him. This had little to do with him personally, it was entirely due to Hua Lingfei's own efforts. If it were possible for an individual to break through to the peak of the Yuan Gang realm in a single battle, there probably wouldn't be so many people still stuck at the peak of the Heart Bridge realm, unable to break through to the Yuan Gang realm. Hua Xiaozong broke through to the Yuan Gang realm mainly through accumulation. The 5 internal organs of the Heart Bridge and the 6 heavenly palaces are all laying the groundwork for his acquired body. As Old Fu gazed at Hua Lingfei, whose face was still beaming with joy, he couldn't help but say something softly. Now that Lord Li is no longer here. As the only Yuan Gang peak expert from the old gang stationed here, he naturally had to give a briefing to the newly promoted Yuan Gang members. After all, Li Zhu could never have guessed that Hua Lingfei would break through to the peak of Yuan Gang so quickly. The acquired body is the mark of a grandmaster, immortal for 1,000 years, indestructible for 10,000 years, with strength capable of traversing mountains and capturing dragons. This is what people call a master's body. Gather your thoughts and try to sense the 3 fingers width of energy within your body, and the 1 finger's width of energy beside your flesh and bones, which is called Gang Qi. The most important mark of a Yuan Gang martial artist. Looking at Hua Lingfei, who seemed to be deep in thought, Elder Fu continued, a martial artist who has just broken through to the Yuan Gang realm has a Gang Qi that is only about the thickness of a finger. As the Gang Qi in the body breaks through by 1 finger, the strength will increase dramatically. When you reach 9 fingers in your body, you've reached the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. He had barely finished speaking. Hua Lingfei immediately understood. Under his perception, beside the flesh and bone, a 3-finger thick aura was constantly creeping up. Mine is 3 inches. Hua Lingfei murmured to himself. It seemed different from what Master Fu had described as being 1 inch thick, but in the blink of an eye, he found a reason for himself, which was probably due to his outstanding talent. His foundation is different from that of ordinary people. Then how can I make my internal energy surge? Suppressing the thought in my mind, a question involuntarily surfaced. In daily cultivation, the qi and blood of the 5 internal organs and the 6 palaces will slowly generate wisps of qi. This process is extremely slow. Master Fu glanced at him and immediately understood what he was thinking. He then explained, when your internal energy reaches your 10 fingers, a wisp of acquired energy will be born in your body. The body will then enter the acquired body stage. Only. He paused for a moment, then said, although a body acquired later in life is hailed as the body of a grandmaster, without the will to achieve it, it is merely a crippled body. Without cultivating the acquired energy within the body, it will soon disappear. Such a person is called a pseudo-master. A fake grandmaster? Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei's face lit up with realization, but in an instant, upon hearing this term, he couldn't help but ask, a pseudo-grandmaster, does that mean he also possesses the power of a grandmaster? Of course Old Fu glanced at him, but shook his head the next second. A pseudo-grandmaster naturally possesses the power of a grandmaster, but not in complete form. The most important acquired energy of a grandmaster has been lost. Compared with a true grandmaster, he is still not worth mentioning, but he is enough to crush Yuan Gang. The Yun family's Elder Yun and the Tian family's Tian Yuan are both pseudo-grandmasters. Old Fu said it casually. Of the 3 families, only the Xing family did not have a false grandmaster, the others all had false grandmasters in their ranks. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei lowered his eyes. I see. No wonder the feeling of Elder Yun of the Yun family wielding his sword was more astonishing than that of other peak Yuan Gang cultivators. At the time, he thought he was just one of the best among the peak Yuan Gang cultivators. Unexpectedly, he turned out to be a fake grandmaster. Then my teacher, him? Then Hua Lingfei shook his head, suddenly thought of his teacher, and asked a question. But the old man in front of him shook his head. Master Li is not a false grandmaster. He has achieved his goal and only lacks a physical body. I was right. Huo Lingfei felt a chill run down his spine upon hearing this. The higher one's strength, the more one can feel the influence of one's teacher, a feeling that other peak Yuan Gang cultivators do not experience. He had already guessed that his teacher was probably not far from becoming a grandmaster, but he didn't expect that he was already close to it. Hua Xiaozong, you're not far off either. Old Fu looked at Hua Lingfei and sighed softly. Two young masters from one family. He could sense that the aura of a grandmaster was constantly brewing within Hua Lingfei's body. He had already crossed more than half of the threshold to becoming a grandmaster. Once his body has been cultivated to the point of being a natural being and his inner meaning has reached its peak, he can become a grandmaster. There are many ways for intention to be born, but killing is the best one, Elder Fu said, noticing that Hua Lingfei seemed lost in thought. Master Li, your senior brother, and the previous generation of grandmasters all followed this path. Nurture your will through killing, solidify your ambition through battle, defeat all opponents under heaven, cultivate an invincible force in your region, and you will become a grandmaster. These words immediately made Hua Lingfei's face show some understanding. He already had a vague idea about it before. He even posted a challenge to the competition, just to emulate his teachers and others. What other methods are there besides this one? Hua Lingfei couldn't help but ask. The world's techniques are ever changing, and so is the birth of intent. Some people can cultivate intent from a fish pond, while others can create intent simply by sleeping. Upon hearing this, Elder Fu shook his head. If there were other methods, there wouldn't be so many fake grandmasters appearing. However, cultivating one's will with invincible energy is a method that has been passed down from ancient times to the present, and it is also the safest path for prodigies. Lord Li probably wants you to take this path as well. Hua Lingfei nodded, his eyes no longer filled with doubt. His will is now in its initial stages. Once his physical body breaks through to the acquired body stage, his will probably have reached its peak. When he breaks through to the acquired body stage, he will be able to step into the Grandmaster stage in one step. Thank you, Elder Fu. Thinking of this, Hua Lingfei couldn't help but bow deeply to Elder Fu. With his teacher absent, he had many questions, and now that they were finally answered, he was filled with gratitude. Young Master Hua, there's no need for that, Old Master Fu said with a sigh. He saw the shadow of the previous generation of grandmasters in Hua Lingfei, but Hua Lingfei was even more stunning and unparalleled. He hadn't seen such achievements from a younger generation in a long time. Even Li Jinlong had never given him such a feeling. He still remembers. When Li Jinlong was Hua Lingfei's age, he hadn't yet entered Xinxiao's heart. Even its name hasn't been announced yet. The student surpasses the teacher. Chapter 99. Is this the dragon tendon? Hua Lingfei watched as Elder Fu left. I couldn't help but take a deep breath. Entering the Yuan Gang realm wasn't enough. His goal was to become a grandmaster, the number one in the entire Yuan Wu realm. He slowly felt the power emanating from his body, his eyes somewhat dazed. It was as if he was still the boy who was expelled from the martial arts class just a few months ago, but now he had become a Yuan Gang in the blink of an eye. They had already reached the pinnacle of the entire sea of clouds. Time is running out, he murmured softly. The deeper his cultivation reached, the more he could feel the oppressive aura emanating from the star sea abyss. The terrifying aura of the demonic dragon is brewing. It seems that it will soon break free from its constraints. His own teacher probably wouldn't be able to hold on for long either, but when Master Fu left, he brought him a message. His grandmaster had prepared 2 backup plans. Binding is the first step, temporarily trapping the demonic dragon. And the second move. They plan to contact Hangang Mountain and exchange a grandmaster's corpse for a powerful expert to kill the demonic dragon. The master's corpse was obtained by exchanging it for the corpse of his grandmaster. This was also the only chance he left for Li Jinlong and the old gang. The corpse of a grandmaster is extremely valuable, let alone a complete one, so Yuan Wu's superior sect was naturally very interested. That's the thought that crossed my mind. Hua Lingfei lowered his eyes. His hands clenched involuntarily, but old Master Fu seemed extremely calm about it, simply saying, our grandmaster had already made this plan before he died. After all, the old gang had to survive. Hua Lingfei didn't know what to say. After all, that was the corpse of his own grandmaster. He wanted to say that he had already reached the Yuan Gang stage and that with a little more time, he could become a grandmaster. By then, it will just be a small demonic dragon, and there will be no need for a grandmaster. However, the word stuck in his throat, because no one wanted to believe that he could become a grandmaster in such a short time. Other forces, apart from the top three, seemed to have no choice but to place their hopes on the old gangs. This is why, after Hua Lingfei crushed the three families, the power structure of the entire Yunhai suddenly began to shift, with all forces heading towards Xingheyuan to provide support. After all, everyone knows the value of a grandmaster. The old gang still had a young grandmaster, so naturally a lot of people were willing to gamble. No need for my master. I will take action myself. Hua Lingfei's eyes were slightly calm, and his expression slowly returned to normal. Since nobody wants to believe it, then he will naturally let his strength speak for itself. However, he is only a grandmaster. Hua Lingfei's goal is to become the number one in Yuanwu. He gathered his thoughts, slowly stepped out of the main hall, and gazed at everything within the old gang. He watched as a middle-aged man meticulously cleaned up the affairs of the old gang in the distance. Hua Yuan's face was beaming with smiles, and the old gang disciples coming and going all greeted him with respect. Upon seeing this, Hua Lingfei's gaze paused for a moment. He arranged for his own father to work in the old gang. However, he originally planned for him to retire at home and not have to do those hard labor jobs anymore. But he couldn't go against his father's wishes and insisted on finding something to do, so he had no choice but to arrange for him to work in the old gang. Hua Lingfei shook his head, told the servants to keep an eye on his father, and then returned home. Thanks to his generous use of medicine, his mother, Su Yao, had long since recovered completely. As for his younger sister, he arranged for a prosthetic leg to be fitted for her. Although Hua Lingfei knew that with his current status, no one in the entire Yunhai city would look down on him. But he didn't want his younger sister to be subjected to strange looks. I've heard that on Panglai Island, there's a powerful medicine that can regenerate broken bones. Hua Lingfei recalled what he had seen when he was browsing through the old books of the old gang. This is not an illusion. Panglai Island is a real place in Yuanwu, and it is one of the upper sects of Yuanwu. Hua Lingfei lowered his eyes. After joining the old gang, he kept filling in the gaps in his knowledge. Outside the Cloud Sea, inside the Yuanwu, the upper sects stood tall, and countless enormous forces pressed down on the Yuanwu. Panglai Island is just one of them, and it is hailed as the first superior sect of Yuanwu. Legend has it that there are countless masters there, making it a sacred place for martial arts training for the human race. And it's not just Panglai. The Little Thunderclap Temple in the west, the Demon Spirit Sword Pavilion in the south, the Horizontal Refinement Gang sect in the north, these are all top forces of the human race. One of the very few during the Yuanwu era. Compared to them, the Sea of Clouds is still too small. A hint of longing flashed in Hua Lingfei's eyes. He could only hear about it from ancient books and his teachers, but when he actually asked about its existence, he could only shake his head. Tell him not to be too ambitious. Slowly calm yourself down. After defeating the demonic dragon, he would definitely go beyond the Cloud Sea to take a look, not only for his little sister's foot, but also to see how the prodigies outside compared to him. Although he didn't understand it, he still had a sense of pride. His ability to break through to the Yuan gang level in such a short time is still considered top tier, even within the Yuanwu realm. After spending some time with his mother and sister, Hua Lingfei left the house, intending to head towards the old gang's training room. Now that he has become a Yuan gang, he naturally cannot practice martial arts at home. Otherwise, even a brief overflow of one's own internal energy would likely cause a huge commotion. I'm afraid my mother and sister won't be able to handle it. Carrying Long Yuan on his back, Hua Lingfei had just stepped into a small alley when his expression changed instantly. In a quiet alley, two burly figures appeared before them without them noticing, and behind them stood a monk in white robes, his hands adorned with prayer beads, watching them calmly. Upon seeing Hua Lingfei, the two burly men's expressionless faces suddenly brightened slightly. They turned their black eyes to look at Hua Lingfei. The High Monk has arrived. Calm words were spoken. Hua Lingfei's eyes narrowed instantly. He looked at the two burly men and the white-robed monk behind them, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. 2. Peak Yuan Gang. There's also a bald guy whose abilities are unclear. Upon seeing this, Hua Lingfei's expression hardened. Moreover, the auras of these two Peak Yuan Gang cultivators were extremely familiar to him, as if he had seen them somewhere before. Those two cowardly trash from the Chaotic Dog Gang who dare not make a move? Hua Lingfei narrowed his eyes, seemingly recalling the two Peak Yuan Gang auras he had sensed from the Chaotic Dog Gang that day. Is this the Dragon Tendon? Upon hearing this, the monk in the white robe and holding prayer beads looked at Hua Lingfei with a gentle expression. Chapter 100. You're too noisy. Good, good, good. You've actually grown to this level. He stared at Huo Lingfei, his smile growing even brighter. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei's dragon tendons to grow to this extent. Especially after arriving in Yunhai City, upon hearing news about Huo Lingfei, the joy on his face deepened even further. The Heart Bridge alone can kill a peak Yuan Gang cultivator. It has 3 forms, which clearly shows that the dragon tendon has been developed to its limit. Even if it were left out in the open, countless people would be vying for it. This level of dragon tendon would probably cause all sorts of conflicts, but unexpectedly, he actually encountered it now. May Buddha protect me. He took a deep breath, slowly concealing the ecstasy in his heart. Using dragon tendons of this caliber in medicine would undoubtedly give him an even greater foundation. His large, delicate hands continued to caress the Buddhist prayer beads in his hand as he looked at Huo Lingfei, as if he were examining an exquisite collectible. The 100,000 blood pills can be dispensed with, he said calmly, his face regaining its composure. Thank you, venerable monk. Upon hearing this, the 2 terrifying figures beside him were instantly overjoyed and hurriedly bowed in gratitude. In the blink of an eye, their faces were contorted with rage as they glared at Huo Lingfei. Boy, if it weren't for the presence of the High Monk when you attacked my chaotic dog gang earlier, you would have been beaten to death by us long ago. Fortunately, the High Monk has taken pity on you, so we will give you a chance today to commit suicide to atone for your sins, otherwise we will make you wish you were dead. A terrifying aura, mixed with the power of a peak Yuan Gang cultivator, crept in. Seeing this, Huo Lingfei remained expressionless, his gaze still fixed on the monk behind the 2 burly men. However, they were only 2 peak Yuan Gang cultivators. He no longer takes it seriously. They don't even need their 3rd form. Once the 2nd form is activated, it can be crushed. The only thing that gave him an invisible sense of oppression was the monk in front of him. He couldn't discern the monk's true strength. Even under his perception, the monk in front of him was just an ordinary person, showing no signs of martial arts training, but his faint smile still made him uneasy. A fake grandmaster? Or something else? Huo Lingfei was wary, his thoughts racing. He had never felt this way before when he met anyone in Yunhai City. However, even a pseudo-grandmaster shouldn't cause him such unease. Even when facing my own teacher, I only felt some pressure, but I had never seen anyone like this before. Thinking of this, Huo Lingfei gathered his thoughts, his mind clear as a mirror, and instantly dispelled the thought that had arisen. Why waste time on such nonsense? Seize him and present him to the High Monk. Upon hearing his words, the burly man beside him let out a sinister laugh, his body suddenly surging violently, and a terrifying force exploded directly from the soles of his feet. In the blink of an eye, he instantly appeared in front of Huo Lingfei. Bang! The ferocious giant foot suddenly shot out from mid-air towards Huo Lingfei. A powerful force surged forth, the chi surged wildly, the sound of footwork roared, stirring up countless waves. I am the former Cloud Sea Leg Master. Kid, you're lucky to have seen this move of mine. The powerful energy clashed and swished, creating countless terrifying shockwaves. But the next second, a large, thick hand suddenly reached out and grabbed the thigh that was sweeping towards him. The force of the foot generated a shockwave that swept everything, but it was forcefully stopped by a steady, large hand. It was like a pair of pliers that forcefully suppressed it, and a series of sharp pains suddenly shot from my feet straight to my head. The burly man's expression changed instantly. All I could see was a heavy, low breathing sound came from before my eyes. Its towering 3-meter-tall body ripped through clothing, its hideous muscles bulging in its veins, as blue as mercury, throbbed, making it resemble a demonic mountain. This immediately made the monk's not far away's eyes shine even brighter. Good, good, this kind of body, this is the true dragon tendon. He greedily inhaled the meaty aroma that filled the air. This is the taste of dragon tendon. It carries a faint jasmine scent, and the aroma of meat that comes from a body cultivated to its fullest potential. He watched quietly with an appreciative gaze. Huo Lingfei, now in his 2nd form, showed no emotion in his eyes. With a mere exertion of force, the burly man he held instantly let out a piercing scream. Amidst screams of agony, a sudden whistling sound swept over my ears. A terrifying attack suddenly came from behind, and another big man instantly rushed over, raising his knife and slashing at Huo Lingfei. The terrifying wave of blades suddenly obliterated everything, the entire alley was instantly destroyed, countless walls collapsed, and the blade energy raged. Upon hearing the sound, Huo Lingfei raised his hand and turned his arm, instantly turning his body so that his upper arm was in front of him to block. The piercing sound of blades rang in my ears. Then a ferocious blade of energy cleaved through his protective aura, leaving a deep, bone-revealing gash on Huo Lingfei's arm. Blood-red fluid dripped continuously down his arm. A series of stinging sensations emanated from the area. Huo Lingfei stared at his arm. The gruesome wound seemed poised to close at any moment. His face remained expressionless. "You're courting death." He seemed enraged by that stab. He grabbed the peak of Yuan Gang in his hand and slammed it to the ground. A terrifying explosion suddenly rang out. Then his figure shot straight out in an instant. In an instant, he was in front of the burly man with the knife. His pupils constricted involuntarily. Protective chi? He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei to possess a protective aura, enabling him to withstand his full force strike. It even just left a scar on Huo Lingfei's arm. His body remained unharmed. Seeing this situation, his face showed horror. What an abnormally strong physical body! It withstood a blow from him at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm and was completely unharmed. However, he hadn't quite collected his thoughts yet. The next second, Huo Lingfei's figure instantly appeared in front of him, his ferocious 5 fingers suddenly extending and grabbing his head. The terrifying force at his fingertips directly crushed the protective chi of the peak Yuan Gang cultivator. Super special move Cloud Crane True Power. Huo Lingfei remained expressionless. As the crane's cry echoed, the 5 fingers exerted force, instantly crushing its head. Countless drops of blood splattered out. A headless corpse collapsed with a thud. Far away, the remaining burly man was terrified when he saw this. He seemed not to have anticipated that Huo Lingfei's strength would be so terrifying. The peak Yuan Gang cultivator was easily crushed by him. Originally, it was thought that the actions of 2 peak Yuan Gang cultivators would be enough to kill Huo Lingfei here. However, he managed to crush one of the Yuan Gang members to death. This terrifying scene immediately terrified him. Hi monk, save me. Bang. Noisy. In an instant, the menacing 5 fingers gripped his head, and then the high monk seemed to frown slightly, looking at his terrified eyes, and said, "You're too noisy." The energy slowly circulated, and a burst of blood suddenly splattered out. Chapter 101 Grandmaster? Countless drops of blood splattered. His white robes appeared spotless, and the blood that splattered out was instantly evaporated by an invisible force. Amitba, this humble monk did not mean it, please forgive me, benefactor. The monk smiled, and the prayer beads in his hand turned slightly, as if he were somewhat repentant. But in the blink of an eye, he stared at Huo Lingfei in front of him, unable to hide the joy on his face. What a dragon tendon! Among the Yuanwu sects, I'm afraid only the Hanglian Gang sect has such a genius. A dragon tendon that has reached its limit would probably make even some of the old monsters inside ecstatic. I never expected that I would actually be able to encounter it now. Truly, it is the Buddha's blessing. He smiled kindly, his gaze fixed on Huo Lingfei's ferocious body as if he were looking at some kind of treasure. Huo Lingfei seemed taken aback by his move, not expecting him to actually kill the peak Yuan Gang cultivator. And as he watched him effortlessly kill the peak Yuan Gang member of the chaotic dog gang, the solemnity on his face deepened. To be able to kill a peak Yuan Gang cultivator without making a sound, and even render the cultivator's protective aura useless, such strength is probably even above the Yuan Gang level. Grandmaster. A strange thought arose in his mind, instantly stirring up a storm, but his brows remained furrowed. It seems that he never expected that this thought would actually come to his mind. Terrifying gasps continued as he crawled forward. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes, his ferocious muscles bulging, emanating a faint sense of oppression. Benefactor, there is no need to be afraid. This humble monk comes from the Western Little Thunder Temple. He is a disciple of the compassionate monk Kohai and has come to save Yunhai. The compassionate monk smiled and slowly turned the prayer beads in his hand. He seemed to be enveloped in a Buddha-like light, and an aura that made his whole body tremble instantly emanated from him. Just like when facing the demonic dragon, they felt incredibly small. Huo Lingfei felt this aura, and his expression changed instantly. He truly is a grandmaster. Under the influence of the aura, he felt goosebumps all over his body, his blood and chi trembled involuntarily, and even his bones made strange cracking sounds. It was as if they were facing some terrifying being. Huffing and puffing. The deep breathing seemed to quicken and accelerate, and an even larger body suddenly appeared before the monk, its massive form, over 4 meters tall, looming over him like a mountain. A menacing aura continued to spread. the third form of the body suddenly appeared before them. Huo Lingfei was panting heavily, as if a force was constantly squeezing his body. Until the third form appears. My whole body suddenly relaxed and gradually calmed down. Huo Lingfei's gaze darkened as he narrowed his eyes at the compassionate figure before him. Save the Cloud Sea. His menacing 5 fingers slowly unfurled as he felt the overwhelming pressure of the Grandmaster's aura sweep over him, his face expressionless. In the third form, it seemed that he could withstand the pressure of a Grandmaster, and even the blood and chi in his body were boiling. He naturally didn't believe that. The little thunder temple in the west. Huo Lingfei slowly lowered his eyes. He seemed unsurprised, but it was still somewhat unexpected. I had already guessed that he was a Grandmaster. But unexpectedly, it was the little thunder temple from the west. There are rumors in the old books of the old gang. The little thunder temple in the west practices Buddhism, is powerful in martial arts, and enjoys eating people. Huo Lingfei recalled this sentence. His face gradually darkened. It was recorded in the book. Although the Little Thunder Temple in the West was a powerful force under Yuanwu and practiced Buddhism, it did not do good deeds. They even ate people and used human beings as ingredients in alchemy for their own cultivation. That's the thought that crossed my mind. He could easily understand that this was clearly aimed at him. Grandmaster. He felt the power flowing through his body. The sensation from the third form was unparalleled. I wonder how much I still fall short of a Grandmaster. He murmured, his eyes showing none of the shock and panic one might expect from a Grandmaster. He remained calm. But my heart was beating very fast, which was caused by meeting a master. The flow of blood and chi throughout my body seemed to be gradually accelerating because of the beating. It had been a long time since anyone had been able to exert such pressure on him. Good, good, good. The monk in front of him looked at Huo Lingfei's body with admiration. The excitement in his eyes grew even stronger. Huo Lingfei's third form seemed to satisfy him even more. A dragon tendon that has just entered the Yuan Gang realm. If only it had reached the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. But then, a hint of regret appeared on his face as if he had thought of something. Such perfect dragon tendons, yet their strength has only just entered the Yuan Gang realm, not even reaching the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. Dragon tendons typically reach their peak development only when one reaches the Yuan Gang peak, that is when they are in their best condition. Huo Lingfei's dragon tendons were the most perfect he had ever seen, yet he still hadn't reached the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. If he were to reach the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, his physique and physical strength would increase even more dramatically than they are now. If only you were at the peak of the Yuan Gang realm. You talk too much nonsense. His compassionate expression showed slight regret, but the next second, a sharp shout suddenly rang in his ears. Huo Lingfei's figure suddenly surged. A terrifying force suddenly slammed towards his face, blood-red killing intent flowing from between his 5 fingers, accompanied by the sound of the Cloud Crane force. A terrifying attack suddenly swept over them. Bang! A terrifying explosion rang out instantly. All the buildings on both sides collapsed under this blow. Countless people were instantly startled by the loud bang. A billowing cloud of smoke, accompanied by a scorching and terrifying aura, emanated from the air, causing Huo Lingfei's eyes to narrow instantly. He looked at what was in front of him. A large hand suddenly grabbed his 5 fingers, and a hint of surprise seemed to appear in his calm eyes. A dragon tendon that hasn't even reached the Grandmaster level, how could it have such great strength? Sibei's face showed surprise as he felt the force emanating from between his 5 fingers, and his expression changed slightly. His body seemed to unconsciously take several steps back after being punched. However, he quickly calmed down. Turning his head, the large hand suddenly twisted and turned Huo Lingfei's hand into a rope, and a terrifying cracking sound came from Huo Lingfei's arm. The exaggeratedly large arm was twisted beyond recognition in an instant, countless muscles were torn apart, and the tendons faintly emitted a metallic clang. Then the large hand suddenly loosened its grip. Huo Lingfei's arm instantly returned to normal, with a series of cracking sounds as the bones creaked and popped, restoring the arm to its original state in a matter of moments. However, the clear 5 finger marks on his arm were not repaired. Upon seeing this, the compassionate one smiled and said, "Truly worthy of being called the ultimate dragon tendon." He did not seem annoyed by Huo Lingfei's sudden attack. He still smiled, saying, "The best way to prepare this kind of dragon tendon is to peel it and take it out while it's still dripping with blood." Chapter 102, Taking it head on. Huo Lingfei, feeling a slight pain in his arm, remained expressionless. He was not at all surprised that the compassionate monk in front of him could easily withstand his attack. In fact, if one fails to withstand his attack, one might think that even a grandmaster is nothing special. They couldn't even withstand a single move from him. His ferocious hand instantly stretched out, and then another move suddenly swept across the area. Instantaneous power. Ultimate move Cloud Fiend True Force. A golden light flashed across his arm, and a terrifying aura suddenly pressed down. His ferocious 5 fingers instantly emanated a terrifying bloodthirsty energy, and a boundless killing intent mixed with a terrifying momentum crushed over him. Countless powerful waves were stirred up along the way, and the terrifying momentum stirred up layers of spray. Boom! In the dim light, it seemed as if a Buddha's light was enveloping him, and a terrifying killing move suddenly struck him. Immediately, countless roars erupted. Sibei's originally calm face narrowed slightly after seeing Huo Lingfei unleash this move. He slowly raised the hand holding the Buddhist prayer beads, and a golden bell suddenly fell on him. A terrifying sound crashed down. Immediately, Buddhist chants rang out, and a blood-red killing intent enveloped everything around, with rolling waves of energy spreading outwards. A terrifying force poured down wildly. The compassionate eyes, covered by the golden bell, narrowed slightly, watching the golden bell above their heads hum and buzz, before a sudden burst of dense cracks appeared. His expression seemed to change slightly. Immediately, a pair of ferocious hands suddenly slammed down from the golden top of his head, then reached out, accompanied by a terrifying humanoid figure tearing apart the entire golden bell. His breathing immediately became rapid. He watched the attack descend from above. His eyes, which had been calm, gradually became fervent. He raised his hand, as if a terrifying force was brewing within it, and suddenly grabbed the falling Huo Lingfei. A terrifying aura seemed to sweep out from his entire body. The aura of a grandmaster instantly swept across the entire sea of clouds. Then, a Buddhist light seemed to flash in his palm, and a palm print was suddenly thrown out by him, slamming down on Huo Lingfei's body. His protective aura was torn apart, his chest caved in instantly, and he seemed to hear Buddhist chants surrounding him. Huo Lingfei's expression changed drastically, and he was suddenly blasted away. Countless streets along the way were instantly blasted apart by this palm strike, and the terrifying palm print left a mark dozens of meters long on the ground before slowly disappearing. Everyone around was startled by the aura and the noise it emanated. Disciples from the old gang arrived instantly. Upon witnessing this scene, he was horrified. And in the distance, Fu Lao arrived instantly. He sensed the Grandmaster aura that had briefly dominated the entire Yunhai. Upon realizing it was near the old gang, his expression changed drastically. Without any hesitation, they rushed frantically towards this location. When he saw a terrifying Buddhist seal crash down on Huo Lingfei, a look of horror immediately appeared on his face. A high-ranking monk from Little Thunder Temple? He stared at the monk in the distance, and his expression changed drastically. He felt the intense Buddhist light and immediately recognized the person who had come. His expression then turned somewhat unpleasant. How could the eminent monks of Xiaolian Temple suddenly appear in their sea of clouds? Moreover, he came to their old gang, and more importantly, Hua Xiaozong. He watched as Huo Lingfei took the blow head-on, and his face suddenly turned ashen. The Little Thunderclap Temple in the west was extremely famous throughout the Yuan Wu era. Almost every power knew of it, and every eminent monk there was a master-like figure. How could someone like that come to their cloud sea? And they even attacked Hua Xiaozong. Old Fu seemed to have thought of something, and his pupils widened involuntarily. Mercy slowly unleashed a palm strike, his breathing still rapid. His eyes were fixed on Huo Lingfei, who had been blasted away by his attack, and his face seemed to show some kind of overwhelming joy. He actually possesses the power of a pseudo-grandmaster. He murmured, his eyes gleaming with delight. Originally, it was thought that Huo Lingfei's strength had just entered the Yuan gang realm, but it was unexpected that his ultimate form could actually possess the power of a pseudo-grandmaster. This was enough to make him ecstatic. If it were to reach the peak of the Yuan gang realm, wouldn't its power be able to reach an even higher level? If I could use this perfect physique for medicine, then it wouldn't be impossible for me to catch up with the senior monks in the sect, or even become the legendary Buddha. An unimaginable joy welled up in my heart. I haven't felt this way in so long. He hadn't felt this joy in a long time. Compared to the joy he felt last time, it was when he strangled his family members who were still in the secular world, using the severing of worldly desires as a guide to become a high monk. Now, this feeling of joy gradually welled up in his heart, almost enveloping him. It captivated him completely. The prayer beads in his hand kept turning, and Buddhist chants, like the whispers of an ancient Buddha, emanated from beside him, and his face gradually calmed down. But his eyes remained fixed intently on Huo Lingfei's figure in the distance. Far away. Having forcefully deflected this attack, Huo Lingfei knelt on the ground, an intensely burning sensation shooting from his chest to his head. The excruciating pain continued to swirl around me. Huffing and puffing. He gently stroked his sunken chest, feeling his heart pounding violently, and an indescribable feeling suddenly washed over him. "It's been a long time since I've seen anything like this," he murmured. "Truly worthy of being a grandmaster." The terrifying bones made a constant cracking sound. The visible dent suddenly expanded slowly before returning to calm, but the clear 5-finger mark on the chest remained. There was no sign of defeat on his face. Instead, he slowly lowered his arms and gradually stood up. He could feel that even now, at the Yuan gang level and in his broken limit state, his body was still somewhat unable to contend with a grandmaster. But that's good. Compared to the helplessness they felt when facing the demonic dragon before, at least they can still put up a fight now. But that's what makes it interesting, he grinned. With just a slight adjustment, the body's energy and blood were restored to their peak. An atmosphere of terror was still brewing. Old Fu seemed to be watching this scene intently, his gaze slightly dazed. He watched as Huo Lingfei took the blow head-on and was completely unharmed, his eyes filled with shock. Was Xiaozong actually managed to withstand an attack from a high-ranking monk from Xiaoli Lion Temple and was unharmed? This incredibly shocking scene was enough to completely scare him off. Even though Huo Lingfei had defeated him before, it didn't affect his emotions much. Because Huo Lingfei had already proven himself. But now, looking at Huo Lingfei, who seemed completely unaffected, his breathing seemed to freeze. Seeing this, the joy in Sibei's eyes grew even stronger. Chapter 103 Unlocked New Form. He smiled. The better Huo Lingfei performed, the more satisfied he was. This performance makes his trip to the borderlands worthwhile, especially for the dragon tendon. It is enough to make his journey a success. He slowly stepped out, his bare feet treading on the gravel ground as if walking on flat ground, without the slightest sense of unease. A perfectly rounded aura emanated from him, and the will containing supreme Buddhist intent slowly blossomed. Far away. The killing intent swept over them like black water, and Huo Lingfei's figure suddenly surged forward again. Specialization. Instantaneous power. Huo Lingfei narrowed his eyes, his leg muscles suddenly tensed, and he stomped the ground with terrifying force, his body shooting out violently. The scene before my eyes was slowed down in an instant, with countless images flowing by, and the compassionate figure in the center seemed to pause as well. Huo Lingfei stared at his figure, his mind racing. Suddenly, the phantom of Yunhe Jin appeared behind him, accompanied by a terrifying killing intent. Bloodthirsty Fist 817 820 Intent and Strength. He raised his hand and unleashed the Blood Fiend Fist, the terrifying force accompanied by the illusory cloud crane behind him crashing down onto the merciful figure in front of him. The terrifying explosion rang out again. With a calm expression, Sibei watched Huo Lingfei's figure attack again, and felt the killing intent emanating from him, his brows furrowing slightly. How could there be such a bloodthirsty aura on this dragon tendon, and such a powerful one at that? Bloodlust is the condensation of killing intent. Such overwhelming bloodlust indicates that it has killed many people. Benefactor, it's not good to carry such a strong killing intent on you. Compassion shook his head, his expression remaining calm. This is a bit tricky. He still needed to process the dragon tendons, which were filled with bloodlust. But as a high-ranking monk of Xiaoli Lion Temple, he is naturally a perfect fit for the profession, but the taste will be slightly off when he is used in medicine. Come with me. The words came out softly. The words had barely left his lips. Huo Lingfei charged forward again, unleashing a terrifying barrage of attacks. A terrifying shockwave exploded once again. A punch landed. The compassionate monk before me smiled, and a delicate hand suddenly grabbed the incoming fist. His body seemed to be knocked back several steps by the force, and he was enveloped in a halo of Buddha's light. The powerful aura behind him suddenly resounded. It seemed as if gods and Buddhas stood within, and a terrifying pressure suddenly descended, instantly enveloping Huo Lingfei's body. The sound of Buddhist chants murmured in my ears, like the whispers of an ancient Buddha. The surrounding pressure suddenly intensified, and Huo Lingfei felt his shoulders sink, and his body was suddenly crushed as if an ancient Buddha was pressing down on him. The magnificent phantom was vast and boundless, enveloped in Buddhist light, sacred and inviolable. This immense force instantly rendered him unable to move. Huo Lingfei's eyes widened in surprise. But in the blink of an eye, he let out a powerful shout, his veins bulging, his muscles twitching, and his feet stomping wildly on the ground, frantically resisting the invisible force. The terrifying mountain, 4 meters high, trembled continuously, its muscles squeezing together and making countless cracking sounds. Seeing this, old Fu, who was in the distance, was instantly pulled back from his shock. Damn it! Upon seeing this, he roared in anger, and then his body suddenly surged forward. He raised his hand, and an invisible fist intent condensed in his hand, which he then fiercely attacked towards Compassion. This was clearly the intention of a Grandmaster. This is a technique that only a Grandmaster can use. Yuan Gang had previously comprehended the intent, and after becoming a Grandmaster, he was able to transform the intent into true intent by relying on his own intent. This method is extremely terrifying. Those below the Yuan Gang level have no means of resistance. Even pseudo-grandmasters would flee in panic upon seeing the appearance of Genie. This is why a pseudo-master cannot compare to a true master. If someone has genuine intent, what does it matter if you, a fake master, have a similar physique? You still have to bow down. If it were placed in the past, when he saw a grandmaster appear, he would naturally run as far away as possible. But now, his eyes narrowed, and he realized that Hu Xiaozong was the hope of their old gang. Naturally, he could not perish here. A terrifying fist suddenly blasted towards them. In vain. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. After taking you away, I will naturally eliminate the demonic dragon of Xinghai Abyss. Sibei looked at Huo Lingfei, who was being pressed down by an ancient Buddha, and seemed to sense someone approaching him. He shook his head. But it was all in vain. He was determined to get the dragon tendon. He didn't even glance at the approaching elder Fu behind him. Countless ancient Buddhas pressed down on Huo Lingfei's figure. Countless clicking sounds rang out continuously. His muscles seemed unable to withstand the force and trembled violently. Instantaneous power. Ultimate move Cloud Fiend True Force. Huo Lingfei's veins bulged wildly, like mercury, and a golden light flashed on his arm. Blood mist surged between his fingers as his muscles were stretched and pulled, pushing his terrifying muscles to their limits. He fought back against the pressure with all his might. Bloodthirsty Fist 818-820 Intent and Strength. Bloodthirsty Fist 819-820 Intent and Strength. Bloodthirsty Fist 820-820 Intent and Strength. The Blood Fiend fist before them suddenly erupted, surging wildly and instantly reaching the level of intent force. An incredibly terrifying aura suddenly exploded from Huo Lingfei's body. A massive cloud of blood mist surged forth like a tidal wave, and countless black crows swept wildly from within it. A terrifying panting sound followed. The ancient Buddha statue above was instantly enveloped in blood mist, and then exploded with a bang. An intensely dense killing intent rolled down, and its astonishing aura spread wildly at an unimaginable speed in an instant. Indistinctly. Those present seemed to see a terrifying demonic mountain rising up continuously. Old Fu was instantly stunned by this aura, and for a moment his figure seemed to stop in place. Interesting. The compassionate monk before him frowned slightly as he sensed this aura, and his smile seemed to slowly fade away. He lowered his eyes, quietly watching the wisps of demonic light blooming in the terrifying blood mist before him. The Buddhist light emanating from his body seemed to dispel the overwhelming aura. Within the thick blood mist, an incredibly terrifying figure suddenly appeared. His ferocious muscles rippled and swelled, countless blood-red lines on his chest spread to his back, and countless black hairs danced wildly without wind. A pair of blood-red eyes, devoid of any emotion, slowly gazed at the compassion before him. He slightly raised his hand, accompanied by countless bloodthirsty energies, and an unimaginable power continuously surged from his body. Like a demon god, a terrifying aura constantly surged forth. Huffing and puffing. A low, labored breathing slowly escaped. Huo Lingfei looked at his current body and a look of surprise appeared on his face. Chapter 104 Even Grandmasters are nothing special. He felt an incredibly terrifying power emanating from his body, and a wave of heat involuntarily surged from his nostrils. Surrounded by a terrifying blood mist, countless black crows swarmed within it. Looking at his current form, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but mutter to himself. Blood Fiend Fist Triumphant. How could this be so amazing? And isn't this a martial art? Even his physical form changed. He could feel that in this state, his facial features were greatly enhanced, and he could even hear all the sounds within hundreds of meters. His blood-red eyes were fixed on the compassionate figure before him, which had undergone some changes. Compared to before, it's almost a several-fold improvement. He slowly tightened his grip, and a terrifying whisper involuntarily escaped his lips. He could vaguely sense that this was probably caused by the killing intent within the Blood Fiend fist, and it was likely related to intent. Is it to cause a change in my form? Huo Lingfei took a deep breath, and a move suddenly appeared in his mind. Ultimate move Blood Cloud Demon. Ci Pai watched Huo Lingfei's changes with compassion, his smile gradually fading. Seeing that it was able to break free from his true intentions, he couldn't help but lower his eyes. He stared at Huo Lingfei's body, his face expressionless. A perfectly good dragon tendon has been ruined into this grotesque state. This clearly shows that the bloodthirsty energy affected the dragon's tendons, causing a change in its physical form. His kind smile instantly turned grim, and a fierce aura suddenly appeared in his eyes. This means that the dragon tendons have been corrupted by this damned killing intent, like an extremely expensive food falling into a latrine. Although it can still be eaten, it has a severe impact on one's mentality. Even though he came from Xiaolian Temple, he couldn't help but feel a surge of anger on his face at this moment. Originally, seeing Huo Lingfei surrounded by murderous aura, one could simply chant Buddhist scriptures to dispel it, but now, in this state, his very bones are filled with that filthy, fishy smell. Even if used in medicine, its efficacy will definitely be reduced by half. Thinking about this, he was filled with immense rage. Having ventured from the prosperous land of Yuanwu to the frontier, all I've obtained is this corrupted dragon skeleton. This damned killing intent. A dazzling golden light instantly shone from his body. His body remained motionless for a long time. The terrifying Buddhist and Taoist essence surged forth instantly, with countless immortal and Buddhist gazes sweeping across and countless Buddhist seals frantically surging, instantly engulfing Huo Lingfei. Under the horrified gazes of the crowd, the enormous ancient Buddha stepped out from behind him and then swept towards Huo Lingfei in an instant. A terrifying shockwave swept over everything. Its imposing presence instantly spread throughout the sea of clouds. A profound sense of shock and unease washed over everyone present. Let's give it a try. I'll test this so-called Grandmaster. Huo Lingfei was completely unaware of the monk's thoughts. Instead, he grinned, slammed his foot into the ground, and his astonishing figure shot straight out in an instant. Countless blood mists swirled around him instantly. His bare upper body was entwined with terrifying blood-red lines. Huo Lingfei raised his hand, and with just a slight clench of his 5 fingers, a terrifying force instantly shot straight into his fist. Enveloped in Buddhist light and swept by golden light, the ancient Buddha stepped on the golden sea below, and the terrifying aura instantly frightened the surrounding crowd. With his 5 fingers clenched, he saw Huo Lingfei coming and unleashed a palm strike. Boom! A deafening sound rang out. The golden palm print seemed to contain countless terrifying powers, instantly destroying all the streets along its path, turning everything in its path into ruins. But I saw it. The golden palm print was instantly enveloped by countless blood mists, and the ferocious and powerful figure ripped it apart with a single punch. A terrifying force dissipated. Before the ancient Buddha could react, Huo Lingfei arrived in an instant. Instantaneous power. Yunhut is truly powerful. Demonic light emanated from his arms, and terrifying waves of energy surged within them, instantly filling them with power. Rings of energy swirled around his arms, and a massive cloud crane burst forth from the blood mist beside him. Like a terrifying giant bird that blocks out the sun, its wings flapped gently, instantly creating incredibly powerful shockwaves and roaring sounds. Then, Huo Lingfei, standing before him, burst into laughter. Good. He charged to the front of the ancient Buddha, his figure flashing with astonishing cloud-like movements, accompanied by a ferocious punch. The crimson mist, carrying the essence of the crane, suddenly descended. Bang! The terrifying momentum enveloped it in an instant, and then an impact force swept out from the center of it in a flash. To everyone's horror, the ancient Buddha statue before them was instantly torn apart. Old Fu stared blankly at the scene. He was about to go and help, but he froze on the spot. Even the old gang disciples beside him, as well as the various forces in the distance that were alarmed by this scene, all looked at this place, and their expressions changed completely. Huo Xiaozong, he. Old Fu was about to say that Huo Xiaozong had destroyed an ancient Buddha statue cast by a grandmaster, but the words caught in his throat and he couldn't speak for a long time. His eyes were filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Huo Lingfei's strength had changed so drastically in the blink of an eye. Even a grandmaster's ancient Buddha technique can withstand it? This is a technique from the Little Thunderclap Temple. It was performed by a grandmaster. He could feel how insignificant he was beneath that ancient Buddha statue. It was like an ant facing an elephant. The gap between them was terrifying. Yet now, he was able to witness Huo Lingfei tearing that ancient Buddha apart with his own eyes. Far away, the compassionate figure seemed to have fallen into a deathly silence. He seemed to be staring blankly at Huo Lingfei's figure, with only the Buddhist prayer beads still spinning in his hand remaining. A long time. An unimaginable astonishment seemed to appear on his face. Crack! Crack! Bang! But in the blink of an eye, the prayer beads in his hand were instantly crushed by a powerful force. His face remained expressionless, but he felt an intense burning sensation. As a high-ranking monk of the Western Thunderclap Temple, he was a grandmaster wherever he went. He personally subdued a dragon tendon that didn't even reach the level of a grandmaster, and even managed to make the dragon shatter an ancient Buddha statue within his true essence. Shame! What an utter disgrace! An unimaginable surge of rage welled up within him. The aura of a grandmaster surged completely, and an unimaginable power suddenly rose from his body. Boom! But in the blink of an eye, Huo Lingfei's figure flashed over in an instant, his terrifying attack sweeping over in a moment. His blood-red eyes were fixed on Sibei before him, and a smile appeared on his lips. Even a grandmaster is nothing special. Ultimate move Blood Cloud Demon. Chapter 105 Crushing Strike the White Tiger Face. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from Huo Lingfei's body, and an incomparably terrifying phantom seemed to emerge from the blood-red mist. The blood-red line on Huo Lingfei's chest suddenly burst into a bloody light, and his whole body exuded a demonic aura. A colossal white tiger, enveloped in a blood-red killing intent, suddenly swept out. Its face was ferocious, its eyes were blood-red, and countless killing intents swept out, instantly sending chills down the spines of everyone present. My whole body felt as if it had fallen into an ice cave. The compassionate gaze narrowed as he saw the phantom formed from murderous intent, his expression changing drastically. A white tiger of murderous intent? His expression seemed somewhat dazed. His gaze was fixed on Huo Lingfei in front of him, his face filled with shock. More than just dragon tendons? How could the white tiger face from the transcendent body appear on a body with dragon tendons? This is top-tier talent in Yuan Wu. Isn't Huo Lingfei, standing before us, a dragon tendon? How could someone have a white tiger face? Thinking about this, his face showed a hint of shock. He had initially thought that Huo Lingfei's overwhelming aura was simply due to the cultivation of some kind of technique, but now, upon seeing that majestic and ferocious white tiger, he was immediately intimidated. This is something that cultivation techniques can't bring about. If cultivating a certain skill could result in a white tiger face, then the super-limited bodies in the entire Yuanwu realm would have been commonplace long ago. This must be something that comes with the white tiger facial features. Dragon tendons and bones, white tiger-faced Sibei looked at Huo Lingfei, who was like a god of death, with a somewhat dazed expression. Only then did he notice Huo Lingfei's appearance. It resembles a white tiger in form and has the spirit of a tiger. This is clearly the mark of a white tiger face. Thinking about this, a storm raged within him. As one of the transcendent beings, the white tiger face possesses an inherent intimidating presence. Surrounded by killing intent, even a grandmaster would feel uneasy upon seeing it. Oof. So what if that's the case? He hasn't even reached the grandmaster level yet. The compassionate one before him slowly lowered his eyes, and a natal ancient Buddha suddenly appeared behind him, its Buddhist aura descending abruptly. It's one thing for someone from a remote border region to possess dragon tendons, but to have a white tiger face is another. Such a person would have been extremely rare in the past, yet he has actually encountered one. A terrifying aura of Buddha emanated from his body, an unimaginable power swept over him, and a sacred aura descended once more. His eyes flashed with golden light, and without any hesitation, he could hardly imagine the shock that would be caused by the sudden appearance of a monstrous being with both dragon tendons and a white tiger face. I'm afraid all the old monsters in the entire Yuanwu realm are going to get restless. Today, I will strangle you. He no longer had any intention of using Huo Lingfei in the medicine, especially after seeing his white tiger-like face. Dragon tendons are excellent for medicinal use, but the presence of the white tiger face will inevitably affect the efficacy of the medicine. This is something that Buddhist scriptures cannot remove. If it is used rashly in medicine, it may turn into a killing monster. Moreover, as the head of the Western Little Thunder Temple, and having personally taken action, he must have already incurred their enmity. Allowing them to develop will inevitably lead to a great calamity for them. He had no intention of recruiting Huo Lingfei into the Little Thunderclap Temple. A killing god like him would likely be suppressed in an instant if brought into the Little Thunderclap Temple. Countless dense Buddhist characters surged out from all around, instantly enveloping the entire world. The natal Buddha behind him suddenly erupted and attacked Huo Lingfei in an instant. Huo Lingfei arrived with a vengeance, seemingly surprised by the white tiger behind him. But in the blink of an eye, he raised his hand and countless streams of malevolent energy circulated, causing the white tiger phantom behind him to let out a terrifying roar. A terrifying power seemed to erupt from between his 5 fingers. Looking at the murderous look on Sibei's face, he smiled and suddenly threw a punch. Bang! The terrifying aura suddenly slammed into Sibei, the terrifying force like a destructive force, instantly shattering the monk's protective aura. A white tiger attacked from behind, instantly crashing down on the ancient Buddha. Boom! An unimaginable riot instantly stirred up countless dust clouds, and the ancient Buddha behind it was torn apart by the white tiger in an instant. I've hit you. Huo Lingfei's murderous aura surged, and his fist slammed into Si's face. Feeling the force of the punch penetrate and the sensation of each blow hitting flesh, a sinister smile instantly appeared on his face. You're asking for death. Sibei was stunned for a moment, then felt the burning sensation on his face, and his face instantly turned furious. He never expected that Huo Lingfei would actually tear apart his natal Buddha and even break his Grandmaster body. Unforgivable. His muscles visibly bulged, and astonishing power surged within him as he unleashed a punch. A flash of golden light, and Huo Lingfei caught it instantly. His ferocious 5 fingers clenched the fist of compassion before him, and a cold voice suddenly rang in his ears. Why is a Grandmaster's strength so weak? Bang! A figure shot out like a cannonball. Huo Lingfei's feet exploded, and his terrifying figure instantly surged forward, appearing in front of him in the blink of an eye. With a swing of his large arm, he slammed down on Sibei in front of him. Its body was as if it had been crushed by a 10,000-ton truck, and it slammed into the ground, instantly lifting up the ground for dozens of meters along its path. All the surrounding buildings were reduced to ruins upon impact. The 2 terrifying figures clashed repeatedly. A terrifying shockwave swept everything away. The surrounding members of the old gang were utterly shocked. They watched from afar, speechless with astonishment at the scene. Huo Xiaozong actually fought a Grandmaster to a standstill. Old Master Fu stared at Huo Lingfei in the distance as if he'd seen a ghost. Young Master Huo, the white tiger face. He saw the white tiger face that Huo Lingfei had manifested, and his face was filled with utter horror. This is the white tiger face among the transcendent beings, an unparalleled existence in terms of attack and destruction. Not only is he hailed as a freakish individual with exceptional talent and ruthlessness, but this talent has also appeared in Huo Xiaozong, who possesses dragon tendons. Dragon tendons and bones. White tiger face. His eyes widened in shock, and his face was filled with disbelief. Having lived for so many years, this was the first time he had ever seen a legendary transcendent body. He couldn't help but marvel when he learned that Huo Lingfei possessed a dragon tendon that was a once-in-a-century find. But now, these 2 enviable physical qualities actually coexist in one person. This is extremely terrifying. Even the other forces watching this scene from a distance fell into a deathly silence. Grandmaster. How could a Grandmaster appear? He's a high-ranking monk from Little Thunderclap Temple. How could he appear in the Sea of Clouds and be fighting with Huo Lingfei? Wait a minute. Everyone stared in shock at what was happening before their eyes. How could Huo Lingfei possibly fight a Grandmaster? And they looked at that aura, and it seemed that the opponent was not at a disadvantage, but was even suppressing a Grandmaster? Upon seeing this, a storm of emotions surged within them. Despite having killed a peak Yuan gang cultivator and beaten up the 3 upper families, Huo Lingfei's strength was still considered to be at the level of a pseudo-Grandmaster. After all, at that time, it was still on the Heart Bridge. But now, sensing the 2 streams of energy emanating from them, they were both shocked and trembled. This was Yuan gang? He's only been fighting 3 families for a short time, and he's already broken through to the Yuan gang realm? Elder Yun and the rest of the Yun family felt this aura, and their figures swept around the surrounding area. They watched Huo Lingfei's movements in the distance, and their faces couldn't help but show some urgency. This beast, how could he possibly fight a Grandmaster to a standstill? Elder Yun's face was filled with shock, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He recalled Huo Lingfei's performance in the Yun family back then, which was almost worlds apart from what he was like now. The aura he sensed when he made his move didn't even reach his level. Otherwise, he might not have cared about so much and would have killed Huo Lingfei on the spot. But now, as the battle before them intensified, a terrifying killing intent swept through the air, and the roar of a white tiger could be faintly heard. Their faces showed shock once again. White tiger face reading. Huo Lingfei not only possesses dragon tendons, but he also has the appearance of a white tiger? How is that possible? The scene fell silent once again. Without exception, their faces were all stunned by this murderous aura. No one expected it. Huo Lingfei actually possessed the appearance of a white tiger, and even the murderous aura condensed from his overwhelming killing intent made them tremble involuntarily. This has already exceeded the scope of the first level of Yuan Gang. He has dragon tendons and a white tiger face, no wonder his talent is so amazing. Everyone seemed to realize something, as they recalled the strength Huo Lingfei had displayed earlier. This is probably not Li Jinlong hiding his true abilities, but rather Huo Lingfei originally rose from a poor commoner to his current level. Dragon tendons and bones, white tiger face. With these two extremely abnormal and terrifying talents in the same person, there would be no problem even if they practiced for a long time. That's the thought that crossed my mind. Their hearts felt as if they had fallen into an ice cave. They seemed to see an incredibly terrifying being rising. Such a prodigy is bound to cause a stir throughout Yuanwu, far exceeding their imagination. Far away, Huo Lingfei seemed to have withstood the attack from the Grandmaster, his terrifying muscles undulating, and the blood-red lines on his chest seemed to be gradually changing. As the white tiger's aura beside him gradually surged and twisted, a white tiger totem that kept flashing with demonic light suddenly condensed on his chest, and the powerful blood energy overflowed once again. Huo Lingfei felt a terror in his body that he had never felt before. He is already able to contend with the Grandmaster, he murmured to himself. The changes in his body caused his strength to increase and explode several times over. Even against the backdrop of the surrounding overwhelming bloodlust, he was no longer suppressed by the true intent. Able to contend with a Grandmaster. Specialization. Instantaneous power. Ultimate move Cloud Fiend True Force. Ultimate move Blood Cloud Demon. His eyes gleamed, and after withstanding the terrifying killing move from the Grandmaster with his bare body, his arms shone with demonic light, and everything in front of him was instantly reversed in his eyes. Various flaws and merciful attacks were presented to him one by one. Behind them, the blood fiend white tiger suddenly appeared, accompanied by the cry of the cloud crane, and a terrifying demonic bird flew out from the sky. The bloodthirsty aura became even more rampant. His compassionate gaze suddenly narrowed, and a fierce rage almost overflowed from his face. Even with the white tiger mask, how could he possibly stand against this humble monk? He was both shocked and angry. The Huo Lingfei before him had exceeded his expectations and even slipped out of his control. It was already an overestimation that I was able to withstand one of his attacks at the beginning. I never expected that I would be able to fight him until now. He had already guessed that the Buddhist intent of the sect could not suppress the evil aura of the white tiger, but this terrifying body, the dragon tendons, could not possibly have such a horrifying form. Even at the Yuan Gang level, the dragon tendon form, which has reached its limit, is absolutely incomparable to that of a Grandmaster. Roar! Sing! Before Zibei could react, Huo Lingfei's killing move arrived in an instant, its terrifying aura sweeping everything away before pouring down wildly. The devastating force of the punch slammed into Zibei's body. The malevolent energy tore through its defenses, and a terrifying force coursed through its body, instantly engulfing it in two terrifying phantoms. Boom! An unimaginable shockwave swept across the entire venue. Countless buildings along the way exploded with a deafening roar, and countless people, feeling the force of the explosion, retreated instantly. This terrifying strike would be fatal even to a Yuan Gang, let alone an ordinary martial artist. The combined aura of two opposing forces was something they absolutely could not withstand. That's terrifying. Hua Xiaozong, his strength is too great. To be able to fight a Grandmaster like this is completely beyond our imagination. The members of the old gang were so frightened that they gasped for breath. It's hard to imagine Huo Lingfei's current strength. He's a Grandmaster. Even now, they have not produced any Grandmasters, but their young master Hua is able to fight them to a standstill. All of this is enough to show that his strength is comparable to that of a Grandmaster. Old Fu stared intently at the billowing dust before him, seemingly trying to catch a glimpse of Huo Lingfei, whom he had fought before. Naturally, they knew his strength. Although the white tiger face can bring him incredibly terrifying combat power, Hua Xiaozong's strength can only temporarily rival that of a Grandmaster. However, once one's body can no longer reach its limit and cannot withstand the impact of the white tiger's face, it will inevitably decline. Thinking of this, a hint of worry appeared on his face. But in the blink of an eye, his gaze seemed somewhat dazed. Huffing and puffing. All I could see was, as the dust in the distance gradually dissipated, an incredibly terrifying figure was revealed. Countless wisps of white smoke rose from its body, and its ferocious chest heaved continuously as Huo Lingfei gasped for breath. Right before my eyes. His white robes were half shattered, his compassionate face was filled with horror, even the Buddhist beads in his hand were shattered, and the golden light between his eyebrows suddenly dimmed. He stared at Huo Lingfei in disbelief. The power of that attack even terrified him, his face already contorted with fear. How is this possible? You're just a Yuan Gang cultivator, a dragon tendon at its limit. Even with the white tiger face, you can't possibly rival a grandmaster. After unleashing that attack, Huo Lingfei seemed somewhat exhausted, a metallic clanging sound emanating from his bones. Hearing the compassionate words before him, he smiled slightly. Who told you I'm a dragon tendon that's reached its limit? He slowly walked up to them, a terrifying force surging within him, draining the last bit of strength from his body. Super special move Cloud Crane True Power. Upon hearing this, Sibei's eyes widened in horror, and then his vision was instantly filled with leaping cloud cranes. Boom! Chapter 106 Overwhelming Power Over the Sea of Clouds. Its entire body exploded instantly, countless pieces of flesh and blood splattered wildly, and terrifying blood gushed out all over the ground. Huffing and puffing. After unleashing this attack, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but gasp for breath. His body seemed to have been exhausted during the battle with the Grandmaster. The white tiger totem on his chest seemed to gradually dim, and then his whole body shrank instantly like a punctured balloon. An unimaginable, intense pain and aching sensation surged through my heart. Huo Lingfei felt excruciating pain in his limbs, as if ants were tearing at his body, and even his head felt like it was about to explode. Overloaded. Huo Lingfei's face was pale. His body was extremely weak. Even with his dragon tendons, he could hardly withstand that state for so long. But that state Huo Lingfei endured the excruciating pain in his body and slowly raised his hand. A white tiger totem was imprinted on the back of his hand at some point. A fourth form? Huo Lingfei murmured. He could sense that in this form, the power was even more monstrous than in the third form, and it also possessed a soaring murderous aura, along with the phantom of a white tiger. White tiger phantom. He frowned slightly as he thought of this. Is this related to his blood fiend fist? After all, that form only emerged when the blood fiend fist reached the level of intent power. Never mind. Huo Lingfei shook his head, but there seemed to be a strong excitement in his eyes. He, Huo Lingfei, is now comparable to a grandmaster. He glanced at the grandmaster in front of him who had been blasted to pieces, and smiled slightly. In his fourth form, he possessed abilities comparable to a grandmaster, not only in terms of physical strength but also in terms of power. It can even outperform it. However, this does not mean that he has already grasped the true meaning. It was simply a matter of overwhelming the enemy with sheer physical strength. The physical pain was greatly reduced, while his defense was greatly enhanced, allowing him to ignore the pain for a short time and ruthlessly ravage the Grandmaster. I wonder how I compare to that demonic dragon. Huo Lingfei murmured. He still vividly remembered the power of that previous attack, but now it seemed that he could face it directly and even withstand it. It should be about right. He compared them briefly. It seems that the fourth form is now capable of fighting against it. However, it's still somewhat unsafe at the moment. His fourth form doesn't last long, it will soon reach an overloaded state, and he will soon be at a disadvantage in a prolonged battle. Just like the previous limit-breaking form. I still need to practice more. He thought to himself. However, the pressure in his heart has suddenly decreased a lot. Now, since he returned from the Star Sea Abyss, it has probably been less than half a month, and he already has the combat power of a Grandmaster. Once he can stabilize his fourth form, he can go to the Star Sea Abyss to help his teacher and the others defeat the demonic dragon. Far away. Everyone stared intently at the scene before them. When they saw Huo Lingfei's figure appear and the compassionate monk reveal half of his body lying on the ground, their shock seemed to be about to surface. They stared wide-eyed as Huo Lingfei punched the Grandmaster in front of them, turning him into snowflakes, their faces completely silent. Our Yunhai has actually produced a Grandmaster. This thought suddenly appeared in their minds, and then, as if it couldn't be shaken off, it spread wildly. It was just like seeing the Grandmaster of the old gang suddenly appear out of nowhere back then. She was even more stunning than Lin Daorong back then. He appears to be only 17 years old. Everyone's minds went blank. When they thought that Huo Lingfei was only 17 years old, their faces fell into a deathly silence. They could hardly imagine that a 17-year-old boy could rival a Grandmaster with his Yuan gang body, and even crush and kill him. This is like saying that a 3-year-old child can beat a strong adult. Even though this analogy is not very clear, it is enough to show their current feelings. I'm afraid he has a lot of money to spare. They couldn't help but sigh when they thought of Huo Lingfei's current age. Martial arts training requires accumulation over time and progress step by step. However, this was as easy as drinking water for Huo Lingfei, who broke through realms and crossed realms with ease. Even the most extraordinary geniuses beyond the Sea of Clouds are no match for this. Although they did not realize that Huo Lingfei possessed true power, they had already compared him to a grandmaster. Being able to rival a grandmaster and even kill a grandmaster this level of strength, though not yet reaching the grandmaster level, is enough to be compared to them. The patriarchs of the three upper families watched, their faces expressionless, but the veins on their bodies bulged and their fists were clenched until they were red, seemingly unable to conceal their emotions. The fact that a grandmaster has emerged from Yunhai is something that only they can truly understand. An old gang has produced a grandmaster level fighter, not to mention that Li Jinlong is about to break through to grandmaster. 2 grandmasters in one gang. With such terrifying strength, the entire Yunhai region will probably have to submit. Far away. Old Fu was incredibly excited. Seeing this scene, he couldn't help but burst into laughter. Excellent! 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 His face was unusually excited, and his brows were full of joy. He hadn't expected Huo Lingfei to be so strong. White Tiger Mask. Ah, White Tiger Mask. If Li knew about this, he'd be utterly astonished. Forget being shocked, they'd probably have a heart attack from the fright. In just under half a month since he left, Hua Xiaozong's strength has increased so rapidly. The Heart Bridge can kill Yuan Gang, comparable to the peak of Yuan Gang. Once you enter Yuan Gang, you can even be compared to a grandmaster. There is also the legendary White Tiger face. He didn't know how to describe his current feelings, given his extraordinary physical characteristics of dragon tendons and white tiger face. Whoosh! Before his eyes, Sibei, who had been smashed into a pulp by Huo Lingfei, suddenly burst into countless golden flames, instantly turning the pile of flesh and blood into ashes. Huo Lingfei watched this scene, his brows furrowing slightly. He had originally intended to study the differences between this grandmaster's body and his own, but he never expected it to spontaneously combust. In the blink of an eye. He shook his head. Looking at the ruins he had turned into, it was fortunate that this place was already away from his home, otherwise, those 3 would have blocked his doorway. He fears that even skinning that grandmaster alive wouldn't be enough to vent his anger. Immediately. Seeing the old gang members approaching, he instructed them to handle the battlefield before suddenly striding towards them. Chapter 107 related. Return to the old main hall. There was a commotion behind him, and Elder Fu suddenly returned to the scene. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, he was instantly before him, calling out, "Young Master Hua." Hearing the commotion behind him, Huo Lingfei turned around and saw countless disciples of the old gang outside the hall, extremely excited, as was Elder Fu. Elder Fu. Huo Lingfei said calmly. Young Master Hua is truly a genius. I admire him greatly. Upon meeting him, old Master Fu exclaimed in amazement. He had just fought Hua Xiaozong and could sense that Hua's strength had not yet reached the level of a grandmaster. But in just a short while, it had already reached that level, which was truly astonishing. However, he vaguely seemed to be able to guess that this was due to the white tiger face. The white tiger has been the king of evil spirits since ancient times and is known as the transcendent body. Each of the transcendent beings possessed an incredibly terrifying physique. The white tiger form was capable of unleashing astonishing power, especially with Hua Xiaozong's dragon tendons and white tiger face. It's plausible that he could rival a grandmaster-level combat power in a short period of time. Dragon tendons and bones, a white tiger face. Hua Xiaozong's strength has now surpassed that of Master Li. Old Master Fu sighed softly, probably even Li Jinlong hadn't expected his disciple to change so much. From not even reaching the Heart Bridge stage at the beginning to growing into a grandmaster in terms of combat power, the time in between is nothing more than the time it takes for a martial artist to take a nap. Even at the Yuan Gang level, progress is measured in years, so this amount of time probably hasn't been enough to make much progress. White tiger face? Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei was taken aback. He ignored Fu Lao's previous flattery and looked puzzled. Hua Xiaozong doesn't know? Old Fu's expression changed slightly when he saw Hua Xiaozong's puzzled look. Then he seemed to recall the move Huo Lingfei had just used. Blood Fiend Fist? He seemed to have a sudden realization, as if he understood this point. Hua Xiaozong, the white tiger face is the pinnacle of offensive physique. The white tiger phantom from before was the manifestation of the white tiger face. Those who possess the white tiger face will have a symbolic white tiger totem on their chest. Activating the white tiger tang can temporarily grant them extremely high combat power. In addition to his exceptional martial arts talent, he was listed as one of the transcendent beings. Old Master Fu understood, and couldn't help but explain to him, however. Young Master Hua has practiced the Blood Fiend Fist. He recognized the fist technique Hua Lingfei had used earlier. It was none other than the fist technique of the previous generation's Grandmaster. Originally used to condense one's own killing intent and use it to fight enemies, it was the signature move of the previous generation's Grandmaster. He wasn't surprised that Hua Lingfei was able to cultivate. He was probably taught by Master Li. However, he understood why he hadn't seen Hua Lingfei with the white tiger face before. Although the ultimate physique is the most outstanding physique, it can only gradually emerge during the process of martial arts training. It is likely that Hua Xiaozong himself possesses the white tiger face, but it has not yet been revealed. Just like a dragon's tendon. It wasn't until he mastered the Blood Fiend Fist that the white tiger face within his body was activated. Thinking of this, Old Fu also noticed that Hua Lingfei seemed to have a puzzled look on his face, so he explained it to him. Upon hearing this, he couldn't help but understand. So that's how it is. White tiger face, which means that in addition to the dragon tendons, I also possess the white tiger face. Hua Lingfei murmured. No wonder when he first started practicing martial arts, with his awakened talent, he received more training bonuses in a day than in a year. So that's how it is. It's probably due to the white tiger facial feature. The doubts in his heart were suddenly resolved, and his mind became clear. He slowly looked at the white tiger on his arm and couldn't help but give his fourth form a name. The white tiger is in a ferocious state. The more Old Fu looked, the brighter his eyes became. With dragon tendons and bones in his body and a white tiger face accompanying him, it's only a matter of time before such a person becomes a grandmaster, and becoming a great master is not even a pipe dream. This is truly a blessing for his old gang. His face showed emotion. However, in the blink of an eye, as if he had thought of something, the smile on his face gradually froze. He thought of the grandmaster killed by Hua Xiaozong, from the Little Thunderclap Temple in the west. That terrifying force that reigns supreme at the top of the Yuanwu realm has a high-ranking monk overseeing it, and in ancient times, even the Buddha himself appeared in the world. The excitement in his eyes seemed to gradually disappear, leaving only a solemn expression. Young Master Hua, I'm afraid something's going to happen to him. Old Master Fu remained silent for a moment before slowly speaking. The eminent monk comes from the Little Thunderclap Temple in the west, while we from Yunhai are merely from a remote border region. If the Little Thunder Temple finds out that a high-ranking monk has died here, the entire Cloud Sea will probably be buried with him. Old Fu seemed to have thought of this, and couldn't help but sigh. Although Xiaolialian Temple is a Buddhist temple, it does not practice Buddhist practices. Yunhai is just a remote border region, so how can it be compared to it? In such a deserted place, even if you were slaughtered, no one would care. Upon hearing this, Hua Lingfei's eyes narrowed involuntarily. He never imagined that killing a high-ranking monk would cause such a huge crisis. The Little Thunder Temple in the west. His brows were furrowed, but they quickly relaxed. At least in the Little Thunder Temple, people knew that his strength had probably already risen countless levels before he even arrived. Ignore it. He smiled slightly. If you beat the young ones, then the old ones will come along. Just beat the old ones too. Seeing that Hua Lingfei didn't seem to care, Elder Fu pondered for a while and seemed to think that Shaolin Temple wouldn't find out so quickly. His anxiety subsided temporarily, and he looked at Hua Lingfei before him. Young Master Hua, I won't bother you any longer. Fighting a grandmaster naturally takes a toll on one's mental and physical energy. Without hesitation, he cupped his hands in a respectful gesture and then turned to leave. Watching Elder Fu leave, Hua Lingfei rubbed his muscles and bones. The soreness and pain had gradually decreased, but it was still not a good day to practice martial arts. However, his battle with the Grandmaster was very rewarding. Specialization. The scene before my eyes gradually changed and recombined, suddenly returning to the scene of Hua Lingfei's battle with Sibei. The true meaning of Buddhism. With a gentle flick of the fingers, the compassion before my eyes instantly receded, returning to the moment when it manifested the true essence of Buddhism. The terrifying phantom that appeared behind it immediately amazed Hua Lingfei. This aura was similar to that of Yuan Gang from the Chaotic Dog Gang, whom he had killed the first time. However, he could see that compassion was purer than Yuan Gang's and contained an incomparably terrifying aura. The two are worlds apart, completely incomparable. Chapter 108 Demonic Light Palm, Comparable. Huo Lingfei watched intently, constantly slowing down and adjusting the animation, his mind racing as the merciful moves before his eyes gradually unfolded. He looked thoughtful, repeatedly dissecting the merciful move before him, breaking it down, understanding it, and then comprehending it. His 5 fingers moved incessantly, his eyes gleaming with a sharp light, sometimes appearing to be in a daze, sometimes deep in thought. Is this the palm technique of the little thunderclap temple? I cannot imitate the ancient Buddha behind him, but I can learn this palm technique. He continued to analyze the moves in front of him, his face lost in thought. A somewhat incomplete palm technique suddenly appeared in my mind. This is a palm technique he comprehended by dissecting the moves of compassion. Its power is magnificent, and every move carries an ancient Buddhist intent. However, when it came from Huo Lingfei, it took on a slightly different flavor. He imitated Ci Lei's actions, twisting his hand and unleashing a powerful palm strike. Boom! A terrifying demonic light coalesced into a giant handprint, which swept across the area in an instant, unleashing boundless killing intent that annihilated everything in the blink of an eye. The taste seems a bit off. Huo Lingfei frowned as he looked at the attack he had just unleashed. His palm strike seemed to have changed. The palm print he unleashed was not imbued with Buddhist symbols, but rather a terrifying demonic palm. However, its power surpasses even the Buddhist mudra unleashed by compassion before us. I guess it lacks the true essence of Buddhism and Taoism. Huo Lingfei vaguely understood, but then he shook his head. He is not a Buddhist disciple, so he certainly doesn't understand the true essence of Buddhism. It's already quite good that he can imitate a similar palm technique. Let's call it Demon Light Palm. Huo Lingfei named his palm technique in his mind. Magic Light Palm 50-60 Minor Mastery. I then tried it out. He couldn't help but show a hint of satisfaction on his face. Even when used normally, it is extremely amazing, truly worthy of being a technique from the Little Thunder Temple. But, wouldn't this be considered stealing someone's skills? Huo Lingfei shook his head. Stealing my foot. Little Thunderclap Temple has the Buddha palm, I have the demon palm. How can a martial artist be considered to have stolen a master's skill? In the blink of an eye, he cleared his mind. Gazing at the frozen compassion before him, he gently flicked his fingers, instantly switching to the scene of it, unleashing the ancient Buddha. The enormous ancient Buddha was clearly visible behind him, enveloped in countless rays of light. As one approached, the sound of the Buddha's voice could be faintly heard, just as if the Buddha himself had descended upon the world. The concrete manifestation of the true meaning of Buddhism and Taoism? Huo Lingfei sensed the meaning behind it, and his face showed some understanding. This is probably a master-level technique. When he becomes a grandmaster, it will probably be the same. Huo Lingfei continued to manipulate the instrument, dissecting the compassion before him, seemingly immersed in it. He had never seen a grandmaster before, nor did he even know the grandmaster's methods. But now, having personally encountered it, fought it personally, and killed it personally, the experience gained is unparalleled. The most important thing for a grandmaster is true intention. He realized this truth in his heart, recalling the time when he was overwhelmed by a true intention, and the ancient Buddha was incomparably sacred. If it weren't for his own white tiger face, he probably would have been crushed to death by this true intent long ago. The true meaning is revealed through intention and strength. Huo Lingfei thought to himself. I don't know how the various mental techniques I've comprehended will manifest after I become a grandmaster. Huo Lingfei was immersed in his study, seemingly having completely finished analyzing the grandmaster's teachings, and couldn't help but draw a conclusion. It's not that the grandmaster is too weak, but that he is too strong. The 3 forms of the dragon tendon already brought him unparalleled combat power, and the release of the 3rd form has reached the level of breaking limits. He broke through to the Yuan Gang realm, and his 2nd form was the same as the peak of the Yuan Gang realm, and even slightly surpassed it. The 3rd stage represents the level of a pseudo-grandmaster. What's more, it also awakened another top-tier talent of his, the white tiger face. It is already a fact that it rivals, and even surpasses, the level of a grandmaster. Call. Huo Lingfei let out a soft breath. Immediately. He seemed to have thought of something. The scene before my eyes instantly reversed, and the surrounding scenery kept changing. In the blink of an eye, I was back in the star sea abyss. Suddenly, the figures of his teachers and others appeared before his eyes. Far away. The enormous demonic dragon coiled in the sky, its terrifying body constantly undulating, and the countless chains rattled and creaked as they were pulled. His scarlet eyes were clearly visible, like torches, and an incredibly terrifying pressure emanated from him. Huo Lingfei watched calmly. In its normal state, one could almost feel an incredibly terrifying pressure, and one's entire body seemed to tremble slightly beneath it. He blinked. His entire body suddenly swelled, his terrifying muscles burst open, his shirt tore apart, revealing his ferocious body, and his figure, more than 3 meters tall, suddenly appeared. It seems to have lessened somewhat in the second form. Huo Lingfei sensed the changes within his body in the second form. The pressure on his shoulders seemed to have eased considerably. However, one could still feel the faint sense of oppression emanating from it, and facing the demonic dragon head-on was still somewhat difficult. Without hesitation, he grew taller again, his terrifying figure expanding rapidly, his muscles undulating, and an aura of horror emanating from him. The pressure on my body vanished in an instant. Call. Huo Lingfei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. In his third form, the pressure from the demonic dragon had completely disappeared. However, as he gazed at the demonic dragon not far away, a sense of powerlessness still welled up in his heart. As if facing an invincible being, a feeling of unease slowly pounded in my heart. As expected, both talents are needed to enhance the effect. The terrifying body uttered a whisper. Huo Lingfei raised his hand and looked at the white tiger pattern on his hand. Without any hesitation. In the blink of an eye. Terrifying black energy surged wildly from the white tiger pattern, and countless blood bars on its ferocious chest began to intertwine, slowly merging into a ferocious white tiger, its black hair dancing wildly behind it. An unimaginable power suddenly surged from the depths of his body. The change in his heart vanished instantly, a terrifying aura surged, countless malevolent energies swirled around him, and his scarlet eyes met those of the demonic dragon. Huo Lingfei smiled slightly. That's more like it. A surge of confidence welled up within him, and he swept away his previous demeanor. With a slight flick of his fingers, the scene before him suddenly shifted. The demonic dragon let out a roar, and then terrifying demonic light swept over, blasting towards the star sea abyss. Countless things along the way were annihilated by this demonic flame, its terrifying power sweeping across the sky with fiery energy, raging through everything. While the crowd fled in the distance, Huo Lingfei remained calm. Give it a try. A terrifying demonic flame came rushing towards them from afar, engulfing the entire star sea abyss with a deafening roar. Its terrifying power nearly annihilated everything. Then, accompanied by a deafening explosion, a sea of fire erupted. One figure still stood there. Sensing the aura emanating from the surroundings, Huo Lingfei couldn't help but exhale a soft breath. Finally, it's comparable. Chapter 109 Grandmaster Steps. The scene before my eyes receded like the tide, and suddenly I returned to the original main hall. Huo Lingfei's body visibly shrank, slowly returning to normal. He felt the demonic flames that the dragon had just spat out, his expression calm, seemingly without any discomfort, even though this was from his memory. However, his physique was now comparable, no longer displaying the oppressive and powerless demeanor of before. Now, he even has a strange confidence that he can skin that demonic dragon and pull out its tendons. Quiet down, calm down. Huo Lingfei slowly exhaled a breath of stale air, gradually suppressing the agitation in his heart. The white tiger's ferocious aura couldn't last long. He could sense that his previous battle with compassion had already pushed him beyond his limits, and he needed to improve his strength. However, it's time to go to Star Sea Abyss to help my teacher. Huo Lingfei slowly came to this thought. Having reached this level of strength, he no longer needed to hide and develop. He was now capable of going to the Star Sea Abyss to assist his teacher and others. Once my strength reaches a higher level, I will slay that demonic dragon. Huo Lingfei's eyes shone brightly, and a sudden wave of exhaustion washed over him, yet his mind and body remained at their peak. It's not suitable for me to practice martial arts anymore. Huo Lingfei rubbed his muscles and bones, thought for a while, and decided not to practice martial arts today. With old Master Fu in charge and the previous boxing champion here, plus his recent killing spree, the old gang can now remain stable. They can remain unharmed even without his presence. Huo Lingfei casually picked up a piece of clothing that belonged to him, put it on, and then strode slowly towards the outside of the hall. He went to the pharmacy to get some medicine, and then returned home. Fortunately, their home was not within the range of the battles fought by Cibei and the others. Their mother and younger sister were both at home and seemed somewhat worried. Upon seeing Huo Lingfei, he couldn't help but ask what had happened. Upon hearing this, Huo Lingfei comforted her and then gave the medicine to his mother, instructing her and his younger sister to take it daily. He looked at his younger sister's seemingly timid eyes, but her body was quite resilient, and couldn't help but rub her head and say a few words to her. He noticed that his younger sister was probably secretly practicing martial arts, as her hands seemed to have some calluses. In addition to teaching, the old gang school also had a martial arts class. Unlike before, the old gang's martial arts class was open to any member of the school. I suspect my younger sister, Huo Yao, has been secretly practicing. Huo Lingfei sighed inwardly. He originally didn't really want his younger sister to pursue martial arts, since with him protecting her, she could live a peaceful life. Moreover, with his younger sister missing a leg, learning martial arts would likely be even more difficult. But he didn't specify, but instructed Huo Yao to take a large dose of medicine every day, and also told her that in addition to taking the medicine, she should go to the old gang to take a medicinal bath in his name every day after school. Okay, Huo Yao said softly. Huo Lingfei nodded, then casually beckoned to the old gang disciples guarding the entrance and gave them instructions to fetch the large dose of medicine from the pharmacy every day thereafter. After spending some time with his mother and sister, he went straight out the door. He didn't see his father among the old gang members. After some thought, he realized that his father had probably gone to the slums. Previously, he had sent his old gang disciples to bring his relatives to the old gang for temporary accommodation. However, his uncle, Hotchkiss, suddenly fell seriously ill, and coupled with his previous injuries, he was unable to move and could only stay in the slum. His own father would go over to take care of him from time to time. It's time to go take a look. Huo Lingfei slowly walked in that direction. He didn't take the bus, but walked, yet his pace was no less than that of a normal bus, seemingly slow but taking 10 steps at a time. Grandmaster steps, Huo Lingfei murmured, naturally gleaning this from observing the steps of compassion. Traveling 1,000 miles a day is almost a given. He has only just begun to grasp it, and who knows, he might be able to improve his speed even further in the future. He walked very fast, and the scenery around him was like a reflection in his eyes. In just a short while, they arrived directly outside the slum. Unlike before, a strong, foul stench filled the air, and various unpleasant gases seemed to float in the air. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei frowned. How can it smell so bad? The smell was like the stench of countless corpses piled up for a long time. How could there be such a strong stench in the slums? He frowned and slowly walked inside. It catches the eye. The streets were littered with corpses, countless remains were scattered everywhere, and dried traces of blood dripping down the street covered the entire area. On the corpses, cowards continued to tear and bite. I could faintly hear the sounds of terrified breathing coming from inside the shed. What a coward! When did he become so bold? Huo Lingfei said calmly, kicking a few pebbles out with his toes. The pebble instantly unleashed terrifying power, piercing through the heads of several scoundrels, the force causing their skulls to explode in an instant. Black blood plasma splattered all over the ground with a loud crash. Huo Lingfei glanced indifferently at the surrounding sheds, where cries of alarm seemed to be coming from. He paid no attention and slowly walked away into the distance. His strength has now undergone a terrifying transformation. The entire slum is now within his perception. He did not perceive any threat. He had already given instructions to his father, who was accompanied by his old gang disciples, so there should be no problem. Huo Lingfei took a step forward, not even glancing at the people around him, and walked directly into the distance. Li Quan slowly opened a crack, and after watching Huo Lingfei pierce through the figures of several cowards with just a few pebbles, his face was filled with utter horror. That's Huo Lingfei. He stared at the figure, his expression seemingly one of shock. Having not seen each other for so long, just a casual glance from him made him tremble all over, as if he were being watched by something. This feeling surpassed that of any martial artist he had ever met. Even the powerful beings within flesh and bone are worlds apart from Huo Lingfei before them. There's absolutely no comparison. Thinking of this, his face fell into a deathly stillness. Chapter 110: The Dragon's Roar Rises Again. He never imagined that Huo Lingfei would grow to such a high level. His strength was already so terrifying. 2 pebbles pierced the heads of 2 cowards. This kind of strength was beyond his imagination. Heartbridge, he murmured, a storm of emotions surging across his face. He even found the idea himself incredible. Coming from the slums, to actually become a Heartbridge martial artist, that's a big shot even in the cloud sea. No wonder Huo Yuan and the others were able to reach the sea of clouds. Li Quan couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He seemed to find it hard to believe that the old gang valued Li Jinlong so much that they were able to arrange for his family and even his relatives to enter the Cloud Sea. In the past few days, he even saw Huo Yuan, with the help of the old gang's disciples, constantly going back and forth to the slums, which only intensified the shock in his heart. When one person attains enlightenment, even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. Huo Lingfei and the others were far beyond his imagination. If only I had been able to marry Huo Lingfei back then, perhaps I wouldn't be in this situation now. Li Quan sighed again, his face almost bony with thinness. Ever since it was revealed that Huo Lingfei was Li Zhu's disciple, he had been filled with immense regret. If I had been able to marry Huo Lingfei back then, I probably would have been able to go to Yunhai with him. Even later, the martial artists he visited in the slums were no match for Huo Lingfei. Moreover, after a terrifying dragon roar erupted from within the Star Sea Abyss a while ago, it seemed as if the entire slum's cowards had been affected. They dared to run rampant in the slums in broad daylight. His strength even became extremely terrifying, comparable to the martial arts masters in the slums. This caused chaos throughout the entire slum. Almost no one dared to wander the streets in broad daylight. Thinking about this, he kept sighing. Even Li Yuan, standing to the side, gradually paled upon hearing this. Father, Uncle Hua has worked in your shop for so long, could you pull some strings? Let alone a relationship, it's difficult to even meet up. Li Quan shook his head. Let alone the bad guys on the street, even in normal times, it would be as difficult as climbing to heaven for him to even talk to Huo Yuan. Not to mention the current situation. Father, father, father. Li Yuan's terrified voice trembled in my ears. What? Upon hearing this, Li Quan frowned and slowly turned his head, whereupon a rotting face suddenly came into view. Ah! Huo Lingfei strolled calmly down the street, seemingly hearing a scream behind him. He paused, puzzled. My father's former boss? Having reached his current level, he naturally possesses a photographic memory. He only paused for a moment before instantly recognizing the sound. However, he immediately shook his head. It has nothing to do with him. Although saving someone would be easy for him with his current strength, there is no need for it. After all, he remembered that he had overheard a conversation between the father and daughter when he was practicing martial arts, and he was afraid that his father would not pay any attention to it even if he were here. Huo Lingfei's expression was calm, and his steps were steady, but he took more than a dozen steps. The Grandmaster's steps had become increasingly refined, and he could sense their profound depth. No wonder that monk used that kind of gait. Along the way, many scoundrels seemed to sense Huo Lingfei's presence and kept leaping out from the depths of the alley, frantically attacking him. But the next second, he was killed instantly by small stones. Comparable to martial artists who have opened their meridians. Huo Lingfei frowned slightly as he sensed the intensity emanating from them. When did this coward become so strong, even comparable to a martial artist who has opened his meridians? And a faint aura suddenly wafted out. The aura of demons. Huo Lingfei was startled when he sensed this aura, but he quickly regained his composure. He scanned the entire slum, but couldn't find anything that would interest him. This means there are no demons here. What could be the reason? Huo Lingfei looked at the voice coming from the alley, and suddenly a ferocious 5 fingers shot out, grabbing his head in an instant, and then a force suddenly pierced through his entire body. The surging energy rushed wildly into his body. Huo Lingfei frowned deeply. His body is in complete chaos. The aura is coming from that coward? He felt it for a moment, seemed somewhat disgusted, and then crushed the coward in his hand with a single squeeze of his fingers. A terrifying burst of blood gushed out instantly. However, it was instantly evaporated by Huo Lingfei's protective aura. Infected by demons. Huo Lingfei lowered his eyes and examined the man's body, seemingly understanding something. Not only does it contain the aura of demons, but one can also sense that under this aura, the weakling's body has been greatly strengthened, even faintly comparable to a martial artist with meridians. Only. What surprised Huo Lingfei was not this point, but that this aura seemed to have always existed within him, as if it had been there since his birth. Huo Lingfei pondered for a moment, seemingly unable to figure out what was going on, but then he shook his head, realizing that this posed no threat to him. Even if it were 10 times stronger, it would still be an ant that he could crush with a flick of his wrist, not worth his attention. After visiting my uncle, it's time to go to the Star Sea Abyss. Star Sea Abyss is not far from the slums. Being in the slums, one can feel the riots coming from Star Sea Abyss at any time. Sing. The next second, the terrifying dragon roar resounded once again. A deafening sound suddenly erupted, sweeping through the entire slum like a wave in an instant. Huo Lingfei's foot, which had just taken a step, froze instantly. A terrifying aura swept through everything, and screams erupted throughout the slum. An unimaginable sense of oppression suddenly swept over them. A sudden pang of anxiety welled up inside me. Huo Lingfei's eyes changed instantly. His face seemed to be in shock. He quickly circulated his internal energy to suppress the surging emotion in his heart and looked up sharply in the direction of Xing Heiyuan. With Yuan Gang's abnormal abilities, one could vaguely see a terrifying dragon body slithering wildly, with boundless chains breaking inch by inch, and a terrifying aura constantly emanating from its body. Seeing this situation, Huo Lingfei's brows furrowed immediately. Breaked free? Almost there. Seeing that there were still chains on his body, Huo Lingfei's furrowed brows seemed to relax a little, but he still looked serious. He could see that most of the chains on the demonic dragon's body had broken free, and it seemed as if demonic flames were roaring and frantically melting it. Roar! The entire slum seemed to boil over completely after that dragon's roar, with countless screams erupting instantly. The coward's figure seemed to be disturbed by the dragon's roar, and he roared wildly, and then instantly surged out from all directions.